Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 316 to Chapter 398. In the outer sect, including Elder He, no one dared to trouble Ling Xiao or Dai Yuling. After all, he was merciless when it came to killing people. Ling Xiao, you're here. Dai Yuling recovered faster than expected. She had now become the big sister of the medicine hall. Her Sakura Tree martial soul was much stronger than her original martial soul, so she was more outstanding in all aspects than before. Coupled with Ling Xiao's protection, who dared to provoke her, now, there were many people who wanted to befriend Dai Yuling. How is it? No one came to trouble you during this time, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Trouble? Now that everyone knows that I have a ferocious and protective friend, who would dare to cause trouble for me? But your performance in the death challenge that day was so outstanding, especially in the end when you almost defeated Wang Feng and forced Empyrean Demon Flame to descend. Will you be alright? Dai Yuling asked worriedly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I kept a low profile before because I didn't have a backer. If I was targeted by Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame, then I would have died without a doubt. But it's different now. With Senior Yang backing me up, Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame won't dare to touch me, at least within the sect. Besides, with my strength and ability, plus my temper, it's impossible to keep a low profile. If I'm pushed too far, I'll even kill an inner sect disciple. Alas, that's true. Unless you're a coward forever, you really can't keep a low profile. After all, you were targeted by He Sua from the beginning. He kept causing trouble for you. You have to fight back. Dai Yuling sighed and said. That's why, Rain Spirit, you don't need to worry about these things. Empyrean Demon Flame has indeed noticed me, and he might even feel threatened by me, but he won't completely lose his cool and deal with me. He is an inner court elder, and he cares about face. Ling Xiao was very confident about this. That's good. Anyway, you must be careful. In the Yuehua school, you're my backer. Dai Yuling said with a smile. Of course. After bidding farewell to Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao took the token given to him by the Desperation Tower's Tower Master and headed towards the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower. Without a doubt, this was a place that only inner court disciples were qualified to enter. Moreover, even for inner disciples, there were strict requirements. You couldn't enter just because you wanted to. As for the outer sect disciples, unless one had a special entry token, only then would one be able to enter. However, only 2 or 3 people in the sect had access to the entrance tokens. It just so happened that the Desperation Tower's Tower Master was one of them. Ling Xiao could be considered lucky to be able to obtain his recognition. The Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower was a very ordinary wooden building. However, there was something extraordinary about it. After 100,000 years, the Inner Sect's Moon Essence Tower had never been repaired. Even so, this wooden pavilion didn't have any traces of wind or rain. There weren't even insect bites. It looked as if it had just been built yesterday. It was still brand new. Ling Xiao could sense that a powerful array formation should have been set up under this Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower to be able to achieve such an effect. Forget about wind and rain, even mosquito bites, even if a Deva Realm powerhouse wanted to barge in, it was also impossible. Just the array formation was already so powerful. Not to mention, the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower's guards were actually all transcendent 9th level experts, second only to Deva Realm. With such guards working in tandem with the formation, not to mention blocking an expert of the Celestial Realm, even if they wanted to kill him, it would not be impossible. Halt. This is the sect's important place. Outer sect disciples are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, we'll kill without discussion. Ling Xiao's figure was captured by a guard very quickly. His thunderous voice made one's qi and blood churn, extremely uncomfortable. The guard's eyes didn't have any contempt. Perhaps to them, Ling Xiao didn't even have the qualifications to make them despise him. Who would have a look of contempt for an ant on the road? Senior Apprentice Brother Guard, this disciple is under the orders of the Desperation Tower's Tower Master to come to the Inner Sect's Moonlight Tower to receive a set of gold grade rare rank martial arts secret manual. This is the token. Although Ling Xiao was unhappy in his heart, he wasn't angry. If one's strength was lacking, it was completely reasonable for others to not care about you. To make these people look at you seriously, one could only be stronger than them in strength. Even if taking out the token made their faces change drastically and become respectful, that was also only because they were wary of the token's owner, not because they feared you. It's actually the Desperation Tower's Tower Master's entrance token. Sorry for the offense, please enter. Several guards bowed their heads one after another. Of course, their gazes were only staring at the entrance token in Ling Xiao's hand, and not being frightened by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao swore to himself that one day, he would walk into this place with his head held high, and he would make these people truly respect him. This kid is really lucky. He actually got the Desperation Tower's Tower Master's entrance token. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the Desperation Tower's Tower Master hear you. That guy is a lunatic, and his strength is ranked in the top 3 in Yuehua school. He's not to be trifled with. I'm just unhappy. An ant actually wants us to bow down to him. What's there to be unhappy about? We're bowing to the token, not him. Who does he think he is? I couldn't tell at all that this kid is actually the number 1 in the outer sect. Although Ling Xiao had already walked into the inner sect's Moonlight Tower, he heard all these people's words. At first, when he didn't show the token, those people didn't take him seriously at all. They even felt that it was extravagant to look down on him. Later on, when he took out the token, these people felt that he was qualified to be looked down on. This was human nature, this was the world. The inner sect's Moonlight Tower was indeed much more luxurious than the outer sect's Moonlight Tower. The exterior looked simple and unadorned, but the interior was simply eye-catching. All kinds of arrays and arrays were intertwined, completely isolating this small space. After all, this was already considered the inheritance ground of the Yuehua school. Once the inner sect's Moonlight Tower was breached, then the Yuehua school would not be far from being destroyed. There were 3 doors on the first floor. Needless to say, these 3 doors were arranged with arrays, so after entering, they would be directly transported to a special space. Each door corresponded to a type of entrance token. A wooden entrance token allowed one to enter a door that contained a rare gold-grade martial art. An iron entrance token allowed one to enter a door that contained a high-grade gold-grade martial art. A jade entrance token allowed one to enter a door that contained a high-grade gold-grade martial art. Inner sect disciples didn't need an entrance token. They were determined which door to enter based on their cultivation. There was a saying that under normal circumstances, a gold-grade martial art was more suitable for cultivators below the first level of the transcendent realm to cultivate. Therefore, in the Yuehua school, it was more than enough for outer sect disciples to cultivate a gold-grade martial art. A rare gold-grade martial art was more suitable for cultivators below the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, so those below the 3rd level of the transcendent realm could only enter this door. Top gold-grade martial arts were more suitable for cultivators below the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Of course, after reaching the heaven realm, it could also be used as a transition. As for cultivators above the heaven realm, they would probably have to come into contact with jade-grade martial arts. Since the Yuehua school had a heaven realm expert, it must have jade-grade martial arts. Unfortunately, there was no such thing in the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. There were only 3 doors here, and the most powerful martial arts were only of the gold level. This meant that the Yuehua sect must have hidden more precious martial arts manuals in other places. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao for the time being. He walked to the wooden door and showed the wooden entry token. As the token disappeared from his hand, the door slowly opened. You have half an hour to choose the martial arts you want. Don't waste it. Suddenly, a voice sounded directly in Ling Xiao's mind. Another heaven realm expert, Ling Xiao could not be wrong. This voice was probably the master of the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. Thank you for the reminder, senior. This junior understands. Half an hour, Ling Xiao could not help but secretly smile. For him, choosing a martial art was not difficult at all. Not to mention half an hour, he might not even need a quarter of an hour. Behind the wooden door was a wooden sign floating in midair. On it were the names, characteristics, and requirements of the martial arts. There was no specific content. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to duplicate them. Dragon's Extinguishment. Wind Returning Sword. Shadow Steps. True Self-Divine Technique. Although he could not duplicate them, Ling Xiao could still find his own martial arts through soul imprint. What he wanted the most was the evolved version of the Snow Lotus Truth. If it was not available, he could go for the next best thing and choose a martial art with similar attributes. With just a casual glance, the names of thousands of martial arts on the wooden sign merged into Ling Xiao's memory. The Yuehua school was indeed worthy of being one of the 12 sects. These were all rare gold-grade martial arts. If they were in the secular world, there would be bloody fights over them. Although Ling Xiao coveted a lot of martial skills, he still held back. He felt that his Snow Lotus sword art should be able to reach the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer without any problems. The Divine Hell King's fist was slightly weaker, but when combined with soul power, its overall offensive power was not inferior to a rare gold rank martial art. Therefore, there was really no need to waste time on martial skills. He didn't need a defensive martial art either. His Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was a high-tier gold-tier martial art. It wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate it up to Transcendent Stage 6. Therefore, the crux of the matter was the internal energy cultivation method and the substitute for the shadow cultivation secret method. Right now, he was still focusing on his inner force cultivation method. After all, although the effects of the shadow cultivation secret technique would gradually weaken, it could still be used. Cultivating his inner force and heart principle was of utmost importance. Without it, he might not even be able to break through to the Transcendent Realm, which was a big problem. When choosing martial arts, don't be greedy for power. Choose what suits you best. That voice rang out again. Ling Xiao was unable to determine where he was. The difference in strength was simply too great. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Ling Xiao felt that the Pavilion Master of the Moonflower Tower was a good person. If it was any other Heaven Realm Master, they might not necessarily guide an outer sect disciple. As for why the Pavilion Master's voice rang out in his mind, he didn't find it strange. In the sealed world, there were martial arts, divine abilities, martial spirits, and some special talents that should be able to do this. It was just that he hadn't seen it before. After all, he was just an outer sect disciple of the Yuehua school. There were many things that he hadn't seen before. There was really no need to care about these things. After a while, Ling Xiao finished reading all the martial arts names and summaries on the wooden tablets. Moreover, they were integrated into his soul memory. He didn't dare say that he was the only one who could do this, but he was definitely very rare. Although his goal was the evolved version of the Snow Lotus Truth, when he saw the thousands of rare gold-grade martial arts, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. Some of these martial arts were very powerful, but unfortunately, he could only choose one. This was the limit of an outer sect disciple. If he became an inner sect disciple, he could choose any rare gold-grade martial arts without any restrictions. Dragon Extinguishing Art. This is an inner force cultivation method that also has auxiliary effects. Legend had it that in ancient times, a great fire dragon was slain by a martial artist. However, this martial artist was also struck by the flames of the dragon's breath. This martial artist relied on his tenacious willpower to forcefully transform the flames of the dragon's breath into his own true essence, and finally created this martial skill, requirement, cultivation at the peak of the 9th martial vein stage and inner force potential, treasure body. Dark Shadow Steps is the favorite movement technique of assassin-type martial artists. This is a movement technique created by an extraordinary martial artist who once assassinated a celestial realm expert in ancient times. It requires cultivation of the late 9th level of the martial vein, inner strength potential of a fine treasure body, and body potential of a divine treasure body. Returning Wind Sword. When this sword technique is used, it can attract the wind of nature. Every sword has the power of the wind. When used, it will become faster and faster, making the enemy unable to block. Legend has it that this sword technique was created by an ancient martial artist who comprehended and created it in a typhoon. To be honest, martial arts that could reach the rare gold grade were generally not bad. Ling Xiao could be considered to have suffered from a difficult choice. He originally thought that he would be able to make a choice in 15 minutes, but in reality, after looking at all the martial arts, he had been standing there with his eyes closed, thinking about what martial arts he should choose. Let's stick to the original plan. In the end, Ling Xiao reluctantly gave up on a few martial arts that he really wanted to cultivate. In the end, he set his goal on the inner force cultivation method. Moreover, it was also the evolved version of the snow lotus solution that he had originally planned. 12 Golden Lotus Arts. This cultivation technique allows one to condense a golden lotus within their body. When one cultivates up to 12 petals, it will be considered complete. Every petal of the flower could draw upon a type of natural energy. If it reached perfection, its power would be unimaginable. If combined with the snow lotus sword art, its power would be even more terrifying. Requirements: Cultivation Peak 9th Level Martial Vein, Internal Energy Potential, Divine Grade Treasure Body, Body Potential, Divine Grade Treasure Body, Soul Potential, Divine Grade Treasure Body. On top of that, he had to master the Snow Lotus Insight to the Transcendent State. Note: the person with the highest level of attainment in this cultivation method is the person who created it. However, even this person could only cultivate up to the 9-petal lotus. The last 3 levels only exist in theory. Cultivating them is extremely dangerous. If you draw upon the power of nature, you might end up being annihilated. The note was handwritten. It should be a warning left by a senior from Yuehua School. However, even without such a warning, the requirements of this set of martial arts were crazy enough. The requirements for the 12 Golden Lotus Arts were so high that even geniuses like Ming Tian, Lin Hao, and Lan Yu were unable to cultivate it. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and finally chose the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. The danger of many martial arts varied from person to person. It was obvious that the person who added the note had not even cultivated the 9-petal lotus, so his understanding of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts was not complete. If he had listened to this person, he might have missed out on a classic martial art. According to Ling Xiao's experience, he felt that the harder it was to cultivate, the higher the requirements, and the more dangerous the martial art was, the greater the benefits it would bring. He possessed the mountain river martial spirit, so even if there was something wrong with the martial art, he would be able to find out and correct it. The martial artist who created it did not cultivate it to perfection, but it did not mean that he could not do it. This was the huge advantage of the mountain river martial spirit. What was a genius? It was to be able to do things that others could not. Most of the rare gold-grade martial arts were similar. If he chose to be the same as others, then how could he be stronger than others? His path of martial arts had always been unconventional. Starting from the Ling family, he had chosen martial arts that others were not willing to choose or were unable to cultivate. He still intended to do so. The unknown could bring bad luck, but it could also bring a huge surprise. He was willing to take a gamble, not to mention that he could afford it. After all, he possessed the mountain river martial spirit. If he did not use this advantage, wouldn't it be too wasteful? 12 Golden Lotus Arts? The mysterious voice sounded again. Senior, what advice do you have? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. Since you've asked, this house lord is not afraid to tell you that this 12 Golden Lotus Arts can only be considered a trash martial art. Although it can be said that if it is cultivated to perfection, its might may be more terrifying than any other martial art at the same level, but even the martial artist who created it was unable to do so. If it is only 9 lotuses, then compared to other rare martial arts, it is only dangerous. Therefore, this house lord advises you to give up on it. The house master of the Moon Essence Tower was extremely benevolent. In fact, he did not need to say such words. He probably did not want to see a genius fall like this. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. However, this disciple has made up his mind. I will choose this martial art." Arrogant and ignorant. The voice suddenly became stern. If it was not for Yang Danlin and the housemaster's face, this housemaster would not be willing to talk nonsense with a stubborn brat like you. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Don't you understand? Ling Xiao still showed the proper etiquette. After all, she was doing this for his own good. This disciple has always been like this. That person was silent for a while before he said, "Fine, fine. I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you don't want to listen, just listen to me. Senior, please. You should know that this 12 Golden Lotus Arts was originally used by other sects to trap our Yuehua school. In the past, when our Yuehua school was at its peak, there were hundreds and thousands of geniuses who had all 3 potential treasured bodies. However, because of this thing, they all died. The mysterious voice said in a miserable tone, when they cultivated the 12 golden lotus arts, there were only 3 endings in the end. First, their martial arts would be crippled. Their martial veins would be destroyed, and they would become a cripple. Second, the golden lotus would shatter and they would explode. Not even a complete corpse would be left. Third, they would be killed by the force of nature summoned by the golden lotus and turned into ashes. Now you understand. It is not a good thing at all. It is purely a martial art that harms people. But senior, if that is the case, why is this thing still here? Shouldn't it be destroyed? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. It can't be destroyed. That voice sighed and said, that secret manual contains the creator's spiritual strength. If you choose to destroy it, that spiritual strength will protect the secret manual. If you throw it away or bury it, it will come back on its own. The creator of this martial art is an ancient martial artist. His spiritual strength is far too powerful. We have no way to do anything about it. Only if someone is willing to sincerely accept it can we send it away. Then why don't you give it to me? Ling Xiao suddenly said. You can choose and learn martial arts in the Yuehua Tower. However, you can only take away the copies that will be destroyed in a short time. The original copy will not be lent out. Ling Xiao's request sounded a bit excessive. However, it was not impossible for this book. After all, it sounded like the people of the Yuehua school did not like this secret book. Give it to you? It's not impossible, but I think that old man Yang Danlin will fight me to the death. The mysterious voice shook its head and said, although I can defeat him, it will be troublesome if that old man doesn't refine medicine for me. No, you can learn it, but you can't take it away. Senior, if I learn it, it's no different from taking it away, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. This seems to be the case. The voice was silent for a long time before it finally said, fine. Take it away. But remember, if that old man Yang Danlin asks, don't say that I asked you to take it away. Anyway, this is your own choice. Senior, don't worry. But why do you insist on this secret book? The voice suddenly asked. It's a secret. Ling Xiao did not make up a lie. He felt that he could not fool the other party. Rather than that, he might as well not say anything. In fact, the reason why he wanted the original copy was mainly to study the use of soul power. He felt that since the potential of the soul was as important as the potential of the body and the potential of internal power, it could definitely not be as simple as just increasing one's attack. Perhaps it could be used more extensively. For example, the way the creator of the 12 golden lotus arts used it sounded very magical. It could actually prevent the secret book from being destroyed, and it could even make the secret book return automatically. The key was that the martial artist who used this soul power had died many years ago. If he did not properly grasp such a magical thing, he might not have another chance if he missed it. Catch it. Whoosh, a book flew out from the void and hit Ling Xiao. With this kind of power, if one's strength was not at the level of the top 3 in the outer sect, it would be impossible to catch it. It seemed that the master of the inner sect Moonlight Tower was also an old urchin. He actually used this kind of thing to test Ling Xiao. Pa. Ling Xiao caught the book steadily and poured his soul power into it. When at that moment, a strange scene appeared. Ling Xiao found himself standing in a strange paradise. In the darkness, a figure gradually lit up. Then, the golden lotus in his body rotated, and strange rays of light shot out one after another. Violent winds wreaked havoc, triggering tsunamis and destroying cities. That terrifying power was terrifying. Thunder rumbled, and every time it sounded, it would cause mountains to explode. Heavy rain poured down, filling the great rivers and submerging the mountains and cities. Lightning struck, and towering mountain ridges were destroyed in an instant. Snowflakes fluttered, and the snowflakes that filled the sky froze the entire world. Hailstones wreaked havoc, and the lives of many living creatures were easily taken away. Fog was endless, and the dangers hidden within were completely unpredictable. The sun shone for thousands of miles, and the terrifying heat caused countless living creatures to dry up and die. Darkness descended, and the world lost its light. Volcanoes erupted, and the hot magma easily melted steel. Living creatures were unable to escape. Earthquake struck, and the earth cracked and became riddled with scars. Meteors from outer space, and that was the sign of doomsday. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, snow, hailstones, fog, sun, darkness, volcano, earthquake, meteor. There were exactly 12 kinds of celestial phenomena, representing 12 lotuses. Every single one of them contained a terrifying amount of power. If they were added to the snow lotus sword art, it would be absolutely terrifying. Of course, such a terrifying scene could only be created by an ancient martial artist. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to achieve such a result. Even so, once the 12 golden lotus arts condensed 12 golden lotuses, it would greatly increase his strength. There was no need to doubt this point. After the figure finished condensing the 12 golden lotuses, the contents of the 12 golden lotus arts began to merge with Ling Xiao's soul. Ling Xiao could feel that when the figure in the manual displayed the first 9 kinds of celestial phenomena, it was very solid and close to perfection. However, when it came to the last volcano, earthquake, and meteor, there were clearly a lot of flaws. It was completely a theoretical attempt, and had not been corrected through actual combat. This was not surprising, as even the creator of the 12 golden lotus arts did not cultivate the last 3 lotuses. This guy was truly a madman, to actually dare to pass down this kind of martial art. Was he not afraid of harming many talented martial artists? After completely merging the contents of the 12 golden lotus arts into his soul, Ling Xiao temporarily put the book away. He wasn't in a hurry to study soul force. Right now, he needed to focus on his cultivation. He believed that the faster his cultivation increased, the easier it would be to study soul force. Moreover, according to Ling Xiao's judgment, the use of soul force was most likely related to the art of refining arrays. His art of refining arrays had only just begun, so it wouldn't be good for him to rush into studying soul force. It might even be extremely dangerous. In any case, he had already obtained the original copy of the 12 golden lotus arts. Sooner or later, he would be able to figure out the relationship between refining arrays and soul force. Furthermore, perhaps the arrays and arrays within the Moonlight Pavilion were also related to soul force. Now that he couldn't see the relationship, perhaps in the future, when others could only choose one book, he could directly copy everything inside. He was very curious. The more difficult something was, the more interested Ling Xiao would be, and the more he would work tirelessly. This was his personality. Ling Xiao, remember this. Even though 12 golden lotus arts isn't a forbidden martial art from Yuehua school, if you teach it to others without permission, you'll still be breaking the rules, and you'll still be punished. This disciple understands. Ling Xiao replied. Although he was worried, he didn't really care. The 12 golden lotus arts had such high requirements. How could an ordinary person learn it? Moreover, once he completely mastered the 12 golden lotus arts and formed 12 lotuses, his attainments would be even higher than the creators. This martial art could be considered a patent for him. The sect didn't have the qualifications to control who he taught it to. No wonder that old bastard Yang Danlin values this kid so much. This kid's talent is outstanding, but he's not arrogant. He's also very respectful to his seniors. Such a kid is really rare. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had received the praise of the Moonlight Pavilion's master for acting according to his own nature. Ha ha ha, old bastard, are you envious? What a pity, this kid is already old Hall Master Yang's disciple. You don't have a chance. The person with the Moonlight Pavilion's master was none other than the Desperation Pavilion's master, who was wearing a ghost mask. I'm envious, but this kid is still a bit too confident. I'm worried that the 12 golden lotus arts he chose will not bring him any benefits. Instead, it might harm him and make it difficult for him to progress. The warning he had given Ling Xiao before wasn't just to scare him. It had really happened. The older generation of Yuehua school disciples all knew that the 12 golden lotus arts had once been a nightmare for the Yuehua school. Don't worry. Once bitten, twice shy. Old Hall Master Yang won't let anything happen to him. The Desperation Pavilion's master also didn't believe that Ling Xiao could master the 12 golden lotus arts. In his opinion, Ling Xiao would definitely suffer a painful lesson this time. However, as long as he could keep his life, there would still be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened in the Moonlight Pavilion after he left. He was now fully focused on the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Not only could this internal cultivation technique help increase his true yuan and increase his cultivation, but it also had a special effect on the Snow Lotus Sword Arts. He didn't know how much it could increase his true yuan, but he really wanted to find out soon. Martial arts manuals could actually be divided into two categories. One belonged to the immemorial martial arts, which were created by martial artists in the immemorial era. At that time, martial arts were used in conjunction with martial spirits. The 12 Golden Lotus Arts was obviously the same. When combined with 12 celestial martial spirits, the effect would be multiplied several times. The other category belonged to the modern martial arts, which were mainly created by the new generation of martial artists. It didn't include the use of martial spirits. Generally speaking, the modern martial arts were more suitable for the new generation of martial artists. The requirements were lower, cultivation was simpler, and promotion was faster. However, the upper limit was lower. The immemorial martial arts were more difficult to cultivate, and promotion was very slow. Moreover, one needed a suitable martial spirit to display the greatest power. However, the terrifying thing about immemorial martial arts was that once one had a suitable martial spirit, the upper limit would be very high. It would far surpass the power of modern martial arts of the same level. After returning to the cave, Xianxia sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Then, a figure appeared in his mind, repeatedly practicing the cultivation method of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. He practiced every move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art over and over again, triggering 12 celestial phenomena, displaying a terrifying destructive power, as if a god had descended. A rare gold-level martial art, Xianxia secretly shook his head. This 12 Golden Lotus Arts was definitely not a rare gold-level martial art. He even felt that the level of this martial art was higher than Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. The reason why the Yuehua school placed the 12 Golden Lotus Arts behind the wooden door was probably because they were afraid that more talented inner disciples would accidentally practice it. After all, generally speaking, disciples who had just entered the inner sect would not choose this kind of martial art that was difficult to cultivate. Moreover, it had extremely high requirements and was extremely dangerous. Breaking through to the transcendent realm was not easy. If one failed, all their previous efforts would be wasted. The price was a bit too high. After studying it carefully, Xianxia discovered that the 12 Golden Lotus Arts had two characteristics. The first one was similar to most inner force cultivation arts. Every additional lotus petal would increase one's realm by one level. At the same time, it would increase the total quantity and quality of true qi as well as cultivation. There were a total of 12 levels, which was 3 levels more than most inner force cultivation arts. The second one was a unique attribute. Every additional lotus petal would allow one to borrow the power of a celestial phenomenon. Similarly, there were 12 celestial phenomena. There was no difference in the power of a celestial phenomenon. As the number of petals increased, the power would continue to increase. The first level allowed one to comprehend the power of a celestial phenomenon and add it to the Snow Lotus Sword Arts. The second level of the celestial phenomenon was gradually formed. When used, it would be more obvious and its power would also increase. The third level of the celestial phenomenon was complete. Its power would increase greatly, and because it could borrow the power of 3 celestial phenomena, it could be used together. Basically, the Snow Lotus Sword Arts would be invincible among martial arts of the same level. The fourth level to the sixth level of the celestial phenomenon was gradually formed. Its power would continue to increase, and the celestial phenomenon would become more obvious. When used together, it would produce special effects. For example, wind could cut, thunder could stun, rain could restore true qi, and lightning could paralyze the opponent. The 7th level to the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon was gradually formed. The destructive power of the celestial phenomenon was even more terrifying, and the power of the Snow Lotus Sword Arts was even more terrifying. The 9th level of the celestial phenomenon was complete. 9 celestial phenomena would dance wildly. When used together, one could trigger natural celestial phenomena. The success rate depended on one's martial spirit and the weather conditions. Once successful, one could completely disregard all martial artists below the heaven realm. Even those who had just entered the heaven realm would have to retreat. The 10th level to the 12th level did not have a real battle, so its effects were unknown. It was estimated that one could completely trigger the power of a celestial phenomenon and reach the level of killing a Heaven Realm master. Let's not talk about the last 3 levels for now. Because there was no actual combat test, his speculations might not be reliable. However, just the perfection of the 9th level was already very terrifying. Once he encountered the right weather and triggered the power of the celestial phenomenon, Ling Xiao would be almost invincible under the celestial realm. It was even possible for him to kill his opponent in an instant. Even heaven-tier experts would have to avoid such a situation. An immemorial martial art was indeed an immemorial martial art. Moreover, this 12 Golden Lotus Arts was created by a crazy person. This kind of terrifying power was definitely not a gold-grade rare-grade martial art. Perhaps even a gold-grade high-grade martial art would not be able to block it. Could it be a gold-grade martial art? Who knew? In any case, among the gold-grade martial arts, the 12 Golden Lotus Arts was definitely the most terrifying, but also the most dangerous. This could be seen from the fact that hundreds of top geniuses in the Yuehua school had been killed or injured because of this technique. Only a madman would dare to create such a martial art. In such a dangerous situation, only a madman would dare to cultivate such a martial art. Ling Xiao had always felt that he had no foundation and no clan, so he had to go to the extreme. Otherwise, how could he compare to those geniuses from prestigious clans? Fortunately, he had the mountain and river martial spirit, alchemy skills, and formation skills. Relying on these, he could minimize the risk of cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. After comprehending it, the next step was cultivation. The first level was to condense the first Golden Lotus petal and comprehend the power of the celestial phenomenon, wind. Ling Xiao did not have a wind-type martial spirit, but he had the mountain and river martial spirit. The mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. It was a world by itself, and it encompassed almost all celestial phenomena. Therefore, to Ling Xiao, comprehending celestial phenomena was not a problem at all. When cultivating, Ling Xiao simply activated the mountain and river martial spirit. He did not dare to use it during battle for fear of being seen by others. However, when cultivating, he was not afraid because he did not need to use it. Every cave was protected by a formation. In addition to the interference of the airflow he created, no one would be able to realize that he was using the mountain and river martial spirit. After all, what he was using was only one of the powers of the mountain and river martial spirit, wind. At this moment, within the mountain and river martial spirit, a violent wind was raging. The sound of the wind came from the forest, and the sea was constantly being blown by the wind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao began to cultivate. With the help of the martial spirit, in addition to his outstanding perception and the analytical ability of the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao had successfully cultivated the first level of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts in a mere 2 hours. In the position of his dantian, there was an additional golden lotus petal flickering with light. Hee, it seems that my judgment was correct. I have the mountain and river martial spirit. Choosing this 12 Golden Lotus Arts is simply a perfect match. Although Ling Xiao expected that cultivating it would not be too difficult, after all, he had already cultivated a high-grade gold-grade martial art and had accumulated a lot of experience in cultivating gold-grade martial arts. But even so, he did not expect it to be so easy. According to the secret manual, even the person who created this set of martial arts would need at least 7 days to cultivate the first level. As for others, it would take at least a few months, at most a few years, or even decades. Ling Xiao's advantage was his terrifying perception, as well as the mountain and river martial spirit's power of the heavenly phenomenon. This had caused his cultivation speed to be extremely fast. Perhaps even the person who created this set of martial arts would never have thought of it. The cultivation of the second level was relatively more difficult. This was also in line with the rules of ordinary cultivation techniques. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. However, this kind of difficulty was also relative. The second level required the help of the heavenly phenomenon power of thunder. For Ling Xiao, this was actually even less difficult. After the mountain and river martial spirit was activated, the weather in the mountain and river world changed from a violent wind to a thunderstorm. At the same time, the shadow of a thunder bear appeared behind him. With the help of these two factors, the condensation of the second lotus only took 6 hours. This was an advantage, a huge advantage. At the same time as the condensation of the second lotus petal, Ling Xiao's cultivation also continued to increase. He had already advanced from 20% half-step master to 50% half-step master. This speed was as fast as flying. Indeed, a good internal strength cultivation method could greatly increase one's cultivation. His judgment was not wrong about this. The cultivation of the third level was even more difficult. Ling Xiao gave it a try. Because the foundation of the first 2 levels was not stable, it was very difficult to cultivate successfully. Moreover, there were too many hidden dangers in the cultivation process. He thought for a while and temporarily stopped cultivating the 12 golden lotus arts. He separated an avatar to consolidate the results of the first 2 levels. The 12 golden lotus arts could be used in conjunction with the snow lotus sword art. Therefore, the comprehension of the last form of the snow lotus sword art was very important. Meanwhile, his main body began refining the fire serpent array. After so many days, he hadn't stopped studying the array refinement technique. After all, he had to fulfill the requirements of a Yuan Venerate in order to head to the vast cold hall to cultivate. His master was very mysterious and gentle at times, but he never compromised on matters of principle. He was very stubborn and strict. It would be impossible to head to the vast cold hall in advance if he couldn't complete the task assigned to him. Success. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile excitedly as he looked at the light red array refinement stone in his hand. The array refinement stone was originally transparent, colorless, and odorless. It would only change when it was smelted into an array or formation. The fire serpent array refinement stone was red and there were inscriptions of the fire serpent array and a small fire serpent on it. It's time to report back to master. Ling Xiao glanced at the 2 clones in the cave abode and recalled them helplessly. Although the shadow cultivation secret technique could allow clones to cultivate, the problem was that they couldn't be more than 10 meters away from him. This was also why he was anxious to find a higher level cultivation secret technique that could replace the shadow cultivation secret technique. If he could be further away, his clones would be able to continue cultivating even when he was doing other things. That way, he wouldn't have to waste time. However, he definitely couldn't do that now. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed or forced. Just like the 12 golden lotus arts, he had obtained it through an unexpected life or death challenge. He believed that as his cultivation base continued to improve and his strength continued to increase, there would definitely be more opportunities. Right now, the most important thing was to raise his cultivation base to the transcendent grade as soon as possible. Then, he would be able to enter the inner sex moonflower building again and find a martial technique that could replace the shadow cultivation secret technique. When he hurried over to Yang Danlin's cave abode, Yang Danlin was researching a new elixir pill while the Yuan Venerate was sleeping. "Oh, you're here, disciple. Master thought you had forgotten about our agreement." The Yuan Venerate opened his eyes when he saw Ling Xiao. However, it was only a slit. Perhaps opening his eyes too wide would waste too much energy. How would I dare to forget Master's instructions? Furthermore, I've always wanted to go to the Guanghan Palace to cultivate. Alright, take out your fire snake refining formation stone and let me take a look. Ling Xiao obediently took out 2 fire snake array refining stones. One was refined by a Yuan Venerate, while the other was refined by him. The Yuan Venerate could not be bothered to ask any more questions. He already knew that his disciple had outstanding perception, memory, and comprehension, so there was no point in asking about theories. The most important thing was the quality of the refined fire snake array refining stone. When he carefully looked at Ling Xiao's refining formation stone, he couldn't help but frown. Have you really never been to the Celestial Court continent? Or have you never learned how to refine arrays? No. Ling Xiao answered honestly. I've really lost to you, old friend. This time, we've really picked up a peerless treasure. This is the first time this brat has refined a fire snake refining formation stone, and he actually refined it with a better effect than me, his master. I really want to find a piece of tofu and kill myself. The Yuan Venerate turned around and told Yang Danlin. Yuan Venerate, old friend, don't complain. It was the same when I taught him alchemy. Do you know why I chose to let little Lan teach him? It was because I didn't want to be discouraged. This kid is simply a monster among monsters. Yang Danlin also smiled bitterly. When it came to alchemy, Yang Danlin was very famous among the 12 sections. When it came to refining arrays, if a Yuan Venerate in the Sky Dragon continent said that he was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. However, in front of a little monster like Ling Xiao, they suddenly felt like fools. They simply couldn't understand. Forget it. Since you can already refine a fire snake refining formation stone on your own, it means that your foundation is already very solid. However, refining arrays is the same as alchemy. Even if you get started relatively quickly, the deeper you learn, the more mysterious and profound you will discover. The Yuan Venerate's expression became serious again. Right now, you are just following the path of others. It can be said that you are standing on the shoulders of giants. When you are able to refine your own pills and arrays, you will be considered a true master. Your disciple will follow master's teachings. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in respect. Good, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. This is commendable. Next, old friend, you will arrange some sect missions for this kid. Try your best to let him come into contact with the various array formations and arrays of the Yuehua school. After saying that, the Yuan Venerate turned to Ling Xiao and said, learning about arrays and arrays is just the beginning. Master wants you to refine all these arrays and arrays into array refining stones. When you do this, you can graduate. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Master at any time. All of them. Ling Xiao had been at the Yuehua school for more than a month, so he knew about the situation in the Yuehua school. Almost all the cave residences and pavilions were protected by array formations, while the disciple tokens, elder tokens, and other small objects had array formations on them. Who knew how long it would take to refine all of them into array refining stones? That's right, all of them. However, you don't have to worry. You just have to finish them before you graduate from the Yuehua school. Next, Master will get your senior brother Yang to contact Wanghan Tianzuan of the Moon Hall. As long as you are willing, you can head over to the Moon Hall to cultivate. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao thanked him hurriedly. Yang Danlin called Lan Yuer over and asked her to bring Ling Xiao into contact with the array formations and arrays of the Yuehua school. There wasn't much difference between array formations and arrays. The difference was that array formations were relatively larger and were set up independently. On the other hand, arrays were generally smaller and were set up on small objects. They couldn't be set up independently. The principles behind both were the same. It was just that one developed in a larger direction, while the other developed in a smaller direction. Regardless of whether it was an array formation or an array formation, their power would weaken as time passed. Problems might even arise due to certain reasons. For example, the defensive array formation on the outer sex challenge platform might break through the limits of the array formation's defense and cause problems if a relatively strong disciple challenged it. When that happened, someone would have to maintain and repair it. Generally speaking, the matter of maintaining array formations and arrays was handled by the Array Formation Hall. However, Lan Yuer had a very good relationship with the hall master of the Array Formation Hall. They were truly good sisters. Therefore, there wouldn't be any problems if she brought Ling Xiao along. After a few days, Ling Xiao already knew most of the outer array formations of the Yuehua school like the back of his hand. The reason it was called the outer array formations was because there were some more confidential areas that he wasn't qualified to come into contact with. After all, he was still just an outer sect disciple. However, this performance still pleased the Yuan Venerate and Yang Danlin. Thus, Ling Xiao was also promised that Yang Danlin would personally lead him to the vast cold hall for training. The vast cold hall master was the same as the Desperation Tower master. It seemed like she wasn't willing to reveal her true appearance to outsiders. She also wore a mask. However, this mask was much better looking than the Desperation Tower master's. It was in the shape of a butterfly and was very beautiful. That's strange. I sensed a familiar aura from the Desperation Tower master last time. This time, it's the same for the owner of the vast cold hall. Why do the two of them have the same aura? Ling Xiao had originally thought that he had already confirmed the identity of the Desperation Tower master. However, he was now confused again. Wang Han Tianzuan, I have already given you the elixir pills that I promised you. Can you let my disciple enter the vast cold hall to cultivate now? Yang Danlin asked with a smile. Old Hall Master Yang, I won't go back on my word. However, the doors of the vast cold hall can only be opened once a year. This is the sect's rule. Wang Han Tianzuan said faintly, this is my vast cold token. If this child can enter the vast cold hall, he can stay as long as he wants. I won't stop him. As she spoke, she tossed a jade token in her hand to Ling Xiao. The jade token was strangely cold when it entered his hand. Ling Xiao felt as if his right hand was about to be frozen. Mountain River Ruler, transform. It was obvious that the primordial essence of the Guanghan Heavenly Lord was wrapped in the jade pendant. It was a type of primordial essence that was shockingly cold. Its quality was much stronger than Ling Zhao's Sky Dragon Primordial Essence, Thunderbolt Primordial Essence, Fierce Beast Primordial Essence, and Golden Lotus Primordial Essence. How could Ling Xiao bear to waste such a good thing? In an instant, the Sky Dragon True Essence in one of his martial veins was completely transformed into this incomparably cold Moon True Essence. Of course, the name was given by him. He did not know what kind of martial arts this True Essence was. After all, the opponent was too strong. Even if he used the Mountain River Martial Spirits Analysis ability, he could not see through it. At this point, there were 5 types of vital essences in his body. The Fierce Beast vital essences occupied 1 martial vein, and there was not much left. They were all consumed when refining formations and pills. The Thunderbolt True Essence occupied a martial vein, and less than half of it remained. The Moon True Essence occupied 3 martial veins and was very abundant. The total amount of True Essence might be insignificant to Wang Han Tianzuan, but to Ling Xiao, it was the true essence of 3 martial veins. As for the remaining 4 martial veins, 2 of them were Golden Lotus True Essence and were mainly used for attacking. 2 of them were Heavenly Dragon Vital Essence and were mainly used for defense. Among the 5 types of vital essences, the Moon True Essence was the strongest, but he did not dare to use it unless it was a last resort. After all, this was the vital essence of a Heaven Realm expert. Once used, although the lethality was terrifying, it would definitely kill 1,000 enemies and hurt 800 of his own. The second was the Golden Lotus True Essence and the Sky Dragon True Essence. The 2 were currently equal in power, but one was good at attacking and the other was good at defending. There were also Ling Zhao's own vital essences and could be used repeatedly. The weakest were the Thunderbolt True Essence and the Fierce Beast Vital Essences. Ling Xiao saved the Thunderbolt True Essence for when he comprehended the lightning celestial phenomenon. The Fierce Beast Vital Essence could produce black flames, so it was naturally used for refining pills and formations. Wang Han Tianzuan saw Ling Xiao holding her moon token without the slightest discomfort and could not help but be secretly surprised. In fact, she was very curious why Yang Danlin and the Tower Master of Desperation Tower valued this outer sect disciple so much, so she wrapped her vital essence around the moon token in an attempt to test it. Logically speaking, even a Transcendent Realm cultivator would freeze their right hand after receiving the moon token. But this kid did not have any reaction at all. What a freak. What's wrong, senior? Is there something wrong? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No, this king was just thinking, if you can't enter from the main entrance, how are you going to enter the Moon Hall? Wang Han Tianzuan asked. Senior, if I don't enter from the main entrance, will I violate the sect rules? Ling Xiao did not want to give others a chance to frame him. Others will definitely violate the sect rules. If it's a light punishment, they will never be allowed to enter the Moon Hall again. If it's a heavy punishment, they will directly cripple their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Wang Han Tianzuan replied, but you are different. You have the moon token. As long as you enter, it is this king's order. No one can say anything. You can even be regarded as this king's representative. Haha, then it's simple. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Simple? Wang Han Tianzuan was a little surprised. Reporting to senior, in fact, this disciple has already checked the Moon Hall's Grand Array. Although this Grand Array has been repaired, there are still flaws. At present, there are 3 relatively hidden flaws. As long as one is a Transcendent Realm cultivator, they can easily enter and exit without being discovered by senior. How is that possible? Ling Zhao's words shocked Wang Han Tianzuan. Although she was not a genius in spirit arrays, she was still very familiar with this grand array. In addition, the people from the array hall would come to maintain the grand array once a month. How could there be such a big flaw? She thought that Ling Xiao was exaggerating, so her aura became even colder. Because she did not like liars. Wang Han Tianzuan, don't underestimate Ling Xiao. His ability is no worse than those people from the array hall. Yang Danlin smiled. Old Hall Master Yang also thinks that there is a problem with my grand array? Wang Han Tianzuan frowned and asked. How about we make a bet? Yang Danlin smiled. What kind of bet? Wang Han Tianzuan asked. It's very simple. If this boy can enter the Moon Hall, can you lend him your Moon Hall token for a long time until he no longer needs it? Yang Danlin replied, if this old master loses, in the future, no matter what pill you want to refine, as long as you have the materials, this old master will refine it for you. How about it? Deal. Wang Han Tianzuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Even if she was a heavenly venerable and a heaven realm master, it was very difficult to find Yang Danlin to refine pills, especially those with high risks. This bet was absolutely beneficial to her. Ling Xiao, did you hear that? Wang Han Tianzuan has given you an excellent opportunity. Don't miss it. Yang Danlin smiled and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also smiled. It was normal that Wang Han Tianzuan did not believe him. After all, he was just an outer disciple. However, this was really not a problem for him. The 3 flaws in the Moon Hall's grand array could be freely entered and exited. Of course, the premise was that you could discover these 3 flaws. This required a deep understanding of array formations and extremely high eyesight. Even Wang Han Tianzuan could not do it. Other than Ling Xiao, no one else could see through the flaws of the hidden array. Of course, there must be someone else in the Yuehua school who could do it. However, for some reason, these 3 flaws had not been fixed. Wang Han Tianzuan did not believe Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao wanted to show her. Therefore, under Wang Han Tianzuan's stunned gaze, Ling Xiao walked into the Guanghan Palace and then walked out again. God! Wang Han Tianzuan thought she had seen wrongly and even bit her lips. After confirming that it was not an illusion, she felt a little disappointed and helpless. Now I finally understand why old Hall Master Yang, the Tower Master of the Desperation Tower, Lan Yuer, and even the Tower Master of the Moonlight Tower in the inner court treat this kid with special respect. Old Hall Master Yang, can you give this kid to me as a disciple? Hee, that won't do. Yang Danlin smiled proudly. Although Ling Xiao was not his disciple, he was still his junior brother. He was also someone that he had taught before. This honor definitely existed. I'm so jealous. Wang Han Tianzuan had never been so crazy before. If I had known, I would have waited in the outer sect when the recruitment was expanded. I heard that Golden Light Tianzuan had chosen a peerless genius, but I think that little guy really can't compare with this little guy. Senior, can this disciple go in? Go in. From today onwards, the Guanghan Palace will be completely open to you. You can come here at any time. However, since you are so powerful, if you have time, you still have to repair this array for me. Wang Han Tianzuan smiled. This disciple understands. After saying that, Ling Xiao couldn't wait to enter the Guanghan Palace. Oh, it's so cold, but after a long time, it feels so comfortable. The moment Ling Xiao entered the Guanghan Palace, a gust of cold air hit him in the face. At first, it made him feel very uncomfortable, but after the body adapted to the cold, he felt particularly comfortable. He didn't even need to deliberately cultivate. As long as he stood there and breathed, there would be abundant spiritual energy entering his body and transmitting it through his meridians to his limbs and bones. Ling Xiao found a place with the most abundant spiritual energy and sat down cross-legged. It could also be said that this place was one of the Guanghan Palace's Qi-eyes. The Qi-eyes constantly ejected cold air rich in spiritual energy, which could accelerate the tempering of the body and the impurities in the body. Buzz unconsciously, the mountain and river martial spirit began to circulate on its own, and the fusion rate with Ling Xiao's soul also began to increase rapidly. This was something Ling Xiao did not expect. The cold air here actually had such a special effect. In the past, the fusion rate was less than 30%. Now, in just a moment, it had increased to 50%, and it was still increasing. Ling Xiao had always been looking forward to what would happen when the mountain and river martial spirit and his soul fusion reached 100%. He originally thought that this day would be very far away, but now it seemed that it wouldn't take that long. He took a deep breath, took out a refining array stone, and crushed it. A strange array diagram suddenly appeared around him, concealment array. This was only a small array. It was a very ordinary array to hide one's body and aura. Ling Xiao was mainly worried that he would accidentally release the aura of the mountain and river martial spirit during his cultivation and it would be discovered by others, so he used this concealment array to protect himself. After that, he split into two doppelgangers. One of them comprehended the last move of the Divine Prison King Fist. The other continued to comprehend the last move of the Snow Lotus Sword art. His main body was completely immersed in the cultivation of his body. The Heavenly Dragon Golden Body and 12 Golden Lotus Arts were operating at the same time. From the outside, there was no one there. It was as if it was an empty place. Even the Wanghan Tianzuan outside lost track of Ling Xiao's aura. After all, Ling Xiao had prepared 2 layers of protection. First, he directly adjusted the template to the level of death. This way, Ling Xiao would no longer have any aura of a living person. Then, he set up a concealment array outside. If this could still be discovered, the Wanghan Tianzuan would have broken through to a higher realm. This kid is really powerful. The Wanghan Tianzuan smiled and also sat down cross-legged. Among the younger generation, there was a lot of pressure on these celestial venerables. Yuehua School. Among the mountains, there was a mountain peak that was actually an active volcano. It was filled with hot magma all year round. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it at all. Even the animals and plants that lived there were completely resistant to the high temperature. Even the magma couldn't melt them. This mountain peak belonged to a newly promoted elder of the Yuehua school, the flame deity. At this time, on a road leading to the volcano, Heisua was completely soaked. The terrifying heat was difficult for even a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator like him to bear. Every time he came here, it was like he was suffering. On both sides of the road stood several lava lizards. These lizards looked as if they were made of lava. Their hard shells combined with their terrifying strength made even a first-layer transcendent realm cultivator have to be careful. Heisua's expression was very ugly. He knew very well why his master had called him here this time. A trivial Ling Xiao, he had spent more than a month and still hadn't been able to deal with him. On the contrary, the people on his side had been killed one by one. Yang Qing, Gong Yangnu, Tuoba Shan, Jin Ming, even Wang Feng had almost been killed. Li Anil could only tuck his tail between his legs in front of Ling Xiao. As an inner sect disciple, he was powerless to do anything about it. It would be great if Ling Xiao left the sect. At that time, he would definitely not let the sect know if he made a move. But as long as Ling Xiao remained in the sect, there was nothing he could do. The sect's rules stated that inner sect disciples were not allowed to interfere with outer sect matters. He didn't want to ruin his future just to deal with Ling Xiao. But the problem was that Ling Xiao was now the undisputed #1 disciple in the outer sect. No one was his opponent, so even if Heisua wanted to send someone to deal with Ling Xiao, he couldn't do it. Not to mention him, even his master couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Yang Danlin, that old thing, was obviously determined to protect Ling Xiao. Lan Yuer, that little girl, had been fed some kind of soup by Ling Xiao that she was actually willing to risk her life to protect him. There was also the tower master of the Desperation Tower who seemed to have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Wasn't he just a piece of trash with a treasure-grade body? Why did so many people think so highly of him? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. He was very clear that he had already become the laughingstock of the inner sect. Many of his fellow disciples were laughing at him behind his back for not being able to deal with a trivial outer sect disciple. As a result, this outer sect disciple had developed to the point where he couldn't be dealt with. What should he do? Shurzuan would definitely ask about it. The volcanic crater was right in front of him, so Heisua didn't dare to think about it anymore and became cautious. Novel, La, in front of the volcanic crater, there were 2 huge lava lizards. The two lizards glanced at Xianxia and then lay down again, probably recognizing him as one of their own. Xianxia swallowed hard, his heart filled with fear. Because these two huge lava lizards were 4 or 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. Not only were they huge, but their strength was also close to the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. According to the classification of vicious beasts, they were Class 9 top vicious beasts. The ferocious beast that gave Master Baiyun a headache in Tianfeng City was only a Class 1 low-tier ferocious beast. These two vicious beasts in front of him could easily kill Xianxia with a wave of their claws. One had to know that in terms of pure combat strength, these two Class 9 top vicious beasts were actually not inferior to a master who had just entered the Heaven Realm. It was just that they were not as smart as a Heaven Realm master and did not have as many means as a Heaven Realm master. Seeing the two lava lizards move aside, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and then walked into the volcanic crater. Even if it was an active volcano, it would not erupt often. However, in order to cultivate, the flame deity could make this volcano continuously spew magma, so except for the path up the mountain, the rest of the mountain was completely surrounded by magma, making it impossible to enter or exit at will. Above the volcanic crater, there was actually a floating palace. A metal chain made of an unknown material hung in the air, and the palace was surrounded by boiling magma. Even the walls of the palace were constantly maintained at a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. However, in this environment, the flame deity sat there very comfortably, holding a book in his hand and reading it. When he was not angry, the flame deity looked gentle and refined, like a middle-aged scholar in his 40s. In fact, he was a few years older than Grandmaster Baiyun, already more than 100 years old. The lifespan of a Heaven Realm cultivator was 100 years longer than a Transcendent Realm cultivator, about 300 years. In other words, Empyrean Demon Flame was actually still very young. Xianxia stood there trembling with fear. Although he was the flame deity's disciple, he never dared to be impudent in front of the flame deity. Especially after he was seriously injured by Ling Xiao, the flame deity was already very disappointed in him. If he made another mistake, he was afraid that this master of his would kill him like a thunderbolt. "Master, what instructions do you have for me?" Xianxia asked respectfully. "Tell me, what's the situation with Ling Xiao now? Oh, and tell me about the others. Although Baiyun is crippled, I will not allow any of his disciples to grow up smoothly in Yuehua school." It was said that once one's cultivation reached a certain level, their mentality would change and they would no longer bicker with small fries. However, this saying was not true for the flame deity. This person had always been cautious. Even if there was the slightest threat, he would mercilessly eliminate it before it sprouted. He would never give the other party any chance to take revenge on him. Disciple is guilty. I can't even deal with a few outer sect disciples. Please punish me, Master. Xianxia hurriedly knelt down, trembling with fear. He did not even dare to look up at the flame deity. Answer the question. The flame deity just said coldly. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and replied cautiously, "There are a total of 3 disciples of Baiyun who entered Yuehua school. At present, Cold Plum's whereabouts are unknown. It seems that she went missing a few days after joining Yuehua school, and no one has gone to look for her." Dai Yuling became Lan Yuer's disciple. Her martial soul was obviously destroyed by Jin Ming and others, but it miraculously came back and is even stronger than before. As for Ling Xiao, since Master came to the outer sect and took Wang Feng away, he became the #1 outer sect disciple. Now, the Medicine Hall's Hall Master, the Array Hall's Hall Master, the Desperation Tower's Hall Master, the Moonlight Tower's Hall Master, and Lan Yu all have a good impression of him, especially the Medicine Hall's Hall Master, Yang Danlin, and the Medicine Hall's Vice Hall Master, Lan Yu. I'm afraid that they will protect him with their lives. Although Xianxia knew that his master would not be happy, he had to say it. He did not dare to lie. Once he did, the result would be more terrible and the trouble would be bigger. So, Master really has no way to deal with Ling Xiao? The flame deity's face turned cold. After a while, he said viciously, "Ling Xiao must die. Just his talent in alchemy alone is enough to kill him." Xianxia understood why his master said that. Because once an alchemist, an outstanding alchemist, had reached a certain level, even if his own cultivation was not good, he could still gather many experts to help him. At that time, Ling Xiao would be more difficult to deal with than a celestial realm expert. Yang Danlin was a good example. The flame deity could definitely kill Yang Danlin one-on-one, but he did not dare to do it. Yang Danlin always had a celestial realm expert protecting her for free, and her only request was to help with alchemy. Disciple knows. Master, please tell me how to deal with this kid. He Sua really could not think of any way to deal with Ling Xiao. He could only hope that the flame deity could think of a way. You have to deal with this matter. It's not good for Master to appear. Speaking of this, the flame deity suddenly showed a sneer. When Master comes out of seclusion next time, the Desperation Tower's Hall Master, the Moonlight Tower's Hall Master, and the Array Hall's Hall Master will all be nothing. You have to know that in this world, the fist speaks. Disciple understands. He Sua nodded. He was very clear about the flame deity's meaning. He wanted to wait until he came out of seclusion before making a decision. When Master is in seclusion, you will secretly make arrangements and continue to rope in inner disciples. However, you must be careful not to alarm the sex upper echelons. Otherwise, Master will not be able to protect you. The flame deity said, in addition, don't forget the annual Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. Although your aptitude is not as good as your junior brother Ming Tian's, you still have an immortal grade treasure body. You are stronger than most of the sect's disciples. Seize this opportunity and you will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. He Sua could not help but be happy. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, Disciple obeys. It was said that there would be a fixed period of time every year when the Yuehua school would not see daylight. The moon would always hang in the sky above the Moonlight Pagoda, looking very close. This period would last for about 7 days and was called the Moon Arrival Festival. During this period of time, one could climb the Moonlight Pagoda and obtain all kinds of opportunities. This was the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. The Pagoda Ascension Ceremony was open to all the disciples of the Yuehua school. However, it was basically unheard of for outer disciples to be able to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. If they could not even pass the first stage, they would not be able to find their own opportunities. Alright, you can go. Remember Master's instructions. Disciple will definitely not forget. Outside the crater stood a young man and a girl. The young man was Ming Tian, and the girl was Suing. These two people clearly joined the flame deity later than He Sua, but they were valued by the flame deity far more than He Sua. This made He Sua extremely uncomfortable in his heart. But even so, he did not dare to get angry. Facing these two people, he could only reveal an unwilling smile. Ming Tian had exceptional aptitude. Suing had special talent. These two types of people were the favorite of celestial venerables. The flame deity took in many disciples, but they were generally just in-name disciples. For example, He Sua, Wang Feng, and He Sua's other senior brother and senior sister. But Ming Tian and Suing had the qualifications to become the flame deity's personal disciples. It simply made people tremble with jealousy. Ling Xiao did not know what happened in the volcano palace. He was currently wholeheartedly cultivating. The cold air of the Guanghan palace constantly entered his body, benefiting him greatly. This kind of cold air was even more powerful than the Heaven Essence bone-changing pill. However, the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body required too much energy. If the energy needed to go from the 4th level to the 5th level was divided into 10 stages, Ling Xiao had just reached the peak of the 4th level and entered the 1st stage. This roughly 2 hours of cultivation had already filled up a stage's energy. But the further he went, the more energy he needed. Although the filling speed did not change, the time needed to fill up the energy was longer. However, Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the speed. If he purely used medicinal pills to cultivate, perhaps hundreds of Heaven Essence bone-changing pills would not be enough to fill up a stage's energy. No wonder this place was regarded as a forbidden area in the Yuehua school. Only with permission could one enter. Such a good place to cultivate, the energy inside could not possibly be inexhaustible. Therefore, it had to be used sparingly and only for geniuses. He was familiar with array formations, so he roughly observed the array formation of the Guanghan Palace. This was a very special kind of qi-gathering grand array, roughly low yellow grade. But even so, it could repeatedly convert the natural energy between heaven and earth into spiritual energy, and then use the cold energy to confine it in the Guanghan Palace. Ling Xiao felt that he should be able to modify this qi gathering array into a small-scale array, and then inlay it on his jewelry and wear it on his body. That way, no matter when, his body would be able to constantly absorb fresh spirit qi. Unknowingly, an entire day had passed. Ling Xiao could feel that his strength was still accumulating and increasing. The heavenly dragon golden body had entered the 5th stage from the 4th stage to the 5th stage. At this rate, he would probably be able to reach the 5th level after a few more rounds. Ling Xiao was a little excited at the thought of being able to completely transform his body into a transcendent being on the 5th level. Yang Kai's current soul force and internal force had actually reached the transcendent realm's requirements, but his body still hadn't reached the transcendent realm's standard. In fact, if he wanted to, he could rely on his soul's potential to directly break through to the transcendent realm. They could also rely on their potential to break through to the transcendent realm. But he didn't do that. He was already at the final step, and he couldn't be a cripple trying to break through to the next level. Once he broke through to the transcendent realm, his foundation would be much more stable and his strength would be much greater than an ordinary transcendence. In any case, his body wasn't that far behind. Moonlight filled the sky. Night had fallen. Inside the Guanghan Palace, a silvery white light completely enveloped it. Strangely, when it was night time, the Guanghan Palace absorbed the power of the moon, and the effect was even better than during the day. The Yuehua school was probably named this because of this. Ling Xiao calmed down and no longer thought about other things. Instead, he focused on cultivating. His entire body and mind were immersed in the moonlight, as if he was wrapped in a strange power. Bathing in it, it was extremely comfortable. Strange things would always happen in the middle of the night. Someone definitely knew about the 3 flaws of the Guanghan Palace. Perhaps the people of the Array Formation Hall had purposely left these 3 flaws as a gift. So. Asterisk 3 silhouettes entered the Guanghan Palace through 3 different openings. Then, they gathered at the Qi where Ling Xiao was cultivating. At this time, Wanghan Tianzuan had already entered a deep state of cultivation, leaving only 2 first-order Transcendent Realm guards to guard the entrance. How could these 2 people have discovered such an anomaly? Haha, great, Junior Brother Wang, I didn't expect you to know about such a flaw. That cold-faced woman Wanghan Tianzuan is too hateful, actually not giving our honored master face. The one who spoke was a woman's voice. If Ling Xiao opened his eyes at this moment, it wouldn't be difficult to recognize this woman as Su Ying. The junior brother Wang she spoke of was Wang Feng, who had just been promoted to the inner sect. The other person was obviously a disciple of the Array Hall, his cultivation also around the first-order transcendent realm. If one wanted to find these flaws, it would be impossible without a disciple who was proficient in spirit arrays. You 2 cultivate here, you must leave before dawn, otherwise, if you are discovered by Wanghan Tianzuan, you will die. After the Array Hall disciple gave some instructions, he turned around and left, giving Wang Feng and Su Ying each a wooden token with some patterns engraved on it. This would make it easier for the 2 of them to leave this place. Senior sister, hurry up and cultivate, use your dual cultivation method. This opportunity cost me 1,000 low-rank spirit stones, we can't waste it. Wang Feng said eagerly. Why are you in such a hurry? Our ninja clan's dual cultivation method requires physical intimacy. You and I haven't developed any feelings for each other yet, so let's cultivate separately first. After an hour, when you feel something, it won't be too late to begin dual cultivation. Su Ying's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. If she had to choose a dual cultivation method partner, she would definitely choose Ming Tian. However, Ming Tian was completely focused on cultivation and didn't care about anything else. She, Su Ying, was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations, yet that guy really wasn't tempted at all. She had repeatedly asked to dual cultivate with Ming Tian but had been directly rejected. Did he think that her talent was bad? Damn Ming Tian, what an arrogant guy. Thinking about this, Su Ying sighed helplessly. Looking at Wang Feng, who had already entered a state of cultivation, she gently took off her outer layer of clothing. This would be more beneficial for absorbing the cold qi. 2 hours later. Wang Feng opened his eyes, looking at the hazy figure in the cold qi, he suddenly felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen. Gulp, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then pounced on her without caring about anything else. Just at this moment, the chaotic fluctuations of the aura disturbed Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of cultivation. Although Ling Xiao was in the middle of cultivation, he still released a trace of Jin Yuan to monitor the situation around him. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the chaotic aura with some displeasure. In that instant, a blush appeared on his face. He actually felt a little restless. That kind of scene that made one's mouth dry up to the extreme made him, a 14-year-old youth who had never experienced anything between a man and a woman, feel his blood boil and his true essence become restless. This also caused his originally well-hidden aura to leak out. Who is it? Wang Feng and Su Ying, who were in the middle of their business, were startled. The two of them put on their clothes almost at the same time and then stared at Ling Xiao. Su Ying, Wang Feng, at this moment, Ling Xiao finally saw who these two people were. He was a little surprised. How could these two people be together? Didn't Su Ying say that she wanted to avenge her fiancé's Wulong? How long had it been since she entered the sect? Was she already doing this kind of thing? Moreover, it was in Guanghan Temple. If Wanghan Tianzuan found out, these two people would probably be killed on the spot. Come out, sneaky bastard, you really have no sense of shame, actually sneaking around to spy on the affairs of men and women. Su Ying shouted angrily. Haha, it's really a case of the wicked complaining first. Ling Xiao removed the outer concealment array and then slowly revealed himself. Of course, before this, he had taken back his two clones. Huh? The moment he took back his clones, Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a little surprised. The Divine Prison King's fist had actually broken through the final shackles and mastered the final move, destruction. This was a punch that had reached the grand accomplishment stage, capable of completely destroying one's soul and body. Its power was terrifying, even stronger than the previous moves combined. Ling Xiao. Su Ying and Wang Feng also recognized Ling Xiao, and the two of them suddenly formed a pincer attack. If Ling Xiao tried to escape, they could attack at the same time, not giving Ling Xiao the slightest chance to escape. Two terrifying auras rushed towards Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to also break through. Ling Xiao soon discovered that Su Ying was also a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. It seemed that cultivating with heavenly venerate demon flame was faster than cultivating on his own. Right now, Su Ying's cultivation likely already surpassed Zhao Ji. Clearly, the two of them had similar potential. The two people in front of Yang Kai were both first-order transcendent realm cultivators. If it were an ordinary half-step grandmaster, they would have already died. This meant that the two of them were out to take his life. However, his aura was so strong that it could not be compared with an ordinary half-step master. Therefore, the aura of these two people did not affect him at all. Ling Xiao, if you can't explain yourself today, we'll definitely bring you shameless bastard to Master Mo Yen for punishment. Wang Feng berated. What a joke. I'm cultivating here, and I never imagined that the two of you would actually be doing such improper things beside me. You actually dare to say that I'm shameless? You're really twisting the truth. Ling Xiao looked at Su Ying and Wang Feng, wondering what the consequences would be if he killed these two here. He was really a little surprised that he would encounter these two people here. One of them kept saying that he wanted to kill him. The other directly tried to kill him. One wanted to avenge her fiancé, and the other wanted to avenge his life and death friend. What was more interesting was that both of them actually worshipped the flame deity as their master. It could be said that there was a deep hatred between him and these two. If he didn't kill them, they would kill him. Was this an opportunity given to him by the heavens? By the way, how did the two of you enter this Guanghan temple? I heard that for the past month, no one has been allowed to enter this Guanghan temple unless they have Wanghan Tianzuan's Guanghan token. Where is your Guanghan token? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. Did these two sneak in through a flaw in the Guanghan temple spirit array? If that was the case, then it would be interesting. Sure enough, when he mentioned the Guanghan token, Wang Feng and Su Ying's expressions changed drastically. They didn't have a Guanghan token. They had just bribed a senior brother in the Spirit Array Hall and secretly came in to cultivate. If Wanghan Tianzuan found out about this, then the situation would be serious. The two of them wouldn't be able to escape the fate of having their cultivation crippled and then being expelled from the sect. After all, Wang Han Tianzuan had always been at odds with the flame deity. This was something that many people in the sect knew. Who could guarantee that Wang Han Tianzuan wouldn't use this opportunity to take revenge? You're asking us? Then how did you get in? I don't think you have a Guanghan token. After all, you're just an outer sect disciple. Suing questioned. If it was an inner sect disciple who trespassed the forbidden area, then the worst case scenario would be having their cultivation crippled and being expelled from the sect. If it was an outer sect disciple, then there would be no reason to kill him without mercy. This was the rule of the Yuehua school. When she asked this question, Suing couldn't help but feel a little smug. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. If she hadn't reacted fast enough, she would have been led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and waved his hand. A jade-white token appeared in his hand. The thick cold aura on the token couldn't be faked. You actually have a Guanghan token. Suing and Wang Feng's expressions changed drastically. The murderous intent in their eyes intensified. Looking at the two of them, Ling Xiao finally made a decision. He had thought about it. Even if he killed Wang Feng and Suing here, it would only make the flame deity hate him even more. He wouldn't be breaking the sect's rules. Because with the Guanghan token, he could attack anyone who trespassed into the Guanghan Hall. If the other party resisted or even attacked first, then he could kill without mercy. He wanted to let the other party attack first. You didn't expect this, did you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, previously, Hall Master Yang refined a furnace of precious pills for Wang Han Tianzuan, so Wang Han Tianzuan gave me this Guanghan token and told me to enter the Guanghan Hall to cultivate at will. I was also responsible for maintaining the array formation of the Guanghan Hall. I didn't expect to run into you two who snuck into the forbidden area. What do you think I should do? Although his voice was very soft and he didn't even use a harsh tone, Suing and Wang Feng felt that there was no way out at all. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to have made up their minds. If they killed Ling Xiao here, then secretly left and killed that senior brother of the Array Formation Hall, no one would know about it. Not only would they not be punished, but they might even be able to come here often to dual cultivate in the future. Humph, Ling Xiao, don't be too complacent. With my master, the flame deity, here, even if you call Wang Han Tianzuan, it's meaningless. Suing snorted coldly. She was clearly stalling for time. At the same time, she was secretly accumulating her vital essence, preparing to attack together with Wang Feng and kill Ling Xiao instantly with lightning speed. They definitely didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to use the Guanghan token. Because as long as the incantation of the Guanghan token was recited, Wang Han Tianzuan would know that something had happened here. By then, the two of them would definitely die. The flame deity can't do whatever he wants in the Yuehua school. In the end, he's just a newly promoted inner sect elder. There are plenty of people stronger than him. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the other party was accumulating strength to kill him, but he also needed time to prepare for a surprise attack. It would be best if he could kill these two in 2 or 3 moves. Otherwise, once the flame deity was alerted, Wang Han Tianzuan would appear. But at that time, he wouldn't have the chance to kill these two. Do it. In an instant, Wang Feng and Suing moved at the same time. The two of them used the move they had been accumulating for a long time. Puchi! Wang Feng, who had just jumped up, was suddenly sent flying back. A sharp flying sword had pierced his neck. Ling Xiao, who hadn't used the Imperial Sword technique for a long time, didn't let go of this killing move. The Imperial Sword technique pursued the ultimate combination of speed, power, and surprise. Although Wang Feng was a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, at such a close distance, he had no chance to react at all. The fine artifact-level Big Dipper flying sword emitted a chilling aura that instantly filled Wang Feng's entire body. In order to kill Wang Feng in one move, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use the Moon True Essence he had just obtained. Although it was only a little bit of the Moon True Essence attached to the flying sword, the cold aura was still terrifying. He also suffered some internal injuries. But he cultivated the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, so these internal injuries were nothing to worry about. Seeing Wang Feng die, Suing, who had been rushing forward, suddenly stopped. She then turned back and madly ran toward the opening. If Ling Xiao could kill Wang Feng in one move, then he definitely had the strength to kill her in one move. But she didn't want to die. She couldn't die. While running for her life, she took out a token and chanted the incantation on it. It was the flame deity's demonic flame token. As long as she chanted the incantation, the flame deity would know. But in the end, Suing couldn't escape death. A terrifying force came from behind her and slammed into her body. She felt as if her body was being torn apart by something. It actually exploded in an instant. This move of destruction is truly terrifying. Ling Xiao involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched Suing turn into ashes. The might displayed by annihilation was simply astonishing. He was just giving it a try. He didn't expect to kill Suing just like that. Withdraw. Seeing that a ninja spirit and a martial spirit were about to fly away, Ling Xiao rolled up his sleeves and collected Wang Feng and Su Ying's martial spirits. Ling Xiao didn't need their martial souls, so he chose to devour them directly, turning them into nutrients for his other martial souls. Up until now, Ling Xiao's 5 other martial spirits, Ghost Ship, Blood Shadow, Thunder Bear, Dark Cloud, and Giant Sword, had all condensed into physical entities and entered the 3rd stage of the complete soul. Only when a martial soul reached this stage could it display its full potential. However, the strength of the martial soul still depended on the strength of the martial soul. In addition, above the complete soul was the out-of-body. Remnant soul, complete soul, out-of-body, wandering soul, lightning tribulation, divine soul. These were the 6 levels of martial soul development, but each level was divided into several stages. Ling Xiao's current 5 martial souls belonged to the 3rd stage of the complete soul, physical entity, which was also the last stage of the complete soul. Once he entered the out-of-body level, he still needed to continuously cultivate and reach a total of 9 stages: 1 breath, 1 minute, 1 moment, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 season, and 1 year. It could be said that the cultivation of martial souls was not a simple matter. Only by advancing side by side with cultivation could one truly display the combat strength they should have. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. 2 extremely terrifying auras descended upon the Guanghan Palace at the same time. On one side was the flame deity, and on the other side was Guanghan Tianzuan. One side was blazing hot, the other was ice cold. This made Ling Zhao's body extremely uncomfortable. Heaven Realm Masters are really powerful, they haven't even made a move yet and I'm already feeling so uncomfortable. Once they start fighting, won't they defy the heavens? Ling Xiao secretly clenched his fists. It seemed that he had to continue to work hard, otherwise he would continue to suffer like this. Guanghan, you want to stop me? The flame deity looked at Guanghan Tianzuan and asked sharply. Mo Yan, you trespassed into the Guanghan Palace without permission, when did you ever give me face? If I don't stop you today, who am I supposed to stop? Guanghan Tianzuan was actually very surprised. She had never expected that Ling Xiao, a trivial outer sect disciple, would actually possess such terrifying combat strength, actually being able to kill 2 first-layer transcendent realm cultivators. When she arrived, she had noticed that the air was filled with a chilling aura, and the auras of the 2 cultivators had yet to completely subside. However, Ling Xiao had the Guanghan token, so no matter what, she couldn't allow the flame deity to take action over this matter. Guanghan, you'd best think clearly. This little brat killed 2 of my disciples, one of whom was even my direct disciple. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my anger. The flame deity seemed to really intend to take action, and even if Guanghan Tianzuan wanted to stop him, it would be useless. Senior Guanghan, not only did those 2 take advantage of a flaw in the Guanghan Palace's spirit array to secretly cultivate inside, but after this disciple tried to stop them, they actually tried to kill this disciple. This disciple was forced to act. Ling Xiao said loudly, neither servile nor overbearing. He had to give Guanghan Tianzuan a reason to take action. Not only did someone else's disciple break into the restricted area he was guarding, but he also tried to kill the person who held the Guanghan token. If he didn't take action, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Did you show your Guanghan token? Guanghan Tianzuan asked. I did. Ling Xiao nodded. He wasn't afraid that Guanghan Tianzuan would get to the bottom of it. Anyway, the incident happened less than 15 minutes ago, and he could use some precious weapons to reconstruct the scene. Although that would expose his sword control technique, it didn't matter. Although the sword control technique was difficult to cultivate, it wasn't impossible, so there was nothing to hide. He only had the mountain river martial soul, which couldn't be exposed no matter what. As for the rest, it didn't matter. Wang Han Tianzuan took out a blank scroll and threw it into the air. After a while, some cold air flowed into the scroll, and the previous scene was completely displayed. Mo Yen, what else do you have to say? Wang Han Tianzuan was now completely justified. She could even hand it over to the sect and ask the higher-ups to deal with it impartially. The flame deity would then be in trouble. Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, you're ruthless. The flame deity stared coldly at Ling Xiao. He really didn't expect that a mere martial Vane Realm warrior would bring him such great humiliation. He had personally attacked twice, but he still couldn't kill him. It was really hateful. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind Su Ying and Wang Feng's corpses. Wang Han Tianzuan breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Han Tianzuan didn't want to fight with the flame deity. That was because in terms of cultivation, she was almost the same as the flame deity. But in terms of fighting power, she was afraid that she was not the flame deity's opponent. If the other party really wanted to fight, she would definitely be injured. So, when the flame deity left, she was naturally relieved. However, all of a sudden, her expression changed drastically. Just when she relaxed a little, a big hand in the sky fiercely slapped toward Ling Xiao. She only had time to weaken the power of the big hand, but she couldn't completely block it. The terrible power directly landed on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao thought that he was going to die. Even if the palm only had 10% of the flame deity's power, it was not something that he could bear. But at that moment, the mountain and river martial spirit crazily revolved, and the fusion with his soul seemed to increase crazily. When the palm hit his head, he seemed to see a figure standing behind him, and then the figure met the palm. That person looked exactly like him. Boom! After a loud explosion, Ling Xiao completely lost consciousness. When he woke up from his coma again, Dai Yuling and Lan Yu'er were by his side. Dai Yuling's face was full of tears, and her cheeks were full of tears. Lan Yu'er was not much better. Seeing that he woke up, the two girls happily rushed to him like magpies. They didn't care about the difference between men and women, and they held his hands tightly. You really scared people to death. You were unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Lan Yu'er cried and laughed at the same time. She was very happy. 3 days and 3 nights? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He felt that it was just a moment. He didn't expect that 3 days and 3 nights had passed. What a waste of time. That's right. You don't know this, but Guanghan Celestial and Hall Master Yang went all the way to the Volcano Palace and severely injured Celestial Lord Devil Flame. If it weren't for the people from the Law Enforcement Hall, Celestial Lord Devil Flame would have been killed. Dai Yuling said excitedly. Are Senior Yang and Senior Guanghan okay? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. They are also injured, but you also know that old Hall Master Yang is the Medicine Hall Master. Those injuries are nothing. The flame deity, on the other hand, will need at least a month to recover. This time, he actually disregarded his status as an elder and attacked you, an outer sect disciple. This is considered a violation of the sect's rules. Lan Yu'er sighed. The hateful thing is that the Law Enforcement Hall actually protected the flame deity. They said that he is a rare genius in the sect. Since he is already injured, they won't punish him. They even sent him to the Moonlight Pagoda to recuperate and cultivate. It's fine as long as Senior Yang and Senior Guanghan are fine. Ling Xiao was only an outer sect disciple, so he couldn't control the decisions of the Law Enforcement Hall. He was most concerned about the safety of the 2 seniors who had avenged him. Of course, there was also his master, Yuan Venerate. However, he couldn't ask this question. Help me up. I'll go and see Senior Yang. Ling Xiao was still concerned about his master. He believed that his master, Yuan Venerate, had made a move. Otherwise, Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan might not have been able to seriously injure the flame deity. Forget it. Old Hall Master Yang told me to tell you that your master is fine. Do you really want to acknowledge him as your master? Lan Yu asked doubtfully. Fine? Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The master Yang Danlin was referring to was naturally Yuan Venerate Yuan Venerate. It's good that you're fine. I really need to have a good rest. Ling Xiao closed his eyes as he spoke. He wanted to check the current situation of his body. When the flame deity's sky-covering palm had struck him in Guanghan Hall, he had clearly felt something change in his body. However, when he looked inside his body, he discovered that there was nothing unusual about his mountain river martial soul other than the fact that it had almost reached 99% fusion with his soul. In addition, his heavenly dragon golden body had also reached the 10th stage. He was only half a step away from smoothly advancing to the 5th stage. Now, he could kill an ordinary first-level Transcendent Realm martialist just by relying on his physical strength. This was a really big gain. Not only had the flame deity's palm not killed him, but it had also turned a disaster into a blessing in disguise. This was probably something that the flame deity had never expected. He was only one step away from advancing. Ling Xiao's current situation was that his soul force was terrifyingly powerful. Even the soul of a Skyman powerhouse might not be stronger than his. In terms of cultivation, he had already reached the level of a half-step grandmaster and had accumulated 99% of his strength. In terms of physical strength, his heavenly dragon golden body was also close to entering the 5th stage. It could be said that as long as his heavenly dragon golden body broke through, he would be able to enter the transcendent realm at any time. It was just that he was still one step away. This required an opportunity and could not be rushed. However, he was not in a hurry. Once he entered the inner sect, he would directly face He Sua, so he had to lay a good foundation so that after advancing to the first-level transcendent realm, he would not have to fear He Sua. Therefore, a breakthrough in his heavenly dragon golden body was necessary. For the next half a month, Ling Xiao had been recuperating and recovering from his injuries. The attacks of a Skyman powerhouse were really terrifying. Even if he had a strong recovery ability, it still took him half a month to fully recover. However, this recovery stage was also very important for him. His cultivation had improved too quickly during this period, so it was inevitable that some problems would arise. Therefore, he seized the time to use the analysis and practice ability of his mountain and river martial spirit to solve the problems in his cultivation one by one. Even the incorrect method of using his martial skills was solved one after another. On the day of his recovery, Ling Xiao had planned to visit Old Hall Master Yang and Wanghan Tianzuan, but both of them were in retreat, so he did not go. Interestingly, there were actually people in the outer sect who issued a challenge to him. One was Zhao Ji, and the other was Zhao Xi. In addition, there were a few other outer sect disciples who were originally ranked in the top 10. Of course, this was only an outer sect challenge, not a life and death challenge. Ling Xiao did not have any deep hatred with these people, so there was no harm in taking this opportunity to practice some of the things in his mind. Therefore, he did not refuse these challenges. As a result, he inadvertently broke the record again. In one day, he received challenges from as many as 30 outer sect disciples, and these disciples were all half-step masters. Especially Zhao Ji, who was now second in the outer sect. He could have broken through to the transcendent realm and entered the inner sect earlier, but he perceived the benefits of a steady path from Ling Xiao. Therefore, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation and did not break through. This was actually a very smart approach. Otherwise, once he entered the inner sect, he could only start from the bottom. On the same day, Ling Xiao fought 30 half-step masters alone. These people were the elites of the outer sect disciples. Most of the disciples couldn't even last one move under Ling Xiao's attacks. During this process, Ling Xiao even gave these disciples a few pointers. He didn't think too much about it. He just thought that since they were all fellow disciples, this kind of thing was nothing to him. However, what he didn't expect was that his actions would win him the full support of most of the outer sect disciples. It could be said that even if Ling Xiao entered the inner sect in the future, the entire outer sect would become his supporters. This was a force that was hard to come by. It might not be obvious normally, but the inner sect disciples were also from the outer sect. If these people all entered the inner sect, they would undoubtedly bring great benefits to Ling Xiao. Zhao Xi was still a little arrogant and old-fashioned. She was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move, but she was still unwilling to listen to Ling Xiao's pointers. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of woman. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were brother and sister, but their personalities were completely different. Before the challenge, Zhao Ji said that he hoped that Ling Xiao could exchange a few more moves with him and help him see the flaws in his cultivation. Ling Xiao naturally didn't refuse. He could have finished the battle in 10 moves, but he exchanged more than 100 moves with Zhao Ji. While giving pointers to Zhao Ji, he also gained a lot of benefits from it. After all, Zhao Ji was also a genius. There were some ideas that Ling Xiao didn't think of, but this time, he learned them all. With senior brother Ling's current strength, I'm afraid that cultivators in the first layer of the transcendent realm are no longer in his eyes. After the challenge, Zhao Ji sighed helplessly. It seemed that if Ling Xiao didn't enter the inner sect, he would never be able to become the #1 outer sect disciple. Yes, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest outer sect disciple in the history of Yuehua school. After this challenge, Ling Xiao was basically the only one in the outer sect. However, being invincible in the outer sect didn't mean anything. After the challenge ended, he returned to his cave abode to continue cultivating. Although he didn't waste much time during this half a month of recovery, he didn't use all his energy to cultivate. After this challenge, he had also received many inspirations from the 30 outer sect disciples and was prepared to integrate all of them into his own cultivation. When 3 people walk together, there is bound to be someone to learn from. Although it was easy to say, it was difficult for many people to do it. However, Ling Xiao had always done this. Even if the person's cultivation level was much lower than his, there was still something that made his eyes light up. Right now, there were only 2 difficulties that he needed to overcome. The first was the accumulation of power from the heavenly dragon golden body. As long as he could break through to the 5th stage, he would be able to break through to the transcendent realm. This level of difficulty was much more difficult than a single potential or dual potential promotion. However, once promoted, one would become incomparably powerful. Furthermore, with a solid foundation, one's cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. The other was the fusion of the mountain and river martial spirit with his own soul. Ling Xiao didn't have any good ideas about this. After the fusion rate reached 99%, it seemed to stagnate. This wasn't like the heavenly dragon golden body, which could still be cultivated. This fusion rate could only be achieved by finding some kind of opportunity. Perhaps it could become 100%. He was looking forward to what would happen to the mountain and river martial spirit once the fusion was perfect. What would happen to him? There was no way to ask others because no one had experience in this area. Everything could only rely on his own efforts. On this day, he learned that Wanghan Tianzuan and Yang Danlin had come out of seclusion, so he hurriedly stopped cultivating and went to pay his respects to the 2 seniors. These 2 people fought with the flame deity for his sake and suffered varying degrees of injuries. They even almost fell out with the law enforcement hall because of this. He had to personally thank them. When he went to Yang Danlin's cave abode, Ling Xiao discovered that Wanghan Tianzuan was also there. The 2 seemed to be discussing some secret matters. Ling Xiao, you've come. Come in quickly. Yang Danlin was still as amiable as before. She was simply an old grandpa. Wanghan Tianzuan was still as cold as ever, but Ling Xiao could feel the goodwill emanating from her body. Disciple pays his respects to Senior Yang and Senior Guanhan. Ling Xiao didn't see any trace of Yuan venerates when he walked into the cave abode. He suddenly felt very uneasy. What exactly had happened? He frowned and waited for Yang Danlin and Wanghan Tianzuan to speak. Have a seat, Ling Xiao. It seems like there are some things that can't be hidden from you. Yang Danlin sighed. Did something happen to my master? Ling Xiao asked. He seemed very calm, but his heart was in turmoil. It's like this, Yang Danlin didn't hide anything from Ling Xiao. She roughly recounted what had happened while Ling Xiao had been unconscious. It turned out that Ling Xiao's life had been in danger after he had fainted. Even the Yuan Venerate felt that Ling Xiao had a very high chance of dying and that the chances of him surviving were no more than 30%. Because of this, the Yuan Venerate was furious. All this time, he had appeared to be harmless to humans and animals. But after taking in such a good disciple, in the end, he was killed. This caused him to be furious. Therefore, he and Yang Danlin had gone to find trouble with the flame deity. They had coincidentally met Wang Han Tianzuan there. The corpses of the lava lizards were everywhere around the volcano palace. Although Wang Han Tianzuan wasn't as concerned about Ling Xiao as the Yuan Venerate was, she was furious that the flame deity had actually dared to disregard his status and kill an outer sect disciple right under her nose. She had come here after sending Ling Xiao to Yang Danlin's cave abode and killed her way to the volcano palace. To be honest, the flame deity's strength had completely exceeded Wang Han Tianzuan's expectations. If Yang Danlin hadn't rushed over and the Yuan Venerate hadn't taken the risk to intervene, even Wang Han Tianzuan and Yang Danlin would have died there. However, the intervention of the Yuan Venerate had alarmed the law enforcement hall. The flame deity had been rescued, while the Yuan Venerate had been suppressed by the 5 law enforcement elders of the law enforcement hall. The 5 law enforcement elders could be considered the 5 strongest people in the Yuehua school, while the Yuan Venerate had obviously not recovered his strength. Even so, the 5 law enforcement elders had paid a heavy price in order to suppress the Yuan Venerate. "How is my master now?" Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. "He has been imprisoned on the top floor of the Moonlight Pagoda. There is an array formation left behind from ancient times to imprison demons. Even a Yuan Venerate cannot escape." Yang Danlin sighed. "These enforcement elders are too unreasonable. It was Heavenly Venerable Devil Flame who broke the rules first. Don't they care?" Ling Xiao said angrily. "Child, this is the rule of the mystic realm. The strong are respected." "I understand that, but I just don't like it." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. "If a sect doesn't reward and punish properly, it will fall sooner or later." "You're right, but this is the current situation. Fortunately, your master injured the flame deity and it will take at least a year for him to recover. Therefore, you should hurry up and cultivate. If you can't break through to the sky realm in a year, you should leave Yuehua school as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one will be able to help you." Yang Danlin nodded and said. "Didn't you say that I would recover in a month?" "A month? Humph, how can a Yuan Venerate's unique technique be so easy to break?" "It will take at least a year," Yang Danlin said disdainfully. "Those old guys in the law enforcement hall only know how to cultivate. They are complete amateurs in this aspect." "A year?" Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Although the time frame was too tight, it wasn't impossible. It had to be known that it hadn't even been a year since he reached the transcendent realm from the first level of the martial vein realm. In the future, with the help of alchemy, array refinement, and higher-level martial arts, his cultivation would only improve even faster. "Don't worry, Senior Yang. I won't let you and my master down. He was captured because of me, so I will definitely save him." "Good. You have ambition. This king will do his best to help you in the future. If I don't ruthlessly destroy the flame deity's prestige, this king will never be able to vent his anger," Wang Han Tianzuan said loudly. "By the way, Ling Xiao, do you know that the Moon Arrival Festival is coming soon?" she suddenly asked. "What is the Moon Arrival Festival?" Ling Xiao had never heard of it before. "If you want to break through to the sky realm in a year, then you must not miss the Moon Arrival Festival's Pagoda Ascension ceremony. The reason why the flame deity was able to advance so quickly was because of this tower ascension ceremony." Wang Han Tianzuan continued, "The Pagoda Ascension ceremony is to climb the Moonlight Pagoda. In the past, the founder of the Yuehua school left behind this Moonlight Pagoda. It contains many special trial contents. It was specially designed for the Yuehua school to train warriors. Moonlight Pagoda, the #1 forbidden area of the Yuehua sect, which was filled with an ancient aura, flashed across Ling Zhao's mind. Since entering the sect, Yang Kai had only seen the Moonlight Treasure Tower from a distance, not even 100 meters from it. After all, the weakest cultivator guarding the Moonlight Treasure Tower was a 9th stage Transcendent Realm cultivator. The Moon Arrival Festival is held once a year, and the Pagoda Ascension ceremony is the most important event of the Moon Arrival Festival. This is definitely an excellent opportunity for disciples who want to become successful." Yang Danlin continued Wang Han Tianzuan's words and said, "Although the Pagoda Ascension ceremony is not restricted to inner or outer sect disciples, no outer sect disciple has ever broken into the official Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Before the Moon Arrival Festival, I hope that you can break through to the Transcendent Realm as soon as possible and become an inner sect disciple." Ling Xiao asked jokingly, if an outer sect disciple succeeds in the pagoda ascension ceremony, will there be additional rewards? He had only been joking, but Wang Han Tianzuan said very seriously, of course. Secret martial arts manuals, divine weapons, rare elixirs, and even the powerhouses of the Yuehua school will fight to accept you as a disciple. Forget about the apprenticeship. This disciple already has a Yuan venerate as his master, so it's obviously inappropriate for me to take someone else as my master. Ling Xiao shook his head. However, the other rewards are quite tempting. I think I shouldn't rush to break through to the inner sect. It won't be too late to break through after the Moon Arrival Festival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. Kid, why do you speak as if you can enter the inner sect at any time? Don't be fooled by the fact that you are already at the peak of the 9th level. There is still a long way to go before you become a half-step master. Even if you become a half-step master, it will be even more difficult to break through. Ling Xiao smiled but did not refute. Some things were better kept a secret as much as possible. After the Moon Arrival Festival, the surprise for these two seniors would definitely be even bigger than it was now. Thinking of this, he said, seniors are right. This disciple will cultivate well and strive to break through to the transcendent realm before the Moon Arrival Festival. In that case, we won't waste any more of your time. Hurry back and cultivate. The Moon Arrival Festival is only a few months away. Make good use of your time. The Pagoda Ascension Ceremony is ultimately a competition of strength. The stronger you are, the greater your chances of passing the ceremony. Yang Danlin exhorted. This disciple will take his leave. Upon hearing that his master had been imprisoned, Ling Xiao was even more eager to improve his strength than Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan. If he wanted to save his master, he had to at least be a sky being. He had to show others that he had unlimited potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance. The Moon Arrival Festival was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the disciples of the Yuehua school. There were no requirements, and any disciple could participate. However, in reality, only a small number of people had the ability to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. To the outer sect disciples, this was an opportunity, but in fact, it was more like a pie that had been painted. However, Ling Xiao was going to turn this pie in the sky into reality. He knew very well that the Pagoda Ascension ceremony was crucial. The Moonlight Pagoda was originally an ancient relic, so there was probably no lack of ancient inheritance within. Once he obtained these benefits, he would definitely reach a higher level on the path of martial arts. Furthermore, the disciples who could complete the ceremony would definitely become the focus of the Yuehua school's training. They would be valued more than ordinary inner sect disciples. The flame deity had amazed everyone during the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. When he had first joined the Yuehua school, he hadn't been too outstanding. There was also the Desperation Tower Master. The Inner Sect Moonlight Tower Master. The Moon Hall Master. These people were all outstanding talents. The losers of the same batch, such as Elder Bai and Elder Black, couldn't be compared to these people at all. Actually, for Ling Xiao, being able to complete the Pagoda Ascension ceremony had another layer of meaning. Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan had discussed this. If Ling Xiao could pass the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, they would do their best to nurture him and assist Ling Xiao in rescuing the Yuan Venerate. If Ling Xiao couldn't do it, then they would send Ling Xiao out of the Yuehua school regardless of whether he agreed or not. They definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao encounter any danger in the Yuehua school. Ling Xiao had roughly guessed this, so he would work even harder to complete the ceremony. He definitely wouldn't become an unfilial disciple who would betray his master. Before the Moon Festival, Ling Xiao started to cultivate in seclusion. He didn't give up on his original plan because he was in a hurry to break through. Instead, he steadily followed his own steps. His cultivation speed was already very fast, so he definitely couldn't be overly hasty. 12 Golden Lotus Arts, Sky Dragon Golden Body, Snow Lotus Sword Art, the last move. This had become the cultivation direction he was most focused on at the moment. His internal strength, defense, and martial techniques had all improved. During this period, the other outstanding disciples of the outer sect had also undergone some changes. Yuehua school had a rule that anyone who broke through to the transcendent realm before the age of 100 could automatically enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. After all, after breaking through to the transcendent realm, one's lifespan would increase by 100 years, so 100 years would no longer be considered old. Therefore, this restriction was relatively loose. In fact, Zhao Ji could have broken through long ago, but he had received a lot of guidance from Ling Xiao and understood that there were many problems in his cultivation, so he deliberately suppressed his cultivation and did not break through. During this time, he had solved these problems one by one and his strength had greatly increased. Although he was only a first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator now, after breaking through, even second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators would not dare underestimate him. This was the result of accumulating experience. After all, first-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were basically bullied in the inner sect. Grandmaster Baiyun was the best example. After breaking through to the Transcendent Realm, Zhao Ji came to see Ling Xiao, mainly to thank Ling Xiao, but also to test his strength. However, he was still defeated in 10 moves. Before leaving, Zhao Ji smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Ling, you are already so strong now. If you break through to the Transcendent Realm, I'm afraid that no inner sect cultivator below the third-layer Transcendent Realm will be able to defeat you." He had sparred with Ling Xiao many times, so he knew very well that if Ling Xiao did not deliberately want to break through all 3 of his potentials at the same time, he might have broken through much earlier than him. He guessed that Ling Xiao's talent was stronger than what he showed. Although he did not know why Ling Xiao wanted to keep such a low profile, he would not speak carelessly. From the bottom of his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as a friend, and a very good friend at that. A few days later, Xianxia broke through to the Transcendent Realm and became an inner sect disciple. She also worshipped an elder of Northern Han country's imperial family as her master. Lung Hao's talent was the best among their batch of disciples, but he had been taken away by Golden Light Heavenly Senior. After them were Zhao Ji and Suing. However, because Suing wanted to harm Ling Xiao, she was killed by Ling Xiao. Zhao Ji became friends with Ling Xiao and smoothly broke through to the Transcendent Realm. Next up were Xianxia and Cold Plum. Now that Xianxia had also broken through to the Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai wondered how Cold Plum was faring. Xianxia naturally wouldn't look for Ling Xiao. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was a heinous devil, a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. Especially after she heard that Ling Xiao had killed Suing and Wang Feng, her view became even more firm. A few days later, there was news that Dai Yuling had broken through to the Transcendent Realm. Dai Yuling's talent wasn't high, but her cultivation method was different from ordinary people, so her speed nearly caught up to Zhao Xi. Of course, Dai Yuling's cultivation method benefited from her martial soul, personality, and knowledge. Others couldn't learn it. After all, she was a descendant of a medical family in the secular world. Before Dai Yuling went to report to the inner sect, she had also come to find Ling Xiao. She did not doubt Ling Xiao's talent. "Ling Xiao, I'm going to the inner sect first. You can't be too slow. Otherwise, there won't be anyone to protect me." Of course, this was just a joke. However, Ling Xiao's reply was very serious. If someone bullies senior sister, Jin Ming and the others are the best examples. Dai Yuling left with tears in her eyes. She didn't have any siblings since she was a child. Growing up was very lonely. Her parents were very strict, so her personality was relatively cold. She never thought that she would fall in love with a man. However, she couldn't help but be moved by Ling Xiao. Perhaps there was some love between a man and a woman, but more than that, it was gratitude, affection, and affection. In this nearly half a month, Ling Xiao naturally didn't stay idle. His 12 golden lotus arts smoothly broke through to the 3rd stage. His celestial force had reached the entry level, and his power had greatly increased. At this time, because he could now borrow the power of 3 celestial forces, he could use them together. Basically, the power of Snow Lotus Sword arts was invincible among martial arts of the same level. Wind and thunder were both offensive moves. Rain not only had an offensive effect, but also had a restorative effect. For Ling Xiao, this was tantamount to having another life-saving method. In addition, the final move of Snow Lotus Sword arts, Snowstorm, had also begun to take shape. Basically, it could display about 30% of its power. Don't underestimate this 30% power. In fact, it was even stronger than the first 3 moves of Snow Lotus Sword arts. It was simply terrifying. If combined with the 12 Golden Lotus arts, instantly killing a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator wouldn't be impossible. Moreover, this instant kill wasn't a sneak attack like the Imperial Sword technique, but a direct one. Of course, many people didn't understand his strength, and many people didn't understand his true intentions. In the outer sect, there were many discussions about him. Although Ling Xiao is the outer sect's first-order transcendent, I'm afraid this is as far as he goes. His talent is inferior to Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi, and he doesn't have a special cultivation method like Dai Yuling. That's right, it's a pity. I quite like this senior brother Ling. Although he's the outer sect's first-order transcendent, he never bullies us. Last time, he even gave me a few pointers, enlightening me. I heard that the outer sect is going to hire Ling Xiao as a special instructor. In fact, being an instructor isn't bad. If he can't advance to the inner sect, he can become an instructor. In the future, he won't have to worry about food or clothing. Everyone respected Ling Xiao very much, but they also felt it was a pity. Ling Xiao actually heard all these comments. However, he didn't care. He was most clear about his own situation. Currently, the only obstacle was the heavenly dragon golden body. As long as he broke through to the 5th stage, he could immediately advance to the transcendent realm. However, he hadn't made any progress in his secluded cultivation, so he simply stopped cultivating and refined a few furnaces of pills. Then, he asked Elder Bai to gather the 29 half-step grandmasters among the outer sect disciples who had the potential to advance to the transcendent realm. He gave each of them 10 martial vein body sculpting pills that he refined. Then, he spent another day solving the cultivation problems of these 29 people. With his mountain and river martial spirit, he could easily find the problems in these people's cultivation. While answering these people's cultivation problems, Ling Xiao also had a lot of insights. The thoughts that he had been unable to understand seemed to have been opened up in an instant. So, he hurried back to his cave mansion and began to cultivate that night. Success! Ling Xiao didn't expect that after this cultivation, the heavenly dragon golden body would break through to the 5th stage so easily. At this stage, he was completely reborn. His whole body was transformed and upgraded. With the complete heavenly dragon blood, he could be reborn from a drop of blood and break through to the transcendent realm. Of course, at the same time, his cultivation also broke through the bottleneck and directly advanced to the peak of the first layer transcendent realm. Originally, when he first broke through, his cultivation should have been at the early first layer transcendent realm, but because he had accumulated too much true qi, he directly advanced to the peak of the first layer transcendent realm. When Ling Xiao was promoted, he immediately used the template to hide his cultivation level at half step to master level. He didn't want to enter the inner door so early. Didn't Wang Han Tianzuan say that if an outer disciple passed the Moon Arrival Festival Tower Ascension ceremony, then there would be additional rewards? Even if it was for this reward, he could endure it for a while. Anyway, it was just a few months' time. Just as Ling Xiao finished using the template and was preparing to consolidate his hard-earned cultivation, he suddenly discovered something. The mountain river martial spirit and his soul, which had been stagnant, had actually reached 100%. Rumble rumble, what came from his body was a loud sound like an earthquake. He could feel that the mountain river martial spirit was undergoing some kind of special change. Ling Xiao totally didn't know what this change was. He was both anticipating and fearful. When he was in Sky Cloud City, Ling Xiao was very clear that his martial spirit wasn't an ordinary martial spirit. So every time it underwent a change, it would lead to a situation which was totally different from ordinary martial spirits. He looked into the mountain river world and discovered that the mountain river world had turned into an apocalyptic scene. Flood, earthquake, meteorite, volcano eruption, terrifying scenes came one after another, as though some kind of energy was constantly leaking out. Just at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly felt an intense pain coming from the depths of his soul. That kind of pain was even more terrifying than the rebirth of broken bones. He almost lost consciousness in an instant. His entire body was drenched in sweat and his face was pale. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already experienced the intense pain several times, he was afraid that he would have collapsed. Endure, endure, you must endure. He faintly felt that although the mountain river martial spirit's transformation was fierce, it wasn't a bad thing. To rebuild, it needed to be destroyed first. Perhaps the destruction this time was for the birth of a new one. He clenched his teeth as he sat there. His gums were filled with blood and his lips were bitten open. His hands were also filled with blood from his nails. This kind of pain, which was worse than death, lasted for nearly 2 hours before it gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The path of cultivation was truly not easy. If his will was not strong enough, he would have been finished by now. He looked at the mountain river world again. He was shocked to find that the mountain river world had already returned to peace. However, not a single blade of grass grew. It was just a world of ice and snow. However, something seemed to be nurtured within this thick layer of ice. He could even hear the heartbeat of the earth. The pain was gone, but was it over? Ling Xiao found it hard to believe. The rebirth after the destruction was only the destruction of the past. They had entered the Ice Age, but they had not been reborn. He checked his current situation. According to the state of an ordinary cultivator breaking through to the transcendent realm, when one's soul potential reached the transcendent realm, a spirit sea would be formed in one's mind. When one's internal force potential reached the transcendent realm, a qi sea would form in their dantian. When one's body potential reached the transcendent realm, all the acupuncture points in their body would be opened, forming a cycle with the 9 martial veins and meridians in their body, constantly absorbing world energy. The human body itself was an existence similar to the spirit sea and qi sea. The first kind of cultivator's true qi came from the spirit sea and was mainly transformed from soul force. The second kind of cultivator's true qi came from the qi sea. After the internal force was formed, it was refined by the qi sea. The third kind of cultivator's true qi came from the outside, from world energy into the body, and then through the meridians and martial veins, it was transformed into true qi. Ling Xiao was different from these people. He had broken through to the transcendent realm with 3 potentials at the same time, so all 3 existed. This made his true qi richer, and of course, more. Just ordinary cultivation alone was more than 3 times more than those who had broken through with only one kind of potential. The quality was also much stronger because of the condensation of the 3 kinds of true qi. The 3 kinds of true qi would eventually flow into the martial veins and be stored, becoming the source of energy for the cultivator to use martial skills. At present, his internal force cultivation method, 12. Golden Lotus Arts, and defensive martial skill, Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, were not inferior to gold grade top grade martial skills. Therefore, the amount of true qi produced by his qi sea and the amount of true qi produced by absorbing world energy from his acupuncture points was much higher, and the quality was also higher. The true qi produced by his spirit sea was a bit worse. Because he still didn't have a soul cultivation method that could be compared to the 12 Golden Lotus Arts and Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. Next, he had to get a soul cultivation method that was at least gold grade rare grade. Of course, it would be best if it was gold grade top grade or even gold grade top grade. After checking his body's condition, Ling Xiao felt that the mountain river martial spirits changes should not be over yet. Maybe after the glacier melted, there would be an even more terrible change, and at that time, he would have to endure even more pain. It should not be over yet. However, although he thought so, the mountain river martial spirit was not moving, so he planned to take a rest and take a bath first. His body was covered in stinky sweat just now, and now his whole body was sticky. It was really uncomfortable. When he left the cave and found a hidden spring to take a bath, he found a tragic scene. When he jumped into the water, the entire spring instantly froze into ice. The thick layer of ice would not collapse even if a 10,000-ton giant beast stepped on it. Why can't I even take a bath? Strangely, this terrifying chill did not have the slightest effect on his body, and the sweat on his body did not freeze. However, as long as it was something external, no matter what it was, it would be instantly frozen. This terrifying chill was even more shocking than Wang Han Tianzuan's chill. Ling Xiao even suspected that he could easily defeat a first-grade transcendent realm cultivator with this chill alone. This was not a martial skill, but it was better than many gold-grade martial skills. And, it's starting again, Ling Xiao broke the ice and jumped out, then put on his clothes and rushed into the depths of the mountain. The mutation of the mountain river martial spirit might cause some special phenomenon. If he continued to stay in the Yuehua school, he might be suspected. With his ability, it was impossible for him to not be noticed. Therefore, he had to leave this place. Otherwise, if someone found out that he had the mountain river martial spirit, even if he did not die, his martial spirit would be forcefully taken away. With Ling Xiao's speed, he could run dozens of li in an instant. This time, he ran for a full hour and had long left the Yuehua school's range and entered the border of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. As mentioned before, the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was very big, and Tianfeng City was only at the edge of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The Yuehua school was in the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. His current position was closer to Tianfeng City. There were many terrifying monster beasts here, especially Class 9 monster beasts. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, it was as if they had seen an even more ferocious beast. They lay there, not daring to move. Ling Xiao had once encountered a Herculean ape here. In the end, he had no choice but to flee for his life and hide in the Dragon Hall. Later on, it was the blue-clothed woman who rescued him that he was able to return to Tianfeng City. However, this time, he also encountered a Herculean ape. This fellow was as obedient as a kitten. Ling Xiao needed to go into seclusion and was worried that others would disturb him, so he simply let the Herculean ape protect him. The Dragon Hall was still the same Dragon Hall as before, as if no one had ever come here before. In the past, Ling Xiao did not have much knowledge, so he did not see what this Dragon Hall was. Only now did he realize that this so-called Dragon Hall was actually the corpse of an ancient golden dragon, and the entrance was the corpse's mouth. This corpse was too big. He really did not think about it at first. When he walked into the Dragon Hall, he could feel a special connection between the golden dragon blood in his body and the corpse. The Herculean ape was lying outside. However, this time, it was not to kill him, but to protect him. After finding the place where he used to cultivate in the Dragon Hall, Ling Xiao still did not dare to recklessly release his aura. He only activated the soul entry state and observed the surroundings for a radius of tens of miles. There were no powerful warriors. Only a few warriors wearing the Divine Sword sect attire were hunting there. He, Ling Xiao, was the supreme elder of the Divine Sword sect. When he saw these people, he actually felt a sense of intimacy. However, this was not the time to look for relatives. After he made sure that no one could disturb him, he closed his eyes. After another quarter of an hour, the mountain and river martial spirit finally underwent another change. The glacier began to melt in large amounts, and many places turned into a vast ocean. However, this time, the pain that Ling Xiao was worried about did not occur. Although the change was very fast and intense, there was no pain. It was just that the mountain and river martial spirit was extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. Ling Xiao had to consume a large amount of true essence to protect the mountain and river martial spirit. He was very clear about the importance of the mountain and river martial spirit to him. No matter what, he had to protect the mountain and river martial spirit. As long as this change ended, there would be a day when the clouds would open and the moon would shine. This drastic change lasted for a full 2 hours before it finally stabilized. In the mountain river world, there was no longer a vast expanse of glaciers. Instead, there were various terrains and climates. There were glaciers, oceans, and continents. There were also golden snow lotuses and many other herbs and demonic beasts. Ling Xiao recognized that these were all things that he had implanted into the mountain river world, but there were no other plants or animals. The weirdest thing was that the dark cloud martial soul, the thunder bear martial soul, the giant sword martial soul, the blood shadow martial soul, and the ghost ship martial soul were all forcefully pulled into the mountain river martial soul and became solid inside. Dark clouds floated in the sky, and thunder bears ran on the ground. The heroic spirit wielding a giant sword was practicing martial arts there. The blood-red shadow was resting quietly in the dark. The ghost ship drifted in the dark sea of clouds. All of this was actually so harmonious. Ling Xiao seemed to have suddenly understood something. The mountain river martial soul that he had awakened belonged to someone else, so the fusion rate was not high and could only play a supporting role. But now, the fusion rate of the mountain river martial soul had reached 100% perfection with his body, so it completely belonged to him. His mountain river world was a blank. To what extent it would develop to, it would all depend on him to shape it. However, the 9 special abilities that he had once obtained did not disappear. Instead, they became even stronger. Furthermore, he did not need to use the mountain river martial soul. He could use them with a thought. This was the benefit of the mountain river martial soul fusing with his soul. The Mountain River Martial Soul was him, and he was the Mountain River Martial Soul. He did not even need to activate the Soul Enter state because he could enter the Soul Enter state at any time. Moreover, it did not consume any true essence. This had become his instinctive power. Too powerful. Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. He opened his eyes and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something interesting. He walked out of the Dragon Palace. With a thought, a boundless illusory world suddenly appeared behind him. That was the external appearance of the Mountain River Martial Soul. It was a world in itself, and also a martial soul. Collect. As he chanted a word, the huge golden dragon's body began to slowly fly up and enter the Mountain River world. However, during this process, Ling Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable. This was only a corpse, but to store it into the Mountain River Martial Soul, it consumed almost 90% of his true essence. Success. The moment he succeeded, Ling Xiao almost collapsed to the ground. However, his face was filled with excitement. The golden dragon in the Mountain River world exuded a terrifying and deep ancient aura. There was no need to doubt that this was definitely a golden dragon from the primordial era. Curiosity drove Ling Xiao to continue his attempts. He poured his blood into the golden dragon's corpse. At that moment, he finally felt the pain again. It was as if the blood was being sucked dry by the corpse, crazily pouring into the corpse. After a full 20 breaths of time, the pain completely ended. Ling Xiao sighed. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already said goodbye to this world after losing so much blood. However, his hard work was not in vain. Ling Xiao looked into the Mountain River world and could see the blood flowing in the golden dragon's corpse. The originally stiff corpse actually gradually became lustrous and soft. He himself was perhaps just surprised. However, in the outside world, countless demonic beasts rushed over and surrounded him as if they were worshipping their king. Come back to life. Come back to life for me. Ling Xiao was looking forward to the feeling of a real primordial beast coming back to life. This thing had already been integrated into his Mountain River Martial Soul. In a sense, the awakened primordial golden dragon should also be a part of his soul. What's going on? Ling Xiao frowned. Although it seemed that the golden dragon had recovered its bodily functions and was no different from a living creature, it was still lying there motionless. It did not even have any aura of life. This caused Ling Xiao to be somewhat disappointed and also somewhat surprised. There must be something wrong. He frowned and thought about the mistakes he had made in the process. That's right. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face. The reason why life was life, other than having a body, a soul was also essential. Although this golden dragon corpse still had a trace of primordial consciousness, it could not be considered a soul. Therefore, even if its body recovered, it could not be revived. Since what was missing was a soul, it would be easy. All martial souls were transformed from souls. Naturally, they could also be transformed into souls. Ling Xiao sensed the 5 complete martial souls in his body. Ghost Ship, Dark Cloud, Giant Sword, Blood Shadow, Thunder Bear. These 5 martial souls were already complete soul entities. It was a pity that they were reduced to souls just like that. However, he could feel that once the golden dragon awakened, it would bring him greater benefits than these 5 complete martial souls. Furthermore, these 5 martial souls originally belonged to someone else. He was just borrowing them. If he didn't have them, he could just take them from other martial artists. In any case, in this mystic world, he was not afraid of enemies. People always faced all kinds of choices, and Ling Xiao was no exception. He was not an indecisive person. Since he had decided to do something, he would definitely make up his mind. Fuse. Ling Xiao released a part of his soul as the core of the golden dragon's soul. Then, he fused the 5 martial souls into it, forming a complete soul. This soul fused into the corpse of the ancient golden dragon and absorbed the remnant consciousness of the ancient golden dragon at the same time. Buzz at that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had turned into an ancient giant beast, overlooking the earth and looking down on everything as ants. In his mind, the era of the ancient golden dragon's life flashed past. That should be the ancient desolation era, before the emergence of human cultivators. Unfortunately, the consciousness left behind by the primordial golden dragon was fragmented, and its memories were incomplete. Thus, Ling Xiao had no idea how it died. But even so, this guy was still a treasure trove. In the memory of its body, there was a large number of immemorial divine runes, and these were undoubtedly magical powers from the immemorial era. Once cultivated, it would probably be more terrifying than immemorial martial arts. In addition, the terrifying aura of the ancient golden dragon had also fused into Ling Xiao's soul, causing his soul to become stronger and even have an immemorial aura. "Awaken for me!" Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. The ancient golden dragon in the mountain river world finally slowly opened its eyes. At that moment, he seemed to feel the ground tremble, and some of the laws of the mystic world seemed to have been broken again. Thinking back carefully, when he awakened the mountain river martial soul, a similar situation had occurred. However, at that time, he was too weak and fainted immediately. In the end, he did not realize anything. But it was different now. The ancient golden dragon was a giant beast from the ancient desolation era. It should not have existed in the mystic world. So, its birth would inevitably cause some changes in the laws. And these changes in the laws would cause the mystic world to tremble. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know the details. He was just speculating. As the primordial golden dragon's aura continued to grow stronger, the trembling sensation became even more pronounced. However, the strange thing was that the Herculean ape and the countless Class 9 demonic beasts lying beside him did not seem to notice this situation. Could it be that Transcendent Realm and Transcendence Realm cultivators? Ling Xiao made a bold guess. Although his speculation, it was not accurate. Of course, Transcendent cultivators God ancestors God, art. But he was an exception. After all, this ancient golden dragon was born from his mountain river martial soul, so he could naturally feel it. The nearest large sect was the Yuehua school. At this time, the heaven transcendent cultivators of the Yuehua school were all scared out of their wits. They did not know what was happening outside. Inside the volcano palace, the flame deity, who was recuperating, suddenly held in pain. The terrifying changes in the laws made him feel fear from the depths of his soul. Originally, the sect had given him a spirit fruit of heaven and earth, which allowed him to recover from the injuries that would have taken him a year to recover in a short month. And this world spirit fruit was the only one in the entire Yuehua school. It was enough to show how important he was to the Yuehua school. However, this time, the sudden attack of this terrifying aura completely disrupted his recovery rhythm, causing him to suffer even more injuries. Damn it! Damn it! The flame deity did not know why he was so unlucky. This meant that all his previous efforts had been wasted. Furthermore, he had suffered even more injuries. It would be impossible for him to recover without a year and a half. Meanwhile, at the top of the Moonlight Pagoda, the Yuan Venerate, who had also sensed this aura, was pleasantly surprised. He had been unable to use his full strength because of his chronic illness. In the end, he had been suppressed by the few old fogies from the Yuehua school's law enforcement hall. However, what surprised him was that this aura that had suddenly appeared actually made him feel a sense of familiarity. His chronic illness had actually started to gradually recover. Good disciple? No, no, no. How is that possible? The Yuan Venerate shook his head. He found this absurd idea laughable. Even if Ling Xiao had broken through to the transcendent grade, it was impossible for him to have such an aura. Of course, he had not expected that Ling Xiao would actually use his mountain river martial soul and his own blood to save an ancient golden dragon. The aura of this ancient golden dragon had been affected by Ling Xiao. Therefore, it would feel malice towards its enemies. On the other hand, it would feel kindness towards its relatives and friends. As for those who were neither enemies nor friends, there would naturally be no malice or kindness. However, even if there was no malice, that terrifying aura still made all the martialists of the Sky Dragon continent tremble deeply. Fortunately, they were not as unlucky as the flame deity. They only trembled under this aura and did not dare continue what they were doing. Some people who were in the midst of doing evil even mistook the sudden appearance of this terrifying aura for a peerless expert. They were so frightened that they fled in panic and never did evil again. This was something that Ling Xiao had not expected. This terrifying aura caused many people who had done evil or attempted to do evil to put down their butcher's knives and repent completely. There was a God watching over them. They began to believe the truth of this sentence. this terrifying aura lasted for 2 hours before it gradually dissipated. The ancient golden dragon had been completely revived. Roar. The ancient golden dragon stood in the mountain river realm and let out a dragon roar towards the sky. At that moment, that roar penetrated the entire dragon subduing mountain range, penetrated countless clouds, and even penetrated the nomological laws of the mystic world. Xianxia would never forget that terrifying roar for the rest of his life. It was simply too terrifying. Of course, to him, this dragon roar was terrifying, but it would not harm him. After all, the core of the ancient golden dragon's soul was actually a part of his soul. However, this might not be the case for other things. This dragon roar shattered the nomological laws of the mystic world and started to condense nomological laws that belonged to itself. The sun, moon, and stars underwent some changes because of this dragon roar. Heaven and earth also trembled because of it. This kind of domineering aura of supremacy really shocked him to no end. That dragon roar was merely a very ordinary roar of an ancient golden dragon in the mountain river world. But in an instant, it crushed the mystic world's laws, and produced a law that belonged to itself. It was simply gods and demons fending off, extremely domineering. But this dragon roar sounded very loud to Xianxia, and the power was also very terrifying. But martial artists below Deva realm could not sense it at all. Even Deva realm powerhouses only felt that something seemed to have changed, but as for what it was, they were completely unclear. In the mystic world, only a few supreme powerhouses could clearly feel the shattering and rebirth of laws. Heavenly Dragon Continent's central region. A giant pillar that reached the sky stood there. On it, inscriptions flickered continuously, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. It was rumored that on the 13 continents, there were similar things. Their names were Law Divine Pillars. The 13 Law Divine Pillars were the foundation that supported the mystic world's laws. No one knew what material they were made of, but no one had ever been able to leave the slightest trace of a scar on it. Deva realm powerhouses could not. Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses could not as well. Every time a law shattered, the Law Divine Pillars would sound an alarm, turning crimson, and emitting some kind of message that only Deva realm powerhouses could sense. And at this time, the Law Divine Pillars on the Heavenly Dragon Continent already turned crimson red, as if burned red, the inscriptions on it flickering continuously. The urgent alarm signal was transmitted to the ears of every powerhouse above Deva realm. The Law Divine Pillars actually issued an alarm. Could it be that some law was shattered? The last time the laws shattered, the mystic world suffered a great disaster, especially the human race being close to extinction. What kind of disaster will it be this time? Could it be that the mystic world is going to encounter some tribulation again? Near the Law Divine Pillars, one figure after another rushed over continuously. The terrifying aura made the nearby living beings tremble continuously. These were all Deva realm powerhouses, rarely seen normally. This time all of them actually gathered together. Boom! Suddenly, an absolutely powerful aura attacked from all directions, far surpassing all the Deva realm powerhouses. Behind this person was a cluster of sun-wheel phantoms, emitting an extremely terrifying and vast aura. On the ground, even peak Deva realm powerhouses still had to kneel on the ground to greet. Greetings to Great Sun Realm Lord. Realm Lord, this was a title for Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses, like a master or a heavenly venerable. All rise. The Great Sun Realm Lord slowly descended and stood in front of the law pillar. After that, he stretched out his right hand as the sun chakram behind him revolved. The blazing light from the chakram instantly fused into the law pillar. When the Law Divine Pillars began to tremble, the Deva Realm Lord. The Great Sun Realm Lord frowned as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed that even a Grotto Heaven realm expert was insignificant in the face of a law pillar. The light from the sun wheel became even more dazzling. The Great Sun Realm Lord closed his eyes and focused on conversing with the Law God Pillar. The blazing light shrouded the area, and the celestial tier elites all stepped aside. They stood in the distance and looked at this Supreme Master respectfully. He was like the incarnation of the sun, the master between heaven and earth. His every move made the celestial realm cultivators tremble uneasily. Deva Deva Realm Deva Deva Realm Deva Deva Realm Deva Deva. The Great Sun Realm Lord is actually a real person. I thought he was just a legend. Yeah, if not for the Law Divine Pillar's warning, the Great Sun Realm Lord wouldn't have shown himself. But what kind of warning did the Law Divine Pillars send out? Could it be that the mystic world's laws were shattered by an external force? The reason why this person asked was because according to ancient records, the mystic world's first calamity was due to an external force shattering the mystic world's laws. I'm not sure, but the Great Sun Realm Lord should be able to investigate clearly. After all, he is a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse. His strength is truly terrifying. The Deva Realm experts only dared to speak softly, afraid that they would disturb the Realm Lord. About an hour later, the Great Sun Realm Lord weakly retrieved the Sun Wheel. He didn't look at the other experts and muttered to himself, the mystic world's laws were indeed shattered, but it wasn't from the outside. It was from an internal force, and after it was shattered, it was reformed. His voice wasn't loud, but the Deva Realm experts heard it clearly. An internal force from the mystic world? That's impossible. Who can break the mystic world's laws? Someone exclaimed. That's right. Who can break the mystic world's laws? You have to know that the mystic world's laws are more stable than the Law Divine Pillars. The Great Sun Realm Lord was also shocked. When he was communicating with the Law Divine Pillars, he could only faintly see a huge image. It was like a golden divine dragon, and it possessed an ancient aura that was even more terrifying than the Law Divine Pillars. Ancient giant beast? The ancient era was divided into 3 periods. The first period was the primal chaos period. The world was in chaos, and other than energy, there was nothing else. The second period was the ancient desolate period. Ancient giant beasts were born from the world, and each of them had their own laws. The third period was the human king period. The human king ruled the entire mystic world and forged the 13 Law Divine Pillars, establishing the mystic world's laws. Although this period was ruled by the human race, there was an abundance of species, so it was also called the myriad races period. Every giant beast in the ancient desolate period had the strength of a human king. If it was really an ancient giant beast, then it was too terrifying. A dragon roar suddenly sounded in the Great Sun Realm Lord's mind. His face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, becoming even weaker. The ancient giant beasts have awakened. He used a mournful voice to roar at the heavens. Through the Law Divine Pillars, all the experts in the Heaven Realm and above could hear his roar. Heavenly Court Continent, Jade Heaven Dynasty. This was the continent furthest away from the Sky Dragon continent. And Jade Heaven Dynasty was the most prosperous dynasty on this continent. The owner of this dynasty was not the human race, but the immortal race, one of the myriad races of the ancient era. They had absolute talent. The Jade Heaven Dynasty's imperial palace was actually floating above the 9 heavens, standing among the clouds. Ongjio roar see around the imperial palace, there were divine dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, black tortoises, cheilants, vermilion birds, qinghuan, and other immortal beasts flying around. And these things had already gone extinct on the Sky Dragon continent. Outside the palace, 9 dragons were pulling a carriage filled with boundless aura. There were a man and a woman sitting on the carriage. The man was wearing a crown, and the woman was wearing a phoenix crown. Their aura was filled with the domineering and majestic aura of a king. Standing there, they were like gods. For the Jade Heaven Dynasty, having the location of the imperial palace exposed was definitely not a good thing. Empress, what do you think? The emperor asked his wife. Even though the rainbow clouds continued to gather, the terrifying power did not dissipate. The roar continued, causing the rainbow clouds to disperse. Just now, a roar came from the Sky Dragon continent. I'm afraid it was a warning from a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. A primordial beast has awakened, the woman said softly with a frown. Sky Dragon continent? The emperor frowned at the mention of this continent. He would never forget the teachings of his ancestors. No matter what, he was not to have any ideas about that continent. That was the continent where the human race rose, and where the human king was born. Although it was extremely weak now, no one dared to set foot there. Empress, it seems that the prophecy came true. This is the 9th primordial beast that has awakened recently. 9 is the number of supremacy. Should we send someone to the Sky Dragon continent? This primordial beast must not fall into the hands of the enemy. the emperor asked. The woman did not speak. Instead, she took out her hairpin and waved it at the sky. In the sky that was originally filled with rolling clouds, there was now a long river shining with silver light. The long river turned into a flood dragon and swept towards the faintly discernible figure in the sky. Boom! The long river suddenly burst apart. Before it could even get close to the illusory figure, it had already been completely destroyed. Let's not. The woman finally spoke. Every primordial beast has the strength of a human king. Once they awaken, no one will be able to control them. Forcefully controlling them will only bring about endless disaster. Fine. The sound is gone. The dragon's roar finally disappeared, and the figure in the sky also disappeared. The rainbow clouds once again covered the imperial palace of the Jade Heaven dynasty. The 9 underworlds continent. Darkness shrouded this continent all year round. There was no sunlight, only darkness. Everything here seemed to be filled with evil and unease. A black figure flew across the sky, covering the sun. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a giant bat. The bat's wings stretched out for dozens of li. Furthermore, the giant bat had 3 heads, each one more ferocious than the last. A person sat on the back of the giant bat. In the darkness, it was impossible to see his appearance. The living beings on the ground hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground and prayed sincerely. Roar! The giant bat actually let out a roar that was close to that of a wild beast. With this roar, the souls of countless living beings flew out of their bodies and into the mouth of the giant bat. Little guy, you're really greedy. The man on the bat's back chuckled. Roar! All of a sudden, a dragon's roar resounded in the sky, and a phantom flickering with golden light appeared on the horizon. The huge bat screamed and fell to the ground. The souls that had been absorbed also flew back. The black figure sitting on the bat's back remained calm. He gently raised his right hand, and the giant bat regained its balance and flew into the air again. Ancient golden dragon? I didn't expect this guy to actually recover. Logically speaking, this is impossible, unless someone has the mountain and river martial spirit. The black shadow looked at the shadow in the sky, his eyes flashing with madness and viciousness. Mountain river martial spirit. The martial spirit that once belonged to the human king. I'm very interested. Just how much of an impact did the primordial golden dragon's roar cause? Xianxia wasn't sure. He only saw that after the primordial golden dragon roared, it lay down again and closed its eyes to sleep. Xianxia was very clear that the terrifying power of the primordial golden dragon wasn't something that he could fully control. However, through the mountain and river martial spirit, he could draw out even a trace of its power and use it. Whether it was cultivation or fighting, it would be of great help. The primordial giant beast is just a part of the ancient times. No matter how strong it is, it still can't escape the domination of the mountain and river martial spirit. The mountain and river martial spirit is the strongest martial spirit in the world. Since it has chosen you to be its master, treat it well and it will naturally repay you. At a certain moment, this sentence suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's mind. He didn't know who said it, but it seemed to suddenly appear and disappear. Ling Zhao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He gradually understood that when he awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, it was just a test by the original owner of the mountain and river martial spirit. Before him, many people had awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, but in the end, they couldn't completely merge with their own soul, so it was always someone else's. Therefore, it was normal for it to be snatched away. But now, Ling Zhao's mountain and river martial spirit was different. It had completely become Ling Zhao's own. It was connected to his flesh and blood, and their souls depended on each other. The primordial giant beast, the primordial golden dragon's power was already terrifying enough that it could actually break the laws of the mysterious world. Then, how powerful was the mountain and river martial spirit that was even more terrifying than the primordial golden dragon? Ling Zhao was really looking forward to it. But now, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. As long as he activated the mountain and river martial spirit, he could clearly feel the terrifying power of the primordial golden dragon. It was just that this power was too terrifying and he couldn't control it. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely couldn't use it in large quantities. Just extracting it bit by bit was already very good. Even though he had lost 5 complete martial souls, he had gained an even greater power. This deal wasn't a loss. The most interesting thing was that when he absorbed the power of the primordial golden dragon, his body would undergo a special change. His pupils would turn golden and his hair would turn white. And in this state, his fighting strength would also soar. And there were 2 forms. One was the human dragon form, which maintained the appearance of a human, but could use some of the power of the primordial golden dragon. In this state, the quality and speed of his true essence would be greatly improved, making it easier to use human martial skills. The other was the golden dragon form, which completely transformed his body into that of the primordial golden dragon. His defense and strength would be greatly improved, but his speed would be relatively slow. He couldn't use any human martial skills, but he could use the martial skills of the dragon clan. As for the martial skills of the dragon clan, he should be able to find them in the divine text of the primordial golden dragon. He wasn't in a hurry now. Rice needed to be eaten one bite at a time. It was better to wait until he completely grasped the power of the primordial golden dragon before considering cultivating the martial skills of the dragon clan. In addition, no matter which form he was in, he couldn't use the 9 demons' divine arts. The 2 powers seemed to repel each other. Although he didn't know the reason, it shouldn't have much effect. After checking his body's condition and confirming that there were no problems, Xianxia began to try out the new mountain and river martial spirit. Due to the mountain river martial soul's fusion reaching 100%, Xiao's abilities had improved in all aspects. First of all, there were 9 special abilities. Analysis, Creation, Realm Model, Martial Will, Martial Soul Avatar, Devouring Fighting Soul, Devouring True Essence, 9 Meridian Spirit Body, Mountain River Dominator. All of them had been greatly improved. Moreover, Martial Will had transformed into Martial Dao Law. This ability was relatively complicated, and Xianxia still needed to study it again. However, in general, he could set a certain law during battle or cultivation, pay a certain price, and then achieve an even more terrifying effect. For example, during cultivation. The price was not to rest for 2 hours. The effect was to increase one's cultivation speed by 10% for 2 hours. Of course, this was a relatively simple law. Another example was during battle. The price was to be seriously injured by the opponent. The effect was to instantly inflict damage to the enemy with one's strongest attack. Whether the law was established or not, it had to follow the laws of the mystic world. The Mountain River Martial Soul would give a reminder. Although the other 8 special abilities had not transformed, they had all been improved. Secondly, Xianxia could always stay in the soul imprint state without activating it. His vision, analytical ability, reaction ability, and so on had all been greatly improved. It was even more terrifying than before. He could see through the enemy's next move. He could quickly analyze the enemy's flaws or weaknesses. He had a super long-range vision of more than 100 miles and penetrating vision of 10 meters. Of course, penetrating vision was still affected by true essence. If the opponent used true essence to block it, then the penetration depth would naturally be reduced. Finally, Xianxia could finally use the Mountain River Martial Soul to fight. In the past, he did not dare to use the Mountain River Martial Soul because he was worried that the secret would be revealed. But the situation was different now. He found that the power of the Mountain River Martial Soul could actually be broken down and used. Currently, the 3 powers he could borrow were Glacier, Ocean, and Mountain River. The external manifestation was these 3 forms. He would not directly summon the entire Mountain River Martial Soul, so he was not afraid of being exposed. In any case, his Mountain River Martial Soul had completely merged with his soul, and its aura was completely different from the Mountain River Martial Soul that those people were looking for. As long as he did not summon his main body, he did not have to worry about exposing the secret. After having a basic understanding of his current abilities, Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a smile. He looked in the direction of Yuehua School and then looked in the direction of Tianfeng City. He decided to go to Tianfeng City to take a look. He had not been back for a long time. He did not know what was going on in the Divine Sword sect. Thinking back to when the Blue Eyes race launched a war, Tianfeng City was the first to bear the brunt of it. At that time, he couldn't come back to take a look. Now, he didn't want to miss it. When he left Skycloud City, He had considered for Divine Sword Sect to directly move to Sky Cloud City and merge with Lindsay's latent dragon camp to form an even stronger Divine Sword Sect. But due to Sky Cloud City's City Lord Wanben's opposition, it did not succeed. Therefore, after the war ended, the Divine Sword Sect returned to the Tianfeng City and used the Tianfeng City as a base to slowly develop. Although it couldn't be compared to the great sects, especially the 12 great sects, it still had a transcendent realm master like Grandmaster Baiyun, so it stood to reason that it should develop well. However, when he followed the Divine Sword Sect's disciples who were hunting at the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range and arrived at the Divine Sword Sect, he realized that the situation wasn't good. From afar, he saw a group of people gathered in front of the Divine Sword Gate. This reminded him of the time when the two great families of the Tianfeng City cooperated with the ninjas to besiege the Ling family. This group of people were filled with murderous intent and there were close to 10,000 of them. The most important thing was that many of them were soldiers from Sky Cloud City and they all had the City Lord's residence's emblem on them. These soldiers were all practitioners and the weakest among them was at the 5th level of the Martial Vein Realm. As for the team leaders, they were all at the 7th level of the Martial Vein Realm. As for the generals, they were all at the 8th level of the Martial Vein Realm and some were even at the 9th level of the Martial Vein Realm. Although there were only about 1,000 of them, but even so, it was still too many. He really didn't know what had happened in the past 2 months. Why did so many martial masters suddenly appear in the White Cloud province? Could it be because the 12 great sects had reappeared in the world? Ling Xiao wasn't sure if his thoughts were correct but he was very clear about the current situation. These people were definitely here to find trouble with the Divine Sword Sect. They were armed with bows and crossbows and various weapons, surrounding the Divine Sword Sect so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. They could directly charge into the Divine Sword Sect anytime and cleanse the place with blood. The Divine Sword Sect didn't seem to be easy to bully. At this moment, the disciples who were out on missions had all returned and there were thousands of them. With the sect as a fortress, they built a tight defense. Shields, bows and spears were all prepared. It was obvious that in this chaotic world, the Divine Sword Sect's sect master Ling Wuheng had tried his best to let this weak sect continue to survive. In the Divine Sword Sect, there were many disciples at the 7th level of the Martial Vein Realm and some at the 9th level of the Martial Vein Realm. Ling Xiao even saw Ling Yiheng among them. This fellow had finally become the pillar of the Divine Sword Sect. Thinking back to when he left, this fellow was only at the 5th or 6th level of the Martial Vein Realm, as expected, because of the reappearance of the Mountain River Martial Spirit and the 12 sects, many things seemed to have changed. These practitioners who were originally unable to advance to the Martial Master Realm, after awakening their martial spirits or broken martial spirits, their cultivation speed had obviously increased. Although they were still far from Ling Xiao and the others who had entered the sect, at least they were much faster than before. Ling Xiao was very happy for Ling Yiheng. Although this fellow was only at the early 9th level of the Martial Vein Realm and whether he could advance to the Transcendent Realm was still unknown, this was already very good. After all, Ling Yiheng's aptitude was really limited. The 9th level of the Martial Vein Realm led by Wanben stood at the front of the attacking team. There were also ninja warriors like Xu Hua, Lu Xing, Diao Wu, Fei Lu, Fei Yu. Wanben's aura was very strong. Ling Xiao could feel that he should have advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Vein Realm. It was a pity that he didn't enter the sect and couldn't get a higher level of cultivation martial arts. If Wanben wanted to break through to the Transcendent Realm, it would be very difficult. On the other side, the Divine Sword Sect's leaders were Ling Wuheng, Ling Yiheng, and Ling Xiaotian. It was just that they didn't know where Master Baiyun had gone. Ling Xiao looked towards the Divine Sword Sect, but there was no trace of Master Baiyun. He couldn't help but frown. This Master Baiyun had promised him to protect the Divine Sword Sect, so why wasn't he in the sect? Although he was confused, he didn't want to delve into it now. After today's matter was settled, he should be able to ask Ling Yiheng and the others. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't want to help for the time being was that he couldn't stay in the Divine Sword Sect forever. Some things had to be solved by the Divine Sword Sect themselves. Of course, if there was any danger, he would definitely take action. Ling Xiaotian, you're old. You're only at the peak of the 8th level Martial Vein. You're not even as good as your disciple. Why struggle so hard? It's better to change the name of the sect and retire. Wanben said coldly to Ling Xiaotian with his hands behind his back. His tone was completely condescending. The name Divine Sword Sect was decided by several supreme elders and the sect master in the past. You can't change it just because you want to. Ling Xiaotian obviously didn't want to use force, so his tone was gentler. If Governor Wanben can give us a convincing reason, we will naturally contact Supreme Elder Ling Xiao, who is currently cultivating in the Yuehua school. It doesn't matter even if we change the name. Humph, I told you to change it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you want to offend the Sword King sect? Wanben snorted coldly. Your sect's name has violated the taboo of the Sword King sect. It must be changed. As for that Ling Xiao, humph, he offended the flame deity of the Yuehua school. Do you think he has a chance to come back alive? Ridiculous. This is too overbearing. Ling Yihong said angrily. So what if it's overbearing? Cut the crap. If you don't want to change the name of the sect, this governor will completely raze the Divine Sword sect to the ground for you. There's no need for such a sect to exist in this world. Wanben said disdainfully. Governor, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. We have more people and the help of the Sword King sect's experts. It's easy to eradicate the Divine Sword sect. These guys have been helping Lin Zhe, so they can't be left alive. Lu Xing, who was standing next to Wanben, said. Now that Lin Zhe has brought people to eliminate the bandits and that Master Bai Yun has been seriously injured by the Sword King sect's experts, they have no chance. We can't wait for Lin Zhe to react. By then, I'm afraid the losses will be too great. He's right. Among the crowd behind Wanben stood several brightly dressed Transcendent Realm cultivators. Although these people were only at the first layer of the Transcendent Realm, in the secular world, they could be considered peerless masters. One of them said to Wanben, Wanben, don't worry. With our Sword King sect supporting you, what are you afraid of? What's more, don't you want the gold grade rare grade martial art that we promised you? This person was dressed in a green robe with the Sword King sect's emblem embroidered on it. Actually, Ling Zhao's impression of the Sword King sect wasn't bad. Back during the battle in Sky Cloud City, it was the appearance of the Sword King sect's disciples who scared off the Beast King Palace's disciples and saved Master Bai Yun's life. But this time, the Sword King sect actually came knocking on their door because of the matter of the sect's name, wanting to completely eradicate the Divine Sword sect. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He knew very well that in the same sect, there would be many different people. For example, in the Yuehua school, there were people like the Flame Deity and Wang Han Tianzuan. But this kind of thing was probably an order from the upper echelons of the Sword King sect. Because they felt that someone's name was unpleasant, they sent people to clean it up. This kind of action was simply like getting rid of an eyesore. This was the ruthlessness and indifference of the strong. Don't worry, the Divine Sword sect is just a trivial sect. You don't need to make a move to destroy it easily. Wanben showed a cold expression, then raised his right hand and waved, do it. No matter how he thought about it, he wasn't afraid of the Divine Sword sect. In his opinion, Ling Xiao had only gone to the Yuehua school for 2 months. Even if his talent was outstanding, he should have just reached the first layer of the Transcendent Realm. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao at all. Wasn't Master Bai Yun also seriously injured? If another first layer of the Transcendent Realm master came, it would just take a little more effort. He had as many as 10 first layer of the Transcendent Realm masters on his side, and all of them were experts who were proficient in gold grade entry grade or rare grade martial arts. How could he be afraid of Ling Xiao? Following his command, Sky Cloud City's army of over 10,000 drew their bows and fired their sinful arrows. Of course, to him, this was nothing. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he did something like this. At that moment, the arrows in the sky were like locusts that covered the sky, enveloping the Divine Sword sect. Find cover. Raise your shields. Ling Wuheng calmly commanded the Divine Sword sect's disciples. At the same time, he, Ling Yihong, Ling Xiaotian and the rest all held up their huge shields, completely blocking themselves behind. They didn't have Ling Zhao's terrifying defense and had to rely on these shields to block the arrows. Otherwise, they would instantly become a pile of arrows. Pai pai pa pa pa, ding ding dang dang, the arrows smashed onto the walls and shields, giving off a hurried sound. Many dents had appeared on the shield, and many holes had appeared on the wall. Ling Xiaotian, you old fool, die. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Wan Ben naturally understood this point. Although Ling Xiaotian wasn't the strongest in the Divine Sword sect, but he was the backbone of the Divine Sword sect. As long as he was killed, everything would be over. Wan Ben retrieved a hard bow from his storage ring and nocked 2 arrows. Circulating his true chi, he shot them out. Those 2 arrows were actually sparkling with a light blue electric current in midair, its speed as fast as lightning. Pung pung, the 2 arrows pierced through the iron shield in Ling Xiaotian's hands one after another, and a burst of strong electric current struck Ling Xiaotian's body. The shock caused the old man's body to fly out and a stream of blood floated in the air. When the few grand elders of the Divine Sword sect saw this, they hurriedly helped Ling Xiaotian block those 2 arrows. But even so, they were still forced to retreat several steps from the impact. Wan Ben claimed to be the #1 person under the Transcendent Realm, and it seemed like in White Cloud Province, his title wasn't just for show. Giant Whale Swallowing Corpse. Flowing Water Sword Shadow. The 2 people standing beside Wan Ben, Fei Yu and Fei Lu, took the opportunity to strike. One of them waved a long spear and a giant whale's shadow formed behind his back. The long spear seemed to have transformed into a giant whale as it shot towards Ling Xiaotian. The other person's sword flashed and a stream of water shot out rapidly, transforming into a giant flowing water sword shadow. Both of their targets were Ling Xiaotian. They obviously wanted to kill Ling Xiaotian. Both of their attacks were too sudden and their abilities were much stronger than Ling Xiaotian. The few Grand Elders of the Divine Sword sect couldn't possibly block them. Seeing that Ling Xiaotian was about to die under their joint attack, suddenly a loud roar was heard. Those who kill my Divine Sword sect's disciples shall die. Ling Xiao finally made his move. He couldn't possibly watch Ling Xiaotian being killed. This old man had done him a favor. His figure turned into a remnant shadow as he rushed over. The distance of several hundred feet seemed to be just a short distance. Numerous arrows landed around his body, but they were all deflected and shot towards Sky Cloud City's soldiers instead. Ling Zhao's heavenly dragon golden body had already reached the 5th level, although he had only just entered the 5th level. However, his terrifying defense was definitely not something that the martial artists of the secular world could imagine. His figure actually arrived in front of Ling Xiaotian before Fei Yu and Fei Lu's attack. With just a casual slap, the powerful attack collapsed and did not cause any damage to him. If you want to destroy my Divine Sword sect, you have to get through me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's roar was like a dragon's roar. The terrifying vibration caused the arrows that were flying towards the Divine Sword sect to explode in the air and fall to the ground. Ling Xiao. Wan Ben recognized Ling Xiao at a glance. It was impossible for him not to recognize him. Back when Ling Xiao was still in the martial vein realm, he had embarrassed him several times. He would never forget this person even if he turned into ashes. That's right, it's me, the Supreme Elder of the Divine Sword sect, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, releasing the aura of a half-step master. However, even so, it raised the morale of countless Divine Sword sect disciples. That's the legendary Supreme Elder Ling Xiao? Too powerful, as expected of a disciple of the Yuehua school. Yeah, he easily defeated the attacks of 2 9th-level martial vein realm experts. The Divine Sword sect is saved. Little bastard, you came back just in time. I think it's because the Yuehua school can't survive anymore, so he came back. Then I'll kill you as well and turn your Divine Sword sect into ashes. Wan Ben was blinded by anger. He had forgotten that he could not afford to offend the Yuehua school. Wan Ben, oh Wan Ben. If you had obediently been the governor of the White Cloud Province, no one would have done anything to you. However, you should never have colluded with the disciples of the Sword King sect to cause trouble for the Divine Sword sect. At this point, Ling Xiao looked at the disciples of the Sword King sect and said, I'm Ling Xiao, an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. You must be inner disciples of the Sword King sect. Your Sword King sect and our Yuehua school mind our own business. If you leave quickly, you can still coexist peacefully. Ha ha ha, a mere Yuehua school's outer disciple dares to order our Sword King sect's inner disciple around. A disciple of the Sword King sect laughed out loud and said, Ling Xiao, If you're willing to change the name of your Divine Sword sect, kneel down and apologize to the Sword King sect, and let everyone from your Divine Sword sect enter the Sword King sect as slaves, then we can consider letting you live. Every sect had slaves. Once the losing side of a sect war was captured, most of them would become slaves and do some of the lowest and most miserable jobs. Is there really no room for negotiation? If possible, Xianxia really did not want to be enemies with the Sword King sect. It was not because he was afraid, but because he really found it troublesome. However, the disciples of the Sword King sect clearly did not know what Xianxia was thinking. Their disdainful whispers were filled with a strong sense of ridicule. If you don't do as we say, the Divine Sword sect will be removed from the Sky Dragon continent today. That's right. What is the Divine Sword sect? A mere unrated sect dares to call itself the Divine Sword sect. Obediently do as we say, otherwise, the Divine Sword sect will be turned into scorched earth in an instant. The disciples of the Sword King sect were very arrogant. They were also very proud. This was probably the so-called birds of a feather flocked together. Forget it. Since there's no room for negotiation, then none of you can go back alive today. Xianxia sighed helplessly. He did not want to kill anyone, but some people really deserved to be killed. His tone was very calm, without the slightest bit of killing intent, but his eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly, a large amount of true essence spurted out from his body, like a tyrannical fierce beast, roaring as it circled around his body. To deal with these people, there was really no need to use two strong moves. What he used was the Imperial Sword Technique Bronze Scroll. However, the thing he controlled was not the 36 Big Dipper flying swords, but the scattered arrows on the ground. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, he pointed forward with both hands and countless arrows whistled as they pounced towards Wanben's army. The sound of air being torn apart continuously resounded in the air, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. The most terrifying thing was that these arrows were fused with the 12 golden lotus arts: wind, thunder, and rain, 3 kinds of power. Wind-splitting effect. Thunder-splitting effect. Rain's corrosive effect. Imperial Sword Technique, Funeral. Xianxia roared as he rushed towards Wanben's army accompanied by arrows that blotted out the sky. Today, he was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. His strength was enough to rely on his own strength to destroy all the attacking martial artists. Xianxia might not like to kill indiscriminately. However, once he decided to kill some people, he would no longer hesitate. Wanben and his followers were fine. The experts of the Sword King sect were fine. Today, he could not let a single one of them go. This was not only a good thing for the Divine Sword sect, it was also a good thing for him. Moreover, so what if he completely fell out with the Sword King sect? They had already killed their way to your door. Could it be that you really agreed to be a slave that was inferior to pigs and dogs? Although the arrows controlled by the Imperial Sword Technique were not as terrifying as the 36 Big Dipper flying swords, don't forget that he was now a peak transcendent stage 1 Grandmaster. His body contained an extremely powerful true essence. Those fellows on the other side, other than Martial Vane stage 9 Martial Master and above, were basically unable to withstand his arrows. Poochie poochie, amidst the continuous sounds, the shields of Wanben's army were pierced, the armor on their bodies were pierced, and in an instant, thousands of people had already fallen to the ground, no longer breathing. All with a miserable cry. In Wanben's army, Martial Vane stage 9 Martial Master Fei Lu attempted to use his long sword to block the arrows. However, at that moment, the terrifying chill on the arrows had an effect. Fei Lu's body instantly froze, and then was shattered by another arrow. How can it be so powerful? Wanben turned pale with fright. He was still able to temporarily block the terrifying arrows, but a large number of the soldiers behind him died in an instant. This was the foundation of his survival. Without these soldiers, he, the Governor Baiyun, would become a commander without an army. At that time, as long as Lindsay attacked, he would have no way to deal with it. Wanben's heart was bleeding. His soul was trembling. The flying fish roared angrily. Fei Mu was dead, Fei Yun was dead, and now Fei Lu was also dead. And they all died at the hands of Xianxia. Kill. Kill him. Attack Xianxia with all your strength. Everyone from the Sword King sect, I hope that you can quickly attack and use your divine skills to kill this vicious brat on the spot. Kill your way into the Divine Sword sect, leave no one alive. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the angry roars, more than a dozen martial vein stage 9 martial masters surrounded Ling Xiao, and then charged over together. Among them, the most furious was probably Fei Yu. He held a long spear in his hand and took the lead, swearing to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. The image of the whale behind him became increasingly solid. Fei Yu took the lead and charged towards Ling Xiao. Above his spear, true qi had almost condensed into a solid form. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was an ordinary first-level transcendent realm cultivator, they would definitely not dare to block this move. Whale swallowing 10,000 li. Fei Yu roared as he finally approached Ling Xiao. His expression was incomparably ferocious, his eyes filled with hatred and boundless killing intent. The terrifying giant whale opened its huge mouth and swallowed Ling Xiao with a momentum that blotted out the sky. Courting death. Ling Xiao had already let Fei Yu and Fei Lu off when he was in Skycloud City. However, these two did not know what was good for them and actually followed Wan Ben to attack the Divine Sword sect. This time, he would definitely not show mercy. Ling Xiao did not even bother to look at Fei Yu's attack. With a casual slap, the common-grade artifact spear, which was condensed with almost all of Fei Yu's true qi, broke into several pieces. Pooh, Fei Yu's body was actually pierced by his broken spear. The terrifying true qi caused his bones to break inch by inch, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Ling Xiao turned his body slightly and approached the flying fish. Then, he slammed his palm down. Divine Prison King Fist, Bull's Head Smash, his fist was clenched tightly, like a giant bear's fist. One could feel the true qi flowing madly in his hand, and his muscles contained a terrifying explosive power. It was like a terrifying fist from hell, causing one to tremble with fear. Fei Yu had not yet reacted to the previous attack, so he was unable to dodge. Fei Yu's fist landed solidly on his head. How could Fei Yu block a fist that could shatter a bull's head? Everyone only heard Fei Yu's blood-curdling scream, and then saw Fei Yu's head explode under that terrifying fist. His body was directly smashed into the ground. In an instant, there were no signs of life. Beast. In an instant, Wan Ben, Zhu Hua, Dia Wu, Lu Xing, and more than a dozen 9th-level martial veins from Heavenly Enduring Academy furiously pounced on Ling Xiao. The terrifying true essence condensed together, converging into a huge true essence hand. This hand was as tall as a mountain and as big as a mountain. It whistled through the air and lifted up the stone slabs on the ground. It was as if there was an earthquake. The true essence giant hand wrapped around the blue stone slab and shot towards Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to instantly turn Ling Xiao into meat paste. Sigh, he really doesn't know the meaning of death. Even until now, you still can't see the difference in strength. You really deserve to die. Looking at the true essence giant hand, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. These people thought that they could kill him by joining forces. What a joke. Ling Xiao stood there and gently struck out with his palm. Divine Hell King's Fist, Destruction, a terrifying aura instantly filled the entire space. In that instant, all the attacks were nullified. The true essence giant hand shattered and disappeared without a trace. The swords, spears, strange weapons, and even the stone slabs were all reduced to dust. Not only that, the terrifying power of destruction was still not over. In a panic, Wan Ben hurriedly blocked the two 9th-level martial vein martial masters in front of him. Then, he saw the two people's bodies explode. And he retreated dozens of feet away in horror. In this attack, 7 or 8 of the dozen or so 9th-level martial vein martial masters died in an instant, leaving only 9 people. And these people were also scared out of their wits. This is impossible. Even a first-order Transcendent Realm Grandmaster would have no choice but to retreat. How could he block our attacks so easily and even have a chance to counterattack? How could he block our attacks so easily? How could he even have a chance to counterattack? This guy is simply a monster. When he left Skycloud City, he was only at the peak of the 8th-level martial vein realm. How could he have such powerful strength? I understand. This guy must have had some fortuitous encounter in Yuehua school and then obtained some kind of treasure. Suddenly, a Grandmaster of the Sword King sect shouted. Because they couldn't explain why Ling Xiao's strength was so strong, they naturally thought that Ling Xiao had some kind of treasure. They didn't guess wrong. Ling Xiao had a treasure on him, but he was too lazy to use it until now. Fiery sword skill. At the thought of Ling Xiao having a treasure on him, the Sword King sect masters obviously had other thoughts. One of the Sword King sect's first-level Transcendent Realm martial artists held a long sword and suddenly pierced it. When this sword pierced out, a raging fire instantly condensed into a sword ray and pierced towards Ling Xiao. Behind this person, there was a faint shadow of a small red sword. That should be his martial soul. It was probably a type of sword martial soul. This fiery sword ray was very terrifying. The flames rolled and the power was terrifying. Once it was blocked, it would immediately explode. The resulting flames were enough to turn the surrounding 100 meters into scorched earth. Even the bluestone slabs would be burned to ashes. It could be said that this fiery sword skill was one of the Sword King sect's signature martial skills. It was a rare gold martial skill. This Sword King sect master used this move to deal with Ling Xiao. It could be said that he was giving Ling Xiao a lot of face. Ha ha ha, Yuehua School's outer disciple trash. I'd like to see how you're going to survive under this sword. It had to be said that the Sword King sect master's timing was very clever. It was right after Ling Xiao finished using destruction. He had just used up his old strength and hadn't recovered his new strength. He couldn't do anything to defend himself. The fiery sword ray had already pierced Ling Xiao's protective True Yuan at an extremely fast speed and exploded. Ha ha ha, good death. As expected of a Sword King sect master. His methods are really impressive. Is this a rare gold martial skill? It's really terrifying. Seeing Ling Xiao's body being hit by the fiery sword ray and then exploding, a deep pit was formed on the ground. Wan Ben and the others were very happy. They felt that Ling Xiao was going to die without a doubt. Ling Xiao. Great Elder. Ling Yihang and Ling Wuhan turned pale with fright. All the disciples of the Divine Sword sect cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao was their savior. If he died like this, they would really be in despair. Ha ha ha, trash will always be trash. A mere Yuehua School's outer disciple dares to be arrogant in front of us? My Sword King sect's fiery sword skill is not something you can block. The Sword King sect disciples all laughed. They didn't think that killing a Yuehua School's disciple would attract the Yuehua School's revenge. One had to know that the position of an outer disciple in each sect was too low. It was so low that even if they died, it wouldn't cause much of a stir. Fiery sword skill? It's really boring. Such a rare gold martial skill is really a waste in the hands of trash like you. Suddenly, a voice came out from the flames. Ling Xiao slowly walked out. His body was shining with golden sky dragon scale armor. Not only was he not injured at all, even his clothes were not damaged. The defensive power of the sky dragon scale armor wasn't just strong. It was extremely strong. Return. In the end, the explosion did not spread out. The flames that should have turned everything within 100 meters into scorched earth were easily extinguished by Ling Xiao. All the flames and power were forcefully absorbed into his body. However, he did not convert them. Instead, he raised his hand and sent the flames and the power of the explosion back. This is bad. Run. The disciples of Sword King sect were all Transcendent Realm masters, after all, so their eyesight was still quite good. Although they didn't know how Ling Xiao had done this, at this moment, they all felt a sense of danger and hurriedly warned him before fleeing. The flames exploded in the middle of Wan Ben's army. In an instant, there were no living things within 100 meters. The cultivators in Wan Ben's army who could not escape were all burned to ashes by the flames. At least 1,000 people died in this counterattack. Wan Ben and the others reacted fast enough and avoided the counterattack in time. Otherwise, they would have been buried together with the enemy. How can this Ling Xiao be so powerful? Monster. He is simply a monster. Wan Ben's heart began to tremble. With the help of the Sword King sect, he had been accumulating strength for himself in Baiyun province recently. Many small families and sects were subdued or destroyed by him. He was very ambitious and wanted to establish a country in Baiyun province. This time, the higher-ups of the Sword King sect did not know about it. These dozen or so inner sect disciples of the Sword King sect were secretly bribed by Wanben, so they casually found an excuse to destroy the Divine Sword sect. Of course, the higher-ups of the Sword King sect did mention that the name Divine Sword sect was not suitable and could be destroyed. But this time, they did not know about the operation. The Divine Sword sect, which they thought could be easily destroyed, now had a big problem. Just Ling Xiao alone made it difficult for them to advance. In a flash, they had lost thousands of people. Monster? Yes, you are right. I, Ling Xiao, am a monster, but I was forced by you. As Ling Xiao spoke, he slowly walked towards Wanben's army. He once thought that since he was already at Yuehua school, he wouldn't care about Wanben anymore. He also wouldn't care about Fei Yu, Fei Lu, and the others trying to kill him. However, now it seemed that he was still too naive. The wild ambitions of these people finally burst forth uncontrollably. Since that was the case, he would deal with them all today. Ling Xiao's terror not only made Wanben and the others tremble with fear. Even the disciples of the Sword King sect were frowning as if they were unwilling to continue fighting. Wait. An expert from the Sword King sect said loudly, "You better think carefully about the consequences of harming an inner disciple of the Sword King sect. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you'll still die." Whoosh, if he hadn't said those words, he might have been able to live a little longer. But now, Ling Xiao had already used the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel without waiting for him to finish his sentence. With such terrifying speed, the distance of several hundred feet seemed to have been closed. No one saw how he moved. Several martial masters blocking the way were instantly sent flying, and when they fell to the ground, they were no longer breathing. Then, someone saw that Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of the Sword King sect's expert. So what if you're an inner disciple of the Sword King sect? If your sect doesn't know what's good for you, I'll still destroy you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sword King sect's First Order Transcendent Realm expert was sent flying and slammed into the wall like a mosquito, his blood flowing all over the wall. Young Master. The peak First Order Transcendent Realm cultivator who used the Raging Flame Sword art before exclaimed loudly. You actually killed our Sword King sect's young master. You're finished. You're really finished. This person was the strongest disciple of the Sword King sect who helped Wanben this time, and he was also the leader other than the young master. Ling Xiao didn't know who the young master was, probably the son of one of the Sword King sect's elders or hall masters. Who cares, I've already killed him. He looked back at the Sword King sect's Transcendent Realm expert who used the Raging Flame Sword art and said indifferently, "Since he's your young master, you can accompany him to the grave, lest he be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." Ling Xiao still didn't draw his sword. A First Order Transcendent Realm cultivator wasn't worthy of him drawing his sword. Wind Constellation, Divine Prison King Fist. Ling Xiao tried to integrate the 12 Golden Lotus Arts Wind Constellation into his Divine Prison King Fist. At that moment, his fist was surrounded by a fierce wind. He could feel that the speed of this punch would be even faster and more powerful. Before the fist arrived, the Sword King sect's Transcendent Realm expert felt a sharp pain on his face. Startled, he hurriedly used a defensive martial skill. Raging Flame Armor. This wasn't a real armor, but a true chi armor condensed from a defensive martial skill. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a thick layer of hard shell condensed on the outside of the body, and around this hard shell was a blazing flame. At this moment, the Sword King sect's disciple really looked like a raging flame war god. The flames surged and were extremely hot. This raging flame armor was similar to Ling Zhao's heavenly dragon scale armor in many ways. Once condensed, not only was it invulnerable, but it also had an extremely terrifying defensive power, and it could also increase one's strength. The difference was that the raging flame armor had the ability to burn the opponent. Ha ha ha, come at me if you're not afraid of death. You think you can hurt me? The Sword King sect's Transcendent Realm expert laughed confidently. However, in the next moment, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ling Zhao's punch directly cut through the raging flame armor, and then the Sword King sect's disciple's body was torn apart. Perhaps because it was too fast, the Sword King sect's disciple didn't realize he was dead. His head fell off, and he could even see his body slowly disintegrating. Huh? What's going on? Why can I see my body? The Sword King sect's disciple suddenly realized something, and his face instantly turned pale. I'm dead? How did I die? Isn't he a half-step grandmaster? Why was he able to kill me so easily? Even until his death, he still couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao was able to kill him. He died in a daze. What should we do? Young Master and Boss are both dead? Young Master aside, Boss is a peak first-layer Transcendent Realm Grandmaster. How could he be killed by this little brat? Could it be that he's also a Transcendent Realm Grandmaster, but was hiding his strength? That's impossible. He's only 14 years old. We've investigated this guy thoroughly. Don't worry about it so much. This little brat is strange. Let's retreat and report back to the sect. We'll send stronger inner sect disciples to settle accounts with this little brat. He's so strong, he must have some kind of treasure on him. Let's go. Asterisk so. Asterisk the remaining Sword King sect's disciples saw that the situation was not good, and they all used their movement skills to escape. They saw Ling Xiao kill their young master with a single move. He killed their boss with a single move. None of them were as strong as their boss. Wouldn't staying be courting death? Stay here. Ling Xiao knew the danger of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Once these Sword King sect disciples returned to the Sword King sect, he and the Divine Sword sect would be in big trouble. So, no matter what, these people had to be killed to avoid leaving behind a disaster. With a roar, 12 Big Dipper flying swords flew out, streaking across the sky and piercing towards the remaining 12 Sword King sect inner disciples like lightning. The flying swords were enhanced with the power of meteorological wind, so they were faster and more lethal. The friction between the flying swords and the air produced little sparks, and a fishy smell filled the air. Ah! 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 12 consecutive screams. The 12 Sword King sect first layer Transcendent Realm inner disciples had their throats pierced and fell heavily to the ground. They fell one after another. Ling Xiao retrieved the 12 flying swords, and with a wave of his hand, all 12 martial spirits were absorbed into his Mountain River martial spirit. However, these martial spirits, along with the ones he had devoured before, were used to strengthen the immemorial Golden Dragon's soul, so Ling Xiao did not plan to use them alone. Although the immemorial Golden Dragon had awakened, its soul was still very weak, so it needed to rely on a large number of martial spirits to continuously strengthen its soul until it fully recovered. Ling Xiao was very clear that the benefits of the immemorial Golden Dragon were definitely much greater than those martial spirits he had stolen. After devouring the martial spirits, Ling Xiao's body shook slightly, and his true qi instantly shook off the blood and smoke on his body. His clothes were clean as if he had just been washed, as if he had never fought. Wanben, your backer is already dead, what else do you have to say now? Do you really think that you can destroy my Divine Sword sect by colluding with these trash from the Sword King sect? Ridiculous. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Wanben, who was standing there in a daze, with an indifferent expression on his face, as if Wanben was not worth mentioning in his eyes. At this moment, Wanben was extremely terrified. However, he did not plan to beg for mercy. Seeing Ling Xiao's biting cold-killing intent, he was very clear that Ling Xiao would not leave anyone alive today. What he was thinking about now was how he could borrow the strength of the remaining warriors to escape from Ling Xiao. But no matter how he thought about it, there was almost no chance of winning. He couldn't understand how Ling Xiao had become so strong after only joining Yuehua school for 2 months. He was several times stronger than Master Baiyun. Not only him, but the other ninjas also couldn't understand. They were so depressed that they wanted to go crazy. The ant that he had thought he could easily crush suddenly became a huge monster, a huge beast from the great desolate Aeon. This guy is only 14 years old. A 14-year-old boy had actually forced an army of over 10,000 cultivators from White Cloud Province, as well as a dozen Transcendent Realm Masters from Sword King sect, into a dead end. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause quite a stir in the Sky Dragon continent. How could Ling Xiao's performance be that of an outer disciple? If he was an outer disciple, then those inner disciples of the Sword King sect were nothing. Could it be that this guy was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 100,000 years? Sir Governor, there is no need to worry. He killed more than a dozen Transcendent Realm Masters in one breath, so his true qi must have been exhausted. Don't look at how relaxed he is now. It's just a bluff. As long as we take action, we will definitely be able to kill him. Lu Xing suddenly said to Wan Ben. His words were like a wake-up call for a dreamer. Wan Ben also realized that no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, even if he really hid his strength, even if he was a transcendent realm cultivator. But fighting until now and killing so many people, he must have consumed a lot of energy. He had encountered this kind of thing before. Many cultivators did not hesitate to consume a huge amount of true qi in order to deter the enemy. Smart people could see that they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Only a fool would run away. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, I'm afraid this boy will become even stronger. Zhu Hua said coldly. Sir Governor, there is no need to hesitate. Even if we can't kill him today, as long as we can seriously injure him, we can leave calmly and inform the masters of the Sword King sect to wipe out the Divine Sword sect in one fell swoop. The master beside Wan Ben also said loudly. We can't hesitate. Otherwise, when he recovers his true qi, none of us will be able to leave. Lu Xing's face was anxious. Since Wan Ben refused to move, he took the first step. The long sword in his hand trembled as his saber master martial spirit appeared behind him. Then, his figure turned into a sword light and directly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to use his actions to prove that Ling Xiao was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Flash, life-seizing. This sword was too fast. From the moment Lu Xing made his move to the moment the sword light arrived in front of Ling Xiao, it was almost the blink of an eye. Lu Xing had used this move before. It was fast and ruthless. But today, this attack was even more powerful and faster than before. Pathetic. Ling Xiao looked at the approaching sword light and couldn't help but shake his head. When he was in the latent dragon camp, he felt that these three people were quite talented. If they cultivated well, they might become good cultivators in the future. However, some people just felt uncomfortable living and insisted on courting death. What could he do about it? His true qi was exhausted. This joke wasn't funny at all. He was just dealing with a few trash transcendent first-layer cultivators. He didn't even use 30% of his true qi. What's more, after he reached the transcendent realm, the mountain river martial spirit's true qi devouring effect was even stronger. There was no need to stop to recover. On the contrary, the more he fought, the faster he recovered. The more enemies there were, the faster he recovered. I'll give you a chance to kill me. Martial Dao Law, activate. The price was to stand still and be attacked by the opponent. If the opponent couldn't pierce his body, he had to take his own attack. Because Ling Zhao's understanding of martial Dao Law wasn't thorough enough, he only tried it briefly and didn't dare to use it too often. Lu Xing didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. His long sword had already pierced Ling Zhao's body. Gotcha, there wasn't the feeling of piercing through the body. Instead, there was the sound of the long sword breaking. How can this be? My long sword is a mortal grade artifact. Is this guy's body harder than a mortal grade artifact? How could he know that Ling Zhao's body was so strong that even a treasure grade artifact couldn't pierce it, let alone a mortal grade artifact? Lu Xing was so surprised that he hurriedly turned around and retreated, fearing that he would be caught by Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao just looked at him contemptuously and didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. The martial Dao Law had been successfully activated. He didn't need to make a move at all. Ah! Lu Xing, who had already stood still, suddenly screamed as a tragic wound appeared on his body. He knew very well that it was caused by his sword move. But even until his death, he didn't understand why. Why was he injured when Ling Xiao didn't make a move, and it was his own sword move that injured him? The martial Dao Law pursued a kind of balance, a balance under the profound world law. The better the effect of the law, the greater the price to pay. Although there might be some exceptions in the process, it was basically balanced. It was just that Ling Xiao could choose a law that was more beneficial to him. This brat knows demonic techniques, run. There's no more chance, I have to inform the experts of the Sword King sect. Only the Sword King sect can send people to deal with him and kill him. When Wan Ben saw Lu Xing's inexplicable death, an unprecedented fear arose in his heart. He did not want to stay here any longer. He wanted to escape, no matter what. As for whether or not he could escape, he did not think about it anymore. There was only one thought in his mind: run. Diao Wu, let's go too. This Ling Xiao is no longer human. He's a devil, a demon. Zhu Hua kept retreating. Her original thoughts of attacking had already disappeared. The current her was the same as Wanben, only thinking of running for her life. Run, this was the thought of all the warriors attacking the Divine Sword sect. How could he possibly win a battle against a demonic creature? Since you're here, why leave? Ling Xiao charged into the crowd expressionlessly. When Wanben's army came, there were more than 10,000 people. But now, there were only 1,000 people left. He was like a ferocious beast, reaping lives in the crowd. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect also reacted. They were very clear that if they let one person go, it could bring about the destruction of the Divine Sword sect. They could not let any of these people go. They had to kill them all. You can't kill me. I'm an official of the Sacred Dynasty. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the Sacred Dynasty. Wanben's army that had no fighting spirit was destroyed in an instant. Ling Xiao killed Zhu Hua and Diao Wu and captured Wanben alive. The rest were left to the disciples of the Divine Sword sect to deal with. Protecting the Divine Sword sect was their duty. Wanben was captured alive by Ling Xiao. His trembling body kept letting out mournful cries. He used the human clan's Sacred Dynasty to threaten Ling Xiao. Humph, after you die, the Sacred Dynasty of the human race will soon support General Lin Zhe. You can rest in peace. Ling Xiao slapped Wanben to death and took his martial spirit. The war was finally over, and the next step was to take care of the funeral. The Tianfeng city was basically the territory of the Divine Sword sect. The residents of the Tianfeng city could be said to be in the same boat as the Divine Sword sect. If someone were to speak of what happened today, then the entire Tianfeng city would suffer a calamity. Therefore, the possibility of this happening was minuscule. However, just in case, Ling Xiao spent another day to set up a concealment array for the Divine Sword sect. Combined with the law of martial Dao, as long as the Divine Sword sect did not take the initiative to attack, outsiders would not be able to find them. The price was that the upper echelons of the Divine Sword sect could not give the order to attack the enemy. The number of Divine Sword sect disciples that attacked without permission did not exceed 100. As long as they did not give the order to attack and the number of Divine Sword sect disciples who attacked without permission did not exceed 100, the Divine Sword sect's concealment array would not be broken. In other words, as long as they didn't attack, the formation was almost invincible. Even a formation expert who specialized in breaking formations would not be able to break this formation. Unless someone was able to go against the law of the profound world. After doing all these, Ling Xiao headed to Sky Cloud City to raid Wanben's old home. This fellow was definitely the richest man in the White Cloud province. The amount of gold he owned was more than 100 million taels, and the amount of silver was more than 1 billion. He had a wide array of martial arts below gold grade, which was 100 times more than the Divine Sword sect's original martial arts. He also had close to 1,000 pieces of common grade artifacts. And close to 10,000 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. Other than that, there was a large amount of top-grade pills from the secular world. Although it was not enough to enter the eyes of the sect practitioners, but to the secular practitioners, it was too precious. Ling Xiao took away 5,000 pieces of the 10,000 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones as the funds to purchase the pill refining ingredients. The rest of the items were prepared to be left for the Divine Sword sect. To him, the Divine Sword sect had already become his home and it was a place that he had always been concerned about. Moreover, after this incident, Ling Zhao's position in the Divine Sword sect had also changed. He was no longer the Grand Elder, but the Grand Sect Master. He had more power than the Sect Master and could decide the life and death of everyone in the sect. The current Sect Master was only helping him to manage the Divine Sword sect. Just as he was about to take Wanben's things and leave, he suddenly felt 3 powerful auras in the depths of the governor's mansion. There should be a secret room there. He followed the sound and walked over. There was indeed a secret room. And the door of the secret room was actually open. There were 3 people sitting inside, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were very young. At this moment, they were bored to death as they flipped through the books that Wan Ben had hidden in the secret room. Other than some information and stories, there were actually several gold-grade entry-level martial arts. This Wan Ben was really ambitious. He did not know where he got so many gold-grade entry-level martial arts. Who? Ling Xiao did not deliberately hide his aura, so when he walked to the door of the secret room, he was discovered by the three people. Who are you to Wan Ben? Seeing that Ling Xiao did not speak, the three people asked again. Ling Xiao noticed that these three people were also disciples of the Sword King sect, and their strength was stronger than the previous Sword King sect disciples. The strongest one was already at the peak of the second layer transcendent realm, while the other two were at the early second layer transcendent realm. We're asking you a question, lowly peasant. The woman looked at Ling Xiao with a condescending look, as if Ling Xiao was only worthy of kneeling on the ground in front of her. The 12 great sects were related to the human race's sacred dynasty, and the current upper echelons of the sects were basically nobles of the human race's sacred dynasty. They regarded the cultivators of the secular world as lowly peasants, as if it was only natural. However, Ling Xiao did not buy it. He looked at the three people indifferently and said, "This is Governor Baiyun's mansion, why are the three of you here?" How can Wan Ben's subordinates be so unruly? You dare to question us, are you worthy? Even if Wan Ben were here in person, he wouldn't dare. One of the long-haired men coldly snorted. Just because Wan Ben doesn't dare doesn't mean I don't dare. Ling Xiao was not sure if the three of them already knew about the Tianfeng city, so he did not want to let them leave. How dare you? Why isn't that dog Wan Ben back yet? He brought a few of us junior brothers and sisters to annihilate the Divine Sword sect. Does that little sect need that much time? One of the short-haired men slammed the table fiercely, and the table made of blue stone instantly turned into dust. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was sure, these three people definitely knew about the Tianfeng city, so they absolutely could not be let go. He slowly pulled out his ice dragon sword. This brat actually has a treasure-grade sword. Senior brother, I don't have such a good sword yet. The three people from the Sword King sect, perhaps because of their arrogance, did not realize that Ling Xiao would attack them. Did you hear that, kid? Hand over the ice dragon sword. The long-haired man shouted sternly. It's best if you move faster. This level of artifact will bring you a fatal disaster. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. I think you understand that, right? The short-haired man also laughed. Brat, I don't care where you come from or what you want to do with your sword. It's best if you don't act rashly. Quickly hand over the treasure sword and we won't pursue your mistakes. Did you hear that, lowly commoner? As long as you are willing to hand over this treasure sword, then this lady will reluctantly let you be a follower. In the future, your family will be protected by our Sword King sect. The girl also said with a smile. Why aren't you hurrying up? Do you want us to destroy you and then kill your entire family before you become obedient? The long-haired man said coldly, my junior sister is the granddaughter of the Sword King sect's elder. To be his disciple is a blessing accumulated from 8 lifetimes. Forget about kowtowing and thanking us, quickly hand over the things and help us make a trip to Tianfeng City to see how the situation is over there. In the eyes of these 3 Sword King sect disciples, Wan Ben was just an insignificant ant. And Ling Xiao was just Wan Ben's lackey, so he was insignificant. Therefore, their words were filled with arrogance, completely not considering what the person standing in front of them was thinking. Perhaps they wouldn't care at all. Who would care about an ant that could be trampled to death at any time? In their opinion, as long as they announced the name of the Sword King sect, they would be able to scare the cultivators of the secular world to the point of not daring to move. Not to mention, the 3 of them were all at the second level of the transcendent realm. In the secular world, they were absolute gods. You guys are really arrogant. The disciples of the 12 sects are so unbridled. Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, since you guys want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. These 3 idiots actually dared to let him hold the ice dragon sword in his hand without any precautions. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Ling Xiao's feet moved, and the ice dragon sword was pushed forward. A head had already fallen to the ground. I think the heads of the Sword King sect disciples are not as hard as they think. How are you guys more noble than others? You actually killed my senior brother. The female disciple shrieked. The person Ling Xiao killed was the long-haired man. His cultivation was at the early stage of Transcendent Second Stage. Ling Xiao had only launched a sneak attack, not even using any martial skills, and killed him with a single sword strike. That's right. Not only will I kill him, but I'll also kill all of you. Ling Xiao shook his sword and rushed forward again. But this time it wouldn't be so easy. After all, second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators weren't easy to deal with. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, he could only do so through a sneak attack. Junior sister, don't worry. Watch me kill him to avenge senior brother. The short-haired man's cultivation was the strongest of the three, reaching the peak of the second layer of the Transcendent Realm. He would definitely not be easy to deal with. This person held two broken swords in his hands, a ruthless aura surged out, and then he welcomed Ling Xiao's Ice Dragon sword. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to kill a disciple of my Sword King sect, I'll definitely tear you into pieces and wipe out your family. Dang. The short-haired man blocked Ling Xiao's attack with a broken sword in his hand. Then, the other broken sword suddenly shot out like a poisonous snake, and the sword light flickered. The sound of water freezing could be heard. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire room. Sword King sect's rare gold-grade martial art, frozen ice sword style. 3 feet of ice, Ling Xiao could feel that this frozen ice sword style was on the same level as the raging flame sword style he had encountered before. However, in the hands of this person, it was obviously much more powerful than the raging flame sword style. The moment the broken sword stabbed out, it actually gave off the feeling of winter, as if the sky was covered in ice and snow. This sword strike was indeed sharp, instantly breaking through Ling Xiao's protective true qi, and like an ice snake, it seemed to want to pierce through Ling Xiao's throat. A peak second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator really isn't easy to deal with. Ling Xiao couldn't help secretly becoming cautious. This person wasn't one of the Transcendent Realm cultivators he had encountered before, and he wasn't the slightest bit careless. He absolutely couldn't underestimate his opponent, otherwise, he would suffer the same fate as the long-haired man. Yang Kai didn't retreat, instead drawing out his other floating snow sword and blocking the short-haired man's sword. In that instant, an icy chill passed through the drifting snow sword and entered his body. It seeped into his meridians like an icy venomous snake burrowing into his blood vessels. This kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Die, ignorant lowly commoner. The short-haired man sneered coldly. He had already seen Ling Xiao's entire body freeze, as if he had turned into an ice sculpture. Those who had fought him before, once they became like this, they would die without a doubt, there was no chance of survival. Hee, senior brother, you can kill him, but don't break the genuine grade artifact sword. The junior sister seemed to have forgotten about the long-haired man's death, her face filled with excitement. Sure enough, she was also someone who viewed human life as worthless. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. She didn't even bother to look at him, instead focusing on Ling Xiao's Ice Dragon sword. The reason why Ling Xiao did not counterattack was because he suddenly realized that this cold sword qi was actually very compatible with the Golden Lotus True Essence in his body. It was constantly fusing with the Golden Lotus True Essence, increasing his cultivation base and True Essence quality. This made him a little reluctant to end the battle. However, the short-haired man thought that Ling Xiao was dead, so he stopped injecting his true qi and instead raised his foot to kick the frozen Ling Xiao. What a pity. Ling Xiao couldn't help shaking his head, just a little bit more and his cultivation would have broken through to the early second layer of the Transcendent Realm. Kong. Ka. Just as the short-haired man's foot was about to kick him, Ling Xiao lightly shook his body and the ice around him instantly disappeared, as if it had been evaporated by the high temperature. At the same time, he pushed the ice dragon sword forward. Puchi. The short-haired man was completely caught off guard and hurriedly tried to dodge, but he was still stabbed in the heart by Ling Xiao's sword, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and he was clearly on the verge of death. Even if he was a Transcendent Realm cultivator, if he didn't cultivate a special defensive martial art, as long as his neck was cut off or his heart was crushed, he would die without a doubt. Ah. How did you? The short-haired man was completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. It wasn't until he felt his vitality rapidly drain away and a bone-deep pain spread from his heart that he understood what had happened. He had been hit by a sword, and it had been a fatal blow. "Junior sister, run." The short-haired man realized before he died that the man in front of him was definitely not a commoner, nor was he Wanben's lackey. This was a terrifying guy, so terrifying that he could take his life at any time. "Don't worry, she won't be able to escape. You definitely won't be alone on the road to hell," Xianxia said indifferently before turning around and thrusting his sword at the female disciple. "Don't kill me." The woman who had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago crumbled instantly. Although this girl was delicate and charming, like a pear blossom in the rain, it was a pity that she was already on Xiao's death list. From the moment she said that she wanted to treat Xiao as a slave follower, she was destined to die. She paid a heavy price for her arrogance. Looking at the 3 disciples of the Sword King sect lying in a pool of blood, Xiao let out a long sigh. It didn't feel good to kill someone. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he really didn't want to be so ruthless. The 3 people's martial souls were sent into the mountain river world to strengthen the soul of the immemorial golden dragon. The key was that Xiao's standards were high now. He really didn't care about ordinary martial souls. If there really was a special martial soul, he didn't mind taking it for himself. Before burning the 3 corpses, Xiao took the 3 people's storage rings and used his soul power to check them. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Because he was worried that a long night might cause trouble, after throwing the 3 storage rings into the mountain river world, he immediately burned the 3 corpses and returned to the Divine Sword sect. After handing over a large amount of martial arts, silver, low-grade spirit stones, spirit pills, and other things to the Divine Sword sect, he returned to the Yuehua sect with most of the gold, a large number of inferior-grade spirit stones, a small number of middle-grade spirit stones and superior-grade spirit stones that he got from the Sword King sect disciples, and a martial arts manual that he found on the female disciple. No one knew. No one would care that an outer sect disciple like him had suddenly disappeared for a few days. In any case, he had set up a small formation in his cave that would constantly emit his aura. This way, others would mistakenly think that he had been cultivating in his cave. After returning to the Yuehua school, Xiao calmed down and took out the martial arts secret manual that he had obtained from the female disciple of the Sword King sect. Shadow Sword Art. This martial arts secret manual was simply a combination of the Shadow Cultivation secret technique and the 13 Swords Shadow, but its grade was much higher. It was actually a top-grade gold rank martial arts. A female disciple actually has such a martial arts secret manual? Could it be that this guy is really the daughter or granddaughter of an elder of the Sword King sect? Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He had really poked the heavens this time. But fortunately, those people had all cooperated with Wanben without permission to deal with the Divine Sword School. Even if the Sword King sect wanted to investigate the Divine Sword School and then investigate him, it would probably take a very long time. To the end t to that. This was the case for the quasi-gold grade martial technique, 13 Shadow Swords. He was actually using a simplified version of the Shadow Form Sword technique. He had abandoned many unnecessary things and turned it into a pure sword move. But the real complete Shadow Cultivation secret technique was not only sword moves, but also a cultivation secret technique. The secret manual's introduction said that this sword art was a top-grade gold rank martial arts, but there was no limit to the cultivator's cultivation and potential. But the cultivation of this martial arts secret manual was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was shadow transformation, and the second stage was sword art. Only after completing the first stage could the second stage be carried out. The first stage was very similar to the Shadow Cultivation secret technique. The requirement was to refine a sword soul clone. Then, the sword soul clone would be used to assist the cultivation. Warriors below the heaven realm could refine a maximum of 13 sword soul clones. However, there could only be 2 that could help with cultivation. If there were more than 2, the effective cultivation would continue to decline. On average, 2 was the most suitable and most efficient cultivation method. Refining a sword soul clone was more troublesome. First, one had to have a sword soul. Next, one had to know how to refine arrays. Finally, one had to have a martial soul clone. Only when all three were present could one refine a sword soul clone. Once successfully refined, one could have it forever. After completing the first stage and having 13 sword soul clones, one could carry out the second stage of sword art cultivation. In other words, martial arts, although the process was very troublesome, Xianxia had seen many martial arts requirements. They were not made randomly. There must be a reason for them. Perhaps only after refining 13 sword soul clones could one practice the sword art. Anyway, Xianxia now had the Snow Lotus sword art and the Divine Hell King fist. Together with the 12 golden lotus arts, it was very terrifying. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to improve his martial skills. The most important thing now was to refine 2 sword soul doppelgangers and cultivate them in place of the shadow cultivation secret technique. This way, his cultivation speed would definitely be much faster than before. Unfortunately, he had obtained this martial arts secret manual a little late. Xianxia had used all the sword soul he had obtained to strengthen the soul of the immemorial golden dragon. But it did not matter. It was just a sword soul. He believed that he would be able to get it soon. Thinking of this, he hurried to the Yuehua school's trading market. Almost everything could be bought in the trading market, and martial souls were no exception. With the development of martial arts, martial souls could be implanted from one person's body to another person's body through transplants. However, the martial souls obtained through this method needed a long time to adapt. If possible, no one would be willing to do this. However, although some people were talented in martial arts, they were unable to awaken their martial souls. At this time, it was necessary to do this. There were also some people who felt that their martial souls were not good enough and would use this method. Martial souls could be implanted, but the experts who studied martial souls had tried many times, but they were still unable to let a martial artist have more than 2 martial souls. They came to a conclusion. Only people who were born with 2 or 3 martial souls could do this kind of implantation. However, it was meaningless. Xianxia's situation was a little special. He had the Mountain River martial soul, so it was not a problem for him to devour multiple martial souls at the same time. However, at this stage, he could not use more than 3 martial souls at the same time. Of course, it was another matter if he used them in rotation. Xianxia was already familiar with the sex trading market. He quickly found the stall that sold martial souls. Oh, isn't this the outer sex number 1 junior brother Ling? What's wrong? Looking for me to buy a martial soul? The stall owner was a little disdainful. That was because although Xianxia had become the outer sex number 1 very early, Lin Hao, Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Dai Yuling had all been promoted to the inner sect in the same batch of disciples. He was still an outer sect disciple. Therefore, there were rumors that Xiao's peak was the outer sex number 1. Even if he was powerful in the outer sect, what was the point? Wasn't he the same as an ant? Xiao didn't care about his disdain. How could a swallow know the ambition of a swan? Xiao remained in the outer sect and maintained his position as the number 1 outer sect disciple. Therefore, he received more resources than many of the weaker outer sect disciples. Although the outer sect seemed to be a low-level hall in the Yuehua school, the outer sect disciples also wanted to fight for themselves if possible. With Xiao as their treasure, wouldn't they do their best to nurture him? If Xiao could defeat an inner sect disciple, the hall masters and elders of the outer sect would be able to vent their anger. Sometimes, the reason for the competition in the sect was that simple. It was purely for the sake of pride and dignity. In addition, if he completed the Moon Arrival Day Tower Ascension ceremony as an outer sect disciple, he would receive an additional reward. After thinking about it, Xiao felt that he didn't need to rush into the inner sect. His current situation was very good. He could accumulate more strength before going up. In this way, even if he was suppressed by He Sua and the others, he would have the strength to resist. The outer sect was an opportunity for him. At the same time, it was also an umbrella and a treasure trove. Yes, do you have a sword martial spirit here? Xiao asked indifferently. Yes, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. The stall owner saw that Xiao was still so calm in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. He was an inner sect disciple. Although he was at the bottom of the inner sect, he thought that he was much more powerful than Ling Xiao, an outer sect disciple. Oh? How many spirit stones? Ling Xiao was still very calm. There was no point in getting angry with this kind of person. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, do you have it? The stall owner looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully as if he was looking at a beggar. He knew that outer sect disciples were poor. It was impossible for them to take out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, he couldn't take it out himself. He was only here to look after the stall for the elders. Martial spirits were clearly priced. Although there would be fluctuations, the fluctuation would not exceed 100 low-grade spirit stones. A complete transparent martial spirit was priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. In fact, if it was just buying martial spirits, it wasn't too expensive. The expensive part was the implantation surgery. It wasn't a problem that could be solved with low-grade spirit stones. It required high-grade spirit stones, and it would be an astronomical number. Two-sword martial spirits, here are 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Some time ago, Ling Xiao had earned a lot of low-grade spirit stones by refining pills. In addition to the 5,000 low-grade spirit stones he got from Wan Ben's governor mansion and the 30,000 low-grade spirit stones in the storage rings of the Sword King sect disciples. He now had more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. There were about 100 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 high-grade spirit stones, but he didn't dare to use them carelessly. After all, they were too precious. How do you have so many spirit stones? The stall owner almost fell to the ground. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Can't I? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Sure. The stall owner gritted his teeth as greed flashed in his eyes. He suddenly realized that he might have underestimated the benefits of being number one in the outer sect, not to mention that this Ling Xiao was also a genius in alchemy. If there's a chance, humph. He thought to himself. After getting the two-sword martial spirits, Ling Xiao suddenly whispered in the stall owner's ear, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not have any bad ideas. I can kill Suing and Wang Feng, so I can kill you." The stall owner's face suddenly turned pale. He remembered that the death of Suing and Wang Feng had made the whole Yuehua school restless. For that matter, the flame deity, Wang Han Tianzuan, and Yang Danlin fought fiercely. In the end, the law enforcement hall was forced to intervene. In terms of cultivation, he was only a little stronger than Wang Feng and Suing. Although he was threatened by an outer sect disciple and felt very humiliated, he knew when to advance and retreat. He didn't want to die. Haha, senior brother, thank you for your sword martial spirits. Goodbye. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and returned to his cave residence with the two sword martial spirits. The first thing he did after returning to his cave residence was to refine the sword soul doppelganger. The method was described very clearly in the shadow form sword art. There were 3 steps to refining the sword soul doppelganger. He had already completed the first step and possessed 2 sword martial spirits. The second step was to refine an array refining stone called the soul refining stone. The soul refining array was considered a relatively basic array. Ling Xiao naturally knew how to set it up, as he also had an array refining stone on him. If it were someone else, they would probably have to find someone to help them. However, he didn't need to. Although his current array refining technique wasn't advanced enough, no one would dare to say they were first if he said he was second. It could even be said that his ability to refine and set up basic arrays had long surpassed his Yuan Venerate master. As for whether he was better than others, he wasn't too sure. After all, the mystic world was too big and there were many capable people he hadn't met yet. He couldn't arbitrarily assume that he was the strongest. That would be too stupid. After the second step was completed, the last step was left. It required one to possess a martial spirit doppelganger. Ling Xiao could understand this requirement because it was impossible to refine the sword soul doppelganger if one didn't understand the martial spirit doppelganger. The two were basically the same. The specific method was very clear. It was to set up the soul refining array on a sword and then condense it into the sword soul doppelganger. This sword could be an ordinary sword, a treasure weapon, or even a spirit weapon of a higher grade. The difference was that the better the quality of the treasure sword, the more powerful the sword soul doppelganger would be. Ling Xiao currently possessed 36 Big Dipper flying swords, all of which were fine treasure weapons. There was also the Ice Dragon sword, which was a treasure weapon. There was also the Drifting Snow sword, which was a fine treasure weapon. The soul refining array wouldn't prevent the treasure sword from being used as a weapon. It could also allow the treasure sword to develop self-awareness and listen to the martialist's orders to launch self-attacks. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided to use the soul refining array on the Big Dipper flying swords. It could be imagined that when the flying sword was shot out, it would suddenly undergo some kind of special change and the enemy would probably be unable to guard against it. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had opened up another kind of pioneering work, allowing the Imperial Sword technique, which could only be controlled by soul force or true essence, to have self-awareness. Although there were people who had thought of this before and even tried to do so, they were restricted by various conditions and didn't succeed. Ling Xiao had realized what they had thought of but couldn't do. The process of condensing the sword soul doppelganger was simpler than imagined. This was probably because Ling Xiao had the martial spirit doppelganger. In this profound world, there were only a few people who had martial spirit doppelganger and most of them were above the grotto heaven realm. For someone like Ling Xiao to possess a martial soul avatar at the martial vein realm and interact with it day and night, understanding it to such an extent, it was likely that only the human king in the past 100,000 years could do such a thing. Success. The sword soul doppelganger was clearly more realistic and more specific than the doppelganger condensed by the 13 shadow transformation. The sword soul doppelganger could transform into a sword or assume a human form. It could also allow a cultivator's attacks to have special effects depending on their martial spirit. Lathe 2 sword martial spirits Ling Xiao bought were only transparent first stage complete soul martial spirits, so their special effects were very weak. Most martial spirits only had 2 abilities at this stage, one was to strengthen the cultivator's abilities. The other was to assist the cultivator in attacking. Of course, the Mountain River martial spirit was an exception. These 2 sword martial spirits were also the same, one was a speed sword spirit and the other was a strength sword spirit. Respectively, they could increase Ling Xiao's attack speed and attack power by 10%. It didn't sound like much, but if he met an evenly matched opponent, it would be of great help. After condensing the 2 sword soul doppelganger, Ling Xiao immediately stopped using the shadow cultivation secret technique and switched to the shadow transformation sword art. He continued to improve his cultivation. He was currently at the peak of the first layer transcendent realm. The so-called 9th heavenly layer transcendent realm was completely different from the 9th layer of the martial vein realm. The 9th layer of the martial vein realm was actually to accumulate strength to awaken the 9 martial veins and lay a good foundation. On the other hand, the 9th layer of the transcendent realm was a true 9th layer realm, like the 9th layer of the heaven realm. Every time a cultivator stepped into a new realm, it was a transformation from their soul to their body. The difference between each realm was much greater than the difference between the 9th layer of the martial vein realm. Because of this, every breakthrough in the 9th layer of the transcendent realm was extremely difficult. Especially for cultivators with an unstable foundation, it was normal for them to be stuck at the first layer of the transcendent realm for the rest of their lives. Grandmaster Bai Yun was very young when he broke through to the transcendent realm, only in his 20s, but now he was more than 100 years old and was still stuck at the first layer of the transcendent realm. He was the best example of this. This was why Grandmaster Bai Yun had always asked his disciples to lay a good foundation and not bite off more than they could chew. He had a similar experience and was too anxious to succeed. Although he had broken through to the transcendent realm, it would be difficult for him to break through to the second layer of the transcendent realm, let alone the heaven realm. In fact, each of the 9 heavenly layers of the transcendent realm had a specific name in order to make it easier for cultivators to understand what the 9 heavenly layers of the transcendent realm was. The first tier of purification, the second tier of blood reformation, the third tier of orifice clearing, the fourth tier of hardness and gentleness, the fifth tier of divine power, the sixth tier of fusion, the seventh tier of divine valor, the eighth tier of divine transformation, and the ninth tier of divine ability. Among them, the first 3 stages were obviously rebirth. Generally, after a cultivator broke through to the transcendent realm, they had to complete these 3 stages, and each of them was extremely difficult. However, because Ling Xiao cultivated the heavenly dragon golden body and fused with the primordial blood of the primordial golden dragon, Ling Xiao was able to obtain the heavenly dragon golden body. There was also the mutation of the mountain river martial spirit. As a result, as soon as he broke through to the First Order Transcendent Realm, he had already experienced all 3 stages. In other words, for Ling Xiao, the first 3 layers of the Transcendent Realm basically wouldn't pose any difficulty, all he needed to do was cultivate naturally. From the 4th level onwards, it would gradually become more difficult. Is Ling Xiao here? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the cave. Elder Bai? Ling Xiao was very familiar with this voice. In the outer sect, Elder Bai was one of the people who valued him very much. Moreover, he had helped him a lot. Yes. Ling Xiao stood up and walked out of the cave. Hello, Elder Bai. Do you need something from me? It's like this. The outer sect's main hall master, Heavenly Venerable Wu Go, invites you over. Since joining the sect, Ling Xiao had never seen the hall master of the outer sect's main hall. Heavenly Venerable Wu Go? This title is a bit interesting. Could it be that he's a clean freak? Ling Xiao maliciously guessed. Disciple obeys. Since he planned to stay in the outer sect for a while, he couldn't offend the hall master of the outer sect's main hall. What's more, there should be some good things for him to do this time. After all, he was the outer sect's #1 disciple and was the hope of the outer sect's old seniors. Ling Xiao didn't mind helping these old seniors vent their anger. He also felt that those inner sect people were a bit too cocky. For a long time, in the inner sect, only those geniuses who were directly selected by the elder-level experts, such as Ling Hao and Ming Tian, had some privileges. And their status was very high. On the contrary, disciples who were promoted from the outer sect to the inner sect would be looked down upon by these heavens chosen even if they reached the inner sect. This was the sorrow of these disciples. It was also the sorrow of the outer sect. After all, so far, there had never been a disciple who was promoted from the outer sect who could challenge the heavens chosen. Of course, talent was one of the reasons. But the more important thing was that the inner sect disciples who were promoted were very disliked and couldn't get enough resources. Although cultivation wasn't a problem, it couldn't be compared to those heavens chosen. He had heard about these things from Zhao Ji. As members of the imperial family, Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi could clearly feel this discrimination. Their imperial uncle elder also ignored the 2 of them. Instead, he put all his effort into cultivating the heavens chosen that he brought back from the outside. Only Dai Yuling was relatively lucky. Lan Yuer only had 1 disciple, and she really treated her like a sister. It was likely that Ling Xiao would have the same experience after entering the inner sect. Therefore, he planned to give this group of heavens chosen a show of strength before entering. He didn't like words like chance and opportunity. He felt that it was best to control his own fate in his own hands. Otherwise, even if the opportunity came, he wouldn't be able to grasp it. He was now methodically proceeding according to his plan. If the outer sect's hall master, Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go, asked him to do something that happened to coincide with his plan, then he would naturally do his best to complete it. If it ran in the opposite direction, then he would simply deal with it casually. There was no need to be so serious. Ling Xiao, I've called you here today to tell you something, Ling Xiao said. Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go's white robes were really clean and spotless. This guy definitely had mysophobia. Looking at his subordinates, they were at least 10 meters away from him for fear of making him feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao's judgment was right. Hall Master, if you have something to tell me, this disciple will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. These pleasantries still needed to be said. Ha ha ha, it's good that you have such intentions. In fact, this is also a rare opportunity for you, Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go said. You should know that in order to help the outer sect disciples advance to the inner sect as soon as possible, every month, the top 3 outer sect disciples will be invited to the inner sect to participate in joint training for a period of time. This period of time may be long or short. You will live and cultivate with the inner sect disciples, but the longest period of time will not exceed 3 months. Hall Master, your words are too pleasant to hear. What do you mean by helping the outer sect disciples advance? This is simply giving confidence to those inner sect disciples. Elder Bai sighed and said, Ling Xiao, listen up. Because the inner sect disciples are not allowed to interfere with the outer sect disciples, the inner sect disciples are not allowed to spar with the outer sect disciples. However, during the joint training, this rule does not exist. Those punching bags of the inner sect will use the outer sect disciples as a punching bag to vent their anger. If they want to use me as a punching bag, it depends on whether they have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao smiled confidently. Good. I knew you would have no problem. Then prepare a little. Tomorrow, bring my Wugo token and the invitation letter from the inner sect and head to the inner sect for the joint training with Xiao Yan and Lin Feng. Heavenly Sovereign Wugo was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. How could the number one outer sect disciple not have such courage? He did not expect Ling Xiao to have a brilliant result when he went to the inner sect for the joint training, but as long as he did not lose to those punching bags of the outer sect disciples, it would be fine. As for Xianxia and Lin Feng, they were currently ranked second and third in the outer sect disciples and were both half-step masters. Ling Xiao had seen Xianxia before. He had defeated this person's arrogance with a single finger at the foreign tower. Later, Xianxia lost to Zhao in the competition. After Zhao was promoted to the inner sect disciple, Xianxia returned to second place. The other disciple, Lin Feng, was already 26 years old and had always been ranked fourth in the outer sect. However, due to continuous promotions, he was now ranked third in the outer sect. Ling Xiao was not very familiar with these two people, but their relationship was not bad. After all, almost all the outer sect disciples had received guidance from Ling Xiao, and the two of them were no exception. Now that the two of them were on the verge of a breakthrough, if they could achieve better results in this joint training, then promotion should not be a problem. Of course, to them, almost all the inner sect geniuses were their enemies. Basically, everyone wanted to trample on them to boost their self-confidence. Ling Xiao did not know how many geniuses there were in the inner sect. However, Lan Yu'er, Ming Tian, and Leng Hao were all heaven's favored ones. He believed that there would be many people who had the same talent as them. He Sua, Zhao Ji, and the others were slightly inferior, but even then, they were absolutely able to firmly crush the outer court disciples like Xianxia and Lin Feng. That was definitely a place where heroes gathered. Ling Xiao also wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about these geniuses in order to prepare for the Moon Arrival Festival Tower Ascension ceremony. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although Ling Xiao was confident, he was not arrogant. Only by having a better understanding of the opponent would one be able to achieve victory. After leaving the outer court main hall, Ling Xiao once again entered a state of cultivation. The success of the Sword Soul Doppelganger had greatly increased his cultivation speed. Now that he was about to participate in the inner sect's joint training, he had to continue increasing his strength so that he wouldn't lose face when he went to the outer sect. If he thought about it carefully, there should be quite a number of people in the inner sect who were waiting to make trouble for him. With every increase in strength, the chances of losing face would naturally decrease. When he left the outer court main hall, it was still early in the morning. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes from cultivation, the moon was already high in the sky. Breakthrough. The process of breaking through from the peak Transcendent Realm first layer to the early Transcendent Realm second layer was simply too easy for him. It was so easy that he couldn't believe it. This was probably because he had a good foundation. When he was in the Martial Vein Realm, he had raised all three potentials to the peak of the Martial Vein Realm. After breaking through, he had already completed the 3 stages of marrow cleansing, blood exchanging, and orifice opening. It was reasonable for his cultivation to advance so quickly. At this moment, he had already left Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, Dai Yuling, and the others far behind. Even peerless geniuses like Ming Tian and Leng Hao could only be on par with him. One had to know that for an ordinary cultivator to break through from the Transcendent Realm first layer to the Transcendent Realm second layer, it would take them a lifetime to do so. Even a genius cultivator with an immortal-grade artifact body would probably take a few months to break through. A divine-grade artifact body might take a shorter time, but it still wouldn't be shorter than a month. However, Ling Zhao's situation was too special. It only took him a few days to break through from the Transcendent Realm first layer to the Transcendent Realm second layer. After breaking through to the early Transcendent Realm second layer, Ling Xiao handed over the task of consolidating his cultivation to one of his Sword Soul Doppelgangers. The other Sword Soul Doppelganger was responsible for cultivating various gold-grade entry-level martial arts to upgrade the levels of the Cloud Dragon Divine Leap and the Nine Demons Divine Art. Now that he was already in the second layer of the Transcendent Realm, the Cloud Dragon Divine Leap obviously couldn't keep up with his cultivation and needed to be upgraded. The Nine Demons Divine Art was the same. At its current level, it was no longer enough. In any case, he had obtained a large number of gold-grade entry-level martial arts from the Yuehua School's Moonflower Pavilion, Wanben's Governor's Mansion, and the Sword King sect's disciples. He had enough materials to upgrade these two secret arts. This was especially true for movement techniques, which were imperative and could not be delayed in the slightest. Instead of cultivating, Yang Kai began to sort out all the strength he currently possessed. The Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was a high-grade gold-grade martial art. Upon reaching the 5th level, one would be reborn and possess the complete Heavenly Dragon's blood. They would no longer be mortal and could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Of course, being reborn from a single drop of blood didn't mean being invincible. After all, if one was directly blasted to smithereens by a powerful force, one could forget about being reborn from a single drop of blood. However, at least in the Transcendent Realm, if someone wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be easy. Yang Kai could rely solely on his bloodline and physical strength to suppress cultivators below the first layer of the Transcendent Realm without even using his true chi. The 12 Golden Lotus Arts was labeled as a rare gold-grade entry-level martial art, but it was suspected to be a peak gold-grade entry-level martial art or even stronger. Currently, it was at the 3rd layer, allowing one to grasp the power of wind, thunder, and rain. So far, there were very few cultivators who could cultivate the 12 Golden Lotus Arts to the 3rd layer in the Transcendent Realm. The Snow Lotus Sword Arts was a rare gold-grade entry-level martial art with a total of 5 forms. The first 4 forms had been perfectly grasped while the 5th, Ice Storm, had been comprehended to about 60%. The 5th form was the culmination of the Grand Accomplishment stage and its power was almost the sum of the first 4 forms. Once it was displayed, it would be extremely terrifying. This was only when used alone. If combined with the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, it would be even more terrifying. The Divine Prison King's Fist was a gold-grade entry-level martial art that had been cultivated to the Grand Perfection stage and was still in the process of being comprehended. Ling Zhao's goal was to cultivate it to the Perfection stage. That way, the power of this fist technique would not lose to a rare gold-grade entry-level martial art. The Grand Perfection stage of the Imperial Sword Technique Bronze Scroll could be used to display the Heavenly Dipper Sword Array, which was best used to trap and kill enemies or to launch sneak attacks. The Shadow Transforming Sword Art was a gold-grade entry-level martial art that was divided into 2 stages. The first stage required one to condense 13 Sword Soul Doppelgangers. Other than the Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and the 9 Demons Divine Art, the rest of the martial arts had basically been eliminated. With Ling Zhao's advancement to the Transcendent Realm, those martial arts were basically useless. Although he was reluctant, since he wanted to continue advancing, he had to give up something. There was nothing he could do about it. The next morning, Ling Xiao recalled the Sword Soul Doppelganger and left the cave mansion. "Good morning, senior brother Ling." Jian Xing and Lin Feng were already waiting outside. The two of them were very respectful to him, completely treating him as their backbone, or rather, their boss. They must have heard of the painful experience of the joint training between the outer and inner sect disciples. Whether they could avoid losing face or not depended on Ling Xiao. Anyway, although the two of them were not weak, compared to the inner sect disciples, they were still too far away. After all, in the inner sect, the weakest cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. And the two of them were only half-step masters. The two of them looked at Ling Xiao and felt a little surprised. Ling Xiao was clearly only a half-step master, but the aura he exuded was not something the two of them could compare to. Of course, they did not know that Ling Zhao's confidence and calmness came from his confidence in his own strength. One had to know that although he was only a half-step master, his cultivation was actually at the early stage of the second Transcendent Realm. Of course, this strong confidence was not simply because of his cultivation. In addition to his cultivation, he had 2 more terrifying trump cards, one of which was the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. He had not really used the Mountain and River Martial Spirit in actual combat. It was basically used as a support, such as analyzing and seeing through the opponent's attacks and flaws in martial arts. When he was in the Dragon Submission mountain range, he had tried to summon the mountain and river martial spirit. The terrifying aura in an instant was enough to shake the world. It could even swallow the immemorial golden dragon directly. One had to know that the immemorial golden dragon's roar caused the laws of the sealed world to change, alarming countless masters in the sealed world. The mountain and river martial spirit's aura was even more terrifying than the immemorial golden dragon. Even Grotto Heaven Realm masters could not detect its existence. The other trump card was naturally the power of the primordial golden dragon. In his human form, he could draw out a trace of the ancient golden dragon's power, and his strength would increase by about 50%. In his human dragon form, he could use even more desolate power, and his strength would at least double. In the form of the primordial golden dragon, he could use an even greater amount of desolation energy, increasing his strength by at least 10 times. However, due to the huge consumption and the heavy burden on the body, this form could only be maintained for a maximum of 10 breaths. It happened in an instant. However, it was naturally best to use it as a sure kill skill. He wouldn't use such a thing easily, and he didn't need it unless his life was in danger. After all, once he used the primordial golden dragon form, the news of him reviving the primordial behemoth would be leaked. That would bring him a lot of trouble. Let's go to the inner court main hall. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Going to the inner sanctum main hall as an outer sanctum disciple was always a subtle feeling. News of the joint training spread like wildfire in the inner court. In fact, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. After all, this was the usual practice of the Yuehua school. Anyone who was even a little bit familiar with the Yuehua school would be able to guess it. I heard that among the participants this time, one of them can even kill a Transcendent Realm first layer cultivator. That's right, I think his name is Ling Xiao. The flame deity's 2 disciples, Su Ying and Wang Feng, were killed by him. Where did this kid come from? How could he be so terrifying? In this joint training, Ling Xiao was the most talked about person among the inner disciples. After all, in the eyes of many inner court disciples, outer court disciples were ants. Looking at the entire history of the Yuehua school, although there had been outer court top 3 who had defeated inner court disciples before. However, there had never been a case like Ling Xiao killing 2 inner court disciples. Moreover, even if outer court disciples had defeated inner court disciples before, those inner court disciples were trash who were about to be eliminated. What's more, during the battle, they would only win with 1 or half a move. But what about Ling Xiao? Rumor had it that he only used 2 moves to kill 2 inner court disciples. Moreover, the 2 of them were genius-level inner court disciples. Especially Su Ying, who had been accepted as a core disciple by the flame deity. That was the same treatment as Ming Tian and Ling Hao. They died just like that. No wonder the flame deity didn't want to accept his identity and killed Ling Xiao himself. You only know one thing and don't know the other. Don't listen to the rumors outside. In fact, as far as I know, the one who killed Su Ying and Wang Feng was someone else, and it was a Heaven Realm master. Could it be Wang Han Tianzuan? If that's the case, it makes sense. Shu, it's good that you know. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll be killed. I knew it. How could a mere outer court disciple kill 2 genius-level inner court disciples so easily? It turns out that there's something fishy. When this kid comes to participate in the joint training, we have to take good care of him. In the inner court, apart from Zhao Ji, Lan Yuer, and Dai Yuling, there was almost no one who liked Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's performance in the outer court was too outstanding, or perhaps it was because Ling Xiao killed inner court disciples Su Ying and Wang Feng. Jealousy, envy, displeasure, resentment, there were probably all kinds of feelings. Ling Xiao hadn't entered the inner court yet. Of course, he wouldn't know these people's discussions. He was now walking on the way to the inner court main hall. Jianxing and Lin Feng, who were on both sides, looked solemn and worried. Only he had joy on his face, as if there was something fun waiting for him to do. Wasn't it fun to train with inner court disciples? Of course, he was happy. The inner court main hall could also be said to be the entire core area of the Yuehua school. The spirit chi here was much richer than in the outer court main hall. However, the closer they got to the inner court main hall, the more powerful the aura could be felt. Whether it was intentional or not, these powerful auras seemed to be attacking Ling Xiao, Jianxing, and Lin Feng at the same time. Although there was no murderous intent, it was just pressure. However, to the three outer sect disciples, this was absolutely a calamity. It was said that there were once 3 outer court disciples who broke down on the spot because of this terrifying pressure and chose to commit suicide. There were even disciples who went crazy. Later on, the Yuehua school made a rule that no one was allowed to hurt the outer court disciples who came for the joint training in this way. However, there were always some people who dared to do things that went against the sect rules because they had someone backing them up. Jianxing and Lin Feng's faces suddenly turned pale. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they couldn't move at all. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat as if they were suffering from a serious illness. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "Many thanks, senior brother Ling." Jianxing and Lin Feng suddenly felt much better. That huge pressure from before was actually gone. At this moment, they felt more and more that Ling Xiao was mysterious and powerful. They couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. Humph, aim all of them at Ling Xiao. He dares to meddle in other people's business. Somewhere in the inner sect, someone coldly snorted. Yes. Senior brother. A total of 12 Transcendent Realm First Layer to Second Layer Transcendent Realm Inner Sect disciples simultaneously mobilized their soul force and blasted it at Ling Xiao. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao frowned slightly and counterattacked with several times the strength of his soul force. Ah. 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 Asterisk pung pung pung, asterisk the dozen or so inner sect disciples all screamed and vomited blood as they fell to the ground. They were horrified to find that the combined soul force of 12 or so people was not as strong as Ling Xiao's soul force. They were all cultivators who reached the transcendent realm with their soul potential. Quick! Tell the Soul Society that this Ling Xiao is not to be trifled with. In the inner sect, it was normal to form factions. The Soul Society was one of them. It was a small organization in the inner sect. All of its members were cultivators who reached the transcendent realm with their soul potential. Naturally, they banded together to fight for more benefits and obtain more benefits from the sect's missions. Ling Xiao had not even entered the inner sect, but he had already shown his strength to the Soul Society. His terrifying soul force made these people panic. The other party stopped their soul attack, and Ling Xiao did not continue to pursue. It was not an irreconcilable enmity. He would just teach them a lesson. As long as they did not do it again, he was still very magnanimous. The 3 of them continued to move forward. "Look, the Moonlight Pagoda is getting clearer." Jianxing's voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked up. Sure enough, the Moonlight Pagoda was getting closer and closer. This pagoda was actually standing in the inner sect. He could feel that the ancient aura from the Moonlight Pagoda made the immemorial golden dragon in the mountain river world a little unhappy. That guy actually slowly opened his eyes. It seemed like the primordial beasts and the primordial humans were like fire and water. The Moonlight Pagoda was located in the center of the inner sanctum. The strange thing was that regardless of whether it was day or night, if you stood near the Moonlight Pagoda, you would see the night sky and stars. Now that they were closer, Ling Xiao was surprised to see that the entire sky seemed to revolve around the pagoda. Those stars seemed to be within his reach. The entire pagoda emitted an ancient and majestic aura, causing others to not dare to offend it. Just how powerful were the ancient martial artists? They were actually able to change the day and night in this space and make the stars revolve around the pagoda. Jianxing shouted excitedly. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was excited. Ling Xiao was also excited and shocked. Compared to such a super powerful being, his current strength was nothing. In fact, it was not even worth mentioning. The inner sect main hall was near the Moonlight Pagoda, so it was very easy to find. Although the main hall was built very luxuriously, it was still very grand. But next to the Moonlight Pagoda, it was not even worth mentioning. Stop. What are you 3 doing? This was simply asking the obvious. In the Yuehua school, the uniforms of the inner and outer disciples were completely different. It was very clear at a glance. The most obvious difference was the shape of the moon. The moon on the outer disciples' clothes was only a crescent moon. The moon on the inner disciples' clothes was a half-moon. Above the inner sect disciples, there were still the 10 core disciples of the sect. These 10 people were the true monstrous geniuses. Because their cultivation was above the 7th level of the transcendent realm, and they were all under the age of 30. The flame deity used to be the number 1 core disciple, but later on, when he was over 30, he retired from the ranks of the core disciples and became an inner sect deacon. Then, he advanced to the celestial realm and became an inner sect elder. It could be said that everything was smooth sailing. These top 10 core disciples were all candidates for the successor of the Yuehua school's headmaster. The one ranked first was called the young sect master. This was also the reason why the flame deity was fully trained. He was the young sect master of the previous batch of core disciples. Other sects did not know, but Yuehua school was like this. Even the son or daughter of the headmaster was not qualified to be called the young sect master. Of course, it was just a title. It could be replaced, or it could be given up by someone. After all, not everyone wanted the position of headmaster. The higher one climbed, the bigger and more exciting the world would be. At that time, the Yuehua school would not be worth mentioning in their eyes. For example, Lan Yuer was ranked second among the top 10 core disciples, but she had no interest in the headmaster's position. If the guards of the inner sect headquarters saw a core disciple, they would immediately kneel down and lick their shoes clean. But when they saw Ling Xiao, Jian Xing, and Lin Feng, 3 outer disciples, their eyes and noses were not eyes and eyes. We are outer disciples who are here to participate in the inner sect joint training. I am Ling Xiao. I am Jian Xing. I am Lin Feng. The 3 of them introduced themselves. There was no need to be calculated with a gatekeeper. Besides, other than Ling Xiao, the other 2 were indeed no match for this gatekeeper. Hee, so it's you. Not bad, not bad. Your bodies are quite sturdy. Even if you are beaten, you can last a few rounds. Go in. After the guard checked the 3's invitation letter and unsullied token, he chose to let them pass. Although he was an inner sect disciple, he did not dare to mess around with an outer sect disciple who held an unsullied token. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep his life if he caused trouble for Heavenly Sovereign Wu Go. Just now, he had only taken advantage of them with his mouth. After entering the inner sect headquarters, there was naturally an inner sect deacon in charge of receiving the 3 of them. Then, each of them was given a temporary inner sect token. After the inner sect joint training, they still had to return it. Of course, they did not change their clothes. So when they stood in the inner sect headquarters, compared to those gorgeously dressed inner sect disciples, they simply looked like 3 servants. Enough. From today onwards, the 3 of you will temporarily enter the inner sect to participate in the joint training. However, it's best to return to the stronghold. In the outer sect, you can call yourselves kings and overlords. Here, you are insects on the ground. Don't offend anyone, don't provoke anyone. The inner sect deacon looked at the 3 people in front of him with an indifferent expression. He could already imagine the tragic ending of these 3 people. Even the former Wang Feng and Jin Ming were similarly played until they did not have any temper. You could defeat a low-level inner sect disciple, but could you defeat a second one, so in the end, you would still be abused. Moreover, you would be abused even more miserably. Jian Xing had been here before. So when he entered the inner sect headquarters, his entire person became listless, like a flower without water. He was probably played miserably before. Just thinking about it made him feel pitiful. As outer sect disciples participating in the inner sect joint training, the treatment of Ling Xiao and the others was incomparable to when they were in the outer sect. When they were in the outer sect, they were the best. Each of them had their own cave mansion and didn't have to do any chores. But after participating in the inner sect joint training, the 3 of them had to squeeze under the same roof. And it wasn't a cave mansion, but a wooden house where slaves lived. This clearly told them that outer sect disciples were no different from slaves when they came to the inner sect. When the 3 of them arrived at their residence, they found that Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Dai Yuling were all there. They only knew about the inner sect joint training after entering the inner sect. After all, Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi broke through relatively quickly. As outer sect disciples, they didn't experience this kind of joint training. But in the inner sect, they heard people talk about the cruelty of this joint training. Of course, it was the cruelty of outer sect disciples. The serious thing was that after returning, they would no longer have the confidence to continue cultivating. They waited here purely to tell Ling Xiao these things. After all, whether it was Zhao Ji or Dai Yuling, their relationship with Ling Xiao was quite good. Especially Dai Yuling, they could be said to be life and death friends. I already know what you want to say. Before we left, Elder Bai had already nagged a lot. Before they could speak, Ling Xiao spoke first. You should know my character. If I'm not sure, I won't do something easily. Don't worry about it. TSK, boy, you're quite confident. Suddenly, a very discordant voice joined in. Swordman King. Xianxia suddenly yelled. What? Bitch King? Ling Xiao felt that this world was really full of strange things. There was actually someone with such a name? Cough cough, senior brother Ling, it's Sword as in Treasure Sword. He and I are from the same sect, but his talent is much better than mine. His cultivation should be at the late first layer of the transcendent realm. Xianxia coughed dryly and smiled bitterly. Oh, so it's Sword as in Treasure Sword, but I think he's really cheap. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I'm talking to my friend. What's the matter? Don't you know what etiquette is? Ha ha ha, I've long heard that there's a Ling Xiao in the outer sect who is extremely daring. He even dares to kill an inner sect disciple by relying on Wang Han Tianzuan's prestige. Now that I've seen him today, he's indeed arrogant. Swordsman King suddenly laughed. When Sword Star first came to participate in the inner sect joint training, he was also quite arrogant. But after 2 days, he became obedient. Brat, you'd better know your place. Ling Xiao smiled and said, once, I also met a person called Human King. He seemed to be called King of 10,000 Human Kings or something. But how can you ordinary people control this name? Do you know what happened to that person? Don't compare me to those trash from the secular world. The Swordsman King roared. Ling Xiao ignored him and continued, I crippled his martial arts and took away his martial spirit. He's now a cripple, but because of that, he managed to escape. Because King of 10,000 Human Kings was crippled, he did not follow Wan Ben to Tianfeng City. It could be considered a blessing in disguise as he managed to keep his life. Otherwise, he would have become Ling Zhao's sacrificial lamb. Shut up. The Swordsman King roared. You think I'll shut up just because you told me to? Ling Xiao said indifferently. It seems like you really don't understand. In the past, you were an outer sect disciple. Even if we inner sect disciples were dissatisfied with you, we couldn't do anything about it. But now, it's different. You've participated in the inner sect joint training, so you have to spar with us. This is called sparring. The Swordsman King suddenly calmed down. He looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, now, right here, you have to accept my request for a spar. Otherwise, it's against the sect rules. Spar with you? What are the rules? What's the benefit of winning? Ling Xiao came to participate in the joint training knowing that there would be people looking for trouble. He hated dealing with them one by one, so since the Swordsman King came knocking, he might as well make an example out of him. He'll use the Swordsman King as an example to let the inner sect disciples know that he, Ling Xiao, is not a pushover. However, Ling Xiao did not have much interest in sparring without any benefits. The rules are simple. According to the sect rules, the outer sect disciples who participate in the joint training have to accept at least 3 spars with the inner sect disciples. As long as you're healthy, you can't refuse. If you refuse, you'll be expelled from the sect. This rule is really overbearing. It doesn't even treat the outer sect disciples as human beings. During the battle, you can't take the life of others, and you can't cripple others. If you violate the rules, the outer sect disciples will be sentenced to death. Inner sect disciples will be fined 3 months of salary and face the wall for 3 months. What's the meaning of this rule? If an inner sect disciple kills or cripples an outer sect disciple, they'll only be fined 3 months of salary. Face the wall for 3 months, but an outer sect disciple will be sentenced to death. This Yuehua school really doesn't care about the lives of the outer sect disciples. He suddenly understood why the outer sect disciples have such a low status in the Yuehua school. Perhaps in the eyes of the Yuehua school's higher-ups, the outer sect disciples exist to give the inner sect disciples confidence and a sense of existence. They can be used as sparring partners. They might think that the real geniuses have already been selected by the elders. Even if the rest of the outer sect disciples are all killed, there won't be any loss. It's really cruel and biased. No wonder so many people want to enter the inner sect. Okay, I know the rules. What about the prize? Even though Xianxia and Lin Feng were about to cry. However, Ling Xiao was still as indifferent as ever. The rules were indeed disadvantageous to him, but with his current level of control over his true essence, it was extremely simple for him to defeat and injure his opponent without killing or severely crippling his opponent. So he was more concerned about the prize. If you lose, the three of you will be my slaves for the rest of your lives. The swordsman king laughed. Sorry, I can only make the decision for myself. I accept this condition, but I can't make the decision for the other two junior brothers. Ling Xiao shrugged. We also agree. Xianxia and Lin Feng glanced at each other and suddenly made this bold decision. This wasn't a rash decision. It was made based on their understanding of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao blocked the soul attacks of several people outside the inner sect main hall. With such strength, he could definitely defeat a peak first-order transcendent realm cultivator. As for what the probability was, the two of them didn't know. Maybe 50%, maybe 60%, but this risk was worth it. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them with some surprise and couldn't help but smile. He then turned to the swordsman king and said, How about this, if you lose, you will let the three of us live in your cave for a few days. How about it? Ha, you still want to live in my cave? Just as Ling Xiao and Sword King were about to spar, in Volcano Palace, the flame deity's three disciples gathered together to discuss how to avenge their honored master. Novel, law, they couldn't afford to offend Wang Han Tianzuan and Yang Danlin. As such, they blamed Ling Xiao for the flame deity's injuries. When Ling Xiao was in the outer sect, they couldn't do anything to him. But now, Ling Xiao actually dared to participate in the inner sect joint training. This was simply the best opportunity given to them by the heavens. If they missed this opportunity, they might have to wait until Ling Xiao was promoted to the inner sect. However, with Ling Xiao's aptitude, would such a day ever come? He Sua and the others still despised Ling Xiao. They felt that although Ling Xiao's combat strength was strong at this stage, the gap between them would only grow wider and wider due to his lack of aptitude. The flame deity originally only had two disciples in name. One was He Sua, and the other was He Sua's senior brother, Meng Yuan. Later, he accepted Ming Tian, Su Ying, and Wang Feng. Among them, Ming Tian and Su Ying were personally selected true disciples. However, they died at the hands of Ling Xiao in a very short time. Now, the flame deity only had 3 disciples under him. Senior brother Meng Yuan, although only a disciple in name, his talent was not weak and he was also the strongest, currently at the 7th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm. He was one of the top 10 core disciples, but his ranking was quite low. Next was He Sua. This guy's aptitude was also not bad. 2 months ago he was still at the 3rd heavenly layer of the transcendent realm, but now he was already at the 4th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm. Junior brother Ming Tian's talent was the most outstanding. Although he was the latest to join the inner sect, his cultivation speed was astonishing, reaching the peak 2nd layer of the transcendent realm in just over 3 months. In addition to them, the flame deity also had 2 powerful subordinates, the lava lizard brothers who guarded Volcano Palace. 9th grade vicious beasts could already assume human form, but they had many lizard characteristics. Their strength was equivalent to a human cultivator at the 9th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm, far more terrifying than the flame deity 3 disciples. Eldest was called Flame Tongue and the second brother was called Flame Eye. Although they were strong, they were not only that, they were also extremely cruel. Now, these fellows were in the Volcano Palace. On one hand, they were naturally guarding heavenly venerate demon flame. On the other hand, they were discussing matters related to Ling Xiao. They also didn't know why, but a few days ago, Empyrean Demon Flame had suddenly suffered heavy injuries. Originally, he should have been able to recover in a month, but now he had to drag it out for a year. To heavens, heavenly to heavens to the heavenly sect to help. I know Ling Xiao very well. Back when he was in Sky Cloud City, he was extremely arrogant and opinionated. I don't find it strange that he dares to take part in the inner disciple joint training. Tian to heavens to Tian to meet. He and Ling Xiao were both Grandmaster Bai Yun's disciples. Although he didn't know Ling Xiao well, but he knew Ling Xiao's character very well. He had been looking forward to Ling Xiao's promotion to the inner sect so that he could take revenge on Sky Cloud City. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to be so reckless and come to the inner sect to die so quickly. Moreover, he was an outer sect disciple. Don't underestimate him, this little brat is very strange. Although we spread rumors that Su Ying and Wang Feng were killed by Wang Han Tianzuan, we are very clear that it was him who did it. He Sua now had a kind of fear towards Ling Xiao. This kind of fear was mainly towards Ling Xiao's future. He felt that Ling Xiao's development was simply too fast and needed to be restrained. Otherwise, one day in the future, he would end up like Wang Feng and Su Ying. That was why he was so eager to kill Ling Xiao. In the outer sect, he had used various methods to suppress and plot against him but to no avail. But now there was a chance. Ling Xiao came to take part in the inner sect's joint training and would definitely accept some missions from the inner sect. In this way, he would have a chance to strike. Ha ha ha, junior brother, you're too useless. Just an outer disciple, half-step to Grandmaster, actually scared you to this extent? As a senior brother and a core disciple of Yuehua school, Meng Yuan had always felt that the flame deity had belittled him, only taking him in as a registered disciple. So this time, he wanted to take this opportunity to let his master know that he was the most outstanding among the 3 disciples. Senior brother, I'm not afraid of him, but this little brat is indeed not easy to deal with. He Sua hurriedly said. How's his martial arts talent? Meng Yuan waved his hand and asked. Treasure grade. Then what's so special about him? Meng Yuan continued to ask. It's said that he's extremely talented in pill refining. He Sua thought for a moment and said, right, he seems to have reached the treasure grade in all 3 aspects. Just like that? Meng Yuan looked at He Sua in disdain and said, Junior brother, could it be that after you were plotted against by this little brat in Sky Cloud City, you developed fear? When he was in the outer sect, it wasn't convenient for me to interfere. But now that he's courting death and insisted on taking part in the inner sect's joint training, I'll let him die without a burial ground and take revenge for junior sister Su Ying and junior brother Wang Feng. Of course, the most important thing is to help Master vent his anger. Although that's the case, senior brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. This little brat can sometimes display a strength that's even more terrifying than a half-step to Grandmaster. Since he could kill Su Ying and Wang Feng, he won't be too weak. Underestimating the enemy will come with a price. Even though He Sua felt that his senior brother was right, Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple, wasn't he at his mercy? What's more, his senior brother was one of the top 10 core disciples, a 7th-level transcendent realm cultivator. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, what could he do? But why did he still feel a strong sense of unease in his heart? Alright, no need to say any more. I'm going to see who this Ling Xiao that scared you like a mouse is. Meng Yuan waved his hand and walked out of the volcano palace. Flame tongue. Flame eye. I'll leave master in your care, we'll be back soon. He Sua and Ming Tian also followed. Inner sect main hall, where the slaves lived. Ling Xiao and Swordsman King had already discussed the conditions of the spar. But Swordsman King made another request. This spar is fair and just. Senior brother thinks we should go to the inner sect's challenge stage. What do you think, junior brother Ling? This guy is really ruthless. Not only does he want to humiliate senior brother Ling, he also wants him to lose face in front of all the inner sect disciples. Jianxing gritted his teeth and said with some displeasure. Last time, I lost all my face like this. Senior brother Ling, don't agree to it. Lin Feng advised. It's fine, let's go to the challenge stage. Anyway, if I lose, the 3 of us will become his slaves. Can't we compete anywhere? Besides, there are no conditions for a spar here. Good, you've got guts. Then I'll go and wait for you. Don't run away, ha ha ha. Novel, law, the Swordsman King laughed and left. He wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao would run away. Because if Ling Xiao didn't participate, he would lose. Unless he ran away from the Yuehua school, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being a slave. After the swordsman king left, Ling Xiao didn't stay for long. Anyway, he didn't plan to stay where the slaves lived. This was clearly done by the inner sect to annoy them. Now that the swordsman king had delivered himself to his door, he might as well accept his kindness. Zhao Ji, senior sister Yuling, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me. I'm an outer sect disciple, so you can't just stand by and watch. On the way, Ling Xiao cracked a joke in order to ease the tense atmosphere. Ling Xiao, don't joke around. Although you haven't been promoted to the inner sect, we all know that you're stronger than both of us. Dai Yuling smiled bitterly. But there are many people stronger than you in the inner sect. I think you should be careful not to offend the inner sect disciples, especially the top 10 core disciples. Senior sister Lan is a core disciple, right? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, senior sister Lan is the second strongest core disciple. To be precise, the full name of a core disciple should be a core inner sect disciple. The 10 of them are the top 10 in the inner sect. Zhao Ji replied. Oh, so that's the case. Then what are the inner sect activities these days? I'm a participant in the inner sect joint training, so I can't just fight with you inner sect disciples, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. There aren't many activities in the inner sect recently. Everyone is preparing for the Moon Festival Tower Ascension ceremony in 2 months, so they won't go out to do missions easily. Zhao Ji continued, I've asked around. The outer disciples who participate in the joint training will still receive the same salary as the outer disciples and won't have to change their clothes. Everything else will be treated like the low-level inner disciples. That is to say, you can also accept missions that only inner disciples are qualified to accept. Wait, in other words, the 3 of us should also be able to get our own cave abodes, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. That is the rule. However, the inner sect hall has always been domineering. They simply don't put the outer disciples in their eyes. This rule basically exists in name only, Zhao Ji said with a nod. Haha, as expected. Ling Xiao smiled and then asked, what I'm more concerned about is actually the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony. Who in your inner sect will participate? Will the top 10 core disciples participate? I don't think so. Zhao Ji shook his head and said, as far as I know, the Moon Festival Tower Ascension ceremony is held once a year. The age limit is below 30, and each person only has 3 chances. The top 10 core disciples have already been there 3 times, so I don't think they will participate. Oh, is that so? Then this Tower Ascension ceremony is quite simple. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Simple? Zhao Ji smiled bitterly. According to the previous information, I have come to a conclusion. If you want to be eligible to participate in the Tower Ascension ceremony, your cultivation must at least reach the 5th heavenly layer of the Transcendent Realm, which is the so-called Transcendent Divine Force Realm. So exaggerated. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He originally thought that with many restrictions, the competition for the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension ceremony wouldn't be so fierce. Now it seemed that his thinking was a bit too simple. My cultivation is still not enough. I need to continue improving. Ling Xiao secretly clenched his fists, but his expression didn't change. Sigh, in any case, there's no hope for me. Zhao Ji sighed, then mustered up his courage and said, fortunately, the age limit is below 30. I'm still young, so I can't participate this time. We'll talk about it later. Zhao Xi and I are also not eligible to participate for the time being. Dai Yuling also smiled bitterly. According to Zhao Ji's standards, it was no wonder that no one in the outer sect was eligible to participate in the Tower Ascension ceremony. 5th heavenly layer Transcendent Realm, this was definitely not a cultivation that an outer sect disciple could achieve. After all, once an outer sect disciple broke through to the Transcendent Realm, they had always been eager to advance to the inner sect. There had never been anyone like Ling Xiao who refused to leave the outer sect. If one's cultivation was at the 5th heavenly layer of the Transcendent Realm, it was likely that Ming Tian and Ling Hao wouldn't have the opportunity to participate. But in the end, cultivation wasn't strength. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that if Ming Tian and Ling Hao's cultivations could reach the 4th heavenly layer of the Transcendent Realm in 2 months, they would still be eligible to participate in the Tower Ascension ceremony. The reason why geniuses were geniuses was because they could display more terrifying combat power than ordinary people. Challenging people above their own realms was a common occurrence for geniuses. By the way, Junior Brother Ling, I don't know if anyone told you that outer sect disciples who participate in the inner sect's joint training can receive a wooden token from the inner sect's Moonlight Pavilion. Didn't the deacon who led you in give it to you? Zhao Ji suddenly asked. He really deserved to have an elder imperial uncle. He knew much more about the inner sect's joint training than Ling Xiao and the others. A wooden token from the inner sect's Moonlight Pavilion? Ling Xiao, Jian Xing, and Lin Feng were all dumbfounded. I've never heard of it. Jian Xing smiled bitterly. I participated in the inner sect's joint training 2 or 3 times, but no one has ever told me about it. Where did you see it? It's in the inner sect's joint training regulations. It's a rigid rule of the sect. I guess the inner sect deacon took the token and gave it to his own people. After all, it's not easy to enter the inner sect's Moonlight Pavilion. Even inner sect disciples have a limit on the number of times they can enter. Zhao Ji explained, I got a copy from Imperial Uncle. Take this to the inner sect deacon. No matter what, you have to get this opportunity. It's too precious, especially for outer sect disciples like you. Many thanks, Senior Brother Zhao. As Zhao Ji had been promoted to inner sect, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ji had changed the way they addressed each other. This was common knowledge in the sect. Ling Xiao had actually wanted to go to the inner sect's Moonlight Pavilion once. Unfortunately, even after being promoted to inner sect, he still had to do missions and accumulate enough sect points to have a chance. There were still many things to do, so he might as well complete the Tower Ascension ceremony as an outer sect disciple. This time, the inner sect joint training was an extra opportunity. He had to seize it. The inner sect's Moonlight Pavilion was divided into 3 grades: Rare Gold Grade Martial Arts, Superior Gold Grade Martial Arts, and Top Gold Grade Martial Arts. Therefore, there were 3 doors, separated by a mysterious array. Since Ling Xiao had entered the pavilion once, he had already imprinted the array into his Mountain River Martial Spirit and handed it over to his Mountain River Martial Spirit to analyze and decipher. He had already made a qualitative breakthrough in deciphering the ancient formation of the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. Lottie's time, Ling Xiao wanted to try and see if he could steal the martial arts behind the other 2 doors after entering the wooden door. He would never complain about having too many good martial arts. Even if he didn't learn them now, he could use them to feed the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and the 9 Demons Divine Art in the future. Through the analysis of the Mountain and River Martial Soul, Ling Xiao discovered that the formation of the inner sect's Moonlight Tower was complex and profound. However, over the past 100,000 years, as the human race declined, the number of formation experts in the Yuehua school decreased. As a result, they couldn't find anyone who could completely repair the formation of the Guanghan Palace. Not to mention, the formation of the inner sect's Moonlight Tower was even more complex and profound than the one in the Guanghan Palace. The more complex, profound, and sophisticated a formation was, the easier it was to have problems. If it couldn't be repaired in time, the problem would become bigger and bigger. Ling Xiao might not be able to completely decipher the formation for the time being, but as long as he understood the principles of the formation, it wouldn't be impossible for him to use the loopholes to obtain the martial arts secret manual he wanted. There were Sky Realm experts in the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. However, just like Wanghan Tianzuan, being strong didn't mean that he knew how to decipher formations. As long as Ling Xiao was careful, there was a high chance that he could achieve what he wanted. If the so-called formation experts in the Yuehua School's formation hall knew about this, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. These people had inherited the knowledge of generations of formation experts, but they were still helpless against the formation of the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. Even the formation hall's hall master, the number 1 formation expert in the Yuehua school, could barely understand 10% or 20% of it. Therefore, the formation hall's method was to set up their own formation outside the ancient formation. Although this formation was relatively simple and low-level, it was enough to guard against most martial artists. At the very least, they were confident that no one in the Yuehua school could decipher their formation. Little did they know that the array they had set up was not even worth mentioning to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was only concerned about the primordial array. What he had been studying these days was only that primordial array. Junior brother Ling, we've arrived at the inner court challenge arena. Zhao Zi's voice awakened Ling Xiao from his contemplation. He raised his head and saw that there were close to 100 people gathered here, including the top 10 core disciples. There were only 200 inner sect disciples in the Yuehua sect. This time, nearly 100 people had come. The Swordsman King must have called them here on purpose. At that moment, the Swordsman King was chatting with a few other inner disciples. From time to time, he would burst out laughing. It seemed that he was in a good mood. The inner disciples challenge stage was obviously more sturdy than the outer disciples challenge stage. Other than better materials, a more complete formation was also set up. It was estimated that even a Celestial Realm elite would not be able to easily destroy the challenge platform. Even if it was destroyed, the challenge platform would automatically repair itself. This was much more advanced than the outer court challenge platform. When the inner disciples saw Ling Xiao, Jian Xing, and Lin Feng rushing over, their eyes were either filled with disdain or pity. Here, they had seen many self-righteous outer sect disciples being beaten to a pulp. They wondered how Ling Xiao would beg for mercy today. The Swordsman King also saw Ling Xiao and could not help but sneer. With so many inner disciples here today, the Swordsman King could be considered to be famous in the inner court. Look, the second-ranked core disciple, Lan Yuer, is here. Suddenly, a voice called out. Almost all the inner disciples in the arena looked over. Lan Yuer was wearing a light blue long dress today. It was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. She looked as beautiful as a lotus flower. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very strong. Such a woman was extremely rare even in the Sky Dragon continent. Lan Yuer was undoubtedly the role model, goal, and object of admiration in the hearts of all the female disciples. And in the hearts of all the male disciples, she was no doubt the dream lover, a fairy, a goddess high above all others. The Swordsman King felt his heart beating faster and his saliva unconsciously flowed out. Junior brother Ling, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming to the inner court? I could have prepared a welcoming party for you. Unexpectedly, under everyone's gaze, Lan Yuer walked towards Ling Xiao with a smile. Not only was her smile bright, but it was also a kind of happiness. The smell of jealousy, a strong smell of jealousy suddenly filled the air around the challenge platform. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This senior sister Lan, aren't you making enemies for me? Senior sister, I'm just here to train for a few days. I'm not even promoted to the inner court. What's there to welcome? He walked forward and said with a smile. Hee, you're right. By the way, has your cave residence been arranged? Have you received the wooden token to enter the inner court's Moonlight Tower? Lan Yuer did not know why she was so concerned about Ling Xiao. Anyway, this was her original intention. She was just doing things according to her heart. Senior sister Lan, we were directly arranged to live in the slave's small broken house. There is no cave residence at all. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to answer, Jian Xing indignantly said, also, the deacon who welcomed us did not give us any token at all. And? Lan Yuer frowned. Usually, she never cared about these things. She did not know what to do in the inner court. Until a few days ago, when she heard from Yang Danlin that Ling Xiao was coming to participate in the inner court joint training, she excitedly investigated this inner court joint training. That was how she found out about these things. She did not hide that she did these things because of Ling Xiao. Come with me. Lan Yuer was not a busybody. But if she could not even settle Ling Xiao's matter, she, as the second core disciple, was too useless. Senior sister Lan, I still have a spar with junior brother Ling. Could you? The Swordsman King suddenly came over. But halfway through his words, he suddenly felt as if several mountains were pressing down on him. That feeling of fear made him unable to breathe. He suddenly realized that this person was suitable to be a core disciple. Core disciples had special privileges in the Yuehua school. If he was really killed on the spot, he would not have any temper. Senior brother bitch, don't worry. It won't be too late to compete after we receive the token. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Okay. No problem. No problem. The Swordsman King could feel that the moment Ling Xiao spoke, the pressure on him suddenly lessened. A core disciple was too terrifying. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would have already suffered from qi deviation due to the pressure. Deacon Wang. Oh, so it's junior sister Lan. What can I do for you? Deacon Wang asked with a big smile. Ling Xiao is my friend. Why didn't you arrange a cave residence for him and give him a wooden token to enter the Moonlight Tower? Lan Yuer asked coldly. Hee, junior sister Lan, you don't know. We have always done this. Deacon Wang said with a fake smile. What do you mean? Don't the sect rules bind you? Lan Yuer's face became even colder. How can that be? It's just that this has become an unspoken rule. Junior sister Lan, don't meddle in other people's business. This is not my intention. It's the order of the inner sect's higher-ups. I'm just following the rules. Attendant Wang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could clearly feel the killing intent from Lan Yuer. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. In the end, the three of them can have a cave residence that is equivalent to the residence of the inner sect's top 200 disciples. In addition, each of them can also get a wooden token to enter the inner sect's Moonlight Tower. Are you going to give it to me or not? Lan Yuer asked. She was in the right in this matter. According to the rules, Attendant Wang had to arrange everything properly. Otherwise, he would be derelict in his duty and break the law knowingly. The punishment would be very severe. Junior sister Lan, don't go too far. I've already said that this is not something I can decide on my own. It's the decision of the inner sect's higher-ups. Although Attendant Wang was afraid, he seemed to be relying on the backing behind him. He still insisted. Whose decision is it? Call him out. I'd like to see who has the guts to ignore the sect's rules. There were some things that needed to be taken seriously. If no one cared, the unspoken rules might work. But once someone took it seriously, the matter would be serious. It's my decision. What are you going to do about it? Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. It was a one-eyed old man who walked out of the inner sect's main hall. One-eyed Heavenly Lord? The title of One-eyed Heavenly Lord didn't sound elegant, but he didn't mind. In fact, he was very happy. Because he lost his eye in a battle with a powerful beast king. He felt that it was an honor. One-eyed Heavenly Lord was not a celestial being. Strictly speaking, he was only a half-step Empyrean. In other words, he was stronger than the peak of the transcendent realm, but had yet to break through to the heaven realm. It was similar to a half-step master. However, a half-step Heavenly Venerable was still a Heavenly Venerable. At the very least, that was how they were addressed. Lan Yuer looked at the old man in front of her with disgust in her eyes. This one-eyed celestial lord had made great contributions to the Yuehua school, so he had always disobeyed the rules. Embezzling a disciple's salary was a small matter. It was said that many outer sect and even inner sect female disciples had been defiled by him. However, no one had ever pursued this matter. This was because he was the hero of the Yuehua school. The headmaster had given him a military order. That's right, it's me. Now that you know, you'd better leave quickly. Do you think a few mere outer sect disciples are worthy of owning an inner sect disciple's cave abode? Was he worthy of entering the inner sect's Moonlight Tower? Don't even think about it. A bunch of scum. One-eyed exalted celestial glanced sideways at Ling Xiao and the other two. A terrifying aura instantly pressed towards them. Humph. Lan Yuer stood in front of Ling Xiao and the other two. She snorted coldly and said, so what if it's you? As an inner sect elder, you broke the law by enforcing the rules. Ha 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 ha. Lan Yuer. This old man is disobeying the rules today. What can you do about it? One-eyed exalted celestial lord laughed loudly. He did not put Lan Yuer in his eyes at all. He was a half-step exalted celestial lord, while Lan Yuer was only a transcendent realm grandmaster. In terms of strength, he was not afraid of Lan Yuer. In terms of backing, he had the headmaster of the Yuehua school behind him, so he was not afraid of Lan Yuer. If you don't follow the rules, I'll beat you until you follow the rules. As soon as Lan Yuer finished speaking, she suddenly attacked. Her jade-like hand instantly turned into a true essence giant hand. It seemed to reach out from the void and directly grabbed at one-eyed exalted celestial lord. Stinky girl, you're courting death. One-eyed exalted celestial lord roared. The true essence in his body vibrated as he punched out. Ignorant. Lan Yuer did not even blink as the true essence giant hand slapped down. No. How is this possible? One-eyed exalted celestial lord held in horror. The true essence giant hand shattered the bones in his fists. Even he was completely suppressed by the true essence giant hand and could not move an inch. Are you giving me the things or not? Lan Yuer was like a majestic Valkyrie. She looked condescendingly at one-eyed exalted celestial lord and asked. You don't dare to do anything to me. One-eyed exalted celestial lord roared. Oh? Is that so? Lan Yuer's true essence giant hand exerted more force. One-eyed exalted celestial lord's ribs began to break. You're crazy. Deacon Wang, give them the cave residence and the token. One-eyed exalted celestial lord howled miserably. Wouldn't it have been over if you had done this earlier? Lan Yuer coldly withdrew the true essence giant hand. She could frighten a half-step exalted celestial lord with one move. This was the strength of the second-ranked core disciple. How terrifying. She's indeed our idol. She's indeed my dream lover. I'm afraid she'll be the next young sect master, right? Lan Yuer had defeated one-eyed exalted celestial lord in the blink of an eye. Although many people had seen it, they had no idea how Lan Yuer had done it. Haha, senior sister Lan, you're amazing. In front of you, I'm not even worth mentioning. After receiving the wooden token and a cave residence, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. He smiled and said to Lan Yuer, but you've offended an inner elder. Are you okay? He's just a half-step celestial master elder. It's okay to scare the other inner disciples. Among the top 10 core disciples, no one will take him seriously. Do you really think the sect master will protect him? Lan Yuer smiled and shook her head. He's made a contribution to the sect, and the sect master gave him a token. Naturally, he can't punish him. He can only let him degenerate and walk the path of self-destruction. The sect master has a deep plan. How terrifying. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. There were also terrible power struggles in the sect. This was probably the reason why Master Baiyun had told him that he must find a backer. Without a backer, it would be hard to fight alone. Moreover, there was a possibility of death at any time. As the saying goes, when the great gods fight, ordinary people suffer. However, if he had a backer, he would be able to enjoy the shade. Under a big tree. This was really a life experience. Junior brother Ling, I won't interfere in the competition. Is that okay? Lan Yuer suddenly smiled and walked to the challenge platform. Of course, no problem. Ling Xiao smiled. If he couldn't solve this problem, he wouldn't have learned martial arts and participated in the inner disciple joint training. He would have hidden in the outer disciple to fend for himself. Ling Xiao, now that you have a cave residence, you won't refuse to accept my request, right? Swordsman King said. Ling Xiao walked back. Although he was afraid of Lan Yuer, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. Lan Yuer had already said that she would not interfere in this matter, so he had nothing to worry about. Of course, he did not dare to be ruthless to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Lan Yuer's temper, he was afraid that he would be torn apart. How is that possible? It's too crowded for the three of us to live in a cave residence. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said. Of course, I accept your request. He did not want to practice in front of others, so it was necessary for him to have a cave residence. Hee hee. Swordsman King smiled and secretly said, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I will definitely make you lose face in front of Lan Yuer, you damn beggar, why are you so close to Lan Yuer? He touched his storage ring. There was a pill inside, a pill that could allow him to easily defeat Ling Xiao. If he didn't have that thing, he really wouldn't have dared to challenge Ling Xiao so casually. But now, he was full of confidence. Inner Disciple Swordsman King versus Outer Disciple Ling Xiao. Both of them are now on the challenge stage. The rules of the competition are posted on the wall over there. I won't say much about it. Generally speaking, the competition needed to be hosted, and Deacon Wang was often the host of the competition. Although his strength was not very strong, he was still an inner deacon, so he still had a lot of authority. But at this time, his heart was full of hatred for Ling Xiao. Lan Yu had made him lose face, so he did not dare to provoke Lan Yu. But in his heart, he cursed Ling Xiao and Lan Yu. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Understood. Swordsman King nodded and muttered. It's not the first time, it's really troublesome. Ling Xiao also nodded. Although the rules of the competition were very unfair to the outer disciples, he was powerless to change it. He could only maintain his victory in the competition. Begin. Deacon Wang jumped down from the challenge stage, and for a moment, the atmosphere on the stage became tense. Looking at the two Yuehua School's disciples on the challenge stage, everyone's eyes were full of interest. They had heard of Ling Xiao's prestige in the outer sect, but because not many had seen it, there were not many who believed it. It could even be said that many people's expectation to see Ling Xiao be defeated by the Swordsman King and kneeling on the challenge stage. Just like how the Swordsman King defeated Xianxia. No matter how powerful Lan Yu is, that's Lan Yu's ability, not yours. Below the stage, SSS, he knew the Swordsman King too well. Although he was not weak, he was never willing to use his true strength to win. He would always use some tricks or schemes in battle. When he investigated the information regarding the joint training of the inner sanctum, the description of this person could only be described as sinister and cunning. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, when faced with such a treacherous and cunning person, did he really have any hope of winning? You're called Zhao Ji, right? Lan Yu suddenly asked with a smile. Yes, senior sister Lan. Seeing how nervous you are, do you think junior brother Ling can't win? Lan Yu asked with a faint smile. Zhao Ji smiled wryly. This core disciple's observation skills were truly meticulous. He could only nod and say in a serious tone, reporting to senior sister Lan, I understand junior brother Ling's strength. I'm afraid he wouldn't lose to a peak first-layer Transcendent Realm Grandmaster. However, the Swordsman King is cunning and cunning. I'm afraid junior brother Ling's chances of winning are not high. He was being polite. In fact, he had seen the results of the outer sect disciples who fought the Swordsman King. They all lost miserably. For example, outer sect disciples like Wang Feng, Jin Ming, and Jian Xing would rather fight a core disciple and be defeated in one move than fight the Swordsman King. He was really worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Haha, is that so? Lan Yu's beautiful eyes moved slightly as she smiled and blinked her slender eyelashes. Her pair of beautiful eyes once again looked towards Ling Xiao on the battle stage. Her rosy cherry lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of charm amidst her holiness. She chuckled and said, however, I don't think so. Treacherous and cunning people are like hairless mice in front of Ling Xiao. Other than being unlucky, they have no other way out. Zhao Ji smiled bitterly. He thought that Lan Yu's relationship with Ling Xiao was too good, so she trusted Ling Xiao so much. It was a bit like the onlooker couldn't see clearly. He was a bystander, so naturally he could see things more clearly and objectively. Of course, I also hope Ling Xiao can win. These were his heartfelt words, but could he really win? Looking at Ling Xiao who was casually standing in front of him, the Swordsman King sneered. The Swordsman King snickered as he got into his stance and raised his sword. Boom! An explosive Jin Yuan burst out in an instant, completely wrapping around the long sword, making people feel a burst of powerful energy gushing out. After pausing for a moment, the Swordsman King suddenly pointed the long sword at Ling Xiao. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and his body suddenly rushed out, heading straight for Ling Xiao who was a few meters away. At the same time, the long sword began to friction with the air, splashing out blazing flames, and the air was filled with the smell of something being burnt. The true Yuan wrapping around the long sword also turned into flames in an instant. When he was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, the Swordsman King suddenly accelerated, and the sword went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. Rare gold-grade martial skill, flame assassination. Seeing the Swordsman King's attack head-on, Ling Xiao's face was still as calm as before. He stretched out his right hand at a perfect speed, neither too fast nor too slow. 2 fingers, they were Ling Xiao's right index finger and middle finger. Then, the 2 fingers accurately caught the blade of the Swordsman King's sword. Not a bad move, very beautiful. Unfortunately, it's too superficial. Speaking up to here, Ling Xiao gently flicked the 2 fingers on his right hand. Suddenly, a terrifying force was transmitted from the sword to the Swordsman King's hand. The swordsman king's entire body seemed to have been hit by a hammer. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and he could no longer hold on to the long sword in his hand. His body was also pushed back more than 10 steps before pausing in a sorry state. His arms were still trembling. Below the stage, Zhao Zi's breathing quickened as he watched the sudden turn of events. He thought that he already knew Ling Xiao very well, but today, he suddenly realized that he had only just met Ling Xiao. Beside him, Lan Yuer smiled sweetly and nodded slightly. She knew that this was only Ling Xiao showing a little of his strength. If Ling Xiao really used his full strength, all the inner disciples would be shocked. Senior brother Ling is so strong. Xianxia was stunned. Last year, he was heavily injured by the swordsman king's move. Otherwise, he might have been able to challenge Wang Feng for the outer disciples' #1 position. Junior brother Ling really can't see through him. Dai Yuling shook her head and smiled bitterly. She couldn't see through Ling Xiao when they were in the latent dragon camp. Now that they were in the Yuehua school, she realized that Ling Xiao was getting more and more mysterious. What kind of martial skill is that? The swordsman king felt the burning pain from his hand and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Ling Xiao looked at the swordsman king indifferently and then looked at his right hand. He muttered to himself, martial skill? So you have to use martial skills to deal with inner sect disciples? That move just now was just an ordinary defense. Any martial artist with a solid foundation could do it. However, to be able to catch the opponent's sword without getting hurt, that was a very high requirement. Against a martial artist like the swordsman king, he really didn't need to use martial skills. Don't look down on me. Hearing that Ling Xiao didn't even bother to use martial skills, the swordsman king trembled in anger. After that, he gritted his teeth and stood up. He didn't even pick up the sword that had been thrown on the ground. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he actually rushed towards Ling Xiao with his hands in his sleeves. Junior brother Ling, be careful. This guy is up to something. Although Zhao Zi didn't know what the swordsman king wanted to do, he believed that this cunning guy would definitely use some underhanded methods if he couldn't win in a direct confrontation. Thank you, senior brother Zhao, but he can't hurt me. Ling Xiao stood there and didn't have any intention of making a move. Activate the law of martial Dao. I won't make a move. If your underhanded methods against me don't work, then they will be used on you. Hearing Ling Xiao's sudden words, the crowd was stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Is there something wrong with Ling Xiao's brain? Yeah, who knows what he's thinking. I don't understand this guy at all. He's obviously not weak, so he should just end the battle. Swordsman King, that trash, he's a disgrace to the inner sanctum. When the Swordsman King heard these people's discussion, he became even more angry. He originally didn't dare to kill Ling Xiao because he was afraid of Lan Yuer's revenge. However, when he heard such discussions, he had basically completely lost his mind. Seeing Ling Xiao's figure getting closer and closer, the Swordsman King finally revealed a cold smile and took out his fists from his sleeves. His fists were surrounded by green light. An aura even more terrifying than the Swordsman King's own vital essence was emitted. Toxic Divine Fist. A loud shout was heard. The Swordsman Monarch clenched his fists even tighter. A thick stench accompanied by the sound of wind breaking rang out in the air. Then, he heavily struck Ling Xiao's chest. It's actually the Poison Divine Fist. Lan Yuer frowned. What's so special about this fist technique? Dai Yuling asked, puzzled. This fist technique itself isn't terrifying. It's only a rare rank entry martial art. However, it can be infused with toxic substances to create a terrifying power. Lan Yuer explained, I'm guessing that the Swordsman King must have some sort of toxic substance in his hands. He's really unscrupulous in order to win. This is a spar, not a life and death battle. Her face was cold and gloomy. The Swordsman King actually tried to kill Ling Xiao in front of her. This was something she couldn't tolerate. However, she didn't know why she wasn't worried about Ling Xiao. Instead, she had an inexplicable sense of confidence. On the other hand, Dai Yuling and Zhao Zi's faces were pale with worry. That's right, the Swordsman King didn't intend to hold back because of his pride. Anyway, according to the rules of the spar, even if an inner disciple killed an outer disciple, They would only be fined some salary and face the wall to reflect on their actions. He wasn't afraid. Don't blame me if you die. You deserve it. The Swordsman King revealed a sinister smile as he looked at Ling Xiao and thought to himself. Ling Xiao just stood there and looked at the Swordsman King's hands that were glowing with green light. According to the martial Dao he set, he couldn't attack at this moment. He could only defend. Otherwise, the martial Dao wouldn't take effect. His body emitted a faint golden light as the heavenly dragon scale armor began to quickly cover his body. The Swordsman King's attack wasn't that powerful. However, because of the toxic substance, it was better to be careful. The heavenly dragon scale armor could resist true yuan and toxic substances. This was without a doubt. Bang! The Swordsman King's fists landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body. He then quickly retreated a dozen steps and looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. Boom! An explosion sounded out from Ling Xiao's body. Then, Ling Xiao was enveloped in a cloud of green. The air was filled with a foul stench. Many inner disciples near the stage hurriedly retreated a few steps. They were afraid of this stench. Poochie! Suddenly, an extremely strange scene appeared on the stage. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to be injured, slowly walked out from the green smoke. At that moment, the green smoke and the terrifying explosion suddenly disappeared as if they were sucked away by a black hole. On the other side, the Swordsman King suddenly knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of green blood. His face was still filled with shock and confusion. He looked at the Swordsman King who was almost paralyzed. Then, he glanced at the dumbfounded expressions below the stage. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile. I said that all your tricks are useless against me. Then they will be used on you. Now you've lost. He looked at the Swordsman King who was mysteriously defeated on the stage. After a moment of shock and silence, the crowd below the stage began to boil. Confusion and shock became the main theme here. Nearly 200 inner disciples had arrived. They were all shocked and confused as they discussed the Swordsman King lying in a pool of blood. As inner disciples, they were well aware of the Swordsman King's strength. Although he wasn't the strongest in the inner sect, he was definitely not at the bottom. He was at least ranked in the 180s. What's more, once this guy used his insidious means, even the top 100 inner disciples didn't want to fight him. The toxic divine fist just now was infused with a very rare poison. Once, a transcendent realm third-layer cultivator suffered a great loss. However, all of this was completely destroyed by Ling Xiao. In just 2 moves. The first time, the Swordsman King's sword was easily caught and sent flying. The second time, the Swordsman King was inexplicably injured by his own toxic divine fist. Didn't all the outer disciples in the past lose cleanly to the Swordsman King? This sudden turn of events was hard for many of the inner court disciples to accept. Below the stage, Ming Tian had also arrived. Looking at the Swordsman King who was easily defeated, his face was filled with disbelief. His mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, showing the shock in his heart. After a long time, Ming Tian gradually came back to his senses. His originally ashen face returned to normal, but the corner of his mouth raised a confident sneer. Ling Xiao. You are indeed worthy of being my junior brother. In just 2 months, you have become so strong. But you will never catch up to me. Never. Hee, I have already said that you don't have to worry about junior brother Ling's strength. Not only is he strong enough, but he also has many tricks up his sleeve. His wisdom is outstanding. The Swordsman King tried to use underhanded means to deal with him. Yu Ling, Zhao Ji, are you relieved now? Below the stage, Lan Yuer also showed a trace of astonishment, then instantly recovered her joyful expression. To be honest, she was very confident in Ling Xiao, but the martial Dao law that Ling Xiao displayed still surprised her. Her seductive eyes flickered with excitement, then she turned around and said to the people behind her. Lan Yuer was now convinced that Ling Xiao's self-learning ability was too strong. She was originally worried that Ling Xiao would not be able to enter the inner sect for a long time, resulting in him not being able to learn profound martial arts. But now it seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. Hearing Lan Yuer's words, Dai Yuling and Zhao Ji were also very excited. They were even more shocked than Lan Yuer. When Ling Xiao defeated the Swordsman King for the first time, they could at least understand that it was because of Ling Xiao's superior physique and Jin Yuan. But the martial Dao law that he used the second time, they had never heard of it. Ling Xiao, this fellow, had unknowingly become stronger again. Moreover, he was ridiculously strong. But who did he learn this martial Dao law from? Lan Yuer, Zhao Ji, and Dai Yuling all had the same question. He Sua, Ming Tian, and the others also had the same question. Because in the inner sect's Moonlight Tower, they were convinced that such a martial art did not exist. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes turned to Ling Xiao on the stage. This guy, I'm afraid he still has many secrets. From the day he entered Yuehua School, he seemed to have been creating miracles. At the edge of the challenge stage, Deacon Wang, who was in charge of the sparring, stared at the Swordsman King who was lying limp on the ground with an ugly expression. He was very disappointed. What he wanted to see was Ling Xiao begging for mercy. What was going on? Why was it the Swordsman King who was knocked down instead of Ling Xiao? He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, hoping to find a trace of injury on Ling Xiao's body. However, the young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was not even the slightest trace of blood on his slightly delicate and young face, let alone a wound. Even the young man's clothes were as clean as new. If someone had just arrived here, they might have mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao had not fought at all. Deacon Wang sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to jump onto the challenge platform and announce the end of this battle, a powerful evil aura suddenly caused his expression to change drastically. Just as he was about to jump up, he stood back down. On the challenge platform, the Swordsman King, who was lying limp in a pool of blood, suddenly jumped up from the ground like a monster that had been reborn from blood. His true essence, which was not strong at first, suddenly increased by several times. Even his body became much stronger than before. His eyes shone with a crazy red light, and his hair was messy and draped over his shoulders. Boom! There was a burst of sound as his body shot out like lightning. The entire challenge stage shook violently. The surrounding inner court disciples who were watching the battle were also shocked. While charging, the Swordsman King's expression was hideous and terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a demon from hell. Fresh green blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared crazily, "Little beggar, give me your life." Deacon Wang was stunned for a moment, then sneered. He could have stopped the Swordsman King, but he did not. He knew what had happened to the Swordsman King. This guy had consumed the demonic elixir made by an evil alchemist. Not only did his true essence increase dramatically, his strength increased greatly, and he looked like a terrifying monster. At this time, the Swordsman King's lethality was no doubt astonishing. Deacon Wang only hoped that before the Swordsman King's cultivation went berserk, he would first kill Ling Xiao. At the very least, he had to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The stronger inner disciples also noticed this, but they did not care whether Ling Xiao lived or died. At this time, they could clearly feel that the Swordsman King's strength had soared to the peak of the Transcendent Realm third layer. Facing such a terrifying opponent, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be seriously injured. "Master, this is bad," the Swordsman King took the demonic elixir. Dai Yuling was a disciple of the medicine hall after all, so she was very knowledgeable, especially when it came to pills. She had seen the demonic elixir in a book before, so at this time, her pretty face was filled with anxiety as she shouted to her master Lan Yuer. "Bastard!" Lan Yuer, who rarely used foul language, was furious. The Swordsman King could not obtain the demonic elixir, someone must have given it to him in advance. "If I find out who it was, I will not forgive him." "Master, aren't we going to save Ling Xiao?" Dai Yuling anxiously asked. "Yuling, don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to Ling Xiao." Dai Yuling's true qi leaked out and actually flew through the cracks in the ground to the challenge stage, completely enveloping it. If Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she could immediately save Ling Xiao. But now was not the time for her to intervene. Although the rules stated that pills could not be used to enhance one's strength, if she intervened now, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would not be happy. She knew that little brat's temper too well. Among the crowd, Meng Yuan grinned. The demonic elixir in the Swordsman King's hand was given to him by him. Just as the Swordsman King was waiting for Ling Xiao to come, he rushed over and gave the elixir to the Swordsman King and explained the situation. To deal with an outer disciple like Ling Xiao, it was not worth it for him to personally take action. Looking at Lan Yuer's attitude, if he did, she would definitely stop him. On the challenge stage, Lan Yuer's threat did not have any effect. The Swordsman King in his demonic elixir state only knew that he had to kill the enemy. He could not hear any sound outside, nor did he know fear. The distance was close. The Swordsman King put his hands together and condensed a strange black sword chi. Then he roared, "Demonic sword kill." His strength suddenly skyrocketed, coupled with the evil aura shrouding him. The Swordsman King's move was powerful. It caused the air to violently flow, forming a terrifying wind pressure. The wind blew Ling Zhao's clothes, making a flapping sound. However, Ling Zhao's eyes did not close because of this. He was still indifferent as he looked at the Swordsman King. Facing the Swordsman King's sudden increase in strength, many people thought that Ling Xiao would temporarily avoid the attack and plan for the future. After all, Ling Zhao's movement technique was said to be very strong. Below the stage, almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to dodge the attack of the Swordsman King, whose strength had skyrocketed. However, to their surprise, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. He stood there, unhurriedly assuming a fighting stance. Clenching his fists, a faint phantom of a ghost king appeared around his body. In that instant, Ling Xiao seemed like a terrifying ghost king waiting to strike. A moment later, his fists suddenly punched out. Fool! Seeing Ling Xiao actually trying to meet the Sword King head-on, Meng Yuan couldn't help but sneer, secretly cursing Ling Xiao in his heart. Peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer, how could a trivial half-step Grandmaster compare to him? Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, Ghost King Annihilation. A deafening clap of thunder suddenly resounded in the sky. At that moment, Ling Zhao's fists met Swordsman King's demon sword annihilation under the shocked gazes of countless people. Pong, the two fists collided in midair. After a moment of silence, the red light in the Sword King's eyes suddenly disappeared and his ferocious expression instantly turned pale. Blood mixed with bits of internal organs spurted out from his mouth. Ling Xiao lightly avoided the spurt of blood, his expression indifferent as he punched out with both fists. His arms seemed to be enveloped in a thunderous roar. With a loud bang, the Swordsman King's body flew out of the challenge platform and crashed into the crowd like fragments of a thunderbolt fireball under countless shocked gazes. Seeing this strange scene, Deacon Wang, He Sua, Meng Yuan, Ming Tian, and the others' pupils shrank and they couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Using the strength of a half-step Grandmaster to defeat a Peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer cultivator? Ling Zhao's figure, which didn't seem very tall, suddenly became terrifying and mysterious. Looking at the Sword King's body that had been buried more than a foot deep in the ground, everyone was stunned. The crowd fell silent again. The Sword King's life or death was unknown, so this was the result. After a while, these people looked at Ling Xiao again as if they were looking at a monster. They didn't know what kind of pill Sword King had taken, but they could feel that his strength had soared several times over, almost reaching the peak of the Transcendent 3rd Layer. However, what they did not expect was that the Swordsman King, whose strength had skyrocketed, would lose so miserably and cleanly. Just one punch, the punch that contained the power of thunder, almost caused the Swordsman King's body to explode. Below the stage, Lan Yuer had already withdrawn her true essence. However, the sudden change in the situation made it difficult for her to calm down. What a terrifying martial skill! What level of power was this? Gold precious grade? High quality? Could it be a top-notch one? That's impossible. Lan Yuer's chest, which had a beautiful curve, quickly rose and fell, announcing the extreme restlessness in her heart. As one of the top 10 core disciples of the Yuehua school, he had naturally cultivated top-notch gold-grade martial arts. But because of this, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate top-notch gold-grade martial arts. Even with her aptitude, being able to enter the basic level was already very good. Ling Xiao was just an outer disciple. How did he learn it? After a long period of shock, she gradually calmed down and sobered up. After carefully analyzing the martial skill Ling Xiao used, she suddenly realized that it should be the result of a combination of two martial arts. One of the martial arts should be the Divine Prison King's Fist, a gold-grade entry-level martial art. Although the Yuehua school could not find it, there were records of it. But what was the other martial art that was used together with it? Could it be the 12 Golden Lotus Arts? Lan Yuer couldn't help but worry. She was very clear about the risks of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. When did Ling Xiao cultivate this martial art? On the stage, Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The power of thunder gradually subsided, and the true essence wrapped around his hands gradually withdrew. Unfortunately, the time was too short. The swordsman king didn't even have time to use his martial spirit before it was over. Generally, cultivators rarely used their martial spirits at the beginning of a battle. After all, using one's martial spirit was not without a price. Although it could bring about powerful effects, the consumption was also astonishing. After shaking off the dirt on his body, Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the swordsman king below the stage. He didn't know if he was still alive or not. His control of strength was already very good. There was no way he could have killed the swordsman king. It wasn't that he was being kind, but because of the rules of the sect. He didn't want to give someone a chance to find fault with him. The reason why the swordsman king was unconscious at this time. It was probably because of the poison and the negative effects of the demonic transformation pill. If he died because of these two reasons, then it wasn't Ling Xiao's fault. He was actually very angry. He wanted the swordsman king to die just like that. The scene just now was indeed a bit shocking. If he hadn't used the true qi of a second layer transcendent at the last moment, he would have been killed by the swordsman king. Since this guy was so vicious, then why should he be an idiot? He had never been an idiot. He wouldn't sympathize and pity someone without principles. Withdrawing his gaze, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the swordsman king's situation. Instead, he looked at Deacon Wang and said, "Deacon Wang, this battle should be over, right?" "Oh." Deacon Wang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, waking up from his shock. Ling Xiao's performance was really beyond his expectations. He really didn't want to end this battle. But the fact was, what else could he do? Just as he was about to announce the result of the battle, a person suddenly walked out of the crowd and stopped him. "Wait a moment, Deacon Wang. The sect rules state that if an outer or outer court disciple kills or severely cripples an inner court disciple, it is a capital offense." The one who walked out of the crowd was Meng Yuan, the flame deity's chief disciple. He was also one of the 10 core disciples. The one who spoke was naturally him. "Look, it's Meng Yuan. So handsome." The 10 core disciples, their auras are really different. As one of the 10 core disciples, Meng Yuan was not only strong, but also very handsome. He had the appearance of a refined cultivator. It was no wonder that he had many fans among the inner court disciples. Meng Yuan's tone was fair and just, but Ling Xiao, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others knew that this guy was obviously looking for trouble. Lan Yuer frowned and asked coldly, "Meng Yuan, what do you want to do?" Meng Yuan smiled faintly, "Senior Sister Lan, it's not that I want to do anything, it's just that the sect rules say so." The swordsman king is an inner court disciple, a trivial outer court disciple, yet he was so vicious, seriously injuring him. According to the sect rules, this is a capital offense. Without waiting for Lan Yuer to speak, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said coldly, "This senior brother's words are really ridiculous." "What did you say?" "Haha, then what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me, trash ranked 10th among the top 10 core disciples?" Facing Meng Yuan's sarcasm, Ling Xiao retorted, "If I was still a 7th heavenly layer transcendent at your age, I would have already killed myself by slamming my head against a wall, shame on you." He was not afraid of Meng Yuan. Although he was not Meng Yuan's opponent right now, if he wanted to escape, Meng Yuan would not be able to do anything to him. "You." Meng Yuan's killing intent became even stronger, but in front of Lan Yuer, he really did not dare to act. "What about me? It was just a spar, yet the sword human king actually took a forbidden pill, isn't that a violation of the rules?" Ling Xiao continued coldly, "And in the end, the sword human king's injuries were caused by himself, what does it have to do with me? He was poisoned because he used a deadly poison, and he was seriously injured because he took a forbidden pill. For such a person, I can only say that he deserves it." Meng Yuan's originally fair skin flushed red with anger and embarrassment after being questioned by Ling Xiao on the basis of reason, which was like a barrage of arrows. With his arrogant temperament, besides the flame deity, no one had ever dared to reprimand him in public, so how could he endure it? Good. What a sharp tongue. In that case, I, Meng Yuan, as an inner sect disciple, challenge you to a spar. If you really are a man, accept it. Meng Yuan said coldly. Perhaps because he was suppressing his anger, his voice was filled with anger. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Meng Yuan asked. I'm laughing at you, as expected of that old fart the flame deity's disciple. Instead of learning good things, you've learned how to bully the weak and bully the weak. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, a dignified 7th heavenly layer transcendent realm master actually wants to spar with an outer sect half-step grandmaster. Don't you have any shame? If this matter spreads out, even if you're not afraid of being ridiculed by other sects, does Yuehua school not have any shame? Below the stage, many inner sect disciples felt very embarrassed. The Sword Human King's request to spar with Ling Xiao was acceptable. After all, he was only a first-layer transcendent realm cultivator. The so-called inner sect's joint training was prepared for first transcendent realm inner sect disciples, allowing them to regain their self-confidence against outer sect disciples. Inner sect disciples above second-layer transcendent realm cultivators wouldn't participate. Meng Yuan's, Meng Yuan, Meng, Junior, Senior, Junior, Senior, Senior, Junior, Senior, Meng, Senior, Junior, Senior, Senior. Truly disappointing. How could senior brother Meng Yuan act like this? That's right. That's too narrow-minded. How shameless he. Why did I admire such a person in the past? Sect Junior, Senior, Junior, Senior, Sect, Senior, 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 Junior Junior, Lord, Senior. Lord Elder Senior Young Master Master, Young Level Junior Grands to the end, to you. Young to you, T? Just as Meng Yuan was in a dilemma, wondering if he should force his way out, a cold voice called out. It was a pair of slender legs. Lan Yuer floated onto the stage, stared at Meng Yuan, and said, Meng Yuan, you and I are both core disciples. If we spar, we'll be evenly matched. In order to avoid people saying you're taking advantage of others, why don't we have a spar? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lan Yuer stood beside Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes darting around. Her pretty face was filled with a chilling coldness. Looking at Lan Yuer beside him, Ling Xiao couldn't help smiling wryly. Senior sister Lan, you really don't need to do this. Lan Yuer's cherry lips curled into a smile. I know you're not afraid of him, but there are some methods that don't need to be used so quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Meng Yuan and continued. Junior brother Meng Yuan, as one of the top 10 core disciples, sparring with an outer court disciple is truly beneath the bearing of a core disciple, and it would truly be bad if news of this were to spread. It just so happens that the competition for the position of junior sect master is about to begin, so we can spar here, and it's beneficial to both of us. Meng Yuan looked at Lan Yuer, his heart was filled with dread. He was very clear about his own capabilities. He wasn't afraid of ordinary inner sect disciples, but among the top 10 core disciples, he was ranked at the bottom. None of them were easy to deal with. What's more, Lan Yuer was ranked second. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao, and sneered, Ling Xiao, I think you're just SOSO, a guy who only knows how to hide behind a woman. Ling Xiao grinned and said, ha ha ha, I know, you're jealous. Jealous that senior sister Lan is willing to protect me and ignore you, right? Meng Yuan was infuriated until he jumped in rage, his internal organs burning. Ling Xiao, this fellow's mouth was seriously too formidable. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior sister Lan, let's wait until the competition for the position of young sect master. I was rude just now. Meng Yuan finally chose to endure. This was definitely a wise move. Otherwise, the one who would make a fool of himself here today would definitely not be Ling Xiao, but him. When Deacon Wang saw that Meng Yuan had shut up, he reluctantly announced, the outer court's number 1, Ling Xiao, is victorious. The sparring is over, the inner court disciple swordsman king's abode belongs to Ling Xiao. He was responsible for arranging cave mansions for inner sect disciples below the transcendent realm 5th layer, so if he said so, it meant that the matter was settled. After all, even if these deacons were unhappy with someone, they wouldn't show it too obviously. They would only make things difficult for the other party behind their backs. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He didn't care whether the swordsman king died or not, as long as he got the cave mansion, that was enough. Wasn't the reason he accepted this competition for the swordsman king's cave mansion? He jumped off the stage together with Lan Yuer. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Although defeating a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer Inner Sect Disciple wasn't difficult, defeating a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer Inner Sect Disciple as an Outer Sect Disciple with a half-step Grandmaster Cultivation wasn't difficult. This was incredible. It was simply another pioneering feat. Senior Sister Lan, you're so protective of that kid, but I'm afraid you don't know that he's not far from death. In the crowd, Meng Yuan was still indignant and finally couldn't help but shout. Meng Yuan, what do you mean by that? Lan Yuer frowned. The move he used to defeat the Swordsman King was obviously the 12 Golden Lotus Arts Thunder Celestial phenomenon. You should know that this martial art is taboo in our Yuehua school. Is Ling Xiao crazy? How dare he cultivate this martial art? Doesn't he know how many talented cultivators died because of this martial art? In the crowd, another inner sect disciple exclaimed. 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Every disciple who entered the inner sect would hear about the story of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts in their first lesson. The main reason was to let them learn from it. After all, this martial art had once caused the most terrible tragedy in Yuehua school. No one in Yuehua school wanted to repeat the same mistake. Below the challenge stage, the inner sect disciples' faces changed as if they had heard something terrifying. In the past, there were genius disciples who didn't believe in heresy and insisted on cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, but the results were all the same. Either their martial arts were crippled or their lives were in danger. I have the most right to speak on this matter. One of my junior brothers was a rare genius who had reached the divine grade treasure body in all 3 aspects. But in the end, he suffered from chi deviation and died miserably in the training room. That's why people who cultivate the 12 Golden Lotus Arts are either idiots, madmen, or arrogant and ignorant. For a moment, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with eyes filled with schadenfreude, pity, sympathy, and other complicated emotions. It was as if Ling Xiao's fate could no longer be changed. It was as if Ling Xiao was walking down the path of self-destruction. The faster his strength increased, the stronger his ability, the faster he would walk down the path of self-destruction. Listening to these people's discussions, Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly smile. No matter what they said or said, it had no effect on him at all. But perhaps these people were right. He really did have a trace of madness in his bones. If he didn't have this madness, he wouldn't have today's achievements. There were some things that if you didn't try because you thought you couldn't succeed, then you would never succeed. And if you tried, at least the chances wouldn't be 0. He looked at Meng Yuan and tried to suppress his impulse to challenge this core disciple. There was a voice in his heart saying, "Kill him. What are you afraid of? He's always against you. Sooner or later, he'll bring you trouble. Use your trump card. You can definitely kill him." But Ling Xiao didn't do that. Impulse was a feeling that everyone had. It was just that some people could control their impulse, and some people would be controlled by their impulse. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he used all his trump cards now, there was a high chance he could accidentally kill Meng Yuan. But so what, if he exposed his trump card, his mountain river martial spirit, and the power of the ancient golden dragon, he would be in greater danger. Quickly look, the number 1 of the top 10 core disciples, Ren Xingtian, is here. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a well-proportioned young man with dark circles under his eyes walking over. Ren Xingtian is only 20 years old, but he's already a 30% half-step Empyrean. He's even more fierce than Lan Yuer. Yes, this is what it means to be young and promising. Among the inner sect disciples, most of them were envious and in awe of Ren Xingtian. Ren Xingtian's appearance was very free and easy. Apart from the obvious dark circles under his eyes, he was even more handsome than Meng Yuan. In addition, the dark circles under his eyes gave him a devilish charm, making him stand out from the rest. Therefore, he naturally had a large number of female fans. Who cultivated the 12 Golden Lotus Arts? Ren Xingtian's voice was somewhat languid, as if he had no strength. But in the ears of those female disciples, it was like the sound of nature. Reporting to young sect master, it's that outer sect disciple Ling Xiao. Meng Yuan cupped his hands respectfully at Ren Xingtian and reported. Ren Xingtian glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently, then retracted his gaze and said 4 words in an icy voice. Reckless and blind. Humph, Ren Xingtian, do you really think of yourself as the future sect master? My people are not up to you to evaluate like this. If it were others, they absolutely would not dare to speak to Ren Xingtian like this. But Lan Yu'er was not afraid of Ren Xingtian. Perhaps among the top 10 core disciples, only Lan Yu'er and the one ranked 3rd dared to challenge Ren Xingtian. The rest really did not have the guts. Your people? Ren Xingtian glanced at Lan Yu'er indifferently and suddenly revealed a hint of disdain as he said with a cold smile, I always thought that Lan Yu'er, you would not be tempted by men. I did not expect that after picking here and there, you actually chose such a trash. And? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. These inner disciples were really arrogant and conceited. In their eyes, outer sect disciples were just trash and trash. Ren Xingtian, in this battle for the position of young sect master, I will definitely pull you down. Lan Yu'er coldly said. She was really angry. Ha ha ha, angry? Angry because of a trash? Ren Xingtian laughed loudly, and then suddenly pounced at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. That's great, I like to see you angry. I wonder if you will cry after I kill him. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it is fun. Madman. Lan Yu'er secretly cursed and stood in front of Ling Xiao. Ren Xingtian was not Meng Yuan. This guy was a complete madman. In the entire Yuehua school, he really killed whoever he wanted without any consideration. Because his talent was too outstanding, even if he killed the relatives of the elders, he would not receive any real punishment. At most, he would be fined his salary or face the wall to reflect on his mistakes. That kind of punishment really had no binding force on him. Can you block it? Ren Xingtian's hand was as white as jade. Such a beautiful hand, but it was a pair of murderous hands. There were thousands of people who died under this hand, if not tens of thousands, since Ren Xingtian became an inner disciple. Every time he took a task, it was a task to kill people. Other tasks were simply not in his eyes. This hand could kill people, and it was very terrifying. Lan Yu'er did not dare to neglect. She knew that her cultivation was not as good as Ren Xingtian's, and her actual combat experience was not as good as Ren Xingtian's. But she must protect Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly moved. Lan Yu'er was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly changed her move and attacked in a direction that was obviously not an attack. However, at this time, Ren Xingtian retreated. He stopped his attack and stood there with a puzzled look on his face. How did you find out my real attack? Ren Xingtian asked. His words puzzled all the inner court disciples who were watching. No comment. Lan Yu'er secretly exclaimed. In fact, she did not see Ren Xingtian's real attack at all. She only heard Ling Xiao's sound transmission. Although she was shocked, how could Ling Xiao find out the secret of Ren Xingtian's move? She really could not say it at this time. Hee. Ren Xingtian looked at Ling Xiao and said, You are lucky today. Listen to me and quickly stop practicing the 12 golden lotus arts. Otherwise, you will be dead before I can kill you. That was a completely commanding tone, which would make anyone who heard it feel extremely uncomfortable. After saying that, Ren Xingtian returned to the crowd and no longer said anything. Senior Sister Lan, don't be angry. You know the young sect master's temper. Even I am afraid of him. At this time, a young man with a righteous face came out and said to Lan Yu'er. Yu Ren. The person who spoke was Yu Ren, ranked 3rd among the top 10 core disciples. His cultivation was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, only slightly weaker than Lan Yu'er. However, Yu Ren cultivated a very powerful sword technique, so neither Lan Yu'er nor Ren Xingtian were willing to fight with him. Among the top 3 core disciples, Lan Yu'er, who was good at alchemy, seemed to be the easiest to deal with. Yu Ren, you've always wanted to take my position as the young sect master. The opportunity is coming. I'll wait here. Haha, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Ren Xingtian gave people the impression that he was crazy, and it was the kind of crazy that was not afraid of anything. Ha ha ha, young sect master must be joking. With my strength, how can I compete for the young sect master's position? Yuren laughed out loud and waved his hand. Stop keep pretending. I know your strength better than you do. Ren Xingtian suddenly showed a ferocious expression and then cursed. Since young sect master says so, then junior brother can only do his best. Yuren became serious and cupped his fists. That's more like it. Ling Xiao saw that there was nothing for him to do here, so he turned around and prepared to leave. The battle between core disciples was not something an outer sect disciple like him could participate in. His top priority now was to continue to improve his strength and use his identity as an outer sect disciple to protect himself. Senior Sister Lan, I have to go. Before leaving, Ling Xiao had to say goodbye to Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer looked at Ling Xiao for a long time before she sighed helplessly. Even though I know that you won't listen to me even if I try to persuade you, I really hope that you don't continue to practice the 12 Golden Lotus arts. Ling Xiao smiled. At this point, Lan Yuer glanced at the crazy Ren Xingtian. She lowered her voice and continued, Ren Xingtian wasn't this crazy in the past. The reason why he went crazy was because his beloved woman died. Moreover, the cause of her death was because she practiced the 12 Golden Lotus arts. Senior sister, I know you mean well. But even if others can't, that doesn't mean I can't. Ling Xiao was not arrogant. One had to know that none of the people who had failed to cultivate the 12 Golden Lotus arts possessed a mountain river martial spirit. In other words, he was unique in this aspect. Therefore, he, who was unique, cultivated a unique martial art. Wasn't this a match made in heaven? This 12 Golden Lotus arts was like a martial art exclusive to him. However, he could not casually say these words. Even if it was Lan Yuer, he didn't want to reveal the secret of the mountain and river martial spirit. He wasn't afraid that Lan Yuer would compete with him, but he was afraid that Lan Yuer would be under too much pressure. He knew very well how hard it was to keep a secret. He didn't dare to live with the other disciples because he was afraid that he would accidentally reveal the secret of the mountain and river martial spirit. He didn't even dare to fall asleep. Even when he fell asleep, he had to use a formation to protect himself. He could bear this kind of pain alone. There was no need for Lan Yuer to bear it with him. I knew it. Lan Yuer couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior Sister Lan, although there are some things that I can't tell you, there is one thing that I can be sure of. The reason why so many people have accidents after cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus arts is because the power of this martial art is too terrifying. Borrowing the power of celestial phenomenon is not something that anyone can do. Ling Xiao explained, I will be careful. Maybe I will create another miracle? In fact, the reason was not only that. Ling Xiao had recently discovered some secrets in the process of cultivating the 12 Golden Lotus arts. There were actually many obscure mistakes in this set of martial arts. If he hadn't analyzed these mistakes with the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, he wouldn't have discovered them. The master of the Moonflower Building in the inner sect had once said that this martial art was given to the Yuehua school by another sect. Therefore, Ling Xiao suspected that someone must have done something to make this martial art have such problems. Maybe the people of that sect thought that they couldn't cultivate it, but the geniuses of the Yuehua school might be able to cultivate it. Therefore, in order to thoroughly harm the Yuehua school, they used their powerful soul power to erase part of the key content and replaced it with harmful content. The cultivation of the person who modified this martial art should be at least at the Grotto Heaven realm. Moreover, their soul power was incomparably powerful. Therefore, even an expert at the celestial realm wouldn't be able to detect any problems. However, this person probably didn't expect that Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit. This was an anomaly. Of course, even if the original appearance of the 12 Golden Lotus arts was restored, the danger of cultivating it would be greatly reduced. However, the difficulty would not be reduced. If this martial art was so easy to cultivate, others wouldn't have given it to the Yuehua school so easily. A miracle? It's really possible. Lan Yuer looked at Ling Xiao. She didn't know why, but she was very confident in Ling Xiao. She felt that this kid was simply an expert at breaking convention. Then Senior Lan, I'll be leaving first. Don't worry. The inner sect will announce something later. Since you're participating in the inner sect joint training, you can be considered half an inner sect disciple. There's no harm in staying and listening. Lan Yuer smiled. Okay then. Ling Xiao nodded. He was really interested in the inner sect's announcement today. After all, so many inner sect disciples had come. All the top 10 core disciples were present. It was definitely not an ordinary matter. At this time, the swordsman king had been taken away by the people from the medicine hall. This guy was lucky. He didn't die, but he was in a deep coma. It would probably take a long time for him to wake up. As time passed, except for the inner sect disciples who were still performing tasks outside, the rest of the inner sect disciples had all arrived at the inner sect's main hall. More than 190 inner sect disciples, including the top 10 core disciples, were present. Ling Xiao looked through the crowd and saw Leng Hao, who had been taken away by Golden Light Heavenly Senior. At this time, Leng Hao was exuding the aura of a transcendent realm master. No wonder he was a super genius chosen by Golden Light Heavenly Senior. His cultivation speed was unparalleled. Moreover, this guy was younger than Ling Xiao. Leng Hao didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on Ming Tian. Ming Tian's gaze also landed on him. These two were known as the two most outstanding among the new disciples. Whether it was talent or hard work, they were all first class. They were vigilant of each other, competing with each other, and paying attention to each other. Therefore, their cultivations increased at almost the same time, and the speed was extremely fast. Ming Tian entered the sect a month earlier, so his foundation was better than Leng Hao's. Therefore, his current cultivation was stronger than Leng Hao's. Ming Tian's true cultivation was at the peak of the second layer transcendent realm, almost reaching the third layer. Leng Hao's true cultivation was at the early second layer transcendent realm, but his speed was also astonishing. Seeing these two's cultivation, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although these two had the advantage of being able to enter the inner sect before him, it didn't seem like they had much of an advantage. If he hadn't had to hold back all three of his potential to break through at once, his current cultivation would probably be higher than these two. It seemed that there was no need to rush into the inner sect. The number one outer sect disciples' resources weren't any less than those of the inner sect disciples, probably only a little worse than the 10 core disciples. At this time, Leng Hao and Ming Tian didn't regard Ling Xiao as a competitor, or it could be said that they didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. Not long after, the vice hall master of the inner sect's main hall, a true heavenly venerable master, appeared. This wasn't a half-step heavenly venerable like the one-eyed heavenly venerable, but a true heaven realm master. Ling Xiao didn't know his name, only his surname was Zhang. Since almost everyone is here, this king will begin his announcement. Vice Hall Master Zhang stood with his hands behind his back. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was full of vigor and clear to everyone's ears. Today, I've called everyone here to announce 3 things. Seeing that the chatter had stopped, Vice Hall Master Zhang continued, the first thing is about the inner sect's joint training. The top 3 outer sect disciples will be staying in the inner sect for a period of time. If anyone wants to spar with them, do your best to hurry up. They will return to the inner sect in a month at the earliest. This king has also heard about the Sword Human King's matter. The Sword Human King is at fault here. He actually dared to violate the sect's rules by taking a forbidden medicine. If anyone dares to use this matter to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, don't blame this king for being impolite. Hearing this, Meng Yuan's face suddenly changed. He originally wanted to make a big fuss about this matter, but now that Vice Hall Master Zhang said this, he didn't dare act rashly. Not to mention that he was only ranked 10th among the core disciples. Even if he was ranked first, he absolutely wouldn't dare offend the Vice Hall Master of the inner sect's main hall. Not only was he from a faction with real power, but he was also terrifyingly powerful. He was even more terrifying than his master, the Flame Deity. Vice Hall Master Zhang glanced at Ling Xiao from afar as he revealed a friendly smile. He owed Yang Danlin a lot of favors and had taken a lot of elixirs from him. Therefore, when Yang Danlin asked him to take care of Ling Xiao, he agreed without hesitation. As the Vice Hall Master of the inner sect's main hall, if he couldn't protect an outer sect disciple in the sect, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the sect anymore. Although Ling Xiao didn't understand why Vice Hall Master Zhang would be so friendly to him, he could roughly guess that someone must have spoken to him. It was either Yang Danlin or Wang Han Tianzuan. Of course, the most likely person was still Yang Danlin. Only an alchemist could make a vice hall master of the inner sect's main hall show such respect. The second announcement is that it's almost the end of the year. The annual competition for the position of young sect master and core disciple will begin. This is open to the entire Yuehua school. Even outer sect disciples are qualified to compete for it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Vice Hall Master Zhang glanced at Ling Xiao deliberately. He also wanted to know what Ling Xiao's bottom line was and how mysterious Ling Xiao was. Seeing Vice Hall Master Zhang's gaze, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could deal with inner sect disciples below the Transcendent Realm 3rd level, but it would be too difficult to compete for the position of core disciple or even the position of young sect master. There were only a few months left. No matter how fast he cultivated, after entering the Transcendent Realm, his cultivation speed would definitely not be as fast as the Martial Vein Realm. If he really wanted to compete for the position of core disciple, he would have to think about it carefully. Right now, he was more concerned about the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. The last thing is the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. Vice Hall Master Zhang's words attracted many people's expectant gazes. Indeed. Compared to the competition for the position of core disciple, this ceremony was more suitable for most inner sect disciples. It was also an excellent opportunity for them to leap over the Dragon Gate. However, the core disciples didn't have much of a reaction to this. It was rumored that the Pagoda Ascension ceremony could only be held 3 times in a lifetime. The 10 core disciples had already used up all 3 chances, so this Pagoda Ascension ceremony was meaningless to them. The Moon Arrival Festival will begin in 2 months. According to the previous rules, there is no limit to the number of participants, and there is no limit to the identity of the participants. The only requirement is that the participants cannot be older than 30 years old. Everyone can participate enthusiastically, but whether you can enter the official list and step into the Moonlight Pagoda depends on whether you can pass the selection. Vice Hall Master Zhang smiled and said, the selection process will be determined by the Moonlight Pagoda. Even this king doesn't know what it will be, but according to past experience, the strong naturally have a higher chance of participating. In the end, no more than 12 people will be able to enter the Moonlight Pagoda. You're on your own. Selecting 12 out of more than 1,000 disciples in the entire sect sounded like a small probability. However, more than 1,000 outer sect disciples could basically be eliminated. Excluding some disciples who had already participated in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony 3 times or those who didn't meet the requirements. In fact, the total number of disciples who would participate in the selection was only about 100. Close to a 10% chance, this was still quite high. Ling Xiao secretly calculated. Even with his current strength, it was still possible to pass the selection. However, he still had to work harder. The stronger his strength, the greater his chances. After entering the Moonlight Pagoda, the possibility of obtaining benefits would also be greater. He Sua, Ming Tian, Leng Hao, and many other inner sect experts would fight endlessly for these 12 places. There was a youth in the crowd who was about 16 years old. He was not much older than Ling Xiao, but he was the first person under the 10 core disciples. He was known as the inner sect number 1. The youth's name was Shintian Lin. It was his first time participating in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony, so his heart was filled with excitement. The position of core disciple is mine. The first place in the Pagoda Ascension ceremony is also mine. Shintian Lin secretly made up his mind. Vice Hall Master Zhang was very satisfied with the disciples' reaction. Only when a sect had an intense sense of competition could there be improvements. Otherwise, if everyone was conservative and had no desires, then the sect would be hopeless. Among the many inner sect experts, Jian Xing and Lin Feng shook their heads and sighed. The pressure was so great that they didn't even have the thought of signing up for the Pagoda Ascension ceremony. However, Ling Xiao had a different idea. He was very clear about how strong his strength was. He knew how terrifying his potential was. Now, he hadn't completely merged with the primordial golden dragon, but he had already obtained a very terrifying strength. Once he merged with the primordial beast's aura, how terrifying would it be? How terrifying, how powerful. After the announcement, most of the inner disciples laughed. Vice Hall Master Zhang also laughed, but before he left, he patted Ling Zhao's shoulder expectantly and said, "Little guy, old man Yang is looking forward to you." Although the joint training will only last for a month, I hope you can do something. Recently, the inner sect is like a pool of stagnant water. There hasn't been any new developments for a long time. After he finished speaking, he didn't care whether Ling Xiao understood or not and left with a laugh. Ling Xiao stared blankly for a long while before he suddenly realized that Vice Hall Master Zhang wanted him to cause trouble during this joint training period. Ling Xiao, after all, you're only doing the joint training temporarily. You won't stay in the inner sect for too long, so you'd better hurry up and do some sect missions that only inner sect disciples are qualified to complete. Lan Yuer was not in a hurry to leave. Although she was very interested in the ranking battle of the top 10 core disciples and the competition for the position of the young sect master, she felt that there were some things that she had to explain to Ling Xiao as clearly as possible. The so-called sect missions would be announced on the bulletin board of the inner sect headquarters every day. As long as one was an inner sect disciple, they could accept the mission. After completing the mission, not only would they receive rewards and some resources, but they would also receive inner sect points. These points were the key to exchange for martial arts, divine weapons, elixirs, and other things. To put it bluntly, it was somewhat similar to the military points in the latent dragon camp. If a few points were enough, they could even enter the inner sect's Moonflower Tower to choose the martial arts they liked, from gold grade rare grade martial arts to gold grade top grade martial arts. Although inner sect disciples didn't need a token to enter the inner sect's Moonflower Tower, if they wanted martial arts manuals, they had to pay points. This was the sect's rule. Senior Sister Lan, thank you for your guidance. I'll start accepting sect missions soon. Of course, Ling Xiao knew the benefits of points. Since he had this opportunity now, how could he give it up? When he was in the latent dragon camp, he relied on his military points to obtain better martial arts, which allowed him to develop step by step to where he was today. Instead of waiting for others to give it to him, it was better to work hard to get it. He had always done this. There's no need to thank me. Lan Yuer waved her lily-white hand and said, you have to be careful. You have to lead the sect to carry out the sect's mission. In this way, those who have bad intentions towards you will definitely find ways to deal with you. You have to be careful. I will remember Senior Sister's words. In fact, how could Ling Xiao not know about this danger? But he couldn't hide in the sect for the rest of his life. What's more, with his current strength, even if a third-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator wanted to harm him, it wouldn't be easy, so he wasn't particularly worried. Since he couldn't win, he could at least run. This was the reason why he was in such a hurry to upgrade his Cloud Dragon Divine Travel and 9 Devils Divine Arts. The Cloud Dragon Divine Travel could be used to escape. The 9 Demonic Divine Art could increase one's defense and strength. It was a very powerful auxiliary martial art. After saying goodbye to Lan Yuer, under the guidance of Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling, Ling Xiao, Jian Xing and Lin Feng found their respective cave residences. Jian Xing and Lin Feng shared a cave residence. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had a cave residence all to himself. Zhao Xi had already left. This Northern Han princess had always felt that Ling Xiao was too bloodthirsty and cruel. Especially after seeing the swordsman king heavily injured today, she felt this way even more. As a result, she felt ashamed to be associated with Ling Xiao. Junior brother Ling, I will also leave. If you need anything, just let me know. In any case, I, Zhao Ji, treat you as a good friend. At the entrance of Ling Zhao's cave residence, Zhao Ji said with a smile. If you treat me as a friend, then I will naturally treat you as a friend. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of Zhao Ji at first, but now it seemed that besides playing politics, there wasn't anything that couldn't be made friends with Zhao Ji. Ling Xiao, if you need any medicinal herbs, just tell me. I can't help you with other things, but cultivating medicinal herbs isn't a problem at all. Dai Yuling said with a smile. Haha, then I am very lucky. I don't need it now, but I will definitely need it in the future. As long as Ling Xiao was refining pills, he couldn't do without medicinal herbs, so he would definitely need Dai Yuling's help. Then we will take our leave. After bidding farewell to Dai Yuling and Zhao Ji, Ling Xiao didn't immediately cultivate, but instead, he formulated his own plan. First, he would use the wooden token to go to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower to choose a powerful soul cultivation method. then, he would go and accept a few sect missions. As long as he left the sect, he wouldn't have to worry about people looking for him to spar all day. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower. This time, he had other plans for going to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower. Since he already had an understanding of the primordial array in the inner sect Moon Essence Tower, then he would choose the best soul cultivation method. Therefore, before he went, he had to familiarize himself with the primordial array and strive to steal what he wanted under the surveillance of the inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner. In the Mountain River Martial Soul, Xianxia practiced many times. But in the end, it all ended in failure. If he wanted to break the array of the inner sect Moon Essence Tower, then he would definitely alarm the inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner. At that time, things would definitely not be good. It seemed like breaking it was definitely impossible. However, through these many attempts, he had a more thorough understanding of the loopholes and weak points of the primordial array. Therefore, he had a new idea. Why would he be so stupid to try to break this primordial array? He could totally use these loopholes to steal the cultivation method manual that he wanted. Although it was still very difficult to not alarm the inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner. But it wasn't impossible. He still had absolute confidence in this. In order to ensure the success of his plan, Xianxia spent an hour repeatedly trying. When the success rate was close to 100%, he then went to the inner sect Moon Essence Tower. Although this wasn't the first time he entered the inner sect Moon Essence Tower, he was still very excited. After all, the goal this time was a little different. The inner sect Moon Essence Tower's guard still had the same indifferent expression and ignored Xianxia. However, this didn't affect Xiao's good mood. After flashing the wooden token, he entered the inner sect Moon Essence Tower and used the token to open the wooden door. After that, he began to choose martial arts. The whole process was definitely under the surveillance of others. However, on the surface, he didn't do anything unusual and did the same thing as the other disciples. The inner sect Moon Essence Tower's owner stared at Xianxia with interest in a certain space. This young man who once chose the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, what kind of martial arts would he choose this time? He really wanted to know. He was also very interested. Under the surveillance of the inner sect Moonlight Tower's Tower Master, Xianxia released a trace of soul power and penetrated into the outermost array of the inner sect Moonlight Tower. Novel, Law, this array was set up by people from the Array Formation Hall. Although it was rather complicated, it did not stop him at all. After the Mountain River Martial Spirit's analysis ability was activated for a moment, coupled with his understanding of array formations, this array formation was instantly broken. And the entire process was done flawlessly. The inner sect Moonlight Tower Master did not have any reaction at all. Through this, Xianxia knew. This inner sect Moonlight Tower Master probably did not know anything about array formations. If he wanted to discover Xiao's abnormal movements, he could only sense some kind of abnormal fluctuation in the array formation's power. And when breaking the array formation set up by the Array Formation Hall, Xianxia could completely do it without any abnormal energy fluctuation. The next immemorial array was not so simple. But through his soul power, Xianxia discovered that this immemorial array's flaws were really so many that it made one's hair stand on end. Thinking about it, for 100,000 years, no one had ever been able to properly maintain this immemorial array. The damaged areas would become more and more obvious, and also more and more. After accumulating for a long time, this immemorial array was basically already in tatters. Previously, Xiao's power was not strong enough, so he could not see it so clearly. But after the Mountain River Martial Spirit mutated and completely fused with his soul, this raised his soul power to a terrifying level. Many flaws and loopholes that could not be discovered before were now clearly seen. And the entire immemorial array's operation method and composition method similarly became clearer. Xianxia even had a feeling that as long as he had enough materials, he could also set up this immemorial array. This was the terrifying ability that the Mountain River Martial Spirit brought to him. It was absolutely not something that others could compare to. He was somewhat surprised in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. Because next was the key. He needed to take out the martial arts secret manuals behind the other two doors from the space behind the wooden door. The high-grade gold-grade martial arts were made of iron. The top-grade gold-grade martial arts were made of jade. It wasn't difficult for him to aim directly at the jade plate. The difficult part was choosing a secret martial arts manual that he needed the most, which was compatible with his soul power. His current soul power was too strong. If he had a suitable martial art to complement it, he believed that he could use the power of the mountain river martial spirit to attack his enemies. In terms of pure attack power, it was likely to be several times stronger than a true chi martial skill, perhaps even reaching the level of a 7th heavenly layer transcendent realm master. Of course, this would require the activation of the mountain and river martial spirits. Power. It was very likely that the secret of his mountain and river martial spirit would be exposed. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would naturally not use it easily. But even so, even if it was an ordinary soul martial technique, it should be 2 or 3 times stronger than his true essence martial technique. It was perfect to use it as a trump card. Thinking of this, he began to choose the martial arts manuals. This required a certain amount of luck. Fortunately, the Yuehua school did not have many top-notch gold-ranked martial arts. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted to death. With a thought, Ling Xiao's soul power had already penetrated the gap in the ancient array and entered another space. All the signs hanging here were made of jade. He needed to choose the martial arts he needed in half an hour. Unfortunately, this isn't it. Ling Xiao was behind the wooden door, but his soul power had already penetrated into the other space. It was just that so far, the tower master of the Yuehua Tower had not discovered this. The martial arts Ling Xiao chose for the first time, although it was also a top-notch gold-ranked martial art, unfortunately, it was not what he wanted. So he directly gave up. After all, these jade plates only had the name and introduction of the martial arts. If he wanted to know the full content of the martial arts, he had to increase the input of his soul power. He had simulated it in the mountain river world. At most, he would be discovered after 3 tries. Therefore, although he wanted to take back all the martial arts here, due to the limit of the number of times he could use them, he had to use them at the most critical time. He had to first find the soul secret manual he wanted, then choose another martial arts manual he liked. In any case, he would not lose out. Unfortunately, the next basic martial arts manuals were not what he wanted, which made him a little disappointed. His luck really wasn't that good. It was not until the 25th secret manual that he finally showed an imperceptible smile on his face. Found it, he found the soul martial arts manual he wanted, Soul Dice. This was a martial arts manual that sounded very strange. According to the introduction description, this was a martial arts manual full of adventurous spirit, created by a soul race expert, but it was only a temporary work. There may be many omissions in it, and the cultivator needs to constantly make up for and improve it. At present, this secret manual was a top-notch gold-ranked martial art, but it was only an incomplete martial arts manual. Those with poor comprehension should try not to choose it, otherwise it would be a mistake. The minimum requirement was that the cultivator must have the soul strength of a 7th heavenly layer transcendent realm cultivator. Every time the soul die was used, one's soul force would increase. This kind of increase was better than any cultivation method, so although it was not a soul cultivation method, it was better than any soul cultivation method below the top gold rank. The soul die was the same as an ordinary die. It was divided into 6 sides, each side representing a different attack mode. Once a certain number was rolled, one would have to use this attack mode completely. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to roll the dice for the rest of the roll. Using the soul dice only consumed soul force. Those with weak soul force should not use it rashly, otherwise they would have to bear the consequences. This soul dice is really interesting. Although there is a lot of uncertainty, since it is a top-notch gold-ranked martial art, each of its attacks should not be bad. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly copied this martial arts manual. From today onwards, he finally had a set of martial arts that completely relied on soul force to fight. Forcefully suppressing his surprise, Yang Kai continued to choose his martial arts manual. There was still one more chance to not be discovered. Although he did not lack martial arts manuals at present, if he did not use them, it would be a bit too wasteful. However, just as he was about to continue, a powerful soul force began to sweep the entire inner sex moonlight pavilion. This soul force was extremely powerful, even more terrifying than Ling Zhao's soul force. It must be the inner sect Moonlight Pavilion's pavilion master. Ling Xiao hurriedly hid his strand of soul power into a crack in the immemorial array. Even though that soul power was extremely powerful. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being detected by the Tower Master of the Moon Essence Tower. Because when he was simulating this process in the Mountain River world, he had already simulated a similar situation several times. As expected, after this powerful soul power scanned the entire Moon Essence Tower, it was withdrawn. Ling Xiao could confirm that this wasn't targeted at him, but was just a routine sweep of the room. After all, there were other inner court disciples staying in the Moon Essence Tower to choose martial arts manuals. After that soul power completely disappeared, Ling Xiao began to move again. This is... Ling Xiao's face couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger is a top-tier gold-grade Dragon Clan martial art. Its power is even stronger than human martial arts of the same level. The martial arts created by the authentic Dragon Clan can only be learned by the Dragon Clan or martial artists with Dragon-type martial spirits. The finger technique has a total of 9 levels, each level stronger than the previous. It pursues the effect of one-hit kill, and its lethality is extremely shocking. If used together with the Dragon Clan's Soul Power Dragon Might, the effect will be even better. When cultivated to small success, it will be like an immortal-grade artifact, piercing through iron like mud. When cultivated to large success, its power will be even more terrifying, and it can even penetrate a defensive divine-grade artifact. The reason why Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised was because he thought of his own terrifying finger. This finger technique was comprehended from the blue-clothed woman's finger technique from the Yuehua school. He had heard Elder Bai mention it later. In fact, his terrifying finger originated from the Heavenly Dragon Finger. The Heavenly Dragon Finger and the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger were only one word apart, but the difference was huge. The Heavenly Dragon Finger was inspired by the experts of the Yuehua school from the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. It was a gold-grade rare-grade martial art that human martial artists could cultivate. It could be used with soul power. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was a top-tier gold-grade Dragon Clan martial art. Only the Dragon Clan and martial artists with dragon martial spirits could cultivate it. Although Ling Xiao didn't have a dragon-type martial spirit, he wasn't from the Dragon Clan. However, he had the dragon bloodline and could attack in the form of a primordial golden dragon. In that form, he could only use the martial arts of the Dragon Clan. This Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was simply prepared for him. In fact, the human dragon form should be considered the most balanced. It could use both human and dragon martial arts. That form would not arouse too much suspicion. After all, the Divine Dragon Clan had once lived on the Heavenly Dragon continent. They had intermarried with humans and had given birth to children. People might be surprised by the humanoid dragon, but they would never associate it with the immemorial golden dragon. He was currently worried that he did not have any Dragon Clan martial arts. Yes, the reason why Ling Xiao chose martial arts was to make up for his shortcomings. Choose whatever you lack, and don't choose randomly. The 2 martial arts he chose this time, Soul Dice and Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, were what he currently lacked the most. After choosing these 2 martial arts, Ling Xiao did not continue to try. Because the third time was very likely to be discovered by the inner sect's Moonlight Tower's Tower Master. This was also something that had happened in the simulation. Once they were discovered, all their previous efforts would have been for naught. He did not want that. So when he thought of this, he immediately gave up on his greedy thoughts and retracted his soul power. He directly chose a gold-grade entry-level martial art Heavenly Dragon Finger to complete his task. The reason why he chose this was purely to cover up. This way, when he used Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, he would not be suspected. After all, just based on the execution effect, the 2 were very similar. The only difference was the power. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was even more terrifying. Combined with the Dragon Clan's soul power, Dragon Aura, it would be even more shocking. After taking the Heavenly Dragon Finger copy, Ling Xiao turned and left. The inner sect Moonlight Tower's Tower Master had been paying attention to Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao choose this finger technique, he was puzzled. Why did this kid choose this martial art? Didn't he already know all of them? Of course, Ling Xiao did not care what he thought. Anyway, he had already achieved his goal of coming to the inner sect Moonlight Tower. He obtained 2 gold-grade top-grade martial arts that he urgently needed. It could be said that he had a great harvest. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao gave soul dice to his main body to comprehend. Because he was about to go out on a mission, this martial art would be very helpful in improving his battle strength. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was given to a Sword Soul Doppelganger to comprehend. The other Sword Soul Doppelganger was in charge of cultivating 12 Golden Lotus Arts. This was his main internal cultivation method, the only internal cultivation method that could improve his cultivation. He absolutely could not let it go. As for Snow Lotus Sword Art, just sitting and comprehending it did not seem to be of much use. The key was to perfect it in actual combat. Therefore, he could temporarily put it aside. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body followed the same principle. However, if he wanted to break through Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, it would not be enough to rely on actual combat. He also needed some heavenly treasures. This time, when he went out on a mission, he wanted to see if he could collect materials to refine a higher level body refining pill. Although he could not refine a pill of this level, Yang Danlin could. When the time comes, he would ask Yang Danlin to refine it for him. He was not in a hurry to cultivate transforming Shadow Sword Art. It would not be too late to speed up cultivating Snow Lotus Sword Art after it was perfected. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had cultivated the terrifying finger before. The moment he saw the Heavenly Dragon Finger, he had some kind of epiphany. In just a moment, he had already comprehended the first level. And the speed of comprehension of Soul Dice was even more terrifying. It was also divided into 9 levels. The power of each level would increase, so the first level was actually the key. One had to comprehend 6 different types of attack or defense. The difficulty of this was extremely high. In the end, he only used less than a quarter of an hour to completely comprehend the first level. If other martial artists were to know of this, they would be extremely shocked. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unheard of. One had to know that even the most common martial arts of the human race, as the level increased, the difficulty of cultivating would also increase exponentially. It could be said that every level was a natural moat. Without enough accumulation, it was really difficult to cross over. Gold-grade entry-level martial arts were legendary extraordinary martial arts in the secular world. Most martial artists would not be able to obtain 1 or 2 in their lifetime. And even if they obtained it, they would not be able to cultivate it successfully due to their comprehension and aptitude. Of course, for martial artists who were qualified to enter the 12 sects, gold-grade entry-level martial arts were not that exaggerated. For example, for outer disciples like Yuehua School, they could cultivate gold-grade entry-level martial arts as they wished. As long as they were willing to endure hardships and work hard, it was only a matter of time before they succeeded in comprehending and cultivating it. However, when it came to rare gold-grade martial arts, its power would increase exponentially. Naturally, the difficulty of cultivating it would also increase exponentially. Only inner disciples were qualified to cultivate martial arts of this level. Ling Xiao had once asked Lan Yuer about the level of cultivation of rare gold-grade martial arts for inner disciples. The conclusion made him a little stunned. Even for rare gold-grade martial arts, very few inner sect disciples could cultivate them to the perfection stage, let alone the transcendent stage. As for superior gold-grade martial arts, it was said that those below the 7th level of the transcendent realm were not qualified to cultivate them. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to comprehend them. The top 10 core disciples generally cultivated high-grade gold-grade martial arts. As for top gold-grade martial arts, the difficulty level was much higher than gold-grade martial arts, and the requirements were also much higher. Among the Yuehua sect disciples, only the top 3 of the top 10 core disciples were able to cultivate martial arts of this level. The rest were not qualified at all. Even many deacons, hall masters, and elders could not comprehend superior gold-grade martial arts because of their perception. In the Yuehua sect, there were only slightly more than 30 top-grade gold-level martial arts manuals. This was why Ling Xiao could find a martial arts manual that he liked so quickly. However, he was quite lucky. If he had joined another sect, he might not have had martial arts like Soul Dai and Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. After all, these were the sect treasures of the Yuehua school. For a martial art of this level, Ling Xiao had only spent 15 minutes to comprehend it, and he had actually cultivated it to the first level. This frightening level of comprehension was truly frightening. However, if one thought about it carefully, the reason was very simple. First of all, Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit. Its analytical ability was really terrifying. It could let Ling Xiao comprehend extremely complex and difficult martial arts in the simplest way. Second, after Ling Xiao's soul merged with the mountain and river martial spirit, his perception increased to a terrifying level. Geniuses and super geniuses were nothing in front of him. Of course, there was another reason. He had cultivated the terrifying finger before, which helped him comprehend Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger faster. As for the rapid improvement of soul dice, it originated from his terrifying soul force. As for Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, he had only seen it once and had basically mastered it. After all, the terrifying finger originated from Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. After being perfected by the mountain and river martial spirit, it was even more perfect than Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. It only lacked a few moves. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques. Under these circumstances, learning Heavenly Dragon Finger was simply too easy. The reason why he learned this was to cover up the fact that he had learned Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. Martial arts like soul dice could also be found in other sects, so Ling Xiao wasn't worried about being discovered. However, Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was the only martial art in Yuehua school. It was a martial art passed down from generation to generation, so it was impossible for it to be leaked. After all, Ling Xiao had obtained it through unorthodox means. Concealing it a little was also to avoid more trouble. After spending 2 hours, Ling Xiao consolidated the realm of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger at the first level. He even tested its power. When used in his dragon form, its power was already comparable to the last move of the Divine Prison King Fist, Destruction. However, Destruction was an AoE skill. As for the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, it condensed Jin Yuan into a single line, completely dealing damage. Its single target killing power was extremely shocking. He had gradually familiarized himself with the 6 transformations of soul dice. Because the 6 points represented 6 completely different attack methods, it was difficult to judge its power. However, overall, the control of the soul dice was relatively poor. Because the points were random, it was difficult to judge what kind of dice would be thrown. However, its overall power was even more terrifying than the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. In ordinary battles, using Snow Lotus Sword Art and Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger would be more suitable. However, if he was facing a very powerful opponent or an enemy with unknown abilities, Soul Dice would be more suitable. It was like gambling. If he was lucky, he could throw a suitable attack pattern, which would be amazing. However, if he couldn't throw a suitable one, although the attack would still be very terrifying, the trouble was that he wouldn't be able to control it. Currently, he would still use different martial skills in battle according to the strength of his opponent and their fighting style. The more commonly used martial skills were naturally still Divine Prison King Fist and Snow Lotus Sword Art. As for Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger and Soul Dice, as well as the martial Dao Law, he was still in the comprehension and cultivation stage. He might try it occasionally, but it wouldn't be his main attack method. Even so, his current strength was extremely terrifying. Even a cultivator at the 5th heaven of the Transcendent Realm would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to defeat him. Feeling that he had comprehended enough, Ling Xiao put down the 2 newly obtained martial skills and prepared to spend some time to upgrade Cloud Dragon Divine Journey and 9 Demons Divine Art. Previously, he had cultivated a large number of gold-grade entry martial skills as materials for upgrading, and now it was time for him to use them. The process of upgrading was simpler than before, mainly because he was familiar with it. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Journey had been upgraded to gold-grade high-grade Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusory Array. As the name implied, Ling Xiao had integrated the essence of spirit arrays into this movement technique, causing Cloud Dragon Divine Journey to become more illusory. Not only was it faster, but it was also harder to catch. If he wanted to upgrade this martial skill next, he would have to use rare grade gold grade martial skills as materials. It was really extravagant. After another 2 hours, Ling Xiao's 9 Demons Divine Art had also been successfully upgraded to Gold Grade High Grade 9 Demons Divine Art, Plague Demon King. After the upgrade, the 9 Demons Divine Art had unlocked the abilities of 2 Demon Kings, Evil Beast Demon King and Plague Demon King. After demonification, the Evil Beast Demon King could use the power of evil beasts to increase its attack and defense, and its body would undergo some special changes. After demonification, the Plague Demon King could use the power of plague to spread plague or devour plague. Its body wouldn't change, but its aura would become extremely evil. With Ling Xiao's style, he didn't like the Plague Demon King. However, plague could also be used to deal with enemies. As long as it didn't harm the innocent, it wouldn't hurt to use it. Of course, the most important thing was that after upgrading to Gold Grade High Grade martial skills, the supplementary abilities of the 9 Demons Divine Art had also increased by a lot. Previously, it could increase its power by 10%, but now it could increase its power by 20%, and it also had special effects. This naturally helped him a lot when using other martial skills. However, the most important thing was that his physical strength had greatly increased. In case he encountered a situation where he couldn't use his true yuan and soul power, this would play a key role. After upgrading the 2 great martial skills, Ling Xiao left the cave and headed to the mission bulletin board in the inner sect main hall. Everything he had done was for the sake of taking on a few sect missions. In this way, not only could he train himself, but he could also obtain sect points. It was a rare opportunity. Ling Xiao was not an inner sect disciple, he could only accept sect missions when he participated in the inner sect joint training. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait until he was promoted to the inner sect to earn points. That would be too late. On the mission bulletin board, there was a more detailed introduction to the sect missions. Completing a sect mission could earn sect points, spirit stones, gold coins, and other rewards, mainly based on the difficulty of the mission. If the mission failed, not only would the mission not be rewarded, but it would also be punished. This was also to prevent some people from overestimating themselves and taking on difficult missions in order to earn a lot of rewards. Not only would that be a waste of time, but it would also damage the sect's reputation. The more failures, the more severe the punishment. At first, it could be a salary penalty, then it could be a deduction of sect points, and if it reached a certain point, it could be a waste of one's cultivation, expulsion from the sect, or even a death sentence. Therefore, although sect missions had many benefits, they couldn't be accepted casually. Missions didn't require a number of people, but the rewards were limited, so naturally, the fewer people there were, the more they would receive. However, most people were still willing to team up to complete the mission. After all, the more difficult the mission was, the easier it would be to team up. Ling Xiao roughly checked the Yuehua school sect missions were divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 realms of the Transcendent Realm. From the first layer to the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm, there was also a half-step Heavenly Venerable. There were exactly 10 levels of sect missions. For example, a level 1 mission was for a first-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator. A level 2 mission could be completed by a second-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivator, or 2 or more first-layer Transcendent Realm Cultivators. As for how to do it and how to team up, it was all up to the cultivator. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment. His current cultivation was at the early second layer of the Transcendent Realm, so if he accepted a level 2 mission, it would be easier to complete it alone. However, he was a person who liked to accept challenges. He wasn't interested in level 2 missions at all and instead turned his attention to level 3 missions. This kind of mission was more challenging when completed alone, and it would have the effect of tempering oneself, as well as earning more sect points and other rewards. Got it. Ling Xiao quickly found a mission that was very suitable for him, and the reward was also very good. Of course, the most important thing was that he had just cultivated the 9 Demons Divine Art, Plague Demon King, so he was not afraid of the plague and poison at all. He could even use it to attack the enemy. And this mission was related to the plague. Task title: Investigate the Valley of Plagues. Mission introduction. Located in the western wilderness of northern Han, there is a large valley enveloped by a plague. Within the valley live several hundred families. However, it is unknown whether they are dead or alive. Rumor has it that there is a frightening vicious beast within the valley that uses the plague to survive and cultivate. Mission objective: head to the Plague Valley and investigate the cause of the plague. Kill the plague beasts. There will be additional rewards for killing the plague beasts. Ling Xiao had heard about the Valley of Pestilence before. When he was still a beggar, he had heard about it from storytellers. At that time, the Valley of Pestilence was his worst nightmare. But now, he really wanted to see what kind of secrets this Valley of Pestilence held. It was said that some disciples of other sects had once attempted this mission, including the disciples of Yuehua school. Among them, there were even Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivators. They had even formed a team to carry out the mission, but in the end, none of them returned. In the past, this mission's level was only level 2, but because of a series of situations, it was upgraded to level 3. Accept. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and took out the mission token to accept the mission. The same mission could be accepted by more than one person, and whoever completed it first would receive the reward. Of course, there were also restrictions. For example, this level 3 mission could only be accepted by 2 teams at the same time. Just as Ling Xiao took out the mission token, a team of 3 people also came over to take the mission token. Of these 3 people, one was a peak Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivator while the other 2 were early Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivators. It should be said that this team's strength was very strong. Spending so much effort to accept a level 3 mission didn't seem very normal. Ling Xiao naturally had his reasons for being suspicious. Moreover, his guess was correct. I didn't make it in time. Just as Ling Xiao finished registering the mission, filled in his name, and walked out of the inner sect main hall, he happened to run into Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji wore a helpless expression. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I know those 3 people. The strongest one is called Wan Yanjun, and the other 2 are Chen Zui and Sheng Guanlei. They have a very good relationship with He Sua. Although I'm not sure if this matter has anything to do with He Sua, they will definitely do something to harm you. Zhao Ji warned. No wonder I always felt that sending 3 Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivators to accept a level 3 mission was a bit overkill. Ling Xiao smiled and said, many thanks for senior brother Zhao's reminder, but it doesn't matter. The reason I accepted this mission is mainly because it suits me better and the reward is quite good. As long as I complete the investigation, I'll receive 100 low-rank spirit stones and 100 sect points. If I can kill the plague monster, the reward will be doubled. If you die, the reward will be useless. Zhao Ji said anxiously. Senior brother Zhao, I know you have good intentions, but I really don't care about those 3. I'm just a little disappointed. Disappointed about what? Disappointed that He Sua didn't join them. That way, the grudge between me and He Sua could be resolved. Ling Xiao showed a sneer. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to wait for others to plot against him. He preferred to take the initiative. If those 3 really intend to harm me, I won't let them come back alive. Ling Xiao said as if this was a very normal thing. Those are 3 Transcendent Realm third-layer Grandmasters. Zhao Ji was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know if Ling Xiao had gone crazy or if he had misjudged Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao was stronger than he had imagined? In his mind, Ling Xiao was equivalent to an early Transcendent Realm third-layer Grandmaster. Previously, Yang Kai had been able to easily defeat the Sword King who had taken the demonization pill because the Sword King's strength had skyrocketed and he had lost his mind. That kind of enemy wasn't terrifying, even if he was slightly weaker, he could still deal with them. But now, listening to Ling Xiao's words, it seemed he didn't care about 3 Transcendent Realm third-layer Grandmasters. Junior brother Ling, just how strong have you become? Zhao Ji couldn't help smiling bitterly. That's a secret, but you'll know in the future. Take this as a token of my gratitude, senior brother Zhao. Ling Xiao directly threw the Heavenly Dragon Finger martial skill book to Zhao Ji. This was an impromptu decision. Heavenly Dragon Finger wasn't Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger, and it wasn't a secret martial technique unique to Yuehua school, so it wasn't a problem to give it to Zhao Ji. A rare gold-grade martial art. Zhao Ji was overjoyed. He only thought that befriending Ling Xiao would bring him a lot of benefits, but he didn't expect the benefits to come so quickly, and it was so heavy. One had to know that although he was promoted to the inner sect, he still didn't have enough points to enter the inner sect Moonlight Tower. This rare gold-grade martial art was too important to him. Take it and cultivate. I got it in the secular world. I used it before, and you've seen its power. Ling Xiao smiled. Don't refuse, I don't like to owe people favors. Fine. Zhao Ji originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he simply accepted it. Junior brother Ling, you don't have to listen to me, but you must be careful. If I'm not wrong, those 3 people will definitely make a move on you. Zhao Ji took Ling Xiao's things, so naturally, he would spare no effort to help Ling Xiao. I will. After returning to the cave abode, Ling Xiao spent an hour meticulously preparing for a round of battle. The main thing was that he had refined 2 cauldrons of pills, and in addition to the ones he had refined before, he had a complete set of pills on him. Recover true qi, recover qi and blood, heal wounds, remove negative effects, and so on. He had all kinds of pills. He didn't need too many, just enough for him to use. In addition, he prepared some fire snake refining array stones. This was the offensive array he was most proficient in at the moment, although it might not cause much damage to Transcendence. However, as long as it was used properly, it could have unexpected effects. Since time was tight, he could only do this. If he became an inner sect disciple in the future, it wouldn't be a problem to slowly prepare stronger refining array stones. But for now, he could only make do. Although it was just making do, these things were definitely enough for him to protect his life and safely return to Yuehua School. The starting time of the mission was the time when the mission was accepted, and it was set to be completed within a week. If it couldn't be completed, the mission would be considered a failure. After a week, even if you met the requirements of the mission, it would still be considered a failure. If it was any other time, Ling Xiao might not have prepared so carefully. But this time was different. This was his first time carrying out a sect mission. And he also felt that Zhao Ji's judgment was right. Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Guanlei. These 3 people were probably sent to deal with him by He Sua or Meng Yuan. When he was out on a mission, the 3 of them could find a random reason to kill him. The difficulty of the mission this time was definitely higher than level 3. It might even be level 4 for Ling Xiao. After all, not only did he have to complete the mission, but he also had to face the threat of those 3 people. He hated being honest to him. To him. To him. To take S. But he saw Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Guanlei as soon as he arrived outside the cave. The 3 of them looked at him with a half-smile, as if they were certain he would succeed. There were many inner disciples gathered around his cave, including Zhao Ji, Dai Yuling, and the Swordsman King's companions. What's the matter, senior brothers? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Nothing important. We just came to remind you that since the 3 of us have accepted this mission, it's none of your business. You'd better not interfere. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite if you make a mistake in the mission. The one who spoke was a guy with a pointy mouth and a monkey's chin. Zhao Ji had introduced him as Chen Zue. Because his martial soul was a long-tailed monkey martial soul, his appearance gradually became closer to that of a monkey's. Chen Zue's tone was not only cold, but it also contained a strong sense of command and threat. The Swordsman King's companions were relieved. They had a good relationship with the Swordsman King. Now that the Swordsman King was seriously injured, they did not have the guts to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. So, they were waiting for Ling Xiao to be in trouble and gloat. Today, they got what they wanted. Zhao Ji and Dai Yuling were worried. They were not even out of the sect yet and the other party was already so aggressive. Once they were out of the sect, wouldn't Ling Xiao be in more trouble? The sect mission depends on one's own ability. If senior brothers are not competent, you can give up. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao replied coldly to Chen Zue and flew away. Chen Zue wanted to make a move but was stopped by Wan Yanjun. Follow him first. This guy's strength is not bad. We can make use of him first. After we complete the mission, then, he made a gesture of slitting his neck. It was very subtle. Other than Chen Zue and Shang Guanlei, no one else saw it. That's true. The 3 of them chased after Ling Xiao. Not long after they left, Meng Yuan and He Sua appeared in the crowd. Eldest senior brother, according to what I said, we should torture Ling Xiao and then kill him with our own hands. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? He Sua naturally knew of Meng Yuan's plan. After all, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei were brought here by him. Junior brother, this is a rare opportunity. We don't have a chance to do anything to him in the sect. You should be content. At worst, I'll have Wan Yanjun bring that guy's corpse back and let you whip it 300 times to vent your anger. Meng Yuan revealed a sinister smile. One day later, Ling Xiao was the first to arrive at the Valley of Plagues. He met up with the Northern Han garrison there. Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei followed closely behind. It wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't shake them off, but rather that Ling Xiao had deliberately done so. Ling Xiao wanted to test whether or not these three people really wanted to take his life, so he could decide what to do next. The Valley of Plague had now become a restricted area in Northern Han. Ordinary people were simply unable to enter. Even if a cultivator below the Transcendent Realm entered, they would undoubtedly die. Only cultivators above the Transcendent Realm could investigate the edges of the Valley of Plague without being attacked. As for the core area, no one dared to enter. Looking inside from the garrison's sentry tower, the Valley of Plague appeared to be covered in a gray mist. If one didn't have a special eye technique, wanting to see through this mist was absolutely impossible. Although Ling Xiao didn't have any special eye techniques, his eyes had long been strengthened by his mountain and river martial spirit. His vision could penetrate stone without any problem, let alone a trivial mist. Through the mist, one could see many strange beasts in the Valley of Plague. These beasts all had wounds on their bodies that were constantly leaking pus. Ling Xiao could tell that these beasts were originally just ordinary animals, but after being swallowed by the power of the plague, they had undergone some kind of mutation. However, at a glance, the strongest plague beast was only a first-grade vicious beast, equivalent to a first heaven transcendent realm cultivator. The rest were all plague monster beasts, equivalent to martial vein realm cultivators, which was not a problem for Ling Xiao. However, what was strange was that it was said that there were nearly 1,000 people living in this mountain valley, yet there was not a single person in sight. Could these beasts have been swallowed by the plague and then mutated? Then where was this person? Ling Xiao had a very bad premonition in his heart. Ladies and gentlemen, there used to be a valley master of Plague Valley whose strength had reached the late-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. He was originally a disciple of the Yuehua sect, but unfortunately, after the incident in the valley, there was no news of this valley master. The garrison leader warned Ling Xiao and the other three, young heroes, you must be careful, we suspect that there is a 3rd layer Transcendent Realm master in Plague Valley. Although it was the garrison that issued the mission and provided the rewards, they were not the only ones. However, they didn't know much about the changes in Pestilence Valley. Ling Xiao did not intend to waste any time here. On his mountain and river diagram, a 3-dimensional map of the entire mountain valley had appeared clearly, including every gully and nook that could be easily overlooked. He only needed to look at it once to gain a better understanding of this place than the people who were born and raised here. As such, although the mountain valley was covered in fog, it was basically impossible for him to lose his sense of direction. Ling Xiao, why don't you go in and investigate the situation? Jian Ling Xiao just stood there and stared into the Valley of Plagues. Chen Zue asked. Senior brother Shengguan, junior brother's cultivation is too low. If I enter this plague, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my life. This mission should be carried out by 3 senior brothers. Ling Xiao smiled and said. According to his judgment, the plague in Plague Valley should not be a problem as long as one was a Transcendent Realm master. Of course, this was limited to most plagues, but there was a manor in Plague Valley where the plagues were blood red in color. If one wanted to enter that manor, their cultivation had to be at least at the 7th heavenly layer of the Transcendent Realm, or they didn't have a special auxiliary martial art like Ling Xiao's 9 Demons Divine Art, Plague Demon King. After entering the manor, one would inevitably be eroded by the plague. Whether they would die or not, they would definitely suffer. If I tell you to go in, go. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei blocked his way, leaving only one path to Plague Valley. What do you want to do? Ling Xiao pretended to be scared and asked. What do you want to do? Humph, you'll know once you enter. If you want to live, then obediently do as we say. Otherwise, we'll send you to hell right now. Chen of course, please please. Please don't kill me. I'll just go in. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated into Plague Valley. Outside, there was a northern Han garrison, so it would be inconvenient to act. However, after entering the Valley of Plagues, the situation was different. There were no living people in the valley. Even if he killed the three of them, no one would know. Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei looked at each other and smiled. This Ling Xiao is just someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I heard that this guy is quite overbearing, even defeating the Swordsman King. But today, after seeing 3 third-layer Transcendent Realm inner disciples, he's scared silly. After entering Plague Valley, Ling Xiao went straight to the manor where the blood-red plague was. He had already checked the other places just now and made sure that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Only this manor, because of the blood-red plague, could not be seen through. This was enough to prove that this was the place where the plague originated. Moreover, the so-called plague beast was probably here. In addition, the thousands of people in the valley were probably here as well. Since Yang Kai wanted to complete the mission, he had to come here. In order to take care of Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei, Ling Xiao did not move quickly. He was not in a hurry to act. After all, these 3 people were all third-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. If they encountered any danger, these 3 people would have great combat strength. This sect mission itself was strange. Even a peak third-layer Transcendent Realm Yuehua school disciple was trapped here, so things were probably not as simple as they seemed. 3 senior brothers, this manor is a bit strange, do you want to go in and take a look? Right now, Ling Xiao was completely acting like he was being coerced. He believed that these 3 people would not act against him for the time being. The reason was the same, he wanted to use these 3 people, but how could these 3 not want to use him? You go in first. Wang Yanjun ordered coldly. But senior brother Wang Yan, the atmosphere inside doesn't seem right, will I die if I go in? Ling Xiao asked timidly. Cut the crap and get in. Shang Wanlei took a big stride forward and raised his leg to kick Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao borrowed the force of this kick to enter the manor. On the surface, it looked like he was kicked in. Ha ha ha, this little brat is really useless. Shang Wanlei laughed loudly. Don't be so happy yet, I heard from senior brother He Sua that this little brat is full of tricks, we still have to be careful. Wang Yanjun calmly said. Senior brother Wang Yan, you're being too careful, no matter how strong this little brat is, he's at most a peak second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. With the 3 of us working together, can't we kill him? Chen Zue said disdainfully. Even so, we still have to be careful. From now on, this little brat's every move must be under our surveillance. Wang Yanjun said seriously. But he's already gone in, do we have to go in too? Chen Zue asked. Wait a minute. Wang Yanjun thought for a moment and said, this manor is only so big, he won't be able to escape. If he can come out alive, it means there's nothing wrong with the manor. 3 senior brothers, come in, there's nothing wrong here, but there's someone who hasn't died yet. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice came from inside. Let's go. Wang Yanjun and the other 2 entered the manor together. After passing through the courtyard, they arrived at the inner hall and saw Ling Xiao standing there with a half-dead old man lying next to him. Senior brother Zhan. Wang Yanjun recognized the half-dead old man at a glance. He turned out to be the valley master of this mountain valley and a disciple of Yuehua school. When Wang Yanjun was still an outer disciple, senior brother Zhan was already a Transcendent Realm inner disciple. Unfortunately, his potential was limited and he was only a third-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator when he was over 100 years old, so he returned to the mountain valley and became its valley master. He probably hoped to spend the rest of his life like this. Junior brother Wang Yan. Senior brother Zhan also recognized Wang Yanjun and his face showed a touch of joy. La quick. Save my disciple. His voice suddenly became much louder, but because his body was extremely weak, he still sounded weak. Senior brother Zhan, where is your disciple? Wang Yanjun frowned and asked. He only wanted to complete the task and had no interest in saving people. My disciple was caught by a fierce beast and brought to its den. The strength of the fierce beast is similar to mine, but it can control plagues and is very terrifying. It has a treasure in its hand, which is very likely to be a divine treasure. Senior brother Jean panted and said. Divine treasure. Hearing these words, Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei's originally uninterested expressions instantly changed and became full of greed. Ling Xiao secretly shook his head. The reason why people lose their minds was mostly related to greed. Where is the den of the fierce beast? Wang Yanjun asked. It's in the basement of the manor. Senior brother Jean smiled bitterly and said, this basement was originally the place where I stored all kinds of secret martial arts manuals, elixirs, and weapons. But in the end, it took all of them away and became its devil's den. All the people in the valley were imprisoned by it. They're not dead yet? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I don't know. I'm now living in this world and can only wait for death. The fierce beast doesn't dare to catch me because it's afraid that I will choose to explode my martial vein. Senior brother Jean suddenly cried sadly and said, alas, I'm useless. As the valley master, I actually let this place become a den of demons. Senior brother Jean, don't be sad. We will help you save those people. Wang Yanjun said excitedly, Ling Xiao, you stay here and take good care of senior brother Jean. The three of us will be back soon. But senior brother, I also want to complete the task. Ling Xiao said hurriedly. Cut the crap. Do what I ask you to do. In this way, we will complete the task and give you some benefits. Otherwise, you won't get anything. Wang Yanjun threatened. Okay then. Ling Xiao nodded, but the corner of his mouth slipped into an imperceptible sneer. Since these three people were in a hurry to die, why should he stop them? Let's go. Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei's thoughts were very simple. Although the underground demon cave might be dangerous, in the end, it was only a single third-grade vicious beast, equivalent to a transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. The three of them were more than enough to deal with it. There was no need for Ling Xiao to continue following them. If Ling Xiao went in, he might even hinder them from completing the mission and obtaining the treasures. Watching the three figures disappear, Ling Xiao suddenly foamed at the mouth and twitched on the ground. A moment later, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Heh, you're just a half-step master. How dare you enter the Plague Valley? I knew that you would be infected by the plague. Senior brother Jean, who was leaning against the wall and looking extremely weak, sneered as he looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground. Next, it's time to deal with those three idiots. It's not easy to raise a vicious beast. Don't let those three guys kill you. Senior brother Jean carried Ling Xiao on his shoulder and followed Wang Yanjun and the other two into the underground demon cave, completely sealing the door. Ling Xiao was obviously pretending to faint. He actually felt that there was something wrong with senior brother Jean from the beginning. Others might not be able to tell, but with his eyesight, he could naturally see that this guy was exuding an evil aura. Such a person couldn't be normal. Lying on senior brother Jean's shoulder, Ling Xiao noticed that the stone door that sealed the underground demon cave was actually inlaid with 2 array refining stones. After the 2 array refining stones were activated, only people who were proficient in array formations or knew the mechanism could open the door. His master, Yuan Venerate, had once told him that array refining masters didn't exist on the Tianlong continent, at least not in the past 10,000 years. Could senior brother Jean have actually come into contact with people from 10,000 years ago? As they approached the center of the demon cave, Ling Xiao heard the sounds of fighting coming from inside. He reckoned that Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei had already exchanged blows with the plague beast. Senior brother Jean quickened his pace and arrived at the center of the demon cave in no time. There weren't any ordinary people in the valley here, not even corpses. However, there were indeed many secret martial arts manuals, as well as a large number of elixirs and weapons that were very important to ordinary martialists. There were also thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Senior brother Jean directly threw Ling Xiao to the ground, and then quietly disappeared into the darkness. This guy was really cautious. It was obvious that he was planning to launch a sneak attack. Ah! In the darkness, a skinny claw imprinted itself on Shangguan Lei's back. Shang Guanlei let out a horrified scream as a black handprint appeared on his back. It seemed like he wouldn't survive. Someone is launching a sneak attack. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui's expressions changed as they shielded Shang Guanlei and leaned against the wall. This way, they could avoid being attacked. Isn't that Ling Xiao? Wang Yanjun saw Ling Xiao lying motionlessly on the ground with his eyes rolled back. He can't be dead, can he? But there's only senior brother Jean outside. How could he be like this? Could it be senior brother Jean? Wang Yanjun suddenly thought of a possibility. His heart suddenly turned cold to the extreme. Fear and regret instantly filled his entire body. Run! Wang Yanjun shouted and no longer cared about Shang Guanlei. Chen Zui followed closely behind. They didn't even care about Shang Guanlei, let alone Ling Xiao. They didn't even look at Ling Xiao and fled toward the outside of the demon cave. However, the plague beast was already blocking the entrance of the cave. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking quite ferocious. He, none of you can escape today. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I painstakingly set up such a trap. If I let you escape, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Senior brother Jean's figure gradually appeared amidst the laughter. Behind him was a skull with glowing red eyes. Although Ling Xiao had seen many martial spirits before, this was the first time he had seen a martial spirit like this. Sure enough, the mystic world was a mysterious place where all kinds of strange things could happen. Deep inside this demon cave, Ling Xiao not only didn't feel the slightest fear, but instead felt a little excited. This was what it meant to be adventurous. This was the path a cultivator should take. Hiding in the sect all day was really too boring. Senior brother Jean, as a disciple of Yuehua school, what do you want to do? Seeing that there was no way out, Wang Yanjun steeled his heart and decided to use force. If he and Chen Zui joined forces, they might not necessarily be a match for senior brother Jean and the plague beast. After all, the other party was only a third-layer Transcendent Realm enemy. The two of them were also third-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators, and they often carried out missions and cultivated together. Their tacit understanding was probably not worse than the other parties. Wang Yanjun had a good plan, but things didn't go as he expected. Since Valley Master Jean had set a trap to lure them in, how could he not have a perfect plan? If he only wanted to trap them, wouldn't this trap be too simple? Puff! Wang Yanjun, who was prepared to fight with all his might, suddenly spat out a mouthful of green blood. Not good. We're infected by the plague. Wang Yanjun suddenly understood where Valley Master Jean's confidence came from. In the entire Plague Valley, the plague in the manor was the most intense and the fog had turned blood red. Unfortunately, the three of them saw that Ling Xiao was fine and thought that the fog was only strong but not harmful. Hence, they came in casually. However, they suddenly understood that the problem was serious. Damn Ling Xiao. He is infected by the plague and wants to drag us down with him. This kid is too insidious. Wang Yanjun roared. Senior, what's the point of saying that now? Hurry up and think of a way. If this goes on, both of us will be finished. Chen Zui shouted anxiously. Take some elixir to restrain the plague first. Although it may not be of much use, it can last for a while. That Zhang guy must have the antidote. Just kill him. Wang Yanjun's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, but he calmed down. He then took out 2 elixirs from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. They must have brought medicine with them to the Valley of Pestilence. However, he didn't know how effective it would be. The changes in the body have slowed down and the consumption of true origin has slowed down. It's useful. Chen Zui said happily. That's good. However, I don't know how long I can last. I'll deal with Jean and you deal with the plague beasts. Try to eliminate them in the shortest time possible. After Wang Yanjun finished speaking, he rushed out. Ha, junior brother Wang Yan, it's better for you to surrender. It's useless. Even if you take the pill, it will only slow down the time of your death. If you cooperate with me, you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. Valley Master Jean didn't want to fight Wang Yanjun head-on. He only used his body movement to dodge. The skull behind him kept spitting out thick green plague gas, causing the smell of the place to become worse and worse. Thief, don't even think about escaping. Wang Yanjun used his movement technique and chased after him with all his might. However, Valley Head Zhan was like a slippery loach and could not be caught. On the other side, Chen Zui was also fighting against the plague beast. However, even though the plague beast didn't dodge, its body was extremely tough. His attacks had no effect on the plague beast's body. The more they fought, the more plague gas they inhaled, and the heavier their bodies felt. He felt dizzy, and a large amount of his true essence was consumed. Senior brother Zhan, you said that you want us to cooperate with you. What kind of cooperation? Wang Yanjun chased for a while and finally lost all hope. His desire to survive made him give up his dignity as an inner disciple of the Yuehua school. He asked Valley Master Zhan anxiously. Have you thought it through? Valley Head Zhan was really careful. This guy had always maintained a certain distance from Wang Yanjun and would definitely not give Wang Yanjun a chance to sneak attack him. On the other side, Chen Zui also stopped attacking. After attacking for a long time, his situation became worse and worse. He had the same idea as Wang Yanjun. Yes, both of us don't want to die. We are inner disciples of the Yuehua school. We have a great future. We absolutely can't die here. Wang Yanjun replied. Chen Zui also nodded. A wise man submits to circumstances. You two are not bad, very smart. But in order to show your sincerity, kill that guy over there first. He was naturally talking about Shangguanlei. Ling Xiao was considered dead at this time. Although Shangguanlei was seriously injured, he was still a Transcendent Realm Level 3 martial artist. He had a lot of true essence and was still alive. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui looked embarrassed. If they were asked to kill other Yuehua school disciples, they would not hesitate to do it. However, Shangguanlei entered the Yuehua school at the same time as them and had always been good friends. Although they had thought of abandoning Shangguanlei before. However, for them to kill Shangguanlei, they were truly somewhat hesitant. It seems that you are not very sincere. Valley Master Zhan sneered. Senior brother Zhan, we will do as you say, but how do I know that after killing Shangguanlei, you won't kill the two of us too? Wang Yanjun still maintained a trace of rationality. Ha. Idiot, do you think you are still worth negotiating with me? Believe it or not, I can kill all of you at any time. Valley Master Zhan's words were cold and cruel. But that was the truth. Whether Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui believed him or not, it was one thing. You can't kill me. We are good friends, good brothers. Shangguanlei hid in the corner, his body curled up in fear. He regretted it now. He should not have listened to He Sua and Meng Yuan and come to this damned place to carry out the mission. Because even if they did not come, Ling Xiao would still die from the plague. He thought that everything was under his control, but in the end, he was going to be killed by his good brother. This kind of death was really too ironic. I'm sorry, Shangguan. After we get out of here alive, we will take good care of your family. You can rest in peace. Wang Yanjun approached Shangguanlei step by step. Suddenly, a palm attack came from behind. It turned out to be Chen Zui. Chen Zui, what are you doing? Wang Yanjun said angrily. You are smart. You can live after killing Shangguanlei, but what about me? I will kill Shangguanlei. Chen Zui and Wang Yanjun also turned hostile. Human nature. Under such circumstances, the three best friends, the three best brothers, had completely fallen out with each other. Valley Master Zhan just sneered and did not mean to stop the two at all. It was as if this kind of excitement was a great enjoyment for him. Alas, what two idiots. It's so obvious that I want to kill with a borrowed knife, but they actually fell for it. Suddenly, in the corner of the devil's den, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao had returned to normal. He sat up, patted the dust off his body, and said, if I'm not wrong, the real Valley Master Zhan has already died. The one standing in front of you now is just a demon who stole his body. Do you really think that these demons will let the two of you go instead of stealing your bodies and then sneaking into the Yuehua school? Boy, you are good. You can even see this. You are not simple. For Valley Master Zhan, he had indeed miscalculated. However, even if he miscalculated Ling Xiao, it didn't matter. This kid was just a half-step master. Maybe it was because he had some magic treasure or took some elixir that he wasn't infected by the plague. You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary outer disciple of Yuehua school. The reason why I'm not infected by the plague is because I took the elixir given by Yang Danlin, the medicine hall master. Ling Xiao deliberately followed Valley Master Zhan's guess. In fact, this was a lie. The reason why he wasn't infected by the plague was naturally because of the 9 demons' divine art, Plague Demon King. Is what he said true? Wan Yanjun looked at Valley Master Zhan and asked. Seeing that Ling Xiao was suddenly resurrected, he was not disappointed. Instead, he was a little happy. He knew that Ling Xiao had a good relationship with Yang Danlin. He must have some special elixir that could cure their plague. Chen Zui and Shang Guanlei were also happy. They never dreamed that they would be so eager to see Ling Xiao alive. Yes, the valley master of this valley is really stubborn. We asked him to cooperate with us, but he insisted. As a result, his soul was swallowed by the master and his body was given to me to use. Valley Master Zhan said lightly, but it doesn't matter if you know this because it still can't change the outcome of your death. It's not a problem for the 4 of us to kill the 2 of you. Wan Yanjun suddenly snorted. He shook the long sword in his hand and stabbed at Valley Master Zhan again. Ling Xiao, antidote. During the attack, he shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He flicked his finger and 3 elixirs flew into Wan Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shang Guanlei's mouths. The reason why Shang Guanlei was seriously injured was that Valley Master Zhan's palm was full of plague poison. As long as the poison was dispelled, he would be fine. However, the 3 of them didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't flick any elixirs. They were just 3 ordinary vital elemental elixirs. However, these 3 vital elemental elixirs were integrated with the aura of the Plague Demon King. This allowed the 3 true elemental dawn to completely absorb and restrain the plague in their bodies. Of course, if Ling Xiao wanted to, he could also release the poison in an instant and kill the 3 of them on the spot. Ling Xiao had his own reasons for doing so. When Valley Master Zhan mentioned the word master, it was enough to prove that there was someone else controlling Plague Valley. He still had to conserve his strength in case of an emergency. It was more appropriate to leave the battle here to Wan Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shang Guanlei. Demon, now that we are no longer trapped by the plague, let's see how you can escape. Wan Yanjun felt that his body had returned to normal and the long sword in his hand shone brightly. He was extremely excited. As he chased after Valley Head Zhan, he shouted, Chen Zui, Shang Guanlei, both of you deal with the beast. Ling Xiao, protect yourself. Don't die. He didn't discover it out of kindness, but he felt that Ling Xiao might still be of great use. Yes. At this time, perhaps because the plague poison was dispelled, Chen Zui and Shang Guanlei were also in high spirits and temporarily put down their previous unhappiness. The 2 of them attacked the plague beast together and finally gained the upper hand, leaving some wounds on the plague beast's body. Wan Yanjun gradually gained the upper hand in the battle with Valley Head Zhan. This person's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm level 3. If it wasn't for the plague poison, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like before. Logically speaking, Valley Head Zhan should be anxious at this time. However, Ling Xiao found that there was a strange smile on his face. He didn't think that this guy was bluffing. There must be something he hadn't considered yet. Ling Xiao looked at the situation. At present, he didn't need to intervene in the battle at all, so he went to investigate the situation in the underground Devil's Den with ease. Although Valley Head Zhan was fighting with Wan Yanjun, his eyes glanced at Ling Xiao from time to time. He was very surprised. Just now, when Ling Xiao shot the pill, he considered intercepting it halfway, but in the end, he didn't take action. It wasn't that he gave up out of kindness, but it was too late. The opponent's speed was too fast. He was really shocked. How could a mere half-step grandmaster, a person who hadn't even reached the Transcendent Realm, have such terrifying strength? His speed, strength, and accuracy were all on par with his opponents. Where are you looking at, demon? Wan Yanjun seized the opportunity and stabbed the long sword in his hand into Valley Head Zhan's shoulder. An excited expression bloomed on his face. However, in the next moment, his expression turned into shock. The weapon in his hand was a treasure sword, but it couldn't even pierce through the opponent's skin. That feeling was like stabbing a piece of incomparably hard steel. No, to be exact, it was harder than steel. After all, it was very easy for a treasure sword to pierce through. Steel. He, human, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Valley Head Jean let out a strange sneer again. His skinny hand suddenly stretched out and directly grabbed Wang Yanjun's long sword. Gotcha! At that moment, several cracks appeared on the long sword. This was a precious artifact. It wasn't an ordinary long sword, but it was crushed by this guy's bare hands. Wang Yanjun hurriedly retreated and looked at his cracked long sword falling to the ground. He was frightened and confused. This guy was like this. Once the enemy was stronger than him, or used a move that he couldn't understand, he would be confused and unable to completely calm down. On the other side, Shangguanlei and Chen Zui were also in a bitter battle. Although they had suppressed the plague beasts for a while, strangely, as time passed, this advantage didn't turn into victory, but gradually became a disadvantage. Something was wrong. At this moment, even they who were slow to react noticed that something was wrong. Buzz! A loud noise came from the ground, and a blood-red light penetrated the ground and shot up. These blood-red lights actually formed a twisted and strange skull pattern, exuding a strange and terrifying aura. This is the Plague Bone Dissolving Array. A name flashed through Ling Zhao's mind. It couldn't be wrong. There was a record of this evil array in the book that Master Yuan Venerate gave him. It was rumored that this array was created by the Plague Demon King who ran amok tens of thousands of years ago. The Plague Demon King was one of the 9 generals under the true Demon Emperor, and his strength was very terrifying. In the current Sky Dragon continent, there was absolutely no one who could be his opponent. This array could not only release a terrible plague to absorb the enemy's vital essence and blood, but it could also continuously corrode the enemy's body until they turned into bones. Just now, everyone thought that the plague had caused the strength of Wang Yanjun and the other two to decline. Now it seemed that the plague was just one of the effects of the Plague Bone Dissolving Array. Valley Master Jean laughed crazily. He no longer retreated but began to counterattack. His moves were fierce and vicious. He clearly wanted to kill Wang Yanjun. No. I don't want to die. Wang Yanjun could feel that his strength was declining very quickly. At this time, it was already good that he could exert 70% of his original strength. If this continued, he would definitely die. His right arm was directly cut off by Valley Master Jean. It fell on the strange pattern shrouded in red light and instantly turned into a pile of dirty blood. On the other side, Shangguanlei and Chen Zui were also seriously injured almost at the same time. One of Chen Zui's eyes was directly poked out and his head was almost pierced through. Shangguanlei's leg was directly cut off. The 3 people who originally had the upper hand were now in an extremely dangerous situation. They could lose their lives at any time. Anger. Regret. Fear. The 3 people's thoughts were very complicated. Wang Yanjun originally thought that by agreeing to Meng Yuan and He Sua's request, he could kill Ling Xiao and get a lot of rewards at the same time. But now it seemed that he had seriously miscalculated. What level 3 mission? The difficulty of this mission should be at least level 4. The terrifying Plague Bone Dissolving Array might only be able to withstand a level 4 Transcendent Realm martial artist. No, maybe it was more than level 4. Valley Master Jean and the Plague Beasts were already so terrifying, and their master hadn't even made a move yet. Just thinking about it made him feel desperate. If he had another chance, Wang Yanjun wouldn't choose this stupid mission even if he was beaten to death. He had a bright future. As long as he cultivated steadily, he would have a very good future. Even if he couldn't become a core disciple, he could still have a place in Yuehua school. However, he was going to die now. His body might even be stolen by these monsters and enter Yuehua school to cause trouble, which would then implicate his family. The consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it, Meng Yuan and He Sua, these 2 bastards, no wonder they didn't want to come in person. They probably already knew how terrible this mission was. Damn it, why was I so stupid? Wang Yanjun thought so. Shangguanlei and Chen Zui's thoughts were actually similar. They had no deep hatred for Ling Xiao at all. If it weren't for helping Meng Yuan and He Sua, they wouldn't have accepted this lousy task and wouldn't have been trapped here. Bang, pa, pound, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei were all sent flying. They slammed heavily into the wall and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. It seemed that they no longer had the strength to fight. Now, they could only wait for death. He was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Go and kill that brat. Leave these three fellows to Master's formation to refine. Valley Master Zhan ordered the plague beasts. Roar the plague beast glanced at Ling Xiao before pouncing on him. Pucci, just when Wan Yanjun, Shang Wanlei, and Chen Zue were in complete despair, something that shocked them happened. A sword pierced through the neck of the plague beast, emitting a cold aura. Roar the plague beast let out a pained howl. Its body was as hard as iron. But it still had a weak spot, and this weak spot was the tuft of hair under its neck. During a battle, the plague beast would always protect this spot very well. It would never give the enemy a chance to attack that spot. However, it was careless when it killed Ling Xiao. It didn't expect that the prey would suddenly become the hunter and pierce its weak spot so accurately. Ling Xiao. Why are you fine? That's great. Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei were crying tears of joy. They would never have thought that the one who turned the tide and gave them hope would be Ling Xiao, an outer disciple. This was too ridiculous. Although it was ridiculous, since it wasn't a dream, it was an extremely good thing for them. From the abyss of despair to the palace of hope, they were so happy that they even forgot the pain. Die. After piercing through the plague beast's body, Ling Xiao didn't stop. With a shake of the long sword, a terrifying power burst out from the sword. It was as if a gust of wind had blown, tearing the plague beast's body into pieces. Wind celestial phenomenon, split. This was a move that condensed the wind celestial phenomenon on top of an ordinary sword move. Of course, it was a last-minute idea, but the effect was outstanding. Although it could be said that the sword had pierced through the ferocious plague beast's ribs, such terrifying power had directly torn the ferocious plague beast's body into pieces. At this scene, even Valley Master Zhan, who had been smiling confidently and felt that victory was within his grasp, changed his expression greatly. He frowned and looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing there. His green robe was clean and spotless. His long black hair was draped over his shoulders and moved without wind. His black eyes were as deep as the sea. They couldn't be seen through and were filled with power. The sword in his hand was cold, ruthless, and sharp. Well done, junior brother Ling. Ling Xiao, get us out of here. In the future, the three of us will protect you in the inner sect. Yes, if this mission is successful, we will give you half of the reward. Seeing that Ling Xiao had easily killed the plague beast, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei were overjoyed. However, they didn't know if there was water in their heads. At this very moment, their words were filled with arrogance. They were filled with a strong sense of superiority. Ling Xiao ignored them and looked at Valley Master Zhan. Previously, he was able to kill the plague beast in one strike because of the other party's carelessness. However, Valley Master Zhan wasn't that easy to deal with. If he didn't use his true abilities, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Young man, your performance really surprised me. Why don't you join us and pledge your loyalty to our master? Valley Master Zhan looked at the plague beast's body that had been torn into pieces and wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Join you? Are there no conditions? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Don't worry. Our master likes talented people the most. As long as you kill those 3 people, you will be our master's subject. Valley Master Zhan replied. This condition isn't difficult, but don't I have to die? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, little brother, you must be joking. What I said just now was only for the 3 of them. You aren't. Your most precious thing is your soul and ability. As for the 3 of them, only their bodies are useful. Valley Master Zhan laughed. When Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei heard Valley Master Zhan's words, they felt very uncomfortable. They were Yuehua School's inner sect disciples and Transcendent Realm Level 3 experts. Even in the inner sect, the 3 of them were considered to be in the middle of the pack. There were many people who were worse than them. Ling Xiao was just an outer sect disciple. This demon actually called the three of them trash. Could it be that the three of them weren't as good as Ling Xiao? Valley Master Zhan noticed that Ling Xiao was special, so he tried his best to win over Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not a scum like Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui. TSK, although you think so highly of me, I, Ling Xiao, will never serve anyone as my master in this life. You'd better give up. Ling Xiao said and suddenly attacked. What he should do. What he shouldn't do. He was still very clear about it. I gave you a way out, but you didn't want it. Valley Master Zhan snorted coldly. The eyes of the skull martial soul behind him flashed red and green liquid spurted out from its mouth. In an instant, two plague beasts were condensed and blocked in front of him. This guy was really cunning and careful. Even though Ling Xiao seemed to only be a half-step master, he still maintained absolute vigilance. He did not make a move himself, but sent the plague beasts. I'd like to see how many plague beasts you can release. Ling Xiao had basically judged the characteristics of his opponent's martial soul. There should be two abilities. One was to release a highly toxic plague gas. This was a relatively weak technique, but it covered a large area. It was extremely effective against cultivators with lower cultivation than the user. The second was to condense the plague beasts. This ability was more terrifying, but it had limitations. The two red eyes of the skull had returned to their original darkness. If his judgment was correct, these two plague beasts were the limit of the plague beasts that Valley Master Zhan could release. Idiot, don't underestimate your opponent. You're too weak. Don't fight him head-on. Think of a way to get us out of here first, then we'll think of a long-term plan. Chen Zui shouted. You'd better shut up, or I'll kill you too. Ling Xiao glanced at Chen Zui coldly, his eyes filled with terrifying murderous intent. Chen Zui shuddered and shut his mouth, not daring to speak. What's going on with this Ling Xiao? As soon as he made his move, he was able to turn defeat into victory. Moreover, with just a glance, he was able to make Chen Zui, an early-stage Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivator, so scared that he didn't even dare to speak. Wang Yanjun couldn't help but gasp. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking, to the point that he thought he was dreaming. On the other hand, after Ling Xiao glared at Chen Zui, he focused on the battle again. Two third-layer Transcendent Realm vicious beasts with thick skin and thick flesh were really difficult to deal with. However, Tiangang sword formation, speed. Ever since Ling Xiao mastered the Tiangang sword formation of the Imperial sword technique, he had never used it in actual combat. But today, he decided to test its power. It just so happened that this place was rather narrow. Even if the other party wanted to escape from the range of the Big Dipper sword formation, it would be impossible. This was definitely a good opportunity. As his voice rang out, the 36 Tiangang flying swords turned into sword chi and flew out from his body, floating in the air and forming a strange symbol. At that moment, the two plague beasts that were originally pouncing towards Ling Xiao were struck by several sword chi, their bodies covered in bloody wounds. They had no choice but to hastily dodge and give up on attacking. I can't use the power of heavenly lightning in this basement, but heh. Ling Xiao secretly smiled. He had already mastered the power of wind, thunder, and rain, these three celestial phenomena. Together with the Tiangang sword formation, he could use it anywhere. Imperial Decree, Wind Celestial Phenomenon, Kill. When Wind Celestial Phenomenon was used on the Tiangang sword formation, a fierce gale suddenly appeared within the sword formation. The most terrifying thing was that this gale was no ordinary wind, but a sword wind that contained hidden murderous intent. Being blown by the gale was akin to being stabbed by sword chi. Under the terrifying power of the Tiangang sword formation, the two plague beasts were forced into a situation where they had no choice but to protect themselves, unable to attack Ling Xiao. If I don't get rid of this brat, I'm afraid he'll cause a lot of trouble for Master's great cause. It seems like I have to be serious. The more Valley Master Zhan looked, the more frightened he was. Ling Xiao had shocked him time and time again, making him unable to sit back and watch Ling Xiao continue to live. This brat was too dangerous. Moreover, in order to break the Tiangang sword formation, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the sword formation would continue to exert its power and might even threaten the plague bone formation. Thinking of this, Valley Master Zhang's figure suddenly disappeared. This isn't the power of a martial soul, but why did it disappear? Ling Xiao stood there and pondered over this question. However, he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he was protected by the Tiangang sword formation. If Valley Master Zhang wanted to harm him, he had to find a way to deal with the attack of the sword wind from the Tiangang sword formation. Ling Xiao had plenty of time to catch Valley Master Zhang's flaw. Magic treasure, this was the only possibility. Ling Xiao quickly thought of the crux of the problem and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. This brat's magic treasure should be able to temporarily tear the void or open a passage in the void. Ding ding ding. For the first time, Valley Master Zhang's attack failed. He was already close to Ling Xiao, only 1 or 2 meters away, but he was blocked by the sword qi. However, Valley Master Zhang's strength was obviously stronger than the plague beast. When the sword qi hit his body, it actually didn't cause any damage. This was a demon. It was indeed powerful. Back then, the true Devil Emperor led the 9 great demon kings to almost destroy the human clan's sacred dynasty and occupied the Sky Dragon continent. It was said that these invaders came from another continent, but no one knew where they came from. There was only one record about the origin of the true Devil Emperor. Perhaps he came from a dark continent. At that time, the human clan's sacred dynasty had already passed its peak period. The human king and the first batch of experts had all died or disappeared. However, it was still very powerful. At the very least, it was 100 times stronger than the current human clan's sacred dynasty. However, it was still almost completely destroyed. This was enough to show how terrifying the true Devil Emperor and his 9 great demon kings were. The so-called demons were brought from other places by the true Devil Emperor and the 9 great demon kings. Humans knew too little about them. They only knew that every demon had a very terrifying ability. Powerful defense was only one of them. Although Valley Master Zhang was not injured, he was repelled by the sword qi and had to reorganize his attack. Senior brother Wanyan, don't you have a treasure? Don't wait for it now. As long as we kill Valley Master Zhang, we can leave here alive. Chen Zui lowered his voice and said to Wan Yanjun beside him. Wan Yanjun revealed a sneer and said, "Idiot, that thing is my trump card. Can I use it now? But if this goes on, Ling Xiao will die." Shangguanlei couldn't help but say, "If he dies, we won't be able to live either." "Don't worry, when both of them are injured, I will take action. This time, regardless of whether Ling Xiao will save us or not, he has to die. He offended Meng Yuan and even offended Empyrean Devil Flame. He deserves to die." Wan Yanjun said coldly. There was no reason in the sect. The strong were the rules. Wan Yanjun did not have the slightest bit of gratitude towards Ling Xiao for saving his life. Now that he was alive, he was thinking more about how to make Ling Xiao and Valley Head Zhan fight each other and then reap the benefits. Not only could he complete the task, but he could also complete what Meng Yuan asked him to do. Yes, he hated Meng Yuan and He Sua for using him. However, if he could be used by the strong, it meant that he was valuable. If he was not valuable, then he was not far from trash. Chen Zui and Shangguanlei were silent. From the outer sect to the inner sect, the 3 of them had always adhered to this principle. Whether it was right or wrong, they had to stand on the side of the strong. As for the weak, they did not need sympathy, let alone gratitude. Who would be grateful to an ant? In the eyes of the 3 of them, Ling Xiao was just an ant that could never overturn the sky. Even if he performed very well today and was lucky enough to save their lives, an ant was still an ant. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. He had thought about whether he should save the 3 trash over there. But now, he changed his mind. Leaving people who did not know how to be grateful alive was also a disaster. So before returning to Yuehua School, he would definitely get rid of the 3 of them. But now, the 3 of them should have treasures that could be used. There was no need to be in such a hurry to fight among themselves. Wait until I withdraw the Big Dipper sword array. Let's see if you want to use it. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly shrank the Big Dipper sword array. The sword array that originally occupied the entire basement was now completely condensed to a range of 2 to 3 meters around Ling Xiao. Originally, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shangguanlei could still heal under the protection of the Big Dipper sword array. But now, they had to face the attack of the two plague beasts directly. Ling Xiao, you bastard, you suddenly withdrew the sword array. Are you trying to kill us? Aren't you afraid that we will report you when we go back and make you lose your footing in Yuehua school? The sudden contraction of the Big Dipper sword array caught Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shangguan Lei a little unprepared. Although they had recovered some of their strength, they still had to hastily deal with the plague beasts that suddenly pounced on them. They were in a very sorry state. Because of this, Wang Yanjun was so angry that he cursed loudly. "Ah, I'm really sorry, senior brother Wang Yan. My strength is too low and it's really hard for me to withstand the attacks of the demonic creatures. I can only choose to protect myself." Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Wang Yanjun, you idiot, you still intend to complain, you're forcing me to silence you." Boom. Pa. With no other choice, Wang Yanjun and Shangguan Lei respectively used their own magic treasures to attack the two plague beasts. It had to be said that this treasure was truly powerful. After the two plague beasts were hit, they lay on the ground, unable to move. Although they weren't dead yet, they had completely lost their ability to fight. The two of them had immortal-grade secret weapons that Meng Yuan had bestowed upon them before they left. A gold brick and a soul-freezing silver needle. Although the two secret weapons didn't look very impressive, their power was very impressive. The level 3 dire beasts had actually been taken down in an instant. Unfortunately, there was a problem with these two secret weapons. They needed to accumulate true origin energy after each use and could only be used again after a full 15 minutes. Therefore, these two fellows had never dared to use them, even if their arms and legs were broken. They didn't want to waste this opportunity unless they had no other choice. This time, after losing the protection of Ling Zhao's Big Dipper sword array, they would lose their lives if they didn't use them. How could they dare hesitate? Ling Xiao. You despicable, shameless bastard with no sense of camaraderie. Are you trying to get the three of us killed? Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement hall will nail you to the pillar of shame and burn you for 3 days and 3 nights? Wang Yanjun roared. He was furious, mainly because his plan to reap the benefits had been disrupted. Law Enforcement Hall, Ling Xiao was instantly enraged when he heard these 3 words. His master, Yuan Venerate, had been suppressed by the 5 old fellows of the Law Enforcement Hall. Speaking of which, he had a deep enmity with the Law Enforcement Hall. In the entire Yuehua school, the Law Enforcement Hall's authority was even greater than the sect masters. The sect master was only in charge of day-to-day affairs, while the 5 law enforcement elders were in charge of the entire Yuehua school's commandments. It could be said that whoever they wanted dead had to die. Even the sect master couldn't disobey them. Therefore, the 5 law enforcement elders of the Law Enforcement Hall had always been highly respected and powerful supreme elders. When the 5 of them worked together, no one in the entire Yuehua school could match them. Hee. The Law Enforcement Hall, huh? I wonder if senior brother Wang Yan and senior brother Chen Zue cared about the Law Enforcement Hall when they tried to kill senior brother Shangguan? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, directly poking at Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue's weak spots. Ling Xiao had only been unable to do so. At most, he had been judged to be too weak and unable to rescue his 3 senior brothers in time. However, Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue had left Shangguan Lei in the lurch and had even tried to kill him, attempting to wallow in the mire with the demons. If this matter was really investigated, the 2 of them would probably not be able to escape the fate of being nailed to the pillar of shame. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. They knew that Ling Xiao had something on them. Using Ling Xiao as a reason for not saving Shangguan Lei in the lurch was simply meaningless. We'll let this brat run rampant for a while. When we fully recover, it will be his time to die. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue exchanged glances and came up with a plan. They would never let Ling Xiao return alive. Previously, it had only been because of Meng Yuan and He Sua's request. Now, they wanted to kill him to keep him quiet. Ling Xiao naturally knew what they were thinking. However, he didn't expose them. It wasn't certain who would be the one to kill who. On the other side, Valley Master Zhan was already a little worried when he saw that his 2 plague beasts were killed. However, at this time, when he saw that the disciples of the Yuehua school were actually fighting among themselves, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Fortunately, the four of them weren't of one mind. Otherwise, he was afraid that today would really be a disaster. His idea wasn't wrong, but he still ignored Ling Xiao's strength. Just when he was slightly distracted, the Big Dipper sword formation suddenly changed, and the 36 Big Dipper flying swords actually all shot towards him. During the flight, the wind suddenly blew. The harsh sound of the wind made Valley Master Zhan tremble with fear. He wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, the flying swords that borrowed the power of the wind were astonishingly fast. Puff! 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 In just an instant, Valley Master Zhan's body was stabbed in more than a dozen places. Although the flying swords didn't pierce deep because of his rough skin and thick flesh, the flying swords contained a strange cold power that made him feel as if his meridians and blood were about to be frozen. Oh no! Valley Master Zhan suddenly understood that Ling Xiao was deliberately going easy on them just now. He deliberately let the 3 inner disciples of the Yuehua school use their trump cards. Although he didn't know the reason, this was the truth. Damn it! He had actually underestimated this brat Ling Xiao. Valley Master Zhan was shocked. At this moment, a light shadow suddenly attacked from the sword shadows. This light shadow turned into a line, but it condensed a terrifying true essence power. Wind celestial phenomenon, flying snow, Pucci, the terrifying sword chi directly pierced through Valley Master Zhan's throat, leaving a small bloody hole. Then, Valley Master Zhan's entire body was instantly enveloped by a terrifying chill and pain. His body began to crack inch by inch, becoming extremely terrifying. Clatter, as the body fell off, Valley Master Zhan's true appearance was exposed. This person's skin was blood red, his face was indigo, his hair was cinnabar, and his 3 eyes were wide open. Obviously, he was very different from a human. So you're a demon general under the Plague Demon King. It seems that your strength hasn't recovered as expected. A piece of information flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. He had obtained a lot of information about this world from the White Cloud Province's Border General's Mansion, White Cloud Temple, and the Governor's Mansion, as well as the Outer Sect's Moonlight Tower. These things didn't need to be comprehended, he just needed to remember them. Therefore, he knew that the Plague Demon King had 72 demon generals under the true Demon Emperor. They were originally very powerful, but many of them died in the battle with the 12 sects of the Sacred Dynasty. Even if they were resurrected now, their cultivation wouldn't be as strong as before. The person in front of him should be one of the demon generals under the Plague Demon King. Kid, you spent so much effort and only managed to force out my true body. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. He was furious. He had encountered many disciples of various sects on missions, including those at the peak of the Transcendent Realm Level 3, but no one had ever been able to force his true body out. However, this half-step master in front of him forced him to reveal his true body. Once his true body was damaged, it wouldn't be able to be repaired in a short time. Well, I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Do you want to try? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Up until now, he hadn't used his true strength. He hadn't even used the 9 demons' divine art, let alone the humanoid dragon form and the ancient golden dragon form. As he spoke, the illusory image of a glacier appeared behind him. This was one of the components of the Mountain River Martial Spirit. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used his Mountain River Martial Spirit in a battle. However, his opponent was stronger, so he did not dare to underestimate him. Glacier Martial Spirit? That's rare. The demon general couldn't help but frown. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao hadn't used his martial soul in battle. Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed as soon as his martial spirit appeared. I really want to see how much harder your body is compared to that shell. Glacier force, heart of ice, wind celestial phenomenon, water condensation, this was a terrifying combination martial skill. The Mountain River Martial Spirit's glacier force, the 4th move of the Snow Lotus Sword Arts, Ice Heart, and the 12 Golden Lotus Arts Wind Celestial Phenomenon. Finally, he used the 3rd move of the Snow Lotus Sword Art, Congealing Water. All of a sudden, the air in the basement froze, and a terrifying chill filled the air. Wherever the wind blew, frost would form on the ground. Even Wan Yanjun and the other 2 who were recuperating at the side were so cold that they had no choice but to circulate their true essence to resist the cold as they cursed. Not to mention the demon general who bore the brunt of the attack. Not good. The reason why the demon general wanted to use Valley Master Zhang's body was because his real body was still very weak, and the borrowed body would become hard after a special refinement. Seeing how powerful Ling Xiao's attack was, the demon general didn't think of fighting, but running away. But even if he ran away, he still left behind an arm. It was an arm that had been frozen into a popsicle and shattered into pieces when it fell to the ground. Escaped? Ling Xiao withdrew his martial spirit phantom and also withdrew his ice dragon sword. The cold air in the basement immediately dissipated, and other than the 3 senior brothers with white frost on their eyebrows and hair, there was no trace of the demon general. Ling Xiao, you bastard, can't you think for us? Do you want to freeze us to death? Wang Yanjun's injuries had basically recovered, but it would take a lot of time for him to recover his strength. On the ground, the blood-red skull pattern had disappeared along with the demon general. There was no longer that terrifying evil energy suppressing it. He, Chen Zui and Shangguanlei could finally move freely. Although he was cursing, Wang Yanjun was extremely shocked in his heart. The power of Ling Xiao's attack just now was probably not any weaker than his attack. What was going on? Was this guy really an outer disciple? Was he really a half-step master? Senior brother, let's not talk about it anymore. If not for Ling Xiao's help today, we would all be dead. Shangguanlei couldn't help but say. His mentality was undergoing a subtle change. From Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui leaving him in the lurch, to wanting to kill him in exchange for the demon general's trust, and then to Ling Xiao saving the 3 of them. His favorability towards the 2 of them plummeted, while his favorability towards Ling Xiao continued to soar. Hee, that's true. Wang Yanjun laughed. No one knew what he was thinking, but he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, Junior brother Ling, how should we divide the treasures in this basement? Although there had been a battle in the basement, those things were not destroyed because they were protected by the alchemy formation stones. Low-grade spirit stones, martial arts manuals below the gold grade, mediocre panaceas, gold and silver, and ordinary weapons and armor. For the disciples of the sect, except for spirit stones, the rest of the things here were not very useful. But for the warriors in the secular world, it was a real treasure house. Wang Yanjun even wanted to take some back for his family. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hand, and all the things of the underground forces were taken away by Ling Xiao. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui's faces changed greatly. Ling Xiao, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Humph, I defeated the demon general, and I saved the 3 of you. How can you divide these things with me? After that, he ignored the 2 of them. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui's eyes were filled with killing intent, but they suppressed their anger. After all, the only one here who knew about formations was Ling Xiao. And to get out of the basement, they had to crack the alchemy formation stones on the outer stone door. They needed Ling Xiao's help, so naturally they would not do it now. Hee, we were rude. Junior brother Ling is right. It's all yours. It's all yours. Then shouldn't we return to the sect now? Wang Yanjun asked with a smile. The demon general has mysteriously disappeared, and there's a plague bone-dissolving formation in the basement. There must be something fishy about it. I've already investigated it just now. Right below the basement, there's an even bigger devil's den. The master that the demon general spoke of, Plague Demon King, is probably there. Ling Xiao continued his analysis. This Plague Demon King used to dominate the Heavenly Dragon continent and was a terrifying existence. There must be an endless supply of treasures and martial skills in his hands. Aren't 3 senior brothers interested? Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui's eyes lit up. However, they weren't confused. Junior brother Ling's inference is probably correct, but even if there are treasures, we need to be alive to take them. A demon general is already enough to deal with. If the Plague Demon King joins the fray, wouldn't we be doomed? Wang Yanjun said unwillingly. He was actually eager to go down and take a look, but he was afraid something would happen. Ha, I think 2 senior brothers are scared out of their wits. The Plague Demon King must be seriously injured at this time and may not be as strong as the Demon General, otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding in this damned place and relying on the Demon General to lure cultivators below the transcendent realm. Ling Xiao laughed. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Hearing this, Wang Yanjun's face suddenly lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, there would definitely be no next time. Senior brother, let's go down and take a look. If there's no other way, we'll just run away. Chen Zui couldn't bear it anymore. Although death was terrifying, when benefits surpassed the fear of death, people would lose their minds. We can go down, but first we need to discuss how to split the treasures. We can't let the three of us work so hard only to have junior brother Ling take all the treasures. Wang Yanjun said with a smile. That's simple, we'll split it 50-50, I'll take half and you three will take half. As for how you split it, I won't interfere. Ling Xiao said. He wasn't very clear about the situation down there, so he needed someone to go down with him, otherwise, there was no need to waste time talking nonsense with these three. Why should we? There are 4 of us, isn't it just right for each of us to take 25? Chen Zui was unconvinced. No matter what, junior brother Ling has contributed greatly, 25 is too little. How about this, junior brother Ling, you take 30% and the remaining 60% will be divided among the 3 of us, how about it? No, I'll take 40%. Ling Xiao shook his head. Chen Zui still wanted to say something but was stopped by Wang Yanjun. He chuckled and said, if junior brother Ling says 40%, then 40% it is. We have no objections. Then, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Chen Zui. When we're done, we'll kill both Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei. We'll split all the treasures equally. There's no need to argue with him. This was his true intention. Senior brother Wan Yin, should we ask the sect for help? After all, that's the plague demon king. Shangguan Lei didn't know what Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui were plotting, so he asked worriedly. If we ask the sect for help for such a small matter, wouldn't we fail the mission? Wang Yanjun directly rejected Shangguan Lei's suggestion. What kind of joke was this? If he were to make use of Ling Xiao now, he could still obtain the treasures below. But if he were to ask for help from the sect, then all the treasures here would belong to the sect. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Only idiots would do such a stupid thing. Anyway, he wouldn't. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly, but he agreed with Wang Yanjun's plan to not ask the sect for help. He also wanted the treasures below. No matter how many there were, even a few melons or 2 dates would be good. But once the sect found out, then there would be nothing left of him. After the 4 of them finished their discussion, Wang Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei were still recovering there. Each of them swallowed a medicinal pill to recover their true essence, qi and blood, and heal their wounds. Although it was unlikely that they could regrow their limbs, it was already very good to be able to guarantee the recovery of their physical strength and true essence. While they were recovering, Ling Xiao began to think about how to go down. He had observed before that there was a large array between the basement and the underground devil's den. It was the plague bone dissolving array. If they wanted to go down, they had to crack this array. For Ling Xiao, because of the lack of materials and experience, he was still unable to set up a powerful array. But when it came to cracking it, he was probably no worse than the best array master in the mystic world. In fact, he might even be better. With the analysis ability of the Mountain River Martial Soul, he could even break the primordial array of the Yuehua sect's inner sect Yuehua Tower, let alone the plague bone dissolving array, which was much weaker than the primordial array. However, there were some things that he could not do too much. If he cracked it too easily, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of the 3 people. In addition, if he cracked it too easily, it would definitely attract the attention of the plague demon king below. That would not be a good thing for him. He hoped that all of his enemies would underestimate him. That way, it would be easier to win. So now, he needed to spend a little more effort. He needed to waste more time. If he gave the 3 of them enough time to recover, he could also let them help him block more trouble. The reason why he had to go down, apart from the so-called treasures below, was mainly because of the plague demon king. Ever since he learned of the existence of this demon king, Ling Xiao had always felt that this thing had some kind of connection with his 9 demons' divine arts. The 9 great demon kings of the 9 demons' divine arts were precisely the 9 great demon kings under the command of the true devil Supreme Lord. Could this just be a coincidence? Ling Xiao did not believe that there would be such a coincidence in the world. There must be some kind of connection. He had to go down and take a look. If he could absorb this plague demon king into the mountain and river martial spirit, then his 9 demons' divine arts might have an even greater improvement. It might even give birth to a completely new martial art. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao felt that it was about time. The 3 of them had recovered to a certain extent, and Wan Yanjun and Shangguan Lei's hidden weapons had also been fully charged. This way, even if he encountered trouble after going down, he could use the 2's hidden weapons to solve it. He slowly stood up and took out an unused refining array stone. With a wave of his hand, the 36 celestial dipper flying swords pierced towards the ground. With a rumbling sound, the sword chi pierced through the ground and into the ground. However, when Ling Xiao withdrew all the flying swords, there was no change. Chen Zui was a little anxious and said snappily, "I say, junior brother Ling, you can't just be a pig's nose, pretending to be an elephant, can you or not?" Ling Xiao was too lazy to bother with this array idiot. He quickly used his true essence to write an inscription on the blank refining array stone, and then shouted, "Imperial order, receive." At that moment, a violent force rushed out from the ground, scaring Wan Yanjun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei so much that they almost ran away. Until they found that the violent force had completely poured into the stone in Ling Xiao's hand. Wan Yanjun and the other 2 knew that the stone in Ling Xiao's hand was a stone that could store vital essence. They did not know the use of the refining formation stone. So they did not think too much about it. It was a pity that they did not know that Ling Xiao had already refined the plague bone dissolving formation into the refining formation stone. In the future, he could use it on the spot without any materials. If he wanted to use it multiple times, he would have to replenish the materials. Ling Xiao picked up the refining formation stone and placed it in the mountain river world. Then, he pointed to the place where the demon general had disappeared and said, "My senior brother Chen Zui, do you think I can do it now?" There was actually a staircase that led underground. It was obviously chiseled and paved with stone slabs. The plague demon king had really put in a lot of effort to build such an underground staircase. Everyone looked at the staircase that led underground and could not help but swallow their saliva. They seemed a little excited. 3 senior brothers, do you think I should go down first, or you guys go first? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Wan Yanjun smiled and said, "Among the 4 of us, only junior brother Ling knows about formations. Naturally, junior brother Ling will take the lead. After all, if we go down, we don't know if there are any mechanisms or formations." Ling Xiao cursed inwardly for being shameless. However, he said, "In that case, junior brother will go down first. However, if there are any benefits later, I hope senior brother will not be jealous." "Wait a minute." Chen Zui suddenly shouted and then transmitted his voice to Wan Yanjun, "Senior brother Wan Yan, we can't let this kid go down first. This kid is very greedy. If he sees something and directly puts it into his storage ring, we can't fall out with him." "You're right." Wan Yanjun suddenly woke up. Although he planned to kill Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei after everything was done, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He was also worried that his idea would fail. In that case, he could not let Ling Xiao take advantage of him anymore. "Junior brother Ling, you are our savior. We can't let you take the risk. How about this, I'll walk in front and you follow behind me." Thinking of this, Wan Yanjun said to Ling Xiao. "Fine." How could Ling Xiao not understand Wan Yanjun's thoughts? It was just that he was too lazy to expose him. When the underground staircase was first designed, it was probably to prevent the invasion of foreign enemies, so only one person could go up and down. Therefore, Wan Yanjun walked in the front, Ling Xiao followed behind him, followed by Shangguan Lei and Chen Zui. This was obviously to monitor Ling Xiao and Shangguan Lei to prevent them from doing anything improper. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. Wan Yanjun's footsteps became faster and faster. Although there might be danger down there, opportunity and danger coexisted. Perhaps they could really find some treasures. No, it wasn't maybe, but definitely, after walking for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the area in front of them opened up. Just as Ling Xiao had said, there was actually a very spacious underground palace. The extravagance of the construction was not inferior to the manors above. "Look." Wan Yanjun walked at the front and suddenly stopped. Because he found some people working there. These people were dressed in ragged clothes and looked very thin, but they were not dead. They were all real humans. These should be the people of the valley. There are also some martial vein warriors who were captured. Now they are all slaves. Ling Xiao saw through everything and couldn't help but be surprised. The secret of the Plague Valley being empty was finally revealed. It was actually good news that they were not dead. Some of these people were carrying huge stones, some were pushing wheelbarrows, and some were chiseling irregular stones into squares. What they were doing was actually building an altar. Are they trying to revive someone? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. This altar was obviously the legendary life altar. As long as there were enough sacrifices, the dead could be revived. The four of them hid their figures. Ordinary people and martial vein warriors wouldn't be able to discover them. What a big life altar. It occupies a radius of 100 meters. Look at the statues on the altar. Wang Yanjun was an inner disciple of the Yuehua school, so he knew about the life altar. The life altar was mainly composed of an altar, a sacrificial blood pool, and a sacrificial statue. Sacrifices were placed on the altar. The sacrificial blood pool was filled with very precious blood. The sacrificial statue was for the person to be resurrected. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that there were 3 third-layer transcendent realm cultivators in the giant stone bowl on the altar. Junior brother Lu, junior brother Zhang, and junior sister Qin. Heavens, they are actually being used as sacrifices to the plague demon king. These 3 people were also disciples of the Yuehua school. They were the inner disciples who came to the Plague Valley to carry out a mission. For a long time, there were rumors that they were missing or dead, but their bodies were never found. Who would have thought that they would be used as sacrifices? This outcome was truly tragic. They're all dead. There's no saving them. Ling Xiao sighed. There were no signs of life on these 3 people. Only the remnants of their souls were still wailing. But only he could see this. Look at that statue. Who is it? Looking up from the sacrificial table, there was a huge statue about 10 meters tall. A blood-red robe that covers the sky, blood-red eyes that seem to see through everything, an evil heavenly eye on his forehead that is terrifying, a god with 3 heads and 6 arms that can cause the deaths of countless martial artists, a pair of crimson horns on his head that seem to be able to pierce through the heavens, and his hair is also crimson, as if it is burning with raging flames. Could this be that person? Wang Yanjun didn't even dare to mention that person's name. Just thinking about it made him tremble. The true demon emperor. Although Ling Xiao was also afraid, he was more determined than Wang Yanjun. In fact, it was because he was already mentally prepared. In fact, after seeing Valley Master Zhan and thinking about the Plague Demon King, he realized that this group of people was very likely to be the true demon emperor's subordinates. Tens of thousands of years ago, the human king and the other powerful cultivators of the sacred dynasty suddenly disappeared. After that, a group of terrifying forces appeared on the heavenly dragon continent. Within a day, they conquered several cities and created a country called the True Demon Empire. This news alarmed the 12 sects behind the sacred dynasty. At that time, they thought that this was just a small problem, so they didn't take it too seriously. After all, in the history of the sacred dynasty, there were many rebels who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When the claws of the true devil empire threatened the sacred dynasty itself, they were the ones who were truly anxious. The 12 sects had also sent out their most elite forces, including the current leader and Supreme Elder. However, the true devil Supreme Lord and his 9 great demon kings were too terrifying. Especially the true devil Supreme Lord, this person had all kinds of martial arts, and his demonic arts were invincible, no one could compare to him. There were even people who compared him to the human king of the past. In a short period of time, not only did the sacred dynasty not recover its lost territory, it was also constantly being nibbled away, almost completely destroying the country. However, something very strange happened later on. The true devil Supreme Lord actually chose to commit suicide in his own palace. Rumor had it that before he committed suicide, he had seen a woman wearing a veil and white clothes, like a fairy. Who was this woman? Why did the true devil Supreme Lord commit suicide? It was a mystery from beginning to end. After the death of the true devil Supreme Lord, the sacred dynasty began their counterattack. Although the 9 great demon kings were powerful, they were still no match for the current Holy Lord. In the end, the devil army was defeated one by one. In the end, the sacred dynasty recovered all the lost land, but the losses were extremely heavy. Even the Holy Lord, who was the only one who could contend against the true devil Supreme Lord, died from exhaustion and the accumulation of injuries. However, from the beginning to the end, the sacred dynasty never found the corpse of the true devil Supreme Lord, nor did they kill the 9 great demon kings. They only defeated the true devil empire that was flourishing at that time. From then on, almost all the disciples of the sects had to learn this part of history in order to be on guard against the possibility of another disaster. Unfortunately, perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but most of the young warriors had already forgotten how terrifying the true devil empire was. It was the true meaning of evil, the true meaning of destruction where not even a blade of grass grew. At the very least, there were some principles and bottom lines in the war between humans. However, the true devil empire did not. The cities they occupied had always been killed, robbed, and burned. It was as if killing was a game. Because of this, when they saw the statue of the true devil Supreme Lord, Wanyanjun and the others did not feel too much fear. Too much time had passed, and the new generation of cultivators lived in a relatively peaceful era. They had long forgotten the bloody storms of the past. Some people even treated the true devil empire and the true devil emperor as objects of worship. Not only were they not afraid, they were even incomparably excited. Since there is the altar of the true devil Supreme Lord here, then there should be treasures left behind by the true devil empire from back then. This time, I'm afraid we are really lucky. As long as we can kill the demon general and the plague demon king, everything will be ours. Wanyanjun didn't feel fear. Instead, he felt excitement from the bottom of his heart. The same went for Chenzue and Shangguanlei. They had forgotten the fear that the true devil empire had brought to the humans, but they remembered the strength of the true devil empire at that time. Even if such a powerful empire only left behind 1/10, no, 1/100th of its treasures, it would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. That's right. Let's go in and take a look. Chenzue's eyes were also filled with excitement and greed. In their opinion, the plague demon king must not have recovered. Otherwise, why didn't they rebuild the true demonic empire when the human race's sacred dynasty had declined to the extreme? Although Shangguanlei was a little worried, he couldn't suppress the desire in his heart. Ling Xiao was actually no different. There was the mark of adventure in his blood. Encountering such a place, if he didn't properly investigate before turning around and leaving, it would be too late for regrets. He quietly scuttled past the slaves. To the slaves, it was as if a light breeze brushed past them, but they didn't feel much. There were no supervisors here, but the slaves worked like slaves. Their eyes were filled with stupefaction and fear. They probably saw the terror of the plague demon king and knew that they couldn't be lazy, so they were like this. Ordinary people really had no status in this mystic world. If others wanted to treat you as a slave, you wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Ling Xiao clenched his fists, and became even more determined on his path of martial arts. Become strong, become an invincible expert, no one would dare to bully you, no one would dare to hurt your family and friends. Ling Xiao walked in the middle of the 4 people, and quietly switched his main body with his martial soul avatar. Although he was greedy and lustful, he still valued his own life more and wouldn't lose his mind because of greed. If his martial soul avatar was destroyed, it could still be reformed, but if his main body was completely destroyed, there would be nothing left. What's more, his martial soul avatar now had nearly 100% of his main body's strength. Of course, this strength didn't include the mountain and river martial spirit or the ancient golden dragon. It could only be calculated according to Ling Xiao's standard cultivation, which was slightly higher. His current cultivation was the early 2nd layer transcendent realm, and his martial soul avatar's strength was basically around the mid to late 2nd layer transcendent realm. With this strength, he could actually do a lot of things. The most important thing was that his martial soul avatar could use all his martial skills, but it couldn't use the mountain and river martial spirit or the ancient golden dragon, so it wasn't as strong as his main body. However, his martial soul avatar had a special characteristic that his main body didn't. That was imitation. His martial soul avatar itself was one of the mountain and river martial spirit's abilities, so as long as he saw his opponent's moves once, he could completely imitate them. This also provided his martial soul avatar with some extra combat strength, so it was much stronger than an ordinary early second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator. After passing through the altar, there seemed to be a palace behind it, and at this time a powerful evil aura was exuding from the palace. Everyone could see that it was a ball of thick green liquid. It no longer had a body, but the evil aura was coming from this ball of thick green liquid. "Master, you really are wise, these people really followed us in." The demon general stood next to the ball of thick green liquid, appearing extremely respectful. To be honest, when his master, Plague Demon King, told him that these people would come down, he didn't believe it. With the plague bone dissolving array in the middle, how could these people come in? But now, he couldn't help but admire his master's wisdom. Of course, he was also surprised by Ling Zhao's terrifying strength. If his guess was right, these 4 people being able to come down was mostly because of Ling Xiao. This is a trap. Hearing the conversation between the demon general and plague demon king, Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei all shouted that they had been tricked. They turned around and were about to run away. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura rushed over. This aura was foul and disgusting, but it also had a powerful soul pressure. Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei all fell to the ground, not daring to move. Ling Zhao's martial soul avatar couldn't feel the soul pressure, but seeing the 3 people fall down, he couldn't just stand there, so he pretended to lie down as well. He didn't dare to act rashly, because he needed to determine the strength of the Plague Demon King first. Ga. A strange sound was heard, and a strange human face appeared on the dark green liquid. "Little guys, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The great emperor needs sacrifices for his resurrection. You guys can stay." "Master, why don't you check their martial arts talent first? Haven't you always wanted a perfect body?" The demon general said. "Among the 4 of them, the one with the best martial arts talent is only an immortal grade treasure body. It's not enough. If I want to be resurrected, I need a divine grade treasure body at least. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you can't find a better physique than a divine grade treasure body on this continent. This should be because some laws have been deprived." The Plague Demon King looked at Ling Xiao and the other 3 disdainfully. He was not interested in their bodies at all. "Master, you're right, but I'm useless. That Yuehua school disciple called Ling Xiao is a little strange. I've lost my body, so I'm no match for him." If the demon general wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the death, he might be able to injure both of them, but he couldn't afford to be injured. In his opinion, it was too stupid to fight with a dying man. That was why he ran away and tried to use the power of the Plague Demon King to subdue Ling Xiao. "Humph, he's just a half-step master. How could he scare you like that? What a good-for-nothing." The dark green liquid snorted, and suddenly, a boundless terrifying aura spread out again. This time, he was mainly targeting Ling Xiao. At that moment, the entire underground palace turned dark green, and there were ghostly wails and howls everywhere. It gave people the feeling that they had fallen into a demonic realm. The most terrifying thing was that Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei, whose souls were injured, felt the earth shake, as if the end of the world had come. This powerful force made Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, and Shang Wanlei shrink back. "Ling Xiao set me up. The Pestilence Demon King has clearly recovered his strength. How can we possibly be a match for him?" Wan Yanjun cried out in pain. He looked at the Plague Demon King and begged for mercy. "Your Highness, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I can provide your Highness with a lot of secrets about the Yuehua school. I can even lend my body to your Highness." "Me too. I am also willing to offer my body, I only ask that your Highness spare my life." For a transcendent realm cultivator, as long as their soul existed, they could still survive in another body for some time. However, this wouldn't last for too long. Within a year, he would have to change his body, or else he would age rapidly. But at this time, Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue couldn't care less. They just wanted to live. Even if they had to live in pain, it was better than dying. Better a bad life than a good death. Perhaps after becoming the Plague Demon King's subordinate, he would be able to obtain terrifying power. Idiot. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Being frightened by the other party's powerful aura and completely losing his mind, how stupid. In fact, if they observed carefully, with Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui's eyesight, they would definitely be able to see that the Plague Demon King was just bluffing. If he really had the strength, he wouldn't have used his aura to scare them. Instead, he would have directly captured the four of them and had the demon general send them to the altar. Even if Ling Xiao didn't have a mountain river martial spirit, he could see this. Sure enough, once a person is scared, they become completely brainless. In fact, there was one thing that Ling Xiao hadn't thought of. That was, Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui really wanted to submit to the Plague Demon King. They had already forgotten the cruelty of the true Demon Empire's army. They only remembered their strength. The true Demon Empire was able to compete with the human race's sacred dynasty. The current 12 sects and the human race's sacred dynasty were much weaker than they were in the past. What could Wang Yanjun achieve by staying in the Yuehua school? He would probably remain a Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivator for the rest of his life. At most, he would become a Transcendent Realm fourth-layer Grandmaster. However, if they became the Plague Demon King's subjects, they could rely on the true Demon Empire's secret technique to reach the Heaven Realm. Fear and greed made Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui choose to switch sides. Shang Wanlei was still hesitant. He was also afraid of death, but he wasn't as shameless as the other two. Very good, a wise man submits to circumstances. You two have definitely made the right choice. The demon general laughed. To tell you the truth, our master is one of the 9 great demon kings under the true demon emperor, the Plague Demon King. His strength is unparalleled. In the past, besides your sacred dynasty's holy lord, no one else was a match for the 9 great demon kings. Joining the Pestilence Demon King is the wisest choice. We can preserve your souls and even forge stronger bodies for you, as long as you are sincere in your submission. As expected of the Plague Demon King, Ling Xiao had a plan in mind. Wang Yanjun is willing to pledge allegiance to the Plague Demon King, willing to go through water and tread on fire for His Majesty. Chen Zui is willing to pledge allegiance to the Plague Demon King, willing to serve His Majesty with all my might. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui were already crippled. They were completely shocked by the Plague Demon King's terrifying aura, so they didn't doubt the other party's words. Ling Xiao naturally knew that the demon general was right. The 9 great demon kings were so terrifying that only the human race's holy lord could defeat them. Even the 72 demon generals under the Pestilence Demon King's command were all at the level of a sect's grand elder or headmaster. However, that was all in the past. Now, it was obvious that the demon general was only at the peak of the Transcendent Realm third layer. He was still very weak. As for the Plague Demon King, he was probably revived by the demon general and was even weaker now. At most, his strength was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm third layer. If the 4 of them worked together, they could definitely cripple the true Demon Empire's remnants. However, it was a pity. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui had completely lost their courage before even taking action. As for Shang Wanlei, although he hadn't agreed to surrender, he was also hesitant and didn't have the slightest intention to fight. Shang Wanlei turned his head and glanced at Ling Xiao. At this time, he felt that he could only rely on Ling Xiao. Perhaps by relying on Ling Xiao's ability, they could still leave this place alive. He didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to surrender to the demons. For Shang Wanlei, Ling Xiao's calm mind and mysterious and powerful strength were enough to convince him. Sometimes, he would think that Ling Xiao was actually able to grow up under the pressure of He Sua and the Flame Deity. Wasn't that a testament to his ability? On this mission, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, they would have all died here. Although Shang Wanlei didn't know why Ling Xiao was so strong, was it important? Ling Xiao also noticed Shang Wanlei's expression. This person could still be saved. Moreover, without help, it would be difficult for him to deal with the Plague Demon King and the Demon General at the same time. As for Wang Yanjun and Chen Zui, they were completely useless. Instead of relying on them, he might as well rely on the ants on the ground. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao communicated with the primordial golden dragon in the mountain river realm. Immediately, a vast and majestic primordial aura fused into his soul power, and then enveloped Shang Guanlei's body. At that moment, Shang Guanlei suddenly felt much more relaxed. He slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Without that trembling feeling of fear, his heart also became calm, and he sensed that something was not quite right. Ling Xiao also got his martial soul avatar to stand up. At this moment, it was time to counterattack. He had even thought of what to do. Ignorant humans, how dare you stand in front of the Plague Demon King? You really don't know what's good for you. The demon general revealed a cold murderous intent. In his opinion, Ling Xiao and Shang Guanlei were already on the list of people who must die. Gaga gaga. The Plague Demon King once again let out a strange, ear-piercing sound. To the ears, it was like a terrifying noise, and it was very uncomfortable. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue felt like vomiting blood, and the scene in front of them started to see double. Wang Yanjun, Chen Zue. Since the two of you want to be loyal to me, then you must show your sincerity. These two are so bold, and they are unwilling to submit to me. What do you think we should do? Sowing dissension again, when they were above, the demon general almost succeeded. If not for Ling Xiao stopping him, Shang Guanlei would have been killed by Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue. The Plague Demon King's voice was a little hoarse, but it was very majestic. His voice contained boundless pressure, and it made Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue make up their minds. The pressure on the two of them immediately lessened, and then they revealed a ferocious murderous intent, and turned to look at Ling Xiao and Shang Guanlei. Senior brother Wang Yan. Senior brother Chen Zue. Don't listen to that old monster. Have you forgotten what just happened up there? This guy doesn't dare to make a move because he doesn't have the ability to do so. He wants us to kill each other. Shang Guanlei shouted anxiously. It's useless, Senior Shangguan. The two of them have already turned into demons. Do you think they are just scared? Maybe in their hearts, they really think that this demon can bring them more benefits than Yuehua School. Ling Xiao had already seen through the nature of Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue. To put it nicely, they liked to rely on the strong. To put it bluntly, he was a fence-sitter who swayed with the wind, a classic example of someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Ha 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 ha. I want to resurrect the true demon emperor, so I need a lot of subordinates. If you are willing to work for me, I will not mistreat you. Our true demon empire's martial arts are outstanding, and these two top gold grade martial arts manuals are in my hands. As long as you two can kill them, these two martial arts manuals will belong to you. The Plague Demon King saw that Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue couldn't make up their minds to make a move, so he took out the top gold grade martial arts manuals to tempt them. That was a top gold grade martial arts manual. Among all the disciples of Yuehua School, only the top 3 core disciples were qualified to learn it. And now, it was placed in front of the two of them. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue's eyes were red, but not from pain, but from greed. However, the two of them didn't dare to act rashly, mainly because they were afraid of Ling Xiao's methods. What two idiots! Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Why did this old demon force you to kill the two of us? It's because his strength hasn't recovered, and he might not even be as strong as the demon general. Kill them, and the 2 top gold grade martial arts manuals will still be yours, and you won't have to bear the crime of betraying your master. Although he was cursing, he cleverly exposed the Plague Demon King's bluff. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue suddenly became a little confused, and their originally red eyes became clear. Shang Guanlei was completely enlightened, and he was actually quite puzzled. If the Plague Demon King was really so powerful, he could have killed them directly, and there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. He, what a foolish confidence. The demon general chuckled. That's right, His Highness the Demon King hasn't fully recovered his strength, but even with his current cultivation, he can easily crush the few of you. He's only sparing you because he needs help, but I didn't expect you to not appreciate it. What he said was reasonable and well-founded. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue were confused again. These two fence-sitters are really hopeless. Ling Xiao noticed Wang Yanjun's and Chen Zue's expressions, and knew that there was no point in continuing to dwell on this matter, so he secretly transmitted a message to Shang Guanlei. Later, you'll be in charge of the demon general, and I'll help you. Leave the Plague Demon King, Wan Yanjun, and Chen Zue to me. Can you handle it? Don't worry, Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue are already scared out of their wits. I have my ways to deal with them, but the Plague Demon King isn't easy to deal with. Although he hasn't fully recovered, he should still be slightly stronger than the Demon General, or the Demon General wouldn't be loyal to him. At this point, Ling Xiao stopped transmitting the message. After all, if he spoke too much, it would be easy to be noticed. The reason he analyzed that the Plague Demon King was slightly stronger than the Demon General was mainly because the true Demon Empire had always worshipped the strong. If a superior was not as strong as a subordinate, they would likely be kicked down or even killed. Kill them? Are you waiting for this king to do it himself? The Plague Demon King suddenly released a terrifying aura, causing Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue to completely lose the will to resist. In fact, it was just as Ling Xiao had predicted. The Plague Demon King was indeed slightly stronger than the Demon General, and he had already recovered his cultivation to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. However, although this cultivation was stronger than Wan Yanjun, Chen Zue, Shangguan Lei, and Ling Xiao, it did not have an overwhelming advantage. It was because of this that, like the Demon General, he hoped to make Ling Xiao and the others kill each other. He had done this many times in the past, and it had always succeeded. However, today, facing a half-step grandmaster, a cultivator who hadn't even reached the Transcendent Realm, he found that his plan had been seen through. Fortunately, Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue were opportunists who liked to rely on the strong, otherwise today's matter would have been very difficult to deal with. Go! Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue glanced at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They had always been like this and had never encountered any problems, so this time, they also felt that this was the right thing to do. Follow the plan. Ling Xiao shouted as he faced Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue head-on. At the same time, he paid close attention to the Plague Demon King's movements. Lost for Shangguan Lei, he charged towards the Demon General. Although he wasn't as strong as the Demon General, he could use the soul-freezing silver needles again, causing the Demon General to be somewhat wary of him. So, for the time being, he could still stall for time. Golden Brick. Wan Yanjun tried to take out his hidden weapon, the Golden Brick, to deal with Ling Xiao, but he didn't take anything out. Is this what you're looking for? Ling Xiao smiled as he took out the Golden Brick from his mountain river world. In fact, Ling Xiao had long felt that Wan Yanjun wasn't reliable, so when Wan Yanjun used the Golden Brick to deal with the Plague Beast, he had already stored it in his mountain river world. What Wan Yanjun took back was just a fake Golden Brick that he made out of gold. Wan Yanjun never noticed this sky-stealing sun-swapping technique. You! How did you get my Golden Brick hidden weapon? Wan Yanjun immediately panicked. His cultivation wasn't low, peak Transcendent Realm level 3. If he really wanted to fight Ling Xiao seriously, it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to win unless he transformed into his human dragon form. Unfortunately, he was completely panicking at this time. Here. Just as he was panicking, Ling Xiao directly flew out of the Golden Brick. The Golden Brick turned into a golden light and smashed into Wan Yanjun's head like a bolt of lightning. Good heavens, that's not weak at all. Wan Yanjun collapsed to the ground after being smashed. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was almost completely crippled and had no strength left to fight. Trash! The Pestilence Demon King cursed. Then, he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Wan Yanjun, who was not completely dead yet. Wan Yanjun was instantly turned into his nutrients. The green light on his body also became much brighter. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. The body of a Yuehua school inner disciple is really a great supplement. I only hope that the great emperor won't blame me. Amidst the soft whispers, the Pestilence Demon King's body started to change, gradually taking on Wan Yanjun's appearance. Although this body is still too weak, it's not bad for temporary battles. Muttering to himself, his dark green eyes once again stared at Ling Xiao. He now realized that Ling Xiao was the most troublesome person on the entire battlefield. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, that Shangguan Lei was not worth mentioning at all. Chen Zue was completely dumbfounded. Wan Yanjun died right in front of him and was swallowed by the Plague Demon King, so he was a little scared. Only now did he truly understand that the brutality of the demons in the true demonic empire was not false, even if he sincerely sought refuge with the plague demon king. But in the end, wouldn't they still end up as delicacies in the belly of the demon king of plagues? Why aren't you doing anything? Pestilence Demon King coldly glanced at Xianxia and asked. I. Ling Xiao, save me. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized how stupid he had been. Making a deal with the Demon King was scarier than asking a tiger for its skin. He ran towards Ling Xiao in a panic. In his eyes, only Ling Xiao could save him. You're asking for it. The Plague Demon King sneered and suddenly attacked. It was so fast that Xianxia could not defend himself. Pfft. Xianxia felt as if something had pierced a hole in his body, and a cold and evil aura quickly entered his meridians and blood. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die yet. Ling Xiao, save me, and I won't tell anyone that you injured Wan Yanjun. At this point, he was still threatening Ling Xiao. This guy was really hopeless. Idiot. Ling Xiao had no intention of saving Xianxia. If you die, you won't be able to speak either, right? You can't just leave me to die. You can't. Xianxia was in despair. He did not expect this to be the outcome. He was going to die in a demon's den that no one knew about. Perhaps he would become the Plague Demon King's meal, or perhaps he would become a sacrifice for the true Demon Emperor's resurrection. But no matter what, his death was too tragic. Crack, Xianxia felt as if his heart had been crushed by something, and his life force was constantly draining away. Finally, before he died, he saw a bloody mouth, which was still dripping with thick green liquid. Seeing this, Shangguanlei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Plague Demon King was too cruel. Everything recorded in the history books was true. Senior brother Shangguan, focus on dealing with the demon general. I'll bring you out alive. You're different from those two pieces of trash. At least you know what a bottom line is. Ling Xiao's words were naturally to give Shangguanlei a guarantee. He did not want Shangguanlei to think too much and be worried that he would kill him. At least for now, Ling Xiao really had to rely on Shangguanlei to pin down the demon general. His martial soul avatar alone was definitely not the demon general's opponent. And his main body still had to deal with the Plague Demon King. The key to today's battle was still the Plague Demon King. An early-stage Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator, this was the strongest enemy Ling Xiao had encountered so far. Whether or not he could deal with it was directly related to whether he and Shangguanlei could return alive. So 36 Big Dipper flying swords flew out, dragging snow-white golden lotus true chi behind them as they shot towards the Plague Demon King. At this time, Ling Xiao's main body had already come out of the mountain and river martial soul and was facing the Plague Demon King. His martial soul avatar cooperated with Shangguanlei to deal with the demon general. In this way, they could at least suppress the Plague Demon King and prevent Shangguanlei from falling into a desperate situation. If Shangguanlei died, the demon general and Plague Demon King would join forces, and Ling Xiao would be doomed. **PU. The 36 Big Dipper flying swords were all blocked by a ball of green liquid in front of the Plague Demon King. This ball of green liquid might not be that hard, but it was extremely tough. Not a single one of the 36 Big Dipper flying swords could pierce through it. This Pestilence Demon King was truly not a simple character. Keek, boy, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but against this king, you have no chance of winning. The Plague Demon King's lips curled into a cold smile, but he had no intention of chasing after Ling Xiao. Instead, he stood there as a strange mouth appeared behind him. It was like an endless abyss, and it was impossible to see how deep this mouth was. Ling Xiao had never seen or heard of such a martial soul before. It seemed that the mystic world was so big that it was full of strange things. He had once seen Li Annal's martial soul in Yuehua school as a fist, but now he saw a martial soul that looked like a giant abyss mouth. The giant mouth opened, but it did not attack. Instead, it looked like it was chewing. At the same time, Ling Xiao noticed that the green light on the Plague Demon King's body was becoming clearer and clearer. He could not help but frown. On the other side, Shangguanlei and Ling Xiao's martial soul avatars were fighting the demon general. Novel, law, although the martial soul avatars were not as strong as Shangguanlei, they had endless moves that caught the demon general off guard. Xianxia cooperated well with him and actually gradually suppressed the fiend general. With victory in sight, Xianxia was excited. The only thing he was worried about now was Ling Xiao. That was also the key. Even if he killed the demon general, as long as the plague demon king was not dead, they would still lose. If they lost this battle, their lives would be in danger. On the other hand, the demon general knew this very well. Although he was suppressed now, he would not be killed in a short time. He knew how terrifying the plague demon king was. As long as he could hold on, he believed that the plague demon king would be able to kill that kid called Ling Xiao. Then, it would be their victory. Thinking of this, the demon general stopped fighting and began to use the terrain of the underground palace to escape. In a situation where he fought and retreated, as long as he could stay alive and delay until the plague demon king killed Ling Xiao, it would be enough. Ha ha ha. You're going to die soon. The plague demon king stood there and looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Although other martial artists had entered this place before, he had never taken the initiative to attack. As long as he released his terrifying aura, the other party would be captured without a fight. However, today, he did not expect that a half-step master would force him to take action. He felt that this was a humiliation, so he wanted to let Ling Xiao taste the most painful death in the world. He wanted to let Ling Xiao die while wailing. Humph, you want to convert Wan Yanjun and Chen Zui's true yuan and soul power? Do you really think I'm stupid? Ling Xiao snorted. He noticed that the plague demon king was not in a hurry to attack, so he would definitely choose to stop him. Wind celestial phenomenon, rain celestial phenomenon, thunder celestial phenomenon, Big Dipper sword formation. The wind was howling, the rain was pouring, the thunder was roaring. In an instant, the Big Dipper sword formation that fused the power of 3 celestial phenomena appeared above the plague demon king. 36 Big Dipper flying swords mixed with the power of wind, rain, and thunder shot toward the plague demon king. Pucci, the first sword light pierced through the thick green liquid defense, but the sword light weakened and was unable to continue forward. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that although this sword light did not penetrate the thick green liquid defense, it had cut a large hole in it. At the same time, the rainwater began to seep into the thick green liquid. Pucci, the second sword light was the same, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the plague demon king's expression finally changed. Then, the sword light shot out, and the thick green liquid defense actually collapsed completely. The rainwater mixed into it, causing it to completely disintegrate and disappear, losing its defensive ability. The sword lights were all aimed at the pestilence demon king. Pucci! Pucci, rumble! Rumble! The sword light pierced Wan Yanjun's body like a hedgehog, and with a boom, his body exploded into pieces. Hateful human brat! In midair, the thick green liquid appeared once again. It was the plague demon king's true body. At the critical moment, he had no choice but to abandon the body he had just obtained and escape. Otherwise, he felt that his main body would also be severely injured. The thick green liquid condensed again, and this time, it took the shape of Chen Zui. However, his face was filled with anger. Because his plan had been completely disrupted by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had never expected the Tian Gang sword formation to kill the plague demon king. All he did was to interrupt the plague demon king from absorbing and transforming Wan Yanjun and Chen Zui's vital essence and soul energy. If he allowed this guy to succeed, he believed that the plague demon king would definitely increase his strength again. At that time even he, Ling Xiao, would be powerless. The 12 Golden Lotus Arts is indeed much more powerful when used together with martial arts. Most importantly, it can produce different effects, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. Ling Xiao was becoming more and more satisfied with the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Although in this sect, both friends and foes advised him not to cultivate the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, thinking that it was an extremely terrifying martial art that would backfire on its owner. However, he still persisted in cultivating it. He had only cultivated to the 3rd level and was already so powerful. If he really cultivated to the 12th level, how powerful would he be? Ah, ignorant human brat, you have angered me. This king will tear you to pieces. The plague demon king was completely enraged. After condensing Chen Zui's body, he suddenly launched an attack, throwing a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch looked ordinary, but it contained the power of plague poison. It was much more terrifying than the poison divine fist of the Sword King, an inner disciple of the Yuehua school. Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusion Array. Ling Xiao was not willing to fight the Plague Demon King head-on yet. He planned to observe for a while and find a way to kill the Plague Demon King before making his move. Otherwise, even if he destroyed the Plague Demon King's body, it would still escape. That would be meaningless. Not to mention, this was an attack from an early-stage Transcendent Realm 4th layer martial artist. He did not want to take it head-on. Although he might be able to withstand it with the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, he would definitely be injured. Dodging was the best option. After all, his movement technique had been upgraded to Gold Grade Superior Movement Technique, and it contained the effect of an illusion array, making it impossible for the enemy to catch sight of him. Boom, the entire underground palace trembled. The Pestilence Fiend King's punch was truly ruthless, corroding everything within a radius of over 10 meters. If Ling Xiao had not dodged in time, he would have been injured. The Plague Demon King became even angrier after his attack failed. He continued to punch with both fists, creating countless afterimages. Every punch left a deep crater in the ground. Ling Xiao's current speed was not very fast, but his movement technique had reached an unfathomable level. No matter how many afterimages the Plague Demon King threw, he could easily dodge them as if he was taking a stroll in the park. If there were others here, they would probably misunderstand that the Plague Demon King was deliberately not attacking Ling Xiao. Because every time Ling Xiao dodged, it was just right. It was neither too early nor too late. Not only did this conserve true qi, but it also conserved strength. The Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusion Array upgraded by dozens of gold-grade elementary martial arts was indeed much more powerful than before. Facing the early-stage Transcendent Realm 4th layer Plague Demon King, he did not give him the slightest chance. The Plague Demon King suddenly stopped his attacks. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. This little brat was just a half-step grandmaster. How could he have such an unfathomable movement technique? With his crazy attacks, forget a half-step grandmaster, even a cultivator in the Transcendent Realm 5th layer would not be able to completely dodge. This little brat's clothes were not even dirty. Was this possible? How could a half-step grandmaster possess such a miraculous movement technique? This little brat must have been hiding his strength, right? How treacherous. I've really encountered a troublesome brat today. I didn't expect him to be so difficult to deal with. The Plague Demon King's heart sank. Ever since he awakened, he had never been so passive. Your Highness Plague Demon King, it seems that your body is weak and your eyesight isn't good either. Why do you keep hitting the ground and walls? If you want to tear this place down, I'll help you, there's no need to trouble yourself. When the other party stopped attacking, Ling Xiao also stopped moving. Under the precise calculation of his mountain and river martial spirit, he would never waste any of his true qi. After a period of observation, Ling Xiao had gradually figured out the Plague Demon King's methods. However, because he wasn't completely sure, he still didn't immediately counterattack. He liked to be in control of everything in a battle, so the more confident he was, the better. Smelly brat. The Plague Demon King was also thinking that continuing like this wasn't a good idea. It would be better to first destroy Shangguan Lei and his martial spirit avatar, then join forces with the demon general to deal with this brat. Considering all this, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer and he quickly rushed towards Shangguan Lei and Ling Xiao's martial spirit avatar. Don't think you'll succeed. In that instant, Ling Xiao understood Pestilence Demon King's plan. He absolutely could not allow Pestilence Demon King to join forces with the demon general, otherwise, if an early Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator teamed up with a peak Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator, he would have no choice but to flee. So, at that moment, Ling Xiao's speed increased to the limit. Attempting to intercept the Plague Demon King halfway. How is this brat so fast? The Plague Demon King was taken aback, but then a new idea appeared in his mind. Brat, you've been dodging here and there, so I can't hit you, but since you delivered yourself to me, this king can't let you go. He had indeed planned to kill Shangguan Lei first, but now he changed his mind at the last minute, preparing to beat Ling Xiao at his own game, pretending to be Shangguan Lei while in fact accumulating strength for a move to attack. Gagaga, brat, you're dead this time. Heaven Plague Fist. When Ling Xiao was less than a meter away from Pestilence Demon King suddenly turned around and threw a punch at him. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. In midair, Ling Xiao's appearance had changed greatly. His originally black pupils had turned golden, and a pair of dragon horns had grown out of his head. His long hair had completely turned crimson, and his clothes had disappeared. However, a scale-like golden armor had condensed on the surface of his body. His fiery red cloak fluttered behind him. The cloak was like a dragon's whiskers. This was his human dragon form. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was extremely powerful. However, it could only be used in the humanoid dragon form or the primordial golden dragon form. Qi-la, a streak of golden light shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip. It suddenly flashed with blinding light and pierced through the Pestilence Demon King's palm without any resistance, leaving a circle of charred wounds on his body. Of course, this was not the end. The charred wound continued to release a terrifying dragon aura, causing the Plague Demon King's body to tremble and land on the ground in a panic. Chen Zui's body was still too weak. Even if it was borrowed by the Plague Demon King, it still could not withstand a single strike from the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. The aura of the primordial divine dragon, the Plague Demon King, was once again forced out of his body. Chen Zui's body could no longer be used. The terrifying dragon aura made it impossible for him to stand still. Unless he used all his strength to resist that terrifying dragon aura. However, that would not do. He still had to face that cunning brat. That damned brat. Who exactly was he? Why did he have the aura of the primordial divine dragon, and why did his appearance change? Could it be that this brat was actually just a temporary body for someone else to reside in? Staring at Chen Zui's body that was constantly being torn apart by the dragon aura, the Plague Demon King's mind was in a mess. Senior, please show yourself for a chat. My true demon's empire shouldn't have any grudges with you. Why help this brat? The Plague Demon King suddenly looked at Ling Xiao very seriously and respectfully as he spoke. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. His sudden transformation into the humanoid dragon form and the terrifying power of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger had caused the Plague Demon King to mistakenly think that his body had been taken over by someone else. This brat is the soul dwelling that this seat has taken a fancy to. If you destroy him, where will this seat find such a good soul dwelling to reside in the future? After figuring out the twists and turns, Ling Xiao began to deliberately tease the Plague Demon King. He believed that if the Plague Demon King knew that there was a powerful soul residing in his body, it would definitely bring immense pressure to the Plague Demon King. This way, in battle, his advantage would be even more obvious. Please forgive this junior's poor eyesight. This brat is merely a treasured body. Senior actually took a fancy to him? The Plague Demon King retreated more than 10 meters, leaving enough distance for himself to escape, then opened his mouth to ask. Idiot, with your eyesight, you should know that he's good. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, in my anger, I don't care if you're from the True Demon's Empire or the Plague Demon King, I'll kill you both. Ling Xiao coldly shouted. Of course, he did not expect the Plague Demon King to escape just like that. As long as the other party showed the slightest bit of mental slack, or even a trace of fear or hesitation, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of. Senior, aren't you being too unreasonable? This place was built by this junior's hard work. How can you take it for yourself just because you say so? The Plague Demon King frowned, feeling a little angry. If I give you face and call you senior, if I don't give you face, I'll kill you too. If this king wants to take it, then I'll take it. If you don't scram, then die. Ling Xiao had the aura of a tyrannical senior. With a shake of his body, he pounced towards the Plague Demon King. After transforming into his dragon form, Ling Xiao felt that his combat strength had soared by a lot. Peak Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer cultivators were no longer a problem, and early Transcendent Realm 4th Layer cultivators were also a piece of cake. Since that was the case, why keep the Plague Demon King alive? His plan was to keep it in his mountain river world. Even if the Plague Demon King wanted to escape, he would not let him go. Madman. The Plague Demon King was once an invincible and ruthless demon king, but facing the tyrannical Ling Xiao, he felt a little ashamed. Pung pung. Pung pung, ka ka, the two exchanged more than 10 moves in a row in the air. Although the Plague Demon King did not have a physical body, he was not weak at all when fighting in his true form. In fact, he felt more at ease. This made Ling Xiao a little puzzled. If the Plague Demon King could fight in his true form, why did he need a physical body? There must be a reason. Although Ling Xiao did not know what the reason was, he believed that his Mountain River martial spirit would be able to analyze it soon. Once he found this guy's weakness, it would be time to launch a full counterattack. After exchanging more than 10 moves with Ling Xiao, the Plague Demon King became more and more wary. The Pestilence Demon King discovered that Ling Xiao's body was terrifyingly hard. When he hit Ling Xiao, it was as if he had hit hard dragon scales. There was no effect at all. No, I have to think of a way. It's impossible for me to give up this place. The Pestilence Demon King's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. Bam! Ling Xiao and the Pestilence Demon King's palms collided once more. However, at this moment, the Pestilence Demon King's arms, which were formed from the thick green liquid, detached themselves from his body and entered Ling Xiao's body at an extremely fast speed. Ha ha ha, I don't care if you're a senior or if you're just a kid playing tricks on me. You're dead for swallowing the pestilence demon body that I formed by sacrificing 30% of my cultivation. Although the Pestilence Demon King was repelled by Ling Xiao's palms, his strange green face revealed a smug, sinister smile. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He suddenly felt an intense pain in his body, as if his organs were being pulled apart. He couldn't help but kneel on one knee. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. At this moment, his golden scales were gradually suffused with a green glow. Even his skin had green lines, which made him look extremely strange. His entire body seemed to be frozen, so stiff that he couldn't move. Keek keek. I'm the most terrifying pestilence demon body. Although you're not afraid of the pestilence that I created, you'll definitely be poisoned after swallowing my body. Surrender, kid. Even if I don't fight you, you'll slowly die in pain. The Pestilence Demon King let out a strange laugh again. Kid, you're too difficult to deal with. You actually forced me to cut off my own arms and sacrifice 30% of my body to poison you. Even if I die, it'll be an honor. How dare you harm me? Ling Xiao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he shouted. Kakik, I don't care if you're a senior or not. How dare you force me to give up this place? Wishful thinking. Since that's the case, you can die with this brat. The Pestilence Demon King continued with a smile. That's right, your bodies won't rot immediately. This plague will only slowly erode your soul until you're completely poisoned to death. After that, this body will belong to this king. Hee hee, although I don't know why Senior would take a fancy to this kid's body, since you've taken a fancy to it, this body must have something extraordinary about it. This king would like to study it. At this point, the Pestilence Fiend King's green body couldn't help but sway in excitement. Ling Xiao noticed that the Pestilence Demon King's body seemed to be much smaller than before. This was probably not only because he had abandoned 30% of his body, but also because of other reasons. This was because the Pestilence Fiend King had shrunk by more than half. Could it be that this guy would shrink if he used his true form to fight? Ling Xiao finally realized why the Pestilence Demon King needed a body. Once his body became smaller, his combat power would continue to decrease. This was probably why the Pestilence Demon King wanted to end the battle quickly. No. Why aren't you dead yet? The Pestilence Fiend King originally planned to help the Demon General in the battle, but he suddenly realized that not only did the green light on Ling Xiao's body not continue to increase, but it also rapidly decreased until it finally disappeared. He looked at Ling Xiao in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Die. The Pestilence Fiend King sensed that something was wrong, so he hurriedly attacked, unwilling to let Ling Xiao continue to recover. Although he still didn't understand why Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of his plague body, he didn't have the luxury of time to think too much. Once Ling Xiao returned to normal, it would be difficult for him to restrain this brat. Pa, the Pestilence Fiend King's green right hand was blocked by another large green hand in the air. Behind Ling Xiao, a three-headed, six-armed humanoid figure with green skin, long green hair, and 3 eyes appeared. This figure actually emitted the aura of the Pestilence Fiend King. That. What is that? The Pestilence Fiend King felt boundless fear. He fled a dozen meters away in a panic, looking at the figure behind Ling Xiao with trepidation. This illusory image that was similar to a martial spirit made him extremely fearful. 9 Demons Divine Art, Pestilence Fiend King. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. He was also surprised that the 9 Demons Divine Art combined with the Pestilence Fiend King's body could actually create a brand new Pestilence Fiend King martial soul. Moreover, when this martial soul was formed, it was actually at the complete soul physical stage. Its power was unbelievably strong. He was now more and more interested. Who was the person who created the Soaring Cloud Steps and the Ox Demon Divine Art? The 9 Demons Divine Art was born from the Ox Demon Divine Art. It was even possible that it was a peerless martial art created with the martial soul as the foundation. Ling Xiao had guessed this before, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Today, however, he finally understood that his guess was correct. If he wanted to learn the complete 9 Demons Divine Art, he would probably have to take all 9 demon kings of the True Demon Empire into the Mountain River world. He even suspected that all the soldiers of the True Demon Empire, including the True Demon Great Emperor, were transformed from martial souls. After all, a martial soul was also a kind of soul. It was just a soul that was loyal to the cultivator. Once the cultivator died, they would become ownerless existences. It was not impossible for them to become independent individuals. This conjecture was so bold that even he was shocked. Haha, your true body plague doesn't seem to be that powerful. Even this king can't poison you to death. You want to rely on this to dominate? Although Ling Xiao spoke casually, he was very clear that the Pestilence Fiend King's true body plague was too terrifying. If he hadn't cultivated the 9 Demons Divine Art, he might have really died here today. This was definitely not a plague that an ordinary Transcendent Realm cultivator could resist. Senior. Who the hell are you? Originally, the Pestilence Fiend King was a little suspicious that Ling Xiao was just pretending, but now he was convinced. There must be a powerful soul inside Ling Xiao's body, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to resist the attack of his true body plague. One had to know that in the past, he had relied on this true body plague to kill a large number of Heaven Realm and Paradise Realm cultivators. Of course, as his cultivation decreased, the effectiveness of his true body plague also decreased significantly. However, 30% of his true body plague's power could easily kill a cultivator below the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Even a 5th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to resist it. This king told you to get out of here, but you didn't listen. Now, even if you want to escape, you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao sneered, this king has changed his mind now. I will completely condense you into my martial soul. You should feel honored. No. The Pestilence Fiend King ran for his life. He couldn't summon any courage to resist now. Ling Xiao's terror was beyond his imagination. You better run faster, or you'll die today. Ling Xiao was feeling great. The Plague Demon King martial soul behind him had almost completely restrained his opponent. Coupled with the substantial increase in combat strength in the human dragon form, killing the Plague Demon King was a cinch. Ling Xiao blocked the exit, but was surprised to find that the Plague Demon King didn't escape. Instead, he ran toward the Demon General, Xianxia, and his martial soul avatar. Not good. Ling Xiao used the Cloud Dragon Godly Travel to catch up. The Cloud Dragon Divine Trek not only gave him an illusory movement skill, it also gave him a huge boost in speed. There was a world of difference between a gold-grade advanced movement technique and a gold-grade entry movement technique. He was afraid that the Plague Demon King would attack Xianxia, so he secretly ordered his martial soul avatar to protect Xianxia. This person was still useful, at least he could be his witness. If the sect investigated the deaths of Wan Yanjun and Chen Zue, Xianxia could testify for him. If all 3 of them died, then it would be a little troublesome. If someone deliberately targeted him, then he wouldn't be able to defend himself. However, when he caught up to the Plague Demon King, he found that this guy had instantly entered the Demon General's body. The Demon General let out a shrill scream. His body was actually taken over by the Plague Demon King. If his soul wasn't erased, it was probably completely suppressed. Kakik, don't blame me. The enemy is too strong. You're sacrificing yourself for the Empire. The Plague Demon King laughed, and his aura suddenly became incomparably powerful. But the Plague Demon King suddenly launched a soul attack, and a terrifying aura covered the sky as it pounced toward Ling Xiao. He probably felt that there was a powerful soul residing in Ling Xiao's body, and if he used a soul attack against the other party, it would be more effective. However, he didn't know. Ling Xiao was the least afraid of a soul confrontation. What is that? The Plague Demon King spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the blood was green, it was very rich. He was horrified to find that his soul power had collided with a huge golden dragon. That ancient and boundless aura made him tremble. The terrifying dragon aura was even more terrifying than before. He didn't use it. Not only was the soul attack completely useless, it even caused him harm. The Plague Demon King was truly terrified. He originally thought that after seizing the Devil General's body, his strength would completely surpass Ling Xiao's. But he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cautiously looked at Ling Xiao. He no longer dared to use soul attacks. Ling Xiao stood there. Everything was under his control. In his human dragon form, his soul imprint state was even more powerful. Whether it was thinking, vision, perception, or touch, everything had become more sensitive and powerful. In this form, everything around him seemed to be under his control. He was the ruler of this area. At this moment, all 9 abilities of the Mountain River Martial Spirit had been upgraded. The ruler of the mountains and rivers, the ruler of the mountains and rivers, everything within a radius of 10 meters belonged to him. The laws here were set by him, and he didn't even need to care about the laws of the profound world. This feeling was simply too great. The Plague Demon King looked at Ling Xiao's golden eyes and felt Ling Xiao's mysterious and ancient aura. He felt his body trembling. This aura had only been given to him by the true Devil Emperor and the human race's Holy Lord, Ji Wu. This was the aura of dominating everything, the aura of a ruler, the aura of an ancient and desolate era. It was an aura that made him unable to resist. Too terrifying. Wind Celestial Phenomenon, Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. Just as the Plague Demon King was panicking, Ling Xiao suddenly made his move. With a finger, the power of wind was condensed into a thin line. This kind of precise control, probably no one other than Ling Xiao who had the Mountain River Martial Spirit could do it. Compared to the Wind Celestial Phenomenon that was used in conjunction with the Celestial Dipper Sword formation, the current Wind Celestial Phenomenon was more condensed and focused on one point. Its power had also increased by several times. The most terrifying thing was that the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger was also affected by the Wind Celestial Phenomenon. The originally straight line of golden light was bent in the air as if it was blown by the wind. Poochie, then, the golden light appeared from an extremely tricky angle and directly penetrated the body that the Plague Demon King had just obtained. Damn it, how did this guy know the weakness of the Demon General's body? This is too strange. The reason why the Plague Demon King knew the weakness of the Demon General was because this Demon General was created by him. There was no perfect existence in the world, but he still placed the weakness of the Demon General's body in the most hidden place. Ordinary martial artists, even Sky Realm martial artists, would not be able to discover it. This guy in front of him was too terrifying. Could it be that he was really a soul that had awakened from the ancient times? The Plague Demon King endured the pain and sped up to escape from the underground palace. His psychological defense had already collapsed. He felt that he could not win against this monster. Too terrifying, it was simply too incomprehensible. Although abandoning this place would make him very unhappy, he had to do it in order to survive. Otherwise, once he died, there would be no chance for him to rise again. Lightning Celestial Phenomenon, Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. How could Ling Xiao let the Pestilence Demon King go? It didn't matter if the Pestilence Demon King had any treasures or not. He was going to kill the Pestilence Demon King and assimilate it into his new martial soul. The same finger technique, different celestial power, displayed a completely different attack. This was an extremely thick finger energy. As it flew, it sounded like thunder and the ground cracked. In that instant, the entire underground palace shook. Thunder rumbled everywhere, as if it could collapse at any time. Ling Xiao was now more and more adept at controlling the celestial power of the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. Coupled with the already powerful heavenly dragon divine finger, the Plague Demon King did not dare to look back. Kaboom! The Plague Demon King dodged most of the attack, but a piece of his body was still blasted off, revealing a wound that was bleeding green blood. "Senior, please spare me. This junior is willing to give up the treasures of the true demon empire." The Plague Demon King sensed that Ling Xiao was preparing another attack and hurriedly shouted in fear, "If you kill me, you won't be able to get those treasures." He was filled with hatred in his heart. However, fear still overshadowed his hatred. Facing Ling Xiao's terrifying and unpredictable attacks, he could not fight back at all. What he was thinking now was that if he was given enough time to recover, he would definitely seek revenge on Ling Xiao. But now was not the time. Even if he had to give up a small part of his treasures, it would be worth it as long as he could keep his life. "Do you think you still have the right to negotiate with me? You should have left when I told you to scram. Now, you no longer have the chance." In Ling Xiao's opinion, the body of the Plague Demon King was more valuable than any treasure. As long as he obtained this body, his 9 devil divine arts would be considered to have been completed by 1/10. Why 1/10, not 1/9? That was because, according to Ling Xiao's deduction, after the 9 devil divine arts was promoted, he estimated that he would need to obtain the body of the true Devil Supreme Lord to be able to forge a truly complete version of the divine arts. "This king will fight it out with you. Even if my strength is inferior to yours, I will still perish together with you." The Plague Demon King was completely enraged. He did not expect that when he begged for mercy in a low voice, he would actually receive such a sentence. He could not live, and he absolutely could not let Ling Xiao live. In that instant, the giant abyss mouth behind him appeared once again, and it opened its mouth to continuously absorb the plague in the entire Plague Valley. At this time, the northern Han garrison outside the valley was surprised to find that the plague in the Plague Valley was continuously shrinking. The thick fog gradually dispersed, revealing everything in the valley. Could it be that the masters of the Yuehua school have succeeded? Great, this valley is finally saved. We don't have to stay in this gloomy and damned place all day. The plague in the Plague Valley retreated very quickly. In almost an instant, it merged into the abyss mouth of the Plague Demon King. Then, a dark green ball emitting a green light appeared in the giant mouth. Ling Xiao could feel that this dark green ball had condensed the plague power of the entire valley, and it was terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, when the opponent was accumulating power, he was not idle. The ice dragon sword appeared in his hand. A ball of chi continuously condensed on the sword blade. "Gagaga, go to hell, let's perish together." After a moment, the Plague Demon King let out an ear-piercing laughter, and the dark green ball shot out from the giant abyss mouth. With an aura that could destroy everything, it attacked Ling Xiao. "Is that so? I want to see who will die." Ling Xiao slowly raised the ice dragon sword, and poured all of the moon true essence from Wanghan Tianzuan into it. The ultimate move of the Snow Lotus Sword Arts, Blizzard. All this time, Ling Xiao had never given up on comprehending the last move of the Snow Lotus Sword technique. When he left the Yuehua school, he had already mastered the last move. After coming to the Valley of Plagues and gaining experience from the battles, he was able to complete this move to near 90%. Although he hadn't fully comprehended it yet. However, he firmly believed that this move would be more terrifying than any of the previous moves. The reason why he didn't incorporate the power of celestial phenomenon was mainly because he wasn't skilled enough in controlling this move. Instead, it would lead to unnecessary changes. Furthermore, this move was more than enough to deal with the Pestilence Demon King's desperate move. This was the ice storm in the human dragon form. In an instant, the scenery of the entire underground palace changed completely. Cold winds howled and snow dragons danced in the air. It was as if it had turned into a scene of the end of winter. The moment the sword pierced out, it was as if he could see the nightmarish scene of a terrifying snowstorm wreaking havoc in the entire world, destroying everything. Boom, the ice storm met the dark green sphere. In the blink of an eye, countless cracks appeared on the sphere, and it turned into dust. After shattering the dark green sphere, the ice storm continued to sweep through everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, it was a mess. Everything was frozen or destroyed. Fortunately, this place was far from where Shangguan Lei was hiding and there were no slaves. Otherwise, those people would have died. This was the ice storm, a terrifying move. No. The Pestilence Demon King wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. The ice storm seemed slow, but its range was too large. Before he could get close, there was a terrifying suction force pulling the Pestilence Demon King's body towards the center of the ice storm. He couldn't escape. Buzz-ah, the sound of the violent wind was mixed with the continuous screams, forming a terrifying melody. After a full 10 breaths, the ice storm gradually subsided. A dark green crystal fell to the ground and was swallowed by the shadow behind Xianxia. I didn't expect the Pestilence Demon King's body to be such a crystal. After killing the Pestilence Demon King in one move, Xianxia didn't relax at all. The Pestilence Demon King, whose cultivation had recovered to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 4th layer, had caused such a huge massacre. What about the other 8 Demon Kings? And each Demon King had 72 demon generals under their command. Where were they now? To what extent they had recovered, there was no way to know. This feeling made him feel a little powerless. After all, if he wanted to save the world by himself, he was still too weak. Perhaps the human race would continue to produce outstanding geniuses. The heavenly dragon continent he lived in was still too small, too weak. Master. Suddenly, the dark green shadow behind him spoke. A martial spirit that could speak. This was an out-of-body level martial spirit. Xianxia didn't expect that after devouring the Pestilence Demon King's body, his Pestilence Demon King martial spirit would advance to the 3rd level, out-of-body. Remnant soul, perfect soul, out-of-body, and even higher realms. It wasn't easy to cultivate a martial spirit. Once one entered the out-of-body level, one still needed to cultivate continuously, reaching a total of 9 stages: 1 breath, 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 season, and 1 year. Xianxia's current Pestilence Demon King martial spirit should belong to the 1-minute stage of the out-of-body realm. The so-called 1 minute was 60 breaths. This was a way of dividing time in the mystic world. In other words, the martial spirit could be out of body for at least 60 breaths, which was 1 minute. After an out-of-body martial spirit, not only could it still improve the cultivator's strength in all aspects, it could also fight on its own. This was completely different from the perfect soul stage. Oh, that's great. Since you can speak, it's convenient. Where's the Pestilence Demon King's treasure? Also, he seemed to have said something before he died. What did he say? What did he mean? Xianxia asked excitedly. Originally, he was thinking about how to search this underground palace to see if he could find the Pestilence Demon King's treasure. Now, it was much easier. Of course, Master, please follow me. The Pestilence Demon King martial spirit actually flew in front of Xianxia. While heading towards the Pestilence Demon King's treasure, the Pestilence Demon King martial spirit continued. Before he died, the Pestilence Demon King shouted out 4 words in fear: Immemorial martial spirit. Immemorial martial spirit? What does that mean? Xianxia asked in confusion. The Pestilence Demon King martial spirit explained. Immemorial martial spirits are martial spirits passed down from the immemorial era, so they usually carry the aura and inheritance of the immemorial era's martial spirit. Once obtained, it's even more terrifying and powerful than an awakened martial spirit. Oh? The Pestilence Demon King probably mistook the immemorial golden dragon's aura in my body for an immemorial martial spirit. Xianxia silently thought. Xianxia had another guess about the aura of the immemorial martial soul in his body. Lahi's Mountain River martial soul was obviously an immemorial martial soul from the beginning. It should have existed in the remnant scroll that Hongqi's grandfather gave him. Later on, it lodged in his body. But later on, it actually completely merged with his soul. Was this an immemorial martial soul or an awakened martial soul? Xianxia was also a little confused. Master, the immemorial martial soul is a very precious treasure. Martial souls are divided into several types according to different inheritances. Among them, the immemorial martial soul is the most powerful and oldest type. The Plague Demon King martial soul continued to explain. But I've read a lot of information about the martial soul in the sect. There's very little information about the immemorial martial soul, and there's no record at all. Xianxia sighed. He could actually guess what happened. During the period of time when martial spirits were extinct, all records of martial spirits had disappeared. They had either been burned or taken to other places to be hidden. In short, Master, martial souls are not only important to the human race, but also to other races. And martial soul inheritances are even more mysterious. It's said that even the lowest level of martial soul inheritances can greatly improve a warrior's martial talent, comparable to a divine treasure body. There's actually such a saying? It seems that people nowadays really don't know much about martial souls. Not only that, there's almost no way to test the strength of a martial soul. It can only be shown in battle. Perhaps because of this, some real geniuses were missed by those stupid sections. The Plague Demon King martial soul probably absorbed some of the Plague Demon King's personality, so its attitude was somewhat arrogant and domineering. However, it was completely obedient to Ling Xiao. Well, actually, it couldn't be said to be obedient because it originally belonged to Ling Xiao. It was just a part of Ling Xiao's soul that was separated from him. Ling Xiao's understanding of martial souls had improved yet again. At the very least, he now understood that other than the ordinary aptitude test, the martial soul inheritance might be of even greater help to a martial artist. He suddenly thought of Dai Yuling. Therefore, he asked, I once had a cherry tree martial spirit, which was nourished by the mountain and river martial spirit. Then, it was transferred to another warrior. Is this considered a martial spirit inheritance? Of course it counts. This belongs to the lowest level of martial spirit inheritance. In the profound world, forcibly depriving others of their martial spirit and then implanting it into another person's body can also be considered as the lowest level of martial spirit inheritance. However, it is very crude and does not really exert the full effect of martial spirit inheritance. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. In the process of forcefully implanting someone's martial soul, there must be something missing, so it couldn't achieve the effect of a martial soul inheritance. Master, we found the Plague Demon King's treasure. Following the voice of the Plague Demon King martial spirit, Ling Xiao discovered that he had actually arrived near the altar of the true Devil Supreme Lord. At this time, he had already returned to his original appearance and removed his humanoid dragon form. However, his powerful analytical ability still allowed him to discover the secret of the altar. On a row of bricks near the ground, there was a special array refining stone embedded in them. If he wanted to open this treasury, he had to break the array on the array refining stone. This array was a bit interesting. Other than having a powerful soul force equivalent to the Plague Demon King, he also had to analyze the special password. He didn't expect the Plague Demon King to be a powerful musician. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ling Xiao's face revealed a surprised expression. The password left behind by the Plague Demon King on the stone bricks was actually a set of very good tunes. According to the results of his analysis, he used his soul force to knock on the stone bricks and began to play the tune. A moment later, the tune stopped, and the stone bricks actually disappeared. Then, a secret passage appeared there. Ling Xiao stepped on the stairs and walked down. The secret passage led to the treasury, which was at least 10 times larger than the basement above. The gold and silver stored inside was also 10 times more than the basement above. Ling Xiao could understand why the Plague Demon King would want these things. Recruiting troops and buying horses, there was no lack of gold and silver. In any case, after these people were tricked by the gold and silver, they would soon become their slaves. Unfortunately, for now, Ling Xiao was not interested in gold and silver. After his heavenly dragon golden body broke through to the 5th level, he could be reborn from a drop of blood, and did not need gold, so he no longer needed it. However, these things could be handed over to the Divine Sword sect. In the secular world, gold and silver were still very useful. Ling Xiao was concerned about other things. Oh, this is the Demon King seal of the true demonic empire. Good stuff. Each of the 9 demon kings of the true demonic empire had a Demon King seal. Although this seal did not have any special effects, it was the symbol of power of the true demonic empire's Demon King. With the Demon King seal, one could even command the Demon King's subordinates. Keep it. Ling Xiao kept the Plague Demon King seal in the Mountain River world. Who knew what use it would have in the future? Thinking about it, the Plague Demon King was quite pitiful. Back then, he could be said to have swept through the entire Sky Dragon continent. His strength was unparalleled. However, he was actually killed by an ant, an outer sect disciple of the Yuehua sect. If this were to spread, his reputation would be completely ruined. Immediately after, Ling Xiao found a gourd of pills in a gourd. Although he did not know what kind of pill it was, just by smelling it, he knew that it was extraordinary. It was probably a standard grade pill. He had struck it rich. There were more than 50 pills, enough for him to use for a while. Next to the gourd of pills, there was a cloth bag with a jade token hidden inside. The jade token was white and delicate. It was definitely a high-quality white jade. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that the jade token exuded a vast and mysterious aura. It was probably not an ordinary item. Next to the jade token, there was a broken umbrella. It was obviously broken, but the Plague Demon King still kept it. Who knew what it was for? Master, that gourd contains the soul essence pill. This pill was refined using the souls of over 100 transcendent realm cultivators and 81 special herbs. It's a yellow-grade low-grade pill. It's not an ordinary low-grade pill, it's much better. The Plague Demon King Martial Spirit suddenly explained, this pill is beneficial to the cultivation of transcendent realm cultivators. It's most effective for cultivators below the 5th layer of the transcendent realm. Oh, not bad. It was actually a yellow-grade low-grade pill. This was the first time Ling Xiao had picked up a standard grade pill. This Plague Demon King was really a good person. He knew that Ling Xiao needed this, so he kept it for him, haha. Although the refining process of this soul essence pill was cruel and bloody, as it was the lives of over 100 transcendent realm cultivators, since it had been successfully refined, he couldn't just throw it away. That would be too wasteful. But I didn't expect the Plague Demon King to know how to refine pills. That's strange. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and continued to look for things that would be useful to him. However, the voice of the Pestilence Demon King didn't stop there. Master, that jade tablet should be related to an ancient inheritance treasure. Furthermore, it's very likely to be one of the keys to open that treasure. The Pestilence Demon King had just obtained that item and hadn't had time to study it yet. Treasure? Interesting, I love treasures the most. To a martial artist, a treasure meant that they could find divine weapons or martial arts manuals, or even rare treasures. One had to know that the mystic world had a history of more than 100,000 years. In this period of history, there were several blank periods, and there were very few historical records. Especially the things left behind by the experts of the Human King's generation from 100,000 years ago. So far, no one had found them. Ling Xiao injected his soul force into the jade tablet to check it out. He found that there was indeed a place inside that looked like a tomb. However, because the picture was incomplete, it wasn't very clear. He couldn't tell where it was for now. What's more, Ling Xiao knew too little about the mystic world. He knew too little about the Sky Dragon continent. Even if the picture was clear, he might not be able to recognize it. I'll keep it first and slowly study it later. Anyway, without this key, even if someone found the treasure, they could forget about getting it. What's this broken umbrella? Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. That's the plague umbrella that the Plague Demon King once used. It's a divine-grade spirit weapon. What? It's a spirit weapon. And it's a divine-grade spirit weapon, Ling Xiao couldn't help but turn pale with fright. No wonder when he touched that broken umbrella, he felt an extremely terrifying aura rush into his body, as if it wanted to destroy him. Fortunately, he had the Mountain River martial spirit, and this aura was instantly reduced to nothing. It's a divine-grade spirit weapon, I really didn't expect it. However, this Pestilence Demon King was quite cunning. He had placed this broken umbrella here. If someone really wanted to break in and steal his treasures, once they touched this broken umbrella, the terrifying aura that would suddenly erupt would be enough to kill that person instantly. Unfortunately, the person who came here was Ling Xiao, and his evil plan couldn't succeed. I can't use this thing. Ling Xiao originally thought that he had found a good treasure and was overjoyed. However, when he tried to activate the magic treasure, it was a pity that there was no effect at all. It seemed that the books he had read weren't wrong. Spirit artifacts could only be used by Heaven Realm masters. Although this plague-cleansing umbrella was broken and had lost a lot of its power, it should still be a common-grade spirit artifact at the very least. It was not something a transcendent realm cultivator like him could use. He had once heard from Yang Danlin that the most powerful treasure in the Yuehua school was the Moonlight Sword, which was considered the most precious treasure of the school. However, it was only a fine-grade spiritual artifact. In the sect, most of the elders, and even the current sect leader, only used divine artifacts. As mentioned before, weapons could be divided into treasured weapons, spirit weapons, true weapons, supreme weapons, and heavenly Tao weapons. In the secular world, there were also people who called the latter two immortal artifacts and divine artifacts. Each grade of weapon was further divided into 5 grades: common grade, fine grade, rare grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. For example, Ling Zhao's Ice Dragon Sword was a rare grade artifact, the Floating Snow Sword was a fine grade artifact, and the Plague Cleansing Umbrella was a common grade spirit artifact. He had seen many weapons so far, but this was the first time he had seen a spirit artifact. According to the information from the Yuehua school, the strongest weapon on the Heavenly Dragon continent was probably a spirit artifact. He had never heard of a weapon with a higher grade than a spirit artifact. In the sect, weapons were the most common, and most of them were below the rare grade. Immortal grade and divine grade artifacts could only be owned by those with deep inheritances, elders, or sect leaders. Once such an item appeared, it would be immediately snatched up. I didn't expect this broken umbrella to be a spirit artifact. However, even if it was a spirit artifact, I probably wouldn't use it. It would be better to use it as a material to make a better sword for me. If the Plague Demon King knew that Ling Xiao intended to use his own treasure as a material to make a sword, he would probably be angered to death. However, Ling Xiao couldn't care less about what a dead person would think. He had already made up his mind. Spirit artifacts to the current him had no meaning at all. Because if he couldn't activate it, it was just a waste. Speaking of spirit artifacts, he suddenly thought of a piece of metal that he had coincidentally obtained in Sky Cloud City which contained a terrifying murderous aura. From the looks of it, the murderous aura was even more terrifying than the plague cleansing umbrella. Could it be that the piece of metal was a treasure of a higher grade than a spirit artifact? Ling Xiao looked into the mountain river world and saw that the piece of metal was stuck on a rock. It stood tall between heaven and earth, constantly releasing a terrifying murderous aura. Forget it, this thing was also very dangerous. He would slowly study it in the future. He continued to search through the Plague Demon King's treasure and found over 10,000 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones, over 1,000 pieces of middle-grade spirit stones, and over 100 pieces of upper-grade spirit stones. All these things were naturally kept in his bag. There were also a few martial arts manuals which were all true Devil Empire's devil arts. They were all gold-grade martial arts. Unfortunately, the cultivation method was completely different from the human race's martial arts. He didn't intend to cultivate them but kept them to see if he could auction them off in the future. He believed that in the mystic world, there were many people who cultivated devil arts. Finally, he kept all the gold and silver. Anyway, his mountain river world was very big. Even though gold and silver had a relatively small effect on practitioners, but it wasn't completely useless. After completely searching through the Plague Demon King's treasure, Ling Xiao went to look for Xianxia. The mission this time was really full of twists and turns. Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue actually fell to the enemy's side so easily. They didn't have any backbone at all. But this was good as well. Ling Xiao didn't have to kill them himself. Moreover, these two people's treasured weapons and weapons, as well as that piece of gold brick, had all become Ling Zhao's spoils of war. At this time, Xianxia had already fainted. He probably fainted because the battle just now was too intense and he couldn't stand the terrifying aura. It had to be said that this person was very lucky. If he insisted on walking down the path of darkness like Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue, he might have been devoured by the Plague Demon King. Fortunately, he held his bottom line and stood with Ling Xiao. That was how he managed to save his own life. Even though he was missing a leg, this wasn't a problem. Transcendents could use puppet techniques to attach artificial limbs, and they were very useful. He Sua's body was once directly destroyed by Ling Xiao. Later, it was completely made out of puppet materials. Apart from being injured, Xianxia Lei's most serious injury was actually the plague poison. But this matter was not a problem for Ling Xiao. He absorbed all of this plague poison and used it to nourish the plague demon king martial soul. Not long after, Shang Guanlei woke up from his coma. Seeing that it was Ling Xiao, Shang Guanlei immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then asked in surprise, "Junior brother Ling, what about the plague demon king?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Dead." He did not explain anything, and Shang Guanlei did not dare to ask any more. Shang Guanlei was very clear that this junior brother of his had too many secrets. The less he knew, the more benefits it would be for him. Anyway, he had made up his mind to absolutely not be enemies with Ling Xiao in the future. Although he did not know how the plague demon king died, he definitely died in the hands of junior brother Ling. Before fainting, he clearly felt an extremely terrifying aura. That was not the plague demon king's aura, then there was only one possibility: this junior brother Ling concealed his strength. He was actually stupid enough to be enemies with this monster. He was really tired of living. Perhaps junior brother Ling was even more terrifying than He Sua, and his future achievements would probably not be lower than Meng Yuan. He had to stand on the right side. "Senior brother Shangguan, do you plan to install a puppet prosthetic on this leg, or do you want it to grow out again?" Ling Xiao needed Shang Guanlei to owe him a favor. This way, if the sect asked, Shang Guanlei would definitely still be biased towards him. The fewer enemies, the better, and the more friends, the better. He had no enmity with Shang Guanlei in the first place, so there was no need to become like fire and water with He Sua and Meng Yuan. "Of course it's better to grow it out again, but I don't have that ability." Shang Guanlei smiled bitterly. "That's easy." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "I once cultivated a, which can use gold to regrow broken limbs. Originally, it could only be used on myself, but after I researched it and made some modifications, it can also be used on others, but the consumption of true essence will increase terrifyingly by 10 times. Don't worry, junior brother Ling. You saved my life. If you heal my broken leg, I, Shang Guanlei, will not harm you no matter how heartless I am." When Shang Guanlei heard Ling Xiao's words, he was overjoyed. "After returning to Yuehua School, I will sever all ties with Meng Yuan and He Sua. I will not contact them again." "That won't be necessary." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior brother, you don't have to act too special. Just continue to be on good terms with He Sua and Meng Yuan." "I understand." Shang Guanlei was secretly surprised. Ling Xiao was not even 15 years old, but his mind was so mature. By doing this, he wanted him to monitor He Sua and Meng Yuan for him. Amazing, Shang Guanlei was full of admiration. He thought to himself that Ling Xiao was indeed smart to be able to achieve his current achievements under the constant suppression and interference of He Sua. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. 2 hours later. Large beads of sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead, and his face was somewhat pale. However, Shang Guanlei's broken leg had completely grown back. This was the first time Ling Xiao used the 9 revolutions golden body technique to heal others, so he was not very familiar with it, which was why he consumed so much energy. "Junior brother Ling, you rest here first. I'll go find something to eat." Shang Guanlei saw that Ling Xiao was exhausted and said, "Go. Also, find all the slaves. They have all been planted with plague seeds by the plague demon king. Once they leave the underground cave, they will definitely be poisoned to death. I have to find a way to get rid of all the plague seeds in their bodies." Ling Xiao nodded, then closed his eyes and began to recover. Although it consumed a lot of energy, to his surprise, his cultivation seemed to be showing signs of improvement. After Shang Guanlei left, he took a soul essence pill. The effect of this low-level yellow-grade pill was really overbearing. If he had taken it when he was in the martial vein realm, he would probably have died from bleeding from his 7 orifices. But now, his cultivation was already at the early 2nd layer of the transcendent realm, so there was no problem. Coupled with the suppression of the ancient golden dragon's blood and the mountain and river martial spirit, this low-level yellow-grade pill did not dare act rashly. After half an hour, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and 2 golden lights shot out from them. He broke through, and this time, he broke through from the early 2nd layer of the transcendent realm to the peak 2nd layer of the transcendent realm, only a step away from the 3rd layer of the transcendent realm. He could feel that this mission had helped him a lot. Not only because of the soul essence pill, but also because he had benefited greatly from the battle. Especially in the battle with the Plague Demon King. If he had made the slightest mistake, he could have died on the spot. His true chi was also under great pressure, constantly boiling and growing. Finally, when the conditions were right, he was promoted. Beside him, Xianxia sat cross-legged, guarding him. In front of him were thousands of valley residents, their eyes filled with fear. They all knelt there, trembling in fear. Especially when they were intimidated by the golden light in Ling Xiao's eyes, their bodies trembled even more. Don't be afraid, I am Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Yuehua school. This time, I came to the valley to save everyone. The Plague Demon King that you were so afraid of has been killed by me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. So it's a master from the Yuehua school. We're saved. But is the Plague Demon King really dead? The plague seeds in our bodies haven't disappeared. When the crowd heard Ling Xiao's words, they couldn't help but discuss excitedly and worriedly. Absorb. Ling Xiao didn't explain. Instead, he waved his hand and the phantom of the Plague Demon King martial spirit appeared behind him. Only Xianxia could see this phantom. The martial vein cultivators and ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Ling Xiao did this to avoid trouble. It would be bad if he was mistaken for the incarnation of the Plague Demon King. With the appearance of the Plague Demon King martial spirit, thousands of plague seeds turned into green lights and flew out of the slaves' bodies. Then, they all merged into the martial spirit. After the Plague Demon King martial spirit finished its task, it slowly disappeared. Long live the Yuehua school! Long live Master Ling! The slaves were originally residents of the valley. Some of them were even martial vein cultivators. They suffered a calamity and thought that this was how they would spend the rest of their lives. They would never see the light of day and die of sorrow. However, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. They actually got rid of the terrifying plague seeds and returned to normal. Who among you can take on the responsibility? Ling Xiao asked. 3 people walked out of the crowd. An old man and 2 young men. I am an elder of the Green Valley. These 2 are the children of the Green Valley Master. The old man explained. Very good. Ling Xiao waved his hand and took out tens of thousands of silver from the mountain river world. I'll give this silver to you to rebuild the valley. There is no more plague here. I hope the Green Valley can be as beautiful as before. Ling Xiao only took out some silver, but it could save thousands of people. He felt that this was a good deed and there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, silver was basically useless to him. Many thanks, Master Ling. Under the lead of the old man, those people solemnly knelt towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not stop them. If he did not let these people kneel, they would probably be afraid instead. After all, Ling Xiao was a disciple of the Yuehua school. Moreover, he was an expert who could kill the Plague Demon King. Junior brother Ling, although the plague outside has been cleared, there are still many animals that have mutated due to the plague. If we don't get rid of them, I'm afraid these people won't be able to live. Xianxia reminded. That's simple. Just leave it to me. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and let Xianxia lead everyone to pack up and prepare to leave the underground devil palace. He then turned and left. He went to deal with those animals. The infected animals did not need to be killed. They were only infected by the plague virus, so their temperament became violent. If the plague virus was expelled, then they could be easily dealt with. In just a quarter of an hour. Xianxia and the others had not even finished packing up when Ling Xiao had already returned. It's over? Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment, feeling that it was simply inconceivable. And, it's over. Moreover, I also took the time to contact the Northern Han troops stationed outside. They have already entered the valley and will help the people here to build temporary houses. As for this devil's den, let's inform the sect and let them deal with it. Ling Xiao had already taken everything that should be taken. Therefore, even if this place was handed over to the Yuehua school, there was nothing wrong with it. We will listen to junior brother Ling's instructions. Xianxia now prostrated himself in admiration towards Ling Xiao. He did not have the slightest bit of doubt. Can I ask a question? When he was leading the people out of the devil's den, Ling Xiao suddenly asked, Were the three of you really incited by He Sua and Meng Yuan to kill me? Although Ling Xiao had basically confirmed this matter, in the end, it was only his speculation. He needed an accurate answer. Shang Guanlei nodded and said, "Junior brother Ling's guess is correct. The three of us have a close relationship with He Sua. This time, it was him and Meng Yuan who enticed us with a large sum of money to make the three of us attack you during the mission." As expected. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. The flame deity's disciples had really put in a lot of effort to deal with him. Unfortunately, their conspiracy would never succeed. Then does Meng Yuan know the difficulty of this mission? Ling Xiao asked again. In the beginning, the three of us thought that this was just a normal level 3 quest. It should be easy for the three of us to complete it. Killing you was just a matter of convenience. Shang Guanlei replied, however, now that I think about it, Meng Yuan's attitude was ambiguous, and his words inadvertently revealed the uncertain factors of this mission. Therefore, I suspect that he knew that this mission was very likely to reach level 4, or even level 5. He just didn't want to tell us, for fear that we would be scared and retreat. As expected, he's not a good person. He even cheated his own people? Ling Xiao sneered. His own people? Shang Guanlei shook his head and said, "No, junior brother Ling, you're wrong. In Meng Yuan's eyes, the three of us are just 3 chess pieces that can be discarded at any time. Other than his brothers and master, the others are not considered his own people." I can understand. Ling Xiao nodded and said. To be honest, this time if junior brother Ling didn't turn the tide and control the situation, I'm afraid I would have died. Shang Guanlei sighed and said, "It's already very lucky that I didn't die this time. The reward for this mission will all be received by junior brother Ling." Ling Xiao didn't refuse. If it was his, it was his. He had already given Shang Guanlei a lot of benefits. If Shang Guanlei didn't know what was good for him, then he would naturally think of a way. This time, from the beginning to the end, it was only him who worked hard. Shang Guanlei helped a little. As for Wang Yanjun and Chen Zue, they were completely more of a hindrance. It wouldn't be too much for him to receive all the rewards. Senior brother Shangguan, you go back to the sect and report the situation first. I'll stay here to guard in case other disciples come and snatch it. At this time, the plague had been completely removed. It was hard to guarantee that other sect disciples wouldn't come. It would be safer for him to stay here and wait for the experts of the Yuehua school to come. No problem. Shang Guanlei understood why Ling Xiao wanted him to go back. First, it was because his strength was naturally not as good as Ling Zhao's. If he stayed here, he was afraid that he would be in trouble again. Second, it was probably a test for him to see how he would report to the sect after returning. This junior brother of his was really watertight. After Shang Guanlei left, Ling Xiao didn't stay idle. Instead, he continued to search in the valley. Although he had already found most of the good things of the Plague Demon King from the treasury, in the process of searching this time, he still found a lot of spirit stone fragments left behind from the war in the past, as well as many growing in the valley. Treasures of heaven and earth that the Plague Demon King didn't have time to pick. These could be consumed directly, but they were more effective when used to refine pills. He could temporarily raise them in the Mountain River realm. In addition, there were also a lot of treasure remains and fragments. He also collected these things. If he wanted to upgrade his 36 Big Dipper flying swords, he would need these materials. In the end, Ling Xiao was completely rich this time. He was only an outer sect disciple, and the salary that most of the inner sect disciples of the Yuehua school received every month was a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones. This time, he had obtained more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Whether it was used to set up arrays or cultivate, they were very useful. Not to mention, there were also thousands of mid-grade spirit stones and hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. Only the core disciples had the chance to obtain mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, they could only get 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones every month. It would be good if they could get 1 high-grade spirit stone a year. He could be considered a real tycoon now. After Ling Xiao returned to the Plague Manor from his treasure hunt, he found 3 disciples of the Beast King Palace standing there. The manor's door had been sealed, and the words Beast King Palace seal were written on it. The two sons of the Valley Master of the Green Valley that Ling Xiao had just rescued were beaten black and blue. They were lying on the ground moaning. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Although the rules of the 12 sects were not to have conflicts easily. However, if someone was too shameless, Ling Xiao couldn't care less about those rules. Master Ling. When the two sons of the Valley Master of the Green Valley saw that Ling Xiao had returned, they were overjoyed and hurried over. It's okay, leave everything to me. Although Ling Xiao didn't have much to do with the people of the Green Valley, he was the one who had rescued these people. If someone wanted to touch them, he wouldn't be happy. Now that the two young masters of the Green Valley were injured, although they could still move, it was like slapping his face. Looking at the white seal on the manor's door, Ling Xiao revealed a disdainful sneer. The Plague Valley mission was completed by me, Ling Xiao. The Plague Demon King was also killed by me, Ling Xiao. Even those thousands of people were saved by me, Ling Xiao. If it was the Yuehua school that sealed this place, I could still accept it. But who does the Beast King Palace think you are? How dare you steal my, Ling Xiao's, credit? Just like that, under everyone's watchful eyes, he stretched out his hand and slapped it. The seal immediately turned to dust, but the two ordinary wooden doors were not damaged at all. This was the advantage of having exquisite control over his true yuan. In terms of true yuan control, if Ling Xiao said he was second, there were not many people in the Tianlong continent who would dare to say they were first. Bastard, what are you doing? Ling Xiao tore the seal on the Beast King Palace on the spot, which naturally caused the disciples of the Beast King Palace to be dissatisfied. The first to make trouble was actually a woman. This woman was dressed in a wild and sexy manner, and her appearance was also extremely coquettish. Looking at her, Ling Xiao could not help but think of Ling Yu. She was also a seductive woman, but she did not have a good ending. The woman swayed her graceful waist like a water snake. Her every move, even her words, were filled with a strong charm. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at her indifferently, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Although he also liked beautiful women, in his eyes, this woman was only a poisonous snake that ate people. He did not doubt that this woman bore the burden of countless innocent lives, and most of them were probably men. Of course, those men who fell for her because of her beauty also deserved to die. However, that could not cover up this woman's evil and cruelty. The sects of the sacred dynasty had never been divided into good and evil. Therefore, one should not think that the 12 sects did not have people who practiced demonic arts. After the fall of the true demonic empire, many martial arts techniques flowed into the 12 sects. Ling Zhao's 9 demonic divine art probably appeared at that time, but it was unknown how it ended up in the small Ling family in Tianfeng City. I'm tearing the seal on the door. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Ling Xiao looked at this woman and said indifferently. He did not have a good impression of this woman. Not only because of her arrogant tone, but more importantly, he could feel the cruelty and bloodthirst in this woman's aura. Although Ling Xiao also killed people, he would not kill innocent people. This woman was different. You knew that the seal was placed by the Beast King Palace, yet you still dared to tear it off? The woman's face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Nonsense, I completed the Plague Valley mission. Even if there's a seal, it should be the Yuehua sect. Don't tell me that the Beast King Palace wants to steal other people's credit? Ling Xiao was not afraid of his murderous aura. Instead, he hoped that this woman would not provoke him. He had killed enough people in the past few days, and he was too lazy to kill more people. Humph, you completed the mission? Do you have proof? The woman laughed disdainfully, full of sarcasm and pride. We can testify for Master Ling. The two young masters of Green Valley were bold enough to speak up for Ling Xiao at this time. You're courting death. The woman's eyes flashed with coldness. Suddenly, the shadow of a venomous snake appeared behind her. It was even sticking out its tongue. It was said that the martial artists of the Beast King Palace were not only good at controlling demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, but they also all had animal-type martial souls. Ling Xiao had seen it for himself today. This woman's martial soul should be a venomous snake. 5-step snake martial soul, Ling Xiao frowned. He finally recognized this woman's martial soul. 5-step snake meant that if a human was bitten by it, they would die within 5 steps. It showed that the snake's bite was extremely poisonous. The venom of this snake was greater than that of a cobra. It was said that those who were bitten by this snake basically died while those who were bitten by a cobra could be saved. Five-step snake was extremely aggressive and its head could rotate rapidly. It was very scary. This woman seemed to have merged with the five-step snake martial soul and possessed the character of a venomous snake. The moment the five-step snake martial soul appeared, a venomous ray shot towards the young master of Green Valley. Ding, with Ling Xiao around, it was naturally impossible to let these two people die an unnatural death. He casually threw out 2 stones and blocked the venomous ray in midair. But the 2 stones had been corroded by the venom and instantly rotted. Eh? I didn't expect you to be able to block my attack even though you're only a half-step master. Interesting. The woman did not continue to attack. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao with interest. I'm surprised that a disciple of the Beast King Palace would casually kill an ordinary person. Your sect's style of doing things is really unflattering. Ever since Ling Xiao was in Sky Cloud City, he did not have a good impression of the disciples of the Beast King Palace. Beast King Palace actually assisted the Blue Eyes clan to attack Sky Cloud City. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of a Sword King sect disciple, Master Baiyun would have died there. Once Master Baiyun died, Sky Cloud City would naturally be destroyed. Lin Zhe, Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and himself, Ling Xiao, could all die. Shimei, this person humiliated our sect. Why waste time talking to him? Just kill him. Let's take advantage of the fact that Yuehua School's experts have not arrived. If we occupy this place, it will be our Beast King Palace's credit. So the charming woman's name was Shimei. This name was very suitable for her. At this moment, another disciple of the Beast King Palace who was standing in front of the manor with Shimei spoke. It was obvious that this person was impulsive. But just like Shimei, he was also bloodthirsty. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao's heart turn cold. Alright, junior brother Zhang, I'll leave it to you. With your strength, killing him should be easy. Shimei smiled coquettishly and nodded. At this moment, more and more people started to appear around the manor. Among them were disciples from the 12 sects, as well as some disciples from small sects and aristocratic families. These people came to the valley with the same purpose, which was to get a share of the loot. But judging from their cultivation level, they should be inner disciples who were on a mission nearby. Most of them were below Transcendent Realm Level 3. Ling Xiao saw so many people gathered here and made a decision in his heart. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey, he would never allow anyone to snatch his credit. This was an opportunity for him. As long as he used thunderous methods to intimidate these people, they would not dare to act recklessly. Until Yuehua School's people arrived, this matter would be considered settled. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can break the seal of our Beast King Palace? Junior brother Zhang from Beast King Palace looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His voice was filled with a strong sense of superiority and dominance. Yang Kai really did not know where his sense of superiority and dominance came from. Was it because of his strength? But this junior brother Zhang's strength was not that great. He was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 3, the same level as Chen Zue and Shangguan Lei. How can a disciple of the Beast King Palace be so shameless and overbearing? Others have worked so hard to complete the mission, yet you want to snatch it away. How shameless! Ling Xiao said coldly. Little B****, you must be tired of living. Junior fellow apprentice Zhang sneered. Originally, he didn't want to make a move in front of so many people because Ling Xiao was a disciple of the Yuehua School. However, he was in a difficult position now. Ling Xiao had insulted his school in front of so many people. If he didn't do anything, he would be laughed at. At this moment, Shimei chuckled and said, Junior brother Zhang, he doesn't seem to take your threat seriously. Shouldn't you teach this Yuehua School disciple a lesson? Senior sister Shimei, don't worry. Leave this little B**** to me. You don't have to do anything. Junior brother Zhang's face flushed red. Obviously, he felt embarrassed. He was embarrassed in front of the woman he had a crush on. This made him a little unhappy. He looked at Ling Xiao, and with a wave of his hand, a pair of divine weapons appeared in his hand. They were actually treasured artifacts, beast claws. This sort of weapon was very special. It wasn't made of metal. Instead, it was made directly from the claws of fierce beasts. It was even more terrifying than weapons made of metal. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Junior brother Zhang shouted coldly. I'm Ling Xiao, an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. I hope you'll remember this name after you die. Come find me if you need to seek revenge. Ling Xiao replied calmly. Huh? Ha 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 ha, outer disciple? How dare an outer disciple of the Yuehua school be so arrogant? It seems like they're getting more and more arrogant after so many years without anyone teaching the Yuehua school a lesson. Junior brother Zhang was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. The people who were watching the show also burst into laughter. In their opinion, an outer disciple who dared to make a fuss in front of an inner disciple of the Beast King Palace was courting death. Is it that funny? Ling Xiao looked at junior brother Zhang calmly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. There had been people who had mocked him like this before, but they had either died or lost miserably. Junior brother Zhang, if you're not going to make a move, let me do it. Right at that moment, another Beast King Palace disciple standing beside Shimei spoke up. This person should be slightly older than Shimei and that junior brother Zhang, and his cultivation should also be slightly stronger. Senior apprentice brother Hai, there's no need to fight with me over killing an outer sect disciple, right? Junior brother Zhang said with a smile. That's true. This Yuehua school is the weakest among the 12 sects. Now that he's an outer sect disciple, I don't think we need to do anything. Even my pet can bite him to death. Senior brother Hai said with a smile. These two people actually treated Ling Xiao as a dead man. You talk too much. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he had already struck out with his palm. Junior brother Zhang and senior brother Hai from the Beast King Palace were still discussing how to kill Ling Xiao. It was as if they were discussing how to deal with a salted fish. However, all of a sudden, both of them felt a horrifying aura appear out of nowhere. They heard a sorrowful cry in the air. It was as if even the elements in the air were frightened by this palm and started to howl. What a horrifying palm. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was filled with an incomparable destructive intent. Senior brother Hai and Shimei were so frightened by this palm that they took several steps back. Junior brother Zhang, on the other hand, was the closest to Ling Xiao. His body was actually frightened by this terrifying destructive intent, and he was so stiff that he couldn't move. What he saw was a hand. But it also seemed to be a sky. Damn it! Junior brother Zhang was terrified. He couldn't understand how an outer sect disciple from the Yuehua school could be so powerful. It was just one palm, but it contained such destructive intent. It was as if he was going to be torn apart. Save me! Junior brother Zhang turned his head with difficulty and shouted at Shimei and his senior brother Hai. However, his voice was hoarse and filled with despair. Even so, Shimei and senior brother Hai should have heard him. Unfortunately, neither of them dared to step forward to save him. The horrifying power of Ling Xiao's palm was beyond their understanding. Was he still an outer sect disciple? Junior brother Zhang was in complete despair. Then, an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped his body. He felt his body explode in an instant, and everything after that had nothing to do with him. A few pieces of clothes flew between heaven and earth, and there was a strong burnt smell. Drip, drip, Shimei and senior brother Hai's foreheads were dripping cold sweat to the ground. Thump, thump, their hearts were beating wildly, and their hearts were trembling violently. They could only watch helplessly as a living person died. And he died without a complete corpse. No, he was reduced to dust, and only pieces of clothes were left. Shimei and senior brother Hai didn't expect that the person they thought could be killed by their pets at any time would kill their junior brother. He made them pay a heavy price in blood. You killed him. You killed junior brother Zhang. Are you crazy? He is a disciple of the Beast Palace. How dare you kill him? Senior brother Hai mumbled to himself, terrified. In his mind, the disciples of the Yuehua school were like sheep. Even if they were humiliated outside, they wouldn't dare to kill. At most, they would go back to the faction to complain. But today, an outer sect disciple of the Yuehua school had killed his junior brother, an inner sect disciple of the Beast Palace, therefore, these people were shameless and ridiculous. When they wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they never thought that the 12 sects couldn't kill each other. But now, one of their disciples was killed. They suddenly understood that they couldn't do that. I know that he is a disciple of the Beast Palace, an inner sect disciple of the Beast Palace. But I killed him. Ling Xiao said with sarcasm and mockery, not only did I kill him, but I also killed the two of you. Don't even think about leaving. As he spoke, he took a step forward. However, this gentle step caused senior apprentice Brother Hai and Ximei's hearts to tremble, and they both took 2 steps back. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you taking a step back? Are you going the wrong way? Ling Xiao asked mockingly. You are definitely not an outer sect disciple of the Yuehua school. Who are you? Are you a monster from the demonic empire? Senior Brother Hai roared loudly, as if this would give him incomparable courage. How ridiculous. You can't beat me, so you try to slander me. Is this how you Beast Palace disciples behave? Ling Xiao shook his head and continued to walk forward. The two of them continued to retreat. Plop. Because Senior Brother Hai was retreating in a hurry, he accidentally tripped over a stone. This was ridiculous. A dignified Transcendent Realm cultivator tripped over a stone. No one would believe it. Don't come any closer. Senior Brother Hai shouted as he scrambled to his feet. Senior Brother Hai, calm down, think about it carefully, this little brat just launched a sneak attack while you were chatting with Junior Brother Zhang. He's not that strong, he must have used some kind of Thunderbolt Thunder Fireball or something. As a woman, Ximei was much calmer than Senior Brother Hai. She stopped and stared coldly at Ling Xiao before turning to Senior Brother Hai and saying. Senior Brother Hai also came to his senses at this time. Junior Brother Zhang's death was too tragic and too strange, so much so that he had mistaken the other party for a monster from the true demon empire. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that what Junior Sister Ximei said was true. There was a strange look in Ximei's beautiful eyes. There was a bit of surprise and also a bit of fear. However, she was able to maintain her composure for the time being. Because although Ling Xiao's aura had soared to the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm in an instant, if that was all there was to it, she really wouldn't have been afraid. In her opinion, this Ling Xiao was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and must have learned some kind of special martial skill that allowed him to instantly erupt with power close to the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. This sudden attack had severely injured Junior Brother Zhang, who had underestimated him, and instantly turned him to dust. That must be it. She also admitted that she had underestimated Ling Xiao a little, but the instantaneous eruption of power Ling Xiao had displayed was only around the early 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Moreover, she firmly believed that this kind of martial skill that could suddenly erupt with such great power would consume a lot of energy and should not be used too many times. Considering all this, she turned to Senior Brother Hai and said, Senior Brother Hai, Junior Brother Zhang's death was due to him underestimating his enemy. This little brat seems to have mastered a terrifying palm technique that can instantly increase his attack power to the early 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm, but this is not a reason for us to be afraid. If Senior Brother Hai is afraid, then let me avenge Junior Brother Zhang. This Ximei was really scheming. Her words not only reminded Senior Brother Hai of Ling Xiao's true strength, but also forced Senior Brother Hai to have no choice but to take action. It could be seen that this Senior Apprentice Brother Hai was the same as that Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang. He had also been confused by Ximei. How could he let Ximei take such a risk? Senior Brother Hai also gradually calmed down. He understood that Ximei was instigating him to deal with Ling Xiao. However, this was not something excessive. One had to know that he was a late-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd level inner disciple of the Beast King Palace, while his opponent was merely an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. His cultivation was only at the half-master level. He had only learned a set of palm techniques that allowed him to unleash a terrifying attack in an instant. As long as he dealt with it carefully, wouldn't killing the other party be a matter of moments? Moreover, this Ling Xiao actually made him lose face in front of his fellow Taoists. If he couldn't kill him, this matter would probably become a stain on his life. That won't do. The fear in his eyes had completely dissipated and was replaced by a frenzied desire to fight and kill. Junior Sister Ximei, there's no need for you to deal with an outer disciple of Yuehua school. Senior apprentice brother Hai glanced at Shimei and said coldly, "Leave junior apprentice brother Zhang's revenge to me. I want him to know the price he has to pay for killing a disciple of the Beast King Palace." Ling Xiao stood there, his eyes still cold and indifferent, as if the two people in front of him were already dead. "Haven't you discussed the order of death? How about I send you to hell together? Little bastard, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible after killing junior apprentice brother Zhang?" Senior apprentice brother Hai roared angrily, and the shadow of a black panther suddenly appeared behind him. The black panther's body was pitch black, and its huge shadow was 7 to 8 meters tall. It stood majestically behind senior apprentice brother Hai and stared at Ling Xiao with its glowing eyes. As the shadow of the black panther appeared, senior apprentice brother Hai's body seemed to undergo some changes. His muscles tightened and the confidence in his eyes grew stronger. Black Panther martial soul? In an instant, his mountain river martial soul told him the answer. This kind of martial soul could give its owner a terrifying speed and attack bonus. Moreover, when a black panther hunted for prey, its ability to find opportunities was also very terrifying. Therefore, Ling Xiao believed that senior apprentice brother Hai possessed 3 abilities the moment he summoned his black panther martial soul: speed increase, attack increase, and a powerful ability to find openings. Sure enough, it was as he expected. The martial souls of the Beast King Palace's martial souls were all animal type. It was a pity that junior apprentice brother Zhang died too quickly, and he didn't even have time to summon his martial soul. It was very difficult to know what kind of martial soul he had. However, Ling Zhao's interest in martial souls was getting stronger and stronger. The entire profound world was made up of 13 continents. Just the Heavenly Dragon continent alone had the human race's sacred dynasty, Ninja Nation, Jadeite Nation, Barbarian Tribe, and many other large and small nations. Under the human race's sacred dynasty, there were hundreds and thousands of vassal states. Northern Han was only one of the vassal states, and he had already seen many martial souls. Especially after his mountain river martial soul had completely awakened and fused with it, it had brought the human race's golden period of martial soul awakening and inheritance. This period of time wasn't long, but it had still been more than 2 months. During this time, billions of cultivators had awakened their martial souls. Thinking about it, the number of martial souls he would see in the future would probably increase, and they would also be more varied. Divine Prison King Fist, Bullhead Smash. Ling Xiao planned to test out the Black Panther martial soul's abilities first. After all, his opponent was a late-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd layer cultivator. If he attacked without understanding his opponent's abilities, he might end up in a passive situation if he failed to kill him. Therefore, he was only testing his opponent. However, even though he was just testing his opponent, his fist was still powerful. The fist energy blasted out like a thunderclap. In a daze, he seemed to see a bullhead divine object pouncing towards his opponent. Whoosh! In that instant, senior apprentice brother Hai suddenly disappeared, his body turned into an afterimage, and he disappeared at the same time as his martial soul. Although Ling Zhao's palm strike was powerful, it only hit the ground, causing a cloud of dust to fly up. He didn't use his true strength for this palm strike. It was only a half-step grandmaster. It was just a test, so there was no need to consume too much true chi. Senior apprentice brother Hai's disappearance caused a series of surprised shouts. The surrounding disciples exclaimed one after another. Suddenly, senior apprentice brother Hai's figure reappeared, but this time, he was behind Ling Xiao. He held 2 daggers in his hands, which emitted a cold light. The green fluorescence on the daggers was obvious at a glance that they had been smeared with poison. Ding! The daggers stabbed Ling Zhao's body, but the sound of metal clashing rang out. Senior apprentice brother Hai was stunned for a moment, but then he saw Ling Xiao suddenly turn around and send out another palm strike, Divine Prison King Fist, Horseface Smash. It was still a test. Senior brother Hai's movement technique, coupled with the Black Panther martial spirit, was simply unfathomable. Although it was not as good as Ling Zhao's movement technique, it was not far off. If Ling Xiao wanted to completely capture his trajectory, he would have to use a few more moves. Senior brother Hai was stunned for a moment after his attack failed. He obviously did not expect Ling Zhao's body to be so hard. At that moment, he thought that Ling Xiao might be wearing some kind of defensive treasure. His eyes actually flashed with a hint of greed. However, this greedy look disappeared in an instant, because Ling Xiao's palm wind came again. This palm whistled as the horse's face was faintly discernible. It was actually mixed with a faint neighing sound that disturbed one's mind. Humph, your speed is too slow. Don't even think about attacking me. A complacent voice came from all directions. Senior Brother Hai once again disappeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. That palm once again hit the ground. It actually did not hurt Senior Brother Hai in the slightest. Interesting. This Black Panther martial spirit is indeed similar to what I expected. This guy's speed is astonishing. He can always dodge my attacks and can even disappear into thin air. This should be like a black panther hiding in the dark to hunt for its prey. But how could he disappear? Ling Xiao frowned. He could not understand this point for the time being. There were no spatial fluctuations, which meant that this person was not hiding in another space. Then where was he hiding? Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. The unknown ability of the enemy did not make him the slightest bit afraid. Instead, it made him excited. This kind of battle was more meaningful to study. Is your speed slow? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then I will also play with you. Ever since he started practicing the soaring cloud steps until it was upgraded to the Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusory Array, there had never been a warrior within 2 realms who could surpass him in terms of movement technique. This Senior Brother Hai actually wanted to play with him in speed. At that moment, Ling Xiao moved, his figure turned into several afterimages and separately pounced into the crowd. As expected, Ling Xiao now knew why his opponent had disappeared. Senior Brother Hai seemed to have disappeared strangely, but he used his extremely fast speed to hide in the crowd and then hit his aura. Competing with me in speed? You're courting death. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like a cold wind from hell, invading Senior Brother Hai's body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Divine Hell King's Fist, Hellish Twist. In the midst of the chase, Ling Xiao punched out with both fists, one black and one white. 2 fist energies flew out, as if the black and white impermanence had come for Senior Brother Hai's life. Senior Brother Hai turned pale with fright as a burst of true qi gushed out from his body, causing his speed to soar once again as he dodged Ling Xiao's attack. But this time, his forehead was clearly dripping with cold sweat. He was not as relaxed as before. Divine Hell King Fist, Ghost King Annihilation. A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he chased after Senior Brother Hai and threw out another punch. This move was a combination of the power of the previous 3 moves. The Ghost King's shadow pounced on Senior Brother Hai along with the fist energies. At the same time, Ox Head, Horseface, and the black and white impermanence attacked from both sides, not giving Senior Brother Hai any chance to dodge. At that moment, Senior Brother Hai felt as if he had seen hell. He saw his own death. Senior Brother Hai cried out in alarm as he increased the output of his true qi. But he no longer dared to attack. Instead, he focused all his true qi on his body movement, desperately trying to escape from this hell-like attack. In the eyes of outsiders, the 2 of them had already become 2 afterimages. Only those who were slightly stronger could faintly see the situation. As for those who were weaker, they couldn't even tell who was who. They only heard Senior Brother Hai's cry of surprise and knew that Senior Brother Hai was at a disadvantage. Senior Brother Hai's body was hit and trembled uncontrollably. He fell to the ground and turned into the corpse of a peak level 2 vicious beast. I have heard that the disciples of the Beast Palace are good at linking their lives with their pets and that they would trade their lives for theirs at critical moments. I didn't know that it was true. But this Ling Xiao is horrifying. I can't believe he forced Senior Brother Hai to use this move. I think the battle is about to end. Yes, it's about time. I'm curious to see how many more pets you have to trade for your life. A glint of gold flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was already tired of this kind of cat-and-mouse battle, and the speed at which Senior Brother Hai crumbled simply made him thoroughly disappointed. If he were in Senior Brother Hai's shoes, he wouldn't be in such a passive position with his Black Panther martial spirit. What a pity for such a good Black Panther martial spirit. Ling Xiao wore a look of disdain and disgust. Senior Brother Hai was enraged by the look in his eyes. Why? You're just a master warrior, an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. How dare you look down on me? Senior Brother Hai was enraged. he stopped running away. He condensed his true chi into fists, and the Black Panther martial spirit behind him roared like thunder. That's more like it. Ling Xiao stopped as well. A smile crept onto his face. Since you've become so courageous in the last stage, I will use my new move for you. Ling Xiao had always wanted to try the soul die. It was just that he hadn't found the right opportunity until now. But this time, he thought he could give it a try. His soul power was strong. He believed that if he could get the right number for the soul die, the attack he could unleash would be powerful. Boom! With a loud explosion, a huge die appeared on top of Ling Xiao's head, and it started to spin rapidly. A moment later, people noticed that the number on the die had changed to 4. It's the 4th ability, Sky Burn. How unlucky. Guys, can you stay away from me? I can't even control this ability. Every point on the soul die represented an ability, or rather, a fighting style. However, Ling Xiao didn't like the ability Sky Burn. This ability didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It would burn everything within a 10-meter radius. Fortunately, his ability wasn't strong enough at the moment, so the range was relatively small. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Of course, he might be able to control this ability in the future. At the very least, he would be able to control the range of the Sky Burn. As the soul die disappeared, the ability Sky Burn was activated. A huge fireball suddenly appeared in midair. It was like a blazing sun. This is bad. Run. It doesn't matter if he's telling the truth. Let's stay away from him first. The onlookers felt the terror of the fireball. Senior Brother Hai also felt it. However, he had no choice but to release it. His attack had already been formed. If he retracted it now, the backlash would be enough to kill him. Moreover, he knew very well that he couldn't escape. For Senior Brother Hai, Lei Lingzhao's terrifying attack, although it was an attack that did not differentiate between friend and foe, he could feel that he was bound by some kind of power. Other than staying to attack, there was no other way. Senior Brother Hai's feeling was not wrong. Although this ability could not be controlled, Ling Xiao could use other means to bind the enemy. For example, formations, dragon might, and so on. His means were not limited to just one. It only took a moment for the power of burning heaven to completely erupt. At that moment, Senior Brother Hai suddenly understood why Ling Xiao said that the battle should be over. Because this move was not something he could resist at all. That terrifying high temperature burned the surrounding 10 meters into scorched earth in an instant. The ground cracked because of the high temperature, and many animals and plants died. Senior Brother Hai could clearly feel that his move was instantly destroyed by the blazing temperature. Then, he felt as if his body was immersed in blazing lava. A sense of fear instantly overwhelmed his whole body. Why did I provoke this fiend? Why, I hate it so much. I regret it so much. Senior Brother Hai let out a final cry in his heart. However, this fear did not last long, because in just a moment, he completely lost consciousness. In the eyes of the onlookers, Senior Brother Hai's body was rapidly burned, and then completely disappeared. What kind of scene was that? An absolute doomsday scene. The hearts of the onlookers were trembling. What kind of martial art was this? How could it be so terrifying? As Senior Brother Hai completely turned into ashes. Qi Yang also disappeared. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead, and a look of shock appeared on his face. To be honest, even he himself felt that it was a little unbelievable. The terror of soul dice was far beyond his imagination. Was this really just a top gold grade martial art? It was simply terrifying. Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. Perhaps this soul dice could become even more powerful. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was to fuse his martial soul with soul dice to create an even more terrifying soul martial art. This idea was naturally born from the 9 demons' divine art and the martial spirit inheritance. However, it would be better to slowly study this matter in the future. The number of martial souls he had seen was far too few. If he wanted to find a suitable martial soul for soul dice, he would have to think about it at length. For now, it was better to deal with the matter at hand. Thinking of this, he looked at Shimei. That cold and mocking gaze caused Shimei, who had already fled tens of meters away, to tremble uncontrollably. When Ling Xiao killed her junior brother Zhang with a single palm strike, she could still explain that he had cultivated some kind of special palm technique that allowed him to instantly erupt with power equivalent to an early second-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, allowing him to kill her junior brother Zhang who had underestimated him. However, at this very moment, Ling Xiao was not using palm techniques. Furthermore, from the beginning to the end, senior brother Hai did not have the slightest intention of underestimating his opponent. In fact, he was extremely serious and gave his all. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was stronger than senior apprentice brother Hai in terms of defense, movement, and attack, especially the last attack. She could not understand what kind of attack it was. There was no true chi fluctuation, but it had produced such a terrifying destructive power. Even now, there was still a strong burning smell within 10 meters of Ling Xiao. The ground was scorched black, and even the stone slabs were burned to ashes. How did he do it? What cultivation level was he at? Was he not human? This Yuehua school's outer disciple is too strong. He said his name was Ling Xiao. Have you heard of this person before? I've never heard of it. The Yuehua sect is the weakest among the 12 sects. Their inner sect disciples are not very famous. Only the top 10 core disciples are slightly famous. The rest are not even worth mentioning. That's not true. I heard that Yuehua School's Golden Light Heavenly Master and the Flame Deity have taken in 2 extremely talented disciples. One is called Ling Hao, and the other is called Ming Tian. The higher-ups of our sect have asked us to pay close attention to these 2 people. I know about this too. Apart from the top 10 core disciples, these 2 are the most famous. Who is this Ling Xiao? Is he really an outer disciple of Yuehua School? After seeing Ling Xiao kill senior apprentice brother Hai in a very spectacular and strange way, the surrounding people could not help but discuss after a moment of shock. They were all shocked by Ling Xiao's moves and wanted to know more about Ling Xiao's background. I have some impression of this person. Sure enough, there were many well-informed people in the world of sections. Oh? Tell us. This person is indeed an outer disciple of Yuehua School, but his rise is a bit legendary. The person continued, before he entered Yuehua School, he offended the Flame Deity. After entering Yuehua School, he was naturally suppressed by the Flame Deity's disciple, He Sua. Then isn't he finished? Finished? No, you're all wrong. He's only been in the Yuehua sect for less than 2 months, but he's already killed the 3rd, 5th, and 6th disciples of the Yuehua sect's outer sect in consecutive life and death challenges. Then, he even injured the original outer sect's first disciple who had already reached the Transcendent Realm. The more the man spoke, the more excited he became. The most bizarre thing is that he actually killed 2 of Heavenly Venerable Demon Flame's Transcendent Realm disciples by himself, one of which was the former outer sect number 1. So powerful? Could it be that someone helped him? Some people thought so before, but Yuehua School has an inner sect joint training just like our sections. This kid participated in the joint training a few days ago, and on the first day, he defeated an inner disciple who had used a demonic transformation pill and whose cultivation soared to the early 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Hearing this, everyone sighed endlessly. There were many geniuses in the sect. However, there had never been someone like Ling Xiao, who was only a half-step grandmaster, who could consecutively defeat Transcendent Realm cultivators. Shi Mei's face turned green. She regretted not investigating Ling Xiao in advance. If she had known that he was so terrifying, she wouldn't have rashly made an enemy out of him. At the very least, she would have invited a stronger senior brother to back her up. No wonder he could kill junior brother Zhang and senior brother Hai with his half-step grandmaster cultivation. It turns out that he did this in Yuehua School. There must be something strange about this kid. I can't fight him head-on. At this time, Shi Mei had long been scared out of her wits and didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao again. After all, her cultivation was also at the late 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Her strength might not be stronger than senior brother Hai's. Senior brother Hai had died so miserably, so if she fought Ling Xiao, the result could be imagined. She didn't want to die. With her beauty, in just 1 year, she had absorbed the strength of 4 or 5 cultivators in the 1st and 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm, finally breaking through from the early 1st layer of the Transcendent Realm to the late 3rd layer. Over the past year, Ximei had used all sorts of methods to increase her cultivation. She was very clear that if she died just like that, wouldn't her efforts over the past year be in vain? She couldn't accept such an outcome. However, Ling Xiao's cold gaze made her feel very uneasy. This kid was different from the other Yuehua school disciples. He could really kill her. Le seemed like she could only use the surrounding crowd to pressure this kid. Ling Xiao, it's our fault for secretly pasting the seal of the Beast King Palace on the door of the manor. Now that you've killed my junior brother Zhang and senior brother Hai, and tore apart our seal, are you satisfied? I have no grudges with you, so you don't have to bully a weak girl like me, right? It had to be said that Ximei's words were quite convincing. Moreover, she purposely put on a pitiful look, which made the surrounding crowd look at her with sympathy. If these people weren't afraid of Ling Xiao's strength, they would probably have taken action on her behalf. That's right, brother Ling. She's just a weak girl. There's no need to kill her, right? That's right, brother Ling. You've already killed 2 disciples of the Beast King Palace. If you kill again, I'm afraid the Beast King Palace will take revenge. Brother Ling, just ask her to apologize to you and say that she's sorry. In an instant, many self-righteous people were pleading for mercy for Ximei. They didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao, but they still dared to plead for mercy. Ximei's lips curled into a smug smile. In her opinion, under such circumstances, Ling Xiao probably wouldn't dare to offend so many people who were filled with righteous indignation. If anyone wants to die, continue to plead for mercy for her. Ling Xiao's voice wasn't loud, but his killing intent was very thick. In the Mountain River realm, the black metal piece kept shaking, and a murderous aura mixed into Ling Xiao's aura. Soon, no one made a sound. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Ximei and said coldly, "Weak girl?" Humph. What a nice way to put it. If I was just a little bit weaker, I'm afraid that the person lying on the ground would be me, Ling Xiao. When I attacked you, I didn't consider that you were a weak woman. Now that you're acting pitiful in front of me, it's useless. Then what do you want? Ximei panicked. She never thought that she would be facing such a lunatic. There were more than 1,000 people watching the battle, and this guy actually dared to offend them all. She asked in a trembling voice as she stepped back. I want you dead. Ling Xiao said coldly as he walked forward. He never killed the innocent, but if someone wanted to kill him, then he would not be merciful. In any case, killing 1 was still killing 3 was still killing. Since he had already offended the Beast King Palace, why should he worry about the consequences of killing Ximei? He didn't want to leave behind a calamity that would harm his family and friends. Hearing Ling Xiao's cold words, Ximei's face turned even paler. If it was only crippling her cultivation, she could still accept it. After all, she could cultivate again very quickly. However, once a person died, there would be nothing left. It wasn't easy for her to cultivate to where she was today. She couldn't die, she definitely couldn't die. I'll cripple my own cultivation and never see you again. Can't I do that? Ximei shouted loudly. No. From the moment you tried to kill me, you were destined to die. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, but there was a strong unquestionable tone. Ximei's face turned from pale to red in an instant. It was a kind of angry red. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Ling Xiao. You'll regret this. You'll definitely regret it. Today, even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I want you dead. After saying that, she suddenly threw a flash grenade into the sky. The colorful flash grenade exploded in the sky and could be seen clearly from hundreds of miles away. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that she was calling for help. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, you're dead. Ximei laughed crazily. You forced me to do this. If you had let me live, I wouldn't have done this. Is that so? Then I'll kill you first. When your helpers come, they won't make things difficult for me over a corpse, right? After saying that, Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, he frowned and floated back. In the sky, a red light flew quickly. Boom! With a loud sound, the red light landed on the ground where Ling Xiao was just standing and created a deep hole. Whoosh! 2 more. Sounds were heard. Boom! A blue light and a white light landed one after another. They were very fierce. At first glance, one could tell that they were not simple people. The crowd was afraid of implicating themselves, so they all opened up a large space for Ling Xiao and the others. They were just here to watch the show. Although they had some sympathy for Ximei, they would definitely not lose their lives because of her. The 3 people who landed on the ground were not disciples of Beast Palace. They were not even disciples of any of the 12 sections. However, they had one thing in common, which was that they were very strong. In the secular world, they were definitely overlords. Ha ha ha, Ximei, I told you that you would need that flash grenade one day. How about it? Did you agree to what I said before? The person who arrived first was in a red robe. He was in his 50s or 60s, and his hair was also red. He looked very mighty. After he arrived, he did not look at Ling Xiao like the other 2. Instead, he looked at Ximei with surprise. Ximei's face showed a tinge of disgust, but she quickly hid it. That's right. Chief 2, Mayor has met with trouble today. Someone wants Mayor's life. If Chief 2 can kill him, I will come to your skeleton stronghold and become your mistress. If I break this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. She gritted her teeth and made a vicious oath. Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem. I told you before, as long as you are willing to become my wife, I will kill the entire family of whoever dares to touch you. Chief 2 laughed loudly, looking very excited. Manor Lord Lin, City Lord Bai, the same goes for the 2 of you. No matter which one of you can kill him today, I will marry him. Ximei added. Don't you 2 try to steal from me, or I will kill your entire family too. Chief 2 was very domineering, even a little unreasonable. Humph, you surname 2, you are a peak Transcendent Realm Grandmaster, so are we, why should we listen to you? Manor Master Lin coldly snorted and said, Mayor has already said it very clearly. Whoever kills her enemy has the qualifications to marry her. If you want the 2 of us to give up, you have to bleed a little, right? That's right, you surname 2, do you think this city lord is afraid of you? If you don't have enough benefits, you want us to give up? What a joke. End of chapter 398. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.